Chapter 1. The Knighted Knave of Bergen. One day it occurred to me that it had been many years since the world had been afforded the spectacle of a man adventurous enough to undertake a journey through Europe on foot. After much thought, I decided that I was a person fitted to furnish to mankind this spectacle, so I determined to do it. This was in March 1878. I looked about me for the right sort of person to accompany me in the capacity of agent, and finally hired a Mr. Harris for this service. It was also my purpose to study art while in Europe. Mr. Harris was in sympathy with me in this. He was as much of an enthusiast in art as I was, and not less anxious to learn to paint. I desired to learn the German language, so did Harris. Toward the middle of April, we sailed in the Hulsatia, Captain Brandt, and had a very pleasant trip indeed. After a brief rest at Hamburg, we made preparations for a long pedestrian trip southward in the soft spring weather, but at the last moment we changed the program, for private reasons, and took the express train. We made a short halt at Frankfurt on the Main and found it an interesting city. I would have liked to visit the birthplace of Gutenberg, but it could not be done, as no memorandum of the site of the house has been kept. So we spent an hour in the Goethe mansion instead. The city permits this house to belong to private parties, instead of gracing and dignifying herself with the honor of possessing and protecting it. Frankfurt is one of the 16 cities which have the distinction of being the place where the following incident occurred. Charlemagne, while chasing the Saxons, as he said, or being chased by them, as they said, arrived at the bank of the river at dawn in a fog. The enemy were either before him or behind him, but in any case he wanted to get across very badly. He would have given anything for a guide, but none was to be had. Presently he saw a deer, followed by her young, approach the water. He watched her, judging that she would seek a ford, and he was right. She waded over, and the army followed. So a great Frankish victory or defeat was gained or avoided, and in order to commemorate the episode, Charlemagne commanded a city to be built there, which he named Frankfurt, the ford of the Franks. None of the other cities where this event happened were named for it. This is good evidence that Frankfurt was the first place it occurred at. Frankfurt has another distinction. It is the birthplace of the German alphabet, or at least of the German word for alphabet, Buchstaben. They say that the first movable types were made on birch sticks, Buchstabe, hence the name. I was taught a lesson in political economy in Frankfurt. I had brought from home a box containing 1,000 very cheap cigars. By way of experiment, I stepped into a little shop in a queer old back street, took 4 gaily decorated boxes of wax matches and 3 cigars, and laid down a silver piece worth 48 cents. The man gave me 43 cents change. In Frankfurt, everybody wears clean clothes, and I think we noticed that this strange thing was the case in Hamburg, too, and in the villages along the road. Even in the narrowest and poorest and most ancient quarters of Frankfurt, neat and clean clothes were the rule. The little children of both sexes were nearly always nice enough to take into a body's lap, and as for the uniforms of the soldiers, they were newness and brightness carried to perfection. One could never detect a smirch or a grain of dust upon them. The streetcar conductors and drivers wore pretty uniforms which seemed to be just out of the bandbox, and their manners were as fine as their clothes. In one of the shops, I had the luck to stumble upon a book which has charmed me nearly to death. It is entitled The Legends of the Rhine from Bâle to Rotterdam by F.J. Kiefer, translated by L.W. Garnham, B.A. All tourists mention the Rhine legends in that sort of way which quietly pretends that the mentioner has been familiar with them all his life, and that the reader cannot possibly be ignorant of them, but no tourist ever tells them. So this little book fed me in a very hungry place, and I, in my turn, intend to feed my reader with 1 or 2 little lunches from the same larder. I shall not mar Garnham's translation by meddling with its English, for the most toothsome thing about it is its quaint fashion of building English sentences on the German plan and punctuating them accordingly to no plan at all. In the chapter devoted to Legends of Frankfurt, I find the following. The Knave of Bergen. In Frankfurt at the Roma was a great mask ball, at the coronation festival, and in the illuminated saloon, the clanging music invited to dance, and splendidly appeared the rich toilets and charms of the ladies and the festively costumed princes and knights. All seemed pleasure, joy, and roguish gaiety. Only one of the numerous guests had a gloomy exterior. But exactly the black armor in which he walked about excited general attention, and his tall figure, as well as the noble propriety of his movements, attracted especially the regards of the ladies. Who the knight was, nobody could guess, for his vizier was well closed, and nothing made him recognizable. Proud and yet modest, he advanced to the empress, bowed on one knee before her seat, and begged for the favor of a waltz with the queen of the festival, and she allowed his request. With light and graceful steps he danced through the long saloon, with the sovereign who thought never to have found a more dexterous and excellent dancer. But also by the grace of his manner and fine conversation he knew to win the queen, and she graciously accorded him a second dance for which he begged, a third and a fourth, as well as others were not refused him. How all regarded the happy dancer, how many envied him the high favor, how increased curiosity who the masked knight could be. Also the emperor became more and more excited with curiosity, and with great suspense one awaited the hour, when according to mask law, each masked guest must make himself known. This moment came, but although all other unmasked, the secret knight still refused to allow his features to be seen, till at last the queen, driven by curiosity and vexed at the obstinate refusal, commanded him to open his vizier. He opened it, and none of the high ladies and knights knew him. But from the crowded spectators, 2 officials advanced, who recognized the black dancer, and horror and terror spread in the saloon as they said who the supposed knight was. It was the executioner of Bergen. But glowing with rage, the king commanded to seize the criminal and lead him to death, who had ventured to dance with the queen, so disgraced the empress and insulted the crown. The culpable threw himself at the emperor and said, "Indeed, I have heavily sinned against all noble guests assembled here, but most heavily against you, my sovereign and my queen. The queen is insulted by my haughtiness equal to treason, but no punishment, even blood, will not be able to wash out the disgrace which you have suffered by me. Therefore, O king, allow me to propose a remedy to efface the shame and to render it as if not done. Draw your sword and knight me, then I will throw down my gauntlet to everyone who dares to speak disrespectfully of my king." The emperor was surprised at this bold proposal. However, it appeared the wisest to him. "You are a knave," he replied after a moment's consideration. "However, your advice is good and displays prudence, as your offense shows adventurous courage. Well then," and gave him the knight's stroke, "so I raise you to nobility, who begged for grace for your offense now kneels before me, rise as knight. Knavish you have acted, and knave of Bergen shall you be called henceforth." And gladly the Black Knight rose. 3 cheers were given in honor of the emperor, and loud cries of joy testified the approbation with which the queen danced still once with the knave of Bergen. Chapter 2. Heidelberg. Landing a monarch at Heidelberg. We stopped at a hotel by the railway station. Next morning, as we sat in my room waiting for breakfast to come up, we got a good deal interested in something which was going on over the way, in front of another hotel. First, the personage who is called the portier, who is not the porter, but is a sort of first mate of a hotel. 1. See Appendix A appeared at the door in a spick-and-span new blue cloth uniform, decorated with shining brass buttons and with bands of gold lace around his cap and wristbands, and he wore white gloves, too. He shed an official glance upon the situation and then began to give orders. 2 women servants came out with pails and brooms and brushes and gave the sidewalk a thorough scrubbing. Meanwhile, 2 others scrubbed the 4 marble steps which led up to the door. Beyond these, we could see some men servants taking up the carpet of the grand staircase. This carpet was carried away, and the last grain of dust beaten and banged and swept out of it, then brought back and put down again. The brass stair rods received an exhaustive polishing and were returned to their places. Now a troop of servants brought pots and tubs of blooming plants and formed them into a beautiful jungle about the door and the base of the staircase. Other servants adorned all the balconies of the various stories with flowers and banners. Others ascended to the roof and hoisted a great flag on a staff there. Now came some more chambermaids and retouched the sidewalk, and afterward wiped the marble steps with damp cloths and finished by dusting them off with feather brushes. Now a broad black carpet was brought out and laid down the marble steps and out across the sidewalk to the curbstone. The portier cast his eye along it and found it was not absolutely straight. He commanded it to be straightened. The servants made several efforts, in fact, but the portier was not satisfied. He finally had it taken up, and then he put it down himself and got it right. At this stage of the proceedings, a narrow bright red carpet was unrolled and stretched from the top of the marble steps to the curbstone, along the center of the black carpet. This red path cost the portier more trouble than even the black one had done. But he patiently fixed and refixed it until it was exactly right and lay precisely in the middle of the black carpet. In New York, these performances would have gathered a mighty crowd of curious and intensely interested spectators. But here it only captured an audience of half a dozen little boys who stood in a row across the pavement, some with their school knapsacks on their backs and their hands in their pockets, others with arms full of bundles, and all absorbed in the show. Occasionally, one of them skipped irreverently over the carpet and took up a position on the other side. This always visibly annoyed the portier. Now came a waiting interval. The landlord, in plain clothes and bareheaded, placed himself on the bottom marble step, abreast the portier, who stood on the other end of the same steps. 6 or 8 waiters, gloved, bareheaded, and wearing their whitest linen, their whitest cravats, and their finest swallowtails, grouped themselves about these chiefs, but leaving the carpetway clear. Nobody moved or spoke any more, but only waited. In a short time, the shrill piping of a coming train was heard, and immediately groups of people began to gather in the street. 2 or 3 open carriages arrived, and deposited some maids of honor and some male officials at the hotel. Presently another open carriage brought the Grand Duke of Baden, a stately man in uniform, who wore the handsome brass-mounted, steel-spiked helmet of the army on his head. Last came the Empress of Germany and the Grand Duchess of Baden in a closed carriage. These passed through the low-bowing groups of servants and disappeared in the hotel, exhibiting to us only the backs of their heads, and then the show was over. It appears to be as difficult to land a monarch as it is to launch a ship. But as to Heidelberg, the weather was growing pretty warm, very warm in fact, so we left the valley and took quarters at the Schloss Hotel on the hill above the castle. Heidelberg lies at the mouth of a narrow gorge, a gorge the shape of a shepherd's crook. If one looks up it, he perceives that it is about straight, for 1.5 miles, then makes a sharp curve to the right and disappears. This gorge, along whose bottom pours the swift Neckar, is confined between, or cloven through, a couple of long, steep ridges, 1,000 feet high and densely wooded clear to their summits, with the exception of one section which has been shaved and put under cultivation. These ridges are chopped off at the mouth of the gorge and form 2 bold and conspicuous headlands, with Heidelberg nestling between them. From their bases spreads away the vast dim expanse of the Rhine Valley, and into this expanse the Neckar goes wandering in shining curves and is presently lost to view. Now if one turns and looks up the gorge once more, he will see the Schloss Hotel on the right perched on a precipice overlooking the Neckar, a precipice which is so sumptuously cushioned and draped with foliage that no glimpse of the rock appears. The building seems very airily situated. It has the appearance of being on a shelf halfway up the wooded mountainside, and as it is remote and isolated and very white, it makes a strong mark against the lofty leafy rampart at its back. This hotel had a feature which was a decided novelty, and one which might be adopted with advantage by any house which is perched in a commanding situation. This feature may be described as a series of glass-enclosed parlors clinging to the outside of the house, one against each and every bedchamber and drawing-room. They are like long, narrow, high-ceiled bird cages hung against the building. My room was a corner room and had 2 of these things, a north one and a west one. From the north cage, one looks up the Neckar Gorge. From the west one, he looks down it. This last affords the most extensive view, and it is one of the loveliest that can be imagined, too. Out of a billowy upheaval of vivid green foliage, a rifle shot removed, rises the huge ruin of Heidelberg Castle, too. See Appendix B with empty window arches, ivy-mailed battlements, mouldering towers, the leer of inanimate nature, deserted, discrowned, beaten by the storms, but royal still and beautiful. It is a fine sight to see the evening sunlight suddenly strike the leafy declivity at the castle's base and dash up it and drench it as with a luminous spray, while the adjacent groves are in deep shadow. Behind the castle swells a great dome-shaped hill, forest-clad, and beyond that a nobler and loftier one. The castle looks down upon the compact brown-roofed town, and from the town two picturesque old bridges span the river. Now the view broadens. Through the gateway of the Sentinel Headlands you gaze out over the wide Rhine plain, which stretches away, softly and richly tinted, grows gradually and dreamily indistinct, and finally melts imperceptibly into the remote horizon. I have never enjoyed a view which had such a serene and satisfying charm about it as this one gives. The first night we were there, we went to bed and to sleep early, but I awoke at the end of 2 or 3 hours and lay a comfortable while listening to the soothing patter of the rain against the balcony windows. I took it to be rain, but it turned out to be only the murmur of the restless Neckar tumbling over her dikes and dams far below in the gorge. I got up and went into the west balcony and saw a wonderful sight. Away down on the level under the black mass of the castle, the town lay, stretched along the river, its intricate cobweb of streets jeweled with twinkling lights. There were rows of lights on the bridges. These flung lances of light upon the water in the black shadows of the arches, and away at the extremity of all this fairy spectacle blinked and glowed a massed multitude of gas jets which seemed to cover acres of ground. It was as if all the diamonds in the world had been spread out there. I did not know before that a half-mile of sextuple railway tracks could be made such an adornment. One thinks Heidelberg by day, with its surroundings, is the last possibility of the beautiful, but when he sees Heidelberg by night, a fallen Milky Way, with that glittering railway constellation pinned to the border, he requires time to consider upon the verdict. One never tires of poking about in the dense woods that clothe all these lofty Neckar hills to their tops. The great deeps of a boundless forest have a beguiling and impressive charm in any country, but German legends and fairy tales have given these an added charm. They have peopled all that region with gnomes and dwarfs and all sorts of mysterious and uncanny creatures. At the time I am writing of, I had been reading so much of this literature that sometimes I was not sure, but I was beginning to believe in the gnomes and fairies as realities. One afternoon I got lost in the woods about a mile from the hotel, and presently fell into a train of dreamy thought about animals which talk, and kobolds, and enchanted folk, and the rest of the pleasant legendary stuff. And so, by stimulating my fancy, I finally got to imagining I glimpsed small flitting shapes here and there down the columned aisles of the forest. It was a place which was peculiarly meet for the occasion. It was a pine wood, with so thick and soft a carpet of brown needles that one's footfall made no more sound than if he were treading on wool. The tree trunks were as round and straight and smooth as pillars, and stood close together. They were bare of branches to a point about 25 feet above ground, and from there upwards so thick with boughs that not a ray of sunlight could pierce through. The world was bright with sunshine outside, but a deep and mellow twilight reigned in there, and also a deep silence so profound that I seemed to hear my own breathings. When I had stood 10 minutes, thinking and imagining, and getting my spirit in tune with the place, and in the right mood to enjoy the supernatural, a raven suddenly uttered a hoarse croak over my head. It made me start, and then I was angry because I started. I looked up, and the creature was sitting on a limb right over me, looking down at me. I felt something of the same sense of humiliation and injury which one feels when he finds that a human stranger has been clandestinely inspecting him in his privacy and mentally commenting upon him. I eyed the raven, and the raven eyed me. Nothing was said during some seconds. Then the bird stepped a little way along his limb to get a better point of observation, lifted his wings, stuck his head far down below his shoulders toward me, and croaked again. A croak with a distinctly insulting expression about it. If he had spoken in English, he could not have said any more plainly than he did say in Raven, "Well, what do you want here?" I felt as foolish as if I had been caught in some mean act by a responsible being and reproved for it. However, I made no reply. I would not bandy words with a raven. The adversary waited a while, with his shoulders still lifted, his head thrust down between them, and his keen bright eye fixed on me. Then he threw out 2 or 3 more insults, which I could not understand. Further than that, I knew a portion of them consisted of language not used in church. I still made no reply. Now the adversary raised his head and called. There was an answering croak from a little distance in the wood, evidently a croak of inquiry. The adversary explained with enthusiasm, and the other raven dropped everything and came. The two sat side by side on the limb and discussed me as freely and offensively as 2 great naturalists might discuss a new kind of bug. The thing became more and more embarrassing. They called in another friend. This was too much. I saw that they had the advantage of me, and so I concluded to get out of the scrape by walking out of it. They enjoyed my defeat as much as any low white people could have done. They craned their necks and laughed at me, for a raven can laugh, just like a man. They squalled insulting remarks after me as long as they could see me. They were nothing but ravens. I knew that. What they thought of me could be a matter of no consequence. And yet when even a raven shouts after you, "What a hat! Oh, pull down your vest," and that sort of thing, it hurts you and humiliates you, and there is no getting around it with fine reasoning and pretty arguments. Animals talk to each other, of course. There can be no question about that, but I suppose there are very few people who can understand them. I never knew but one man who could. I knew he could, however, because he told me so himself. He was a middle-aged, simple-hearted miner who had lived in a lonely corner of California, among the woods and mountains, a good many years, and had studied the ways of his only neighbors, the beasts and the birds, until he believed he could accurately translate any remark which they made. This was Jim Baker. According to Jim Baker, some animals have only a limited education, and some use only simple words, and scarcely ever a comparison or a flowery figure. Whereas, certain other animals have a large vocabulary, a fine command of language, and a ready and fluent delivery. Consequently, these latter talk a great deal, they like it, they are so conscious of their talent, and they enjoy showing off. Baker said that after long and careful observation, he had come to the conclusion that the blue jays were the best talkers he had found among birds and beasts, said he. There's more to a blue jay than any other creature. He has got more moods and more different kinds of feelings than other creatures, and mind you, whatever a blue jay feels, he can put into language. And no mere commonplace language either, but rattling, out-and-out book talk, and bristling with metaphor too, just bristling. And as for command of language, why, you never see a blue jay get stuck for a word. No man ever did. They just boil out of him. And another thing, I've noticed a good deal, and there's no bird or cow or anything that uses as good grammar as a blue jay. You may say a cat uses good grammar. Well, a cat does, but you let a cat get excited once. You let a cat get to pulling fur with another cat on a shed nights, and you'll hear grammar that will give you the lockjaw. Ignorant people think it's the noise which fighting cats make that is so aggravating, but it ain't so. It's the sickening grammar they use. Now, I've never heard a jay use bad grammar but very seldom, and when they do, they are as ashamed as a human. They shut right down and leave. You may call a jay a bird. Well, so he is in a measure, but he's got feathers on him and don't belong to no church perhaps, but otherwise he is just as much human as you be, and I'll tell you for why. A jay's gifts and instincts and feelings and interests cover the whole ground. A jay hasn't got any more principle than a congressman. A jay will lie, a jay will steal, a jay will deceive, a jay will betray, and 4 times out of 5, a jay will go back on his solemnest promise. The sacredness of an obligation is such a thing which you can't cram into no blue jay's head. Now, on top of all this, there's another thing. A jay can outswear any gentleman in the mines. You think a cat can swear? Well, a cat can, but you give a blue jay a subject that calls for his reserve powers, and where is your cat? Don't talk to me. I know too much about this thing. In the one little particular of scolding, just good, clean, out-and-out scolding, a blue jay can lay over anything, human or divine. Yes, sir, a jay is everything that a man is. A jay can cry, a jay can laugh, a jay can feel shame, a jay can reason and plan and discuss, a jay likes gossip and scandal, a jay has got a sense of humor, a jay knows when he is an ass just as well as you do, maybe better. If a jay ain't human, he better take in his sign, that's all. Now I'm going to tell you a perfectly true fact about some blue jays. Chapter 3. Baker's Blue Jay Yarn. What stumped the blue jays? When I first begun to understand jay language correctly, there was a little incident happened here. 7 years ago, the last man in this region but me moved away. There stands his house, been empty ever since, a log house with a plank roof, just one big room and no more, no ceiling, nothing between the rafters and the floor. Well, one Sunday morning I was sitting out here in front of my cabin, with my cat, taking the sun and looking at the blue hills, and listening to the leaves rustling so lonely in the trees, and thinking of the home away yonder in the States that I hadn't heard from in 13 years, when a blue jay lit on that house, with an acorn in his mouth, and says, "Hello, I reckon I've struck something." When he spoke, the acorn dropped out of his mouth and rolled down the roof, of course, but he didn't care. His mind was all on the thing he had struck. It was a knothole in the roof. He cocked his head to one side, shut one eye and put the other one to the hole, like a possum looking down a jug. Then he glanced up with his bright eyes, gave a wink or two with his wings, which signifies gratification, you understand, and says, "It looks like a hole, it's located like a hole, blamed if I don't believe it is a hole." Then he cocked his head down and took another look. He glances up perfectly joyful, this time, winks his wings and his tail both, and says, "Oh no, this ain't no fat thing, I reckon, if I ain't in luck. Why, it's a perfectly elegant hole." So he flew down and got that acorn, and fetched it up and dropped it in, and was just tilting his head back, with the heavenliest smile on his face, when all of a sudden he was paralyzed into a listening attitude, and that smile faded gradually out of his countenance like breath off'n a razor, and the queerest look of surprise took its place. Then he says, "Why, I didn't hear it fall." He cocked his eye at the hole again and took a long look, raised up and shook his head, stepped around to the other side of the hole and took another look from that side, shook his head again. He studied a while, then he just went into the details, walked round and round the hole and spied into it from every point of the compass. No use. Now he took a thinking attitude on the comb of the roof and scratched the back of his head with his right foot a minute, and finally says, "Well, it's too many for me, that's certain. Must be a mighty long hole. However, I ain't got no time to fool around here. I got to tend to business. I reckon it's all right. Chance it anyway." So he flew off and fetched another acorn and dropped it in, and tried to flirt his eye to the hole quick enough to see what become of it, but he was too late. He held his eye there as much as a minute, then he raised up and sighed and says, "Confound it, I don't seem to understand this thing, no way, however I'll tackle her again." He fetched another acorn and done his level best to see what become of it, but he couldn't. He says, "Well, I never struck no such a hole as this before. I'm of the opinion it's a totally new kind of a hole." Then he begun to get mad. He held in for a spell, walking up and down the comb of the roof, and shaking his head and muttering to himself. But his feelings got the upper hand of him, presently, and he broke loose and cussed himself black in the face. I never see a bird take on so about a little thing. When he got through, he walks to the hole and looks in again for half a minute. Then he says, "Well, you're a long hole and a deep hole and a mighty singular hole altogether, but I've started in to fill you, and I'm damned if I don't fill you if it takes 100 years." And with that away he went. You never see a bird work so since you was born. He laid into his work like a nigger, and the way he hove acorns into that hole for about 2 hours and a half was one of the most exciting and astonishing spectacles I ever struck. He never stopped to take a look any more. He just hove 'em in and went for more. Well, at last he could hardly flop his wings, he was so tuckered out. He comes a-dropping down, once more sweating like an ice pitcher, dropped his acorn in and says, "Now I guess I've got the bulge on you by this time." So he bent down for a look. If you'll believe me, when his head come up again, he was just pale with rage. He says, "I've shoveled acorns enough in there to keep the family 30 years, and if I can see a sign of one of 'em, I wish I may land in a museum with a belly full of sawdust in 2 minutes." He just had strength enough to crawl up onto the comb and lean his back agin the chimbley, and then he collected his impressions and begun to free his mind. I see in a second that what I had mistook for profanity in the mines was only just the rudiments, as you may say. Another jay was going by and heard him doing his devotions and stops to inquire what was up. The sufferer told him the whole circumstance and says, "Now yonder's the hole, and if you don't believe me, go and look for yourself." So this fellow went and looked and comes back and says, "How many did you say you put in there?" "Not any less than 2 tons, says the sufferer. The other jay went and looked again. He couldn't seem to make it out, so he raised a yell and 3 more jays come. They all examined the whole, they all made the sufferer tell it over again, then they all discussed it, and got off as many leather-headed opinions about it as an average crowd of humans could have done. They called in more jays, then more and more, till pretty soon this whole region paired to have a blue flush about it. There must have been 5,000 of them, and such another jawing and disputing and ripping and cussing you never heard. Every jay in the whole lot put his eye to the hole and delivered a more chuckle-headed opinion about the mystery than the jay that went there before him. They examined the house all over, too. The door was standing half open, and at last one old jay happened to go and light on it and look in. Of course, that knocked the mystery galley west in a second. There lay the acorns scattered all over the floor. He flopped his wings and raised a whoop. "Come here," he says, "come here, everybody. Hanged if this fool hasn't been trying to fill up a house with acorns." They all came a-swooping down like a blue cloud, and as each fellow lit on the door and took a glance, the whole absurdity of the contract that first jay had tackled hit him home, and he fell over backwards suffocating with laughter, and the next jay took his place and done the same. Well, sir, they roosted around here on the housetop and the trees for an hour, and guffawed over that thing like human beings. It ain't any use to tell me a blue jay hasn't got a sense of humor, because I know better. And memory, too. They brought jays here from all over the United States to look down that hole every summer for 3 years. Other birds, too, and they could all see the point, except an owl that come from Nova Scotia to visit the Yosemite, and he took this thing in on his way back. He said he couldn't see anything funny in it, but then he was a good deal disappointed about Yosemite, too. Chapter 4. Student Life. The Laborious Beer King. The summer semester was in full tide. Consequently, the most frequent figure in and about Heidelberg was the student. Most of the students were Germans, of course, but the representatives of foreign lands were very numerous. They hailed from every corner of the globe, for instruction is cheap in Heidelberg, and so is living too. The Anglo-American Club, composed of British and American students, had 25 members, and there was still much material left to draw from. 9/10 of the Heidelberg students wore no badge or uniform. The other 10th wore caps of various colors and belonged to social organizations called corps. There were 5 corps, each with a color of its own. There were white caps, blue caps, and red, yellow, and green ones. The famous duel fighting is confined to the corps boys. The nape seems to be a specialty of theirs, too. Napes are held now and then to celebrate great occasions, like the election of a beer king, for instance. The solemnity is simple. The 5 corps assemble at night, and at a signal they all fall loading themselves with beer out of pint mugs as fast as possible, and each man keeps his own count, usually by laying aside a lucifer match for each mug he empties. The election is soon decided. When the candidates can hold no more, a count is instituted, and the one who has drank the greatest number of pints is proclaimed king. I was told that the last beer king elected by the corps, or by his own capabilities, emptied his mug 75 times. No stomach could hold all that quantity at one time, of course, but there are ways of frequently creating a vacuum, which those who have been much at sea will understand. One sees so many students abroad at all hours that he presently begins to wonder if they ever have any working hours. Some of them have, some of them haven't. Each can choose for himself whether he will work or play, for German university life is a very free life. It seems to have no restraints. The student does not live in the college buildings, but hires his own lodgings in any locality he prefers, and he takes his meals when and where he pleases. He goes to bed when it suits him, and does not get up at all unless he wants to. He is not entered at the university for any particular length of time, so he is likely to change about. He passes no examinations upon entering college. He merely pays a trifling fee of $5 or $10, receives a card entitling him to the privileges of the university, and that is the end of it. He is now ready for business or play, as he shall prefer. If he elects to work, he finds a large list of lectures to choose from. He selects the subjects which he will study and enters his name for these studies, but he can skip attendance. The result of this system is that lecture courses upon specialties of an unusual nature are often delivered to very slim audiences, while those upon more practical and everyday matters of education are delivered to very large ones. I heard of one case where, day after day, the lecturer's audience consisted of 3 students, and always the same 3. But one day 2 of them remained away. The lecturer began as usual. "Gentlemen," then, without a smile, he corrected himself, saying, "Sir," and went on with his discourse. It is said that the vast majority of the Heidelberg students are hard workers and make the most of their opportunities, that they have no surplus means to spend in dissipation and no time to spare for frolicking. One lecture follows right on the heels of another, with very little time for the student to get out of one hole and into the next, but the industrious ones manage it by going on a trot. The professors assist them in the saving of their time by being promptly in their little boxed-up pulpits when the hours strike, and as promptly out again when the hour finishes. I entered an empty lecture room one day just before the clock struck. The place had simple, unpainted pine desks and benches for about 200 persons. About a minute before the clock struck, 150 students swarmed in, rushed to their seats, immediately spread open their notebooks and dipped their pens in ink. When the clock began to strike, a burly professor entered, was received with a round of applause, moved swiftly down the center aisle, said "Gentlemen," and began to talk as he climbed his pulpit steps. And by the time he had arrived in his box and faced his audience, his lecture was well underway and all the pens were going. He had no notes. He talked with prodigious rapidity and energy for an hour. Then the students began to remind him in certain well-understood ways that his time was up. He seized his hat, still talking, proceeded swiftly down his pulpit steps, got out the last word of his discourse as he struck the floor. Everybody rose respectfully, and he swept rapidly down the aisle and disappeared. An instant rush for some other lecture room followed, and in a minute I was alone with the empty benches once more. Yes, without doubt, idle students are not the rule. Out of 800 in the town, I knew the faces of only about 50, but these I saw everywhere and daily. They walked about the streets and the wooded hills, they drove in cabs, they boated on the river, they sipped beer and coffee afternoons in the Schloss gardens. A good many of them wore colored caps of the corps. They were finely and fashionably dressed, their manners were quite superb, and they led an easy, careless, comfortable life. If a dozen of them sat together, and a lady or a gentleman passed whom one of them knew and saluted, they all rose to their feet and took off their caps. The members of a corps always received a fellow member in this way too, but they paid no attention to members of other corps. They did not seem to see them. This was not a discourtesy. It was only a part of the elaborate and rigid corps etiquette. There seems to be no chilly distance existing between the German students and the professor, but on the contrary, a companionable intercourse, the opposite of chilliness and reserve. When the professor enters a beer hall in the evening where students are gathered together, these rise up and take off their caps and invite the old gentleman to sit with them and partake. He accepts, and the pleasant talk and the beer flow for an hour or two, and by the professor, properly charged and comfortable, gives a cordial good night, while the students stand bowing and uncovered, and then he moves on his happy way homeward with all his vast cargo of learning afloat in his hold. Nobody finds fault or feels outraged. No harm has been done. It seemed to be a part of corps etiquette to keep a dog or so, too. I mean a corps dog, the common property of the organization, like the corps steward or head servant. Then there are other dogs owned by individuals. On a summer afternoon in the castle gardens, I have seen 6 students march solemnly into the grounds, in single file, each carrying a bright Chinese parasol and leading a prodigious dog by a string. It was a very imposing spectacle. Sometimes there would be as many dogs around the pavilion as students, and of all breeds and of all degrees of beauty and ugliness. These dogs had a rather dry time of it, for they were tied to the benches and had no amusement for an hour or two at a time, except what they could get out of pawing at the gnats or trying to sleep and not succeeding. However, they got a lump of sugar occasionally. They were fond of that. It seemed right and proper that students should indulge in dogs, but everybody else had them, too, old men and young ones, old women and nice young ladies. If there is one spectacle that is unpleasanter than another, it is that of an elegantly dressed young lady towing a dog by a string. It is said to be the sign and symbol of blighted love. It seems to me that some other way of advertising it might be devised, which would be just as conspicuous, and yet not so trying to the proprieties. It would be a mistake to suppose that the easygoing, pleasure-seeking student carries an empty head. Just the contrary. He has spent 9 years in the gymnasium, under a system which allowed him no freedom, but vigorously compelled him to work like a slave. Consequently, he has left the gymnasium with an education which is so extensive and complete that the most a university can do for it is to perfect some of its profounder specialties. It is said that when a pupil leaves the gymnasium, he not only has a comprehensive education, but he knows what he knows. It is not befogged with uncertainty, it is burnt into him so that it will stay. For instance, he does not merely read and write Greek, but speaks it. The same with the Latin. Foreign youth steer clear of the gymnasium. Its rules are too severe. They go to the university to put a mansard roof on their whole general education. But the German student already has his mansard roof, so he goes there to add a steeple in the nature of some specialty, such as a particular branch of law, or diseases of the eye, or special study of the ancient Gothic tongues. So this German attends only the lectures which belong to the chosen branch, and drinks his beer, and tows his dog around, and has a general good time the rest of the day. He has been in rigid bondage so long that the large liberty of the university life is just what he needs and likes and thoroughly appreciates. And as it cannot last forever, he makes the most of it while it does last, and so lays up a good rest against the day that must see him put on the chains once more and enter the slavery of official or professional life. Chapter 5. At the student's dueling ground. Dueling by wholesale. One day, in the interest of science, my agent obtained permission to bring me to the student's dueling place. We crossed the river and drove up the bank a few hundred yards, then turned to the left, entered a narrow alley, followed it 100 yards, and arrived at a 2-story public house. We were acquainted with its outside aspect, for it was visible from the hotel. We went upstairs and passed into a large whitewashed apartment which was perhaps 50 feet long by 30 feet wide and 20 or 25 high. It was a well-lighted place. There was no carpet. Across one end and down both sides of the room extended a row of tables, and at these tables some 50 or 75 students, see Appendix 100, were sitting. Some of them were sipping wine, others were playing cards, others chess, other groups were chatting together, and many were smoking cigarettes while they waited for the coming duels. Nearly all of them wore colored caps. There were white caps, green caps, blue caps, red caps, and bright yellow ones, so all the 5 corps were present in strong force. In the windows at the vacant end of the room stood 6 or 8 narrow-bladed swords with large protecting guards for the hand, and outside was a man at work sharpening others on a grindstone. He understood his business, for when a sword left his hand, one could shave himself with it. It was observable that the young gentleman neither bowed to nor spoke with students whose caps differed in color from their own. This did not mean hostility, but only an armed neutrality. It was considered that a person could strike harder in the duel, and with a more earnest interest, if he had never been in a condition of comradeship with his antagonist. Therefore, comradeship between the corps was not permitted. At intervals, the presidents of the 5 corps have a cold official intercourse with each other, but nothing further. For example, when the regular dueling day of one of the corps approaches, its president calls for volunteers from among the membership to offer battle. 3 or more respond, but there must not be less than 3. The president lays their names before the other presidents, with the request that they furnish antagonists for these challengers from among their corps. This is promptly done. It chanced that the present occasion was the battle day of the Red Cap Corps. They were the challengers, and certain caps of other colors had volunteered to meet them. The students fight duels in the room which I have described, 2 days in every week, during 7.5 or 8 months in every year. This custom had continued in Germany 250 years. To return to my narrative, a student in a white cap met us and introduced us to 6 or 8 friends of his who also wore white caps, and while we stood conversing, 2 strange-looking figures were led in from another room. They were students panoplied for the duel. They were bareheaded. Their eyes were protected by iron goggles which projected an inch or more. The leather straps of which bound their ears flat against their heads were wound around and around with thick wrappings which a sword could not cut through. From chin to ankle they were padded thoroughly against injury. Their arms were bandaged and rebandaged, layer upon layer, until they looked like solid black logs. These weird apparitions had been handsome youths, clad in fashionable attire 15 minutes before, but now they did not resemble any beings one ever sees unless in nightmares. They strode along, with their arms projecting straight out from their bodies. They did not hold them out themselves, but fellow students walked beside them and gave the needed support. There was a rush for the vacant end of the room now, and we followed and got good places. The combatants were placed face to face, each with several members of his own corps about him to assist. 2 seconds, well padded, and with swords in their hands, took their stations. A student belonging to neither of the opposing corps placed himself in a good position to umpire the combat. Another student stood by with a watch and a memorandum book to keep record of the time and the number and nature of the wounds. A gray-haired surgeon was present with his lint, his bandages, and his instruments. After a moment's pause, the duelists saluted the umpire respectfully. Then one after another the several officials stepped forward, gracefully removed their caps, and saluted him also, and returned to their places. Everything was ready now. Students stood crowded together in the foreground, and others stood behind them on chairs and tables. Every face was turned toward the center of attraction. The combatants were watching each other with alert eyes. A perfect stillness, a breathless interest reigned. I felt that I was going to see some wary work, but not so. The instant the word was given, the two apparitions sprang forward and began to rain blows down upon each other with such lightning rapidity that I could not quite tell whether I saw the swords or only flashes they made in the air. The rattling din of these blows, as they struck steel or paddings, was something wonderfully stirring, and they were struck with such terrific force that I could not understand why the opposing sword was not beaten down under the assault. Presently, in the midst of the sword flashes, I saw a handful of hair skip into the air as if it had lain loose on the victim's head, and a breath of wind had puffed it suddenly away. The seconds cried halt and knocked up the combatants' swords with their own. The duelists sat down. A student official stepped forward, examined the wounded head, and touched the place with a sponge once or twice. The surgeon came and turned back the hair from the wound, and revealed a crimson gash 2 or 3 inches long, and proceeded to bind an oval piece of leather and a bunch of lint over it. The tally-keeper stepped up and tallied 1 for the opposition in his book. And the duelists took position again. A small stream of blood was flowing down the side of the injured man's head, and over his shoulder and down his body to the floor, but he did not seem to mind this. The word was given, and they plunged at each other as fiercely as before. Once more the blows rained and rattled and flashed. Every few moments the quick-eyed seconds would notice that a sword was bent. Then they called halt, struck up the contending weapons, and an assisting student straightened the bent one. The wonderful turmoil went on. Presently a bright spark sprung from a blade, and that blade, broken in several pieces, sent one of its fragments flying to the ceiling. A new sword was provided and the fight proceeded. The exercise was tremendous, of course, and in time the fighters began to show great fatigue. They were allowed to rest a moment every little while. They got other rests by wounding each other, for then they could sit down while the doctor applied the lint and bandages. The law is that the battle must continue 15 minutes if the men can hold out, and as the pauses do not count, this duel was protracted to 20 or 30 minutes, I judged. At last, it was decided that the men were too much wearied to do battle longer. They were led away drenched with crimson from head to foot. That was a good fight, but it could not count, partly because it did not last the lawful 15 minutes of actual fighting, and partly because neither man was disabled by his wound. It was a drawn battle, and corps law requires that drawn battles shall be refought as soon as the adversaries are well of their hurts. During the conflict, I had talked a little now and then with a young gentleman of the White Cap Corps, and he had mentioned that he was to fight next, and had also pointed out his challenger, a young gentleman who was leaning against the opposite wall smoking a cigarette and restfully observing the duel then in progress. My acquaintanceship with a party to the coming contest had the effect of giving me a kind of personal interest in it. I naturally wished he might win, and it was the reverse of pleasant to learn that he probably would not, because, although he was a notable swordsman, the challenger was held to be his superior. The duel presently began, and in the same furious way which had marked the previous one. I stood close by, but could not tell which blows told and which did not. They fell and vanished so like flashes of light. They all seemed to tell. The swords always bent over the opponents' heads, from the forehead back over the crown, and seemed to touch all the way. But it was not so. A protecting blade, invisible to me, was always interposed between. At the end of 10 seconds, each man had struck 12 or 15 blows, and warded off 12 or 15, and no harm done. Then a sword became disabled, and a short rest followed, whilst a new one was brought. Early in the next round, the white corps student got an ugly wound on the side of his head, and gave his opponent one like it. In the third round, the latter received another bad wound in the head, and the former had his underlip divided. After that, the white corps student gave many severe wounds, but got none of the consequence in return. At the end of 5 minutes from the beginning of the duel, the surgeon stopped it. The challenging party had suffered such injuries that any addition to them might be dangerous. These injuries were a fearful spectacle, but are better left undescribed. So, against expectation, my acquaintance was the victor. Chapter 6. A sport that sometimes kills. The third duel was brief and bloody. The surgeon stopped it when he saw that one of the men had received such bad wounds that he could not fight longer without endangering his life. The fourth duel was a tremendous encounter, but at the end of 5 or 6 minutes, the surgeon interfered once more, another man so severely hurt as to render it unsafe to add to his harms. I watched this engagement as I watched the others, with rapt interest and strong excitement, and with a shrink and a shudder for every blow that laid open a cheek or a forehead, and a conscious paling of my face when I occasionally saw a wound of a yet more shocking nature inflicted. My eyes were upon the loser of this duel when he got his last and vanquishing wound. It was in his face, and it carried away his. But no matter, I must not enter into details. I had but a glance, and then turned quickly, but I would not have been looking at all if I had known what was coming. No, that is probably not true. One thinks he would not look if he knew what was coming, but the interest and the excitement are so powerful that they would doubtless conquer all other feelings. And so, under the fierce exhilaration of the clashing steel, he would yield and look after all. Sometimes spectators of these duels faint, and it does seem a very reasonable thing to do, too. Both parties to this fourth duel were badly hurt so much that the surgeon was at work upon them nearly or quite an hour, a fact which is suggestive. But this waiting interval was not wasted in idleness by the assembled students. It was past noon, therefore they ordered their landlord downstairs to send up hot beefsteaks, chickens, and such things, and these they ate, sitting comfortable at the several tables, whilst they chatted, disputed, and laughed. Door to the surgeon's room stood open meantime, but the cutting, sewing, splicing, and bandaging going on in there in plain view did not seem to disturb anyone's appetite. I went in and saw the surgeon labor a while, but could not enjoy. It was much less trying to see the wounds given and received than to see them mended. The stir and turmoil and the music of the steel were wanting here. One's nerves were wrung by this grisly spectacle, whilst the duel's compensating pleasurable thrill was lacking. Finally the doctor finished, and the men who were to fight the closing battle of the day came forth. A good many dinners were not completed, yet, but no matter, they could be eaten cold after the battle, therefore everybody crowded forth to see. This was not a love duel, but a satisfaction affair. These two students had quarreled and were here to settle it. They did not belong to any of the corps, but they were furnished with weapons and armor and permitted to fight here by the 5 corps as a courtesy. Evidently, these two young men were unfamiliar with the dueling ceremonies, though they were not unfamiliar with the sword. When they were placed in position, they thought it was time to begin, and then did begin, too, and with a most impetuous energy, without waiting for anybody to give the word. This vastly amused the spectators, and even broke down their studied and courtly gravity and surprised them into laughter. Of course, the seconds struck up the swords and started the duel over again. At the word, the deluge of blows began, but before long the surgeon once more interfered, for the only reason which ever permits him to interfere, and the day's war was over. It was now 2 in the afternoon, and I had been present since 9:30 in the morning. The field of battle was indeed a red one by this time, but some sawdust soon righted that. There had been one duel before I arrived. In it, one of the men received many injuries, while the other one escaped without a scratch. I had seen the heads and faces of 10 youths gashed in every direction by the keen two-edged blades, and yet had not seen a victim wince, nor heard a moan, or detected any fleeting expression which confessed the sharp pain the hurts were inflicting. This was good fortitude, indeed. Such endurance is to be expected in savages and prize fighters, for they are born and educated to it. But to find it in such perfection in these gently bred and kindly-natured young fellows is matter for surprise. It was not merely under the excitement of the sword-play that this fortitude was shown. It was shown in the surgeon's room, where an uninspiring quiet reigned, and where there was no audience. The doctor's manipulations brought out neither grimaces nor moans, and in the fights it was observable that these lads hacked and slashed with the same tremendous spirit after they were covered with streaming wounds which they had shown in the beginning. The world in general looks upon the college duels as very farcical affairs. True, but considering that the college duel is fought by boys, that the swords are real swords, and that the head and face are exposed, it seems to me that it is a farce which had quite a grave side to it. People laugh at it mainly because they think the student is so covered up with armor that he cannot be hurt. But it is not so. His eyes and ears are protected, but the rest of his face and head are bare. He can not only be badly wounded, but his life is in danger, and he would sometimes lose it but for the interference of the surgeon. It is not intended that his life shall be endangered. Fatal accidents are possible, however. For instance, the student's sword may break, and the end of it fly up behind his antagonist's ear and cut an artery which could not be reached if the sword remained whole. This has happened sometimes, and death has resulted on the spot. Formerly, the student's armpits were not protected, and at that time the swords were pointed, whereas they are blunt now, so an artery in the armpit was sometimes cut, and death followed. Then in the days of sharp-pointed swords, a spectator was an occasional victim. The end of a broken sword flew 5 or 10 feet and buried itself in his neck or his heart, and death ensued instantly. The student duels in Germany occasion 2 or 3 deaths every year now, but this arises only from the carelessness of the wounded men. They eat or drink imprudently, or commit excesses in the way of overexertion. Inflammation sets in and gets such a headway that it cannot be arrested. Indeed, there is blood and pain and danger enough about the college duel to entitle it to a considerable degree of respect. All the customs, all the laws, all the details pertaining to the student duel are quaint and naive. The grave, precise, and courtly ceremony with which the thing is conducted invests it with a sort of antique charm. This dignity and these knightly graces suggest the tournament, not the prize fight. The laws are as curious as they are strict. For instance, the duelist may step forward from the line he is placed upon, if he chooses, but never back of it. If he steps back of it, or even lanes back, it is considered that he did it to avoid a blow or contrive an advantage, so he is dismissed from his corps in disgrace. It would seem natural to step from under a descending sword unconsciously and against one's will and intent, yet this unconsciousness is not allowed. Again, if under the sudden anguish of a wound the receiver of it makes a grimace, he falls some degrees in the estimation of his fellows. His corps are ashamed of him. They call him Herr Foot, which is the German equivalent for chicken-hearted. Chapter 7. How Bismarck Fought. In addition to the corps laws, there are some corps usages which have the force of laws. Perhaps the president of a corps notices that one of the membership who is no longer an exempt, that is a freshman, has remained a sophomore some little time without volunteering to fight. Some day, the president, instead of calling for volunteers, will appoint this sophomore to measure swords with a student of another corps. He is free to decline. Everybody says so. There is no compulsion. This is all true, but I have not heard of any student who did decline. To decline and still remain in the corps would make him unpleasantly conspicuous, and properly so, since he knew, when he joined, that his main business as a member would be to fight. No, there is no law against declining, except the law of custom, which is confessedly stronger than written law everywhere. The 10 men whose duels I had witnessed did not go away when their hurts were dressed, as I had supposed they would, but came back, one after another, as soon as they were free of the surgeon, and mingled with the assemblage in the dueling room. The white-cap student who won the second fight witnessed the remaining three and talked with us during the intermissions. He could not talk very well, because his opponent's sword had cut his underlip in two, and then the surgeon had sewed it together and overlaid it with a profusion of white plaster patches. Neither could he eat easily, still he contrived to accomplish a slow and troublesome luncheon while the last duel was preparing. The man who was the worst hurt of all played chess while waiting to see this engagement. A good part of his face was covered with patches and bandages, and all the rest of his head was covered and concealed by them. It is said that the student likes to appear on the street and in other public places in this kind of array, and that this predilection often keeps him out when exposure to rain or sun is a positive danger for him. Newly bandaged students are a very common spectacle in the public gardens of Heidelberg. It is also said that the student is glad to get wounds in the face, because the scars they leave will show so well there. And it is also said that these face wounds are so prized that youths have even been known to pull them apart from time to time and put red wine in them to make them heal badly and leave as ugly a scar as possible. It does not look reasonable, but it is roundly asserted and maintained nevertheless. I am sure of one thing: scars are plenty enough in Germany among the young men, and very grim ones they are too. They crisscross the face in angry red welts and are permanent and ineffaceable. Some of these scars are of a very strange and dreadful aspect, and the effect is striking when several such accent the milder ones, which form a city map on a man's face. They suggest the burned district then. We had often noticed that many of the students wore a colored silk band or ribbon diagonally across their breasts. It transpired that this signifies that the wearer has fought 3 duels in which a decision was reached, duels in which he either whipped or was whipped, for drawn battles do not count. After a student has received his ribbon, he is free. He can cease from fighting without reproach, except someone insult him. His president cannot appoint him to fight. He can volunteer if he wants to, or remain quiescent if he prefers to do so. Statistics show that he does not prefer to remain quiescent. They show that the duel has a singular fascination about it somewhere, for these free men, so far from resting upon the privilege of the badge, are always volunteering. A corps student told me it was of record that Prince Bismarck fought 32 of these duels in a single summer term when he was in college. So he fought 29 after his badge had given him the right to retire from the fight from my diary. Dined in a hotel a few miles up the Neckar, in a room whose walls were hung all over with framed portrait groups of the 5 corps. Some were recent, but many antedated photography and were pictured in lithography. The dates ranged back to 40 or 50 years ago. Nearly every individual wore the ribbon across his breast. In one portrait group representing, as each of these pictures did, an entire corps, I took pains to count the ribbons. There were 27 members, and 21 of them wore that significant badge. The statistics may be found to possess interest in several particulars. 2 days in every week are devoted to dueling. The rule is rigid that there must be 3 duels on each of these days. There are generally more, but there cannot be fewer. There were 6 the day I was present. Sometimes there are 7 or 8. It is insisted that 8 duels a week, 4 for each of the 2 days, is too low an average to draw a calculation from, but I will reckon from that basis, preferring an understatement to an overstatement of the case. This requires about 480 or 500 duelists a year, for in summer the college term is about 3.5 months, and in winter it is 4 months and sometimes longer. Of the 750 students in the university at the time I am writing of, only 80 belong to the 5 corps, and it is only these corps that do the dueling. Occasionally other students borrow the arms and battleground of the 5 corps in order to settle a quarrel, but this does not happen every dueling day. Consequently, 80 youths furnish the material for some 250 duels a year. This average gives 6 fights a year to each of the 80. This large work could not be accomplished if the badge holders stood upon their privilege and ceased to volunteer. Of course, where there is so much fighting, the students make it a point to keep themselves in constant practice with the foil. One often sees them, at the tables in the castle grounds, using their whips or canes to illustrate some new sword trick which they have heard about. And between the duels, on the day whose history I have been writing, the swords were not always idle. Every now and then we heard a succession of the keen, hissing sounds which the sword makes when it is being put through its paces in the air, and this informed us that a student was practicing. Necessarily, this unceasing attention to the art develops an expert occasionally. He becomes famous in his own university. His renown spreads to other universities. He is invited to Göttingen to fight with a Göttingen expert. If he is victorious, he will be invited to other colleges, or those colleges will send their experts to him. Americans and Englishmen often join one or another of the 5 corps. A year or two ago, the principal Heidelberg expert was a big Kentuckian. He was invited to the various universities and left a wake of victory behind him all about Germany. But at last, a little student in Strasbourg defeated him. There was formerly a student in Heidelberg who had picked up somewhere and mastered a peculiar trick of cutting up under instead of cleaving down from above. While the trick lasted, he won in 16 successive duels in his university, but by that time, observers had discovered what his charm was and how to break it, therefore his championship ceased. A rule which forbids social intercourse between members of different corps is strict. In the dueling house, in the parks, on the street, and anywhere and everywhere that the students go, caps of a color group themselves together. If all the tables in a public garden were crowded but one, and that one had 2 red-cap students at it and 10 vacant places, the yellow caps, the blue caps, the white caps, and the green caps, seeking seats, would go by that table and not seem to see it, nor seem to be aware that there was such a table in the grounds. The student by whose courtesy we had been enabled to visit the dueling place wore the white cap Prussian corps. He introduced us to many white caps, but to none of another color. The corps etiquette extended even to us, who were strangers, and required us to group with the white corps only and speak only with the white corps while we were their guests, and keep aloof from the caps of the other colors. Once I wished to examine some of the swords, but an American student said, "It would not be quite polite. These now in the windows all have red hilts or blue. They will bring in some with white hilts presently, and those you can handle freely." When a sword was broken in the first duel, I wanted a piece of it, but its hilt was the wrong color, so it was considered best and politest to await a proper season. It was brought to me after the room was cleared, and I will now make a life-size sketch of it by tracing a line around it with my pen to show the width of the weapon. The length of these swords is about 3 feet, and they are quite heavy. One's disposition to cheer, during the course of the duels or at their close, was naturally strong, but corps etiquette forbade any demonstrations of this sort. However brilliant a contest or a victory might be, no sign or sound betrayed that anyone was moved. A dignified gravity and repression were maintained at all times. When the dueling was finished, and we were ready to go, the gentlemen of the Prussian corps to whom we had been introduced took off their caps in the courteous German way, and also shook hands. Their brethren of the same order took off their caps and bowed, but without shaking hands. The gentlemen of the other corps treated us just as they would have treated white caps. They fell apart, apparently unconsciously, and left us an unobstructed pathway, but did not seem to see us or know we were there. If we had gone thither the following week as guests of another corps, the white caps, without meaning any offense, would have observed the etiquette of their order and ignored our presence. How strangely are comedy and tragedy blended in this life! I had not been home a full half-hour after witnessing those playful sham duels, when circumstances made it necessary for me to get ready immediately to assist personally at a real one, a duel with no effeminate limitation in the matter of results, but a battle to the death. An account of it, in the next chapter, will show the reader that duels between boys, for fun, and duels between men in earnest are very different affairs. Transcriber's note for edition 12. On the advice of 2 German-speaking volunteers, the German letters a, o, and u with umlauts have been rendered as I, o, and u instead of as variously a, o, and u, as in previous editions. Chapter 8. The Great French Duel. I second Gambetta in a terrific duel. Much as the modern French duel is ridiculed by certain smart people, it is in reality one of the most dangerous institutions of our day. Since it is always fought in the open air, the combatants are nearly sure to catch cold. Paul de Cassagnac, the most inveterate of the French duelists, had suffered so often in this way that he is at last a confirmed invalid, and the best physician in Paris has expressed the opinion that if he goes on dueling for 15 or 20 years more, unless he forms the habit of fighting in a comfortable room where damps and drafts cannot intrude, he will eventually endanger his life. This ought to moderate the talk of those people who are so stubborn in maintaining that the French duel is the most health-giving of recreations because of the open-air exercise it affords. And it ought also to moderate that foolish talk about French duelists and socialist-hated monarchs being the only people who are immortal. But it is time to get at my subject. As soon as I heard of the late fiery outbreak between M. Gambetta and M. Fortu in the French Assembly, I knew that trouble must follow. I knew it because a long personal friendship with M. Gambetta revealed to me the desperate and implacable nature of the man. Vast as are his physical proportions, I knew that the thirst for revenge would penetrate to the remotest frontiers of his person. I did not wait for him to call on me, but went at once to him. As I had expected, I found the brave fellow steeped in a profound French calm. I say French calm because French calmness and English calmness have points of difference. He was moving swiftly back and forth among the debris of his furniture, now and then staving chance fragments of it across the room with his foot, grinding a constant grist of curses through his set teeth, and halting every little while to deposit another handful of his hair on the pile which he had been building of it on the table. He threw his arms around my neck, bent me over his stomach to his breast, kissed me on both cheeks, hugged me 4 or 5 times, and then placed me in his own armchair. As soon as I had got well again, we began business at once. I said I supposed he would wish me to act as his second, and he said, of course. I said I must be allowed to act under a French name so that I might be shielded from obloquy in my country in case of fatal results. He winced here, probably at the suggestion that dueling was not regarded with respect in America. However, he agreed to my requirement. This accounts for the fact that in all the newspaper reports M. Gambetta's second was apparently a Frenchman. First, we drew up my principal's will. I insisted upon this and stuck to my point. I said I had never heard of a man in his right mind going out to fight a duel without first making his will. He said he had never heard of a man in his right mind doing anything of the kind. When he had finished the will, he wished to proceed to a choice of his last words. He wanted to know how the following words, as a dying exclamation, struck me. I die for my God, for my country, for freedom of speech, for progress, and the universal brotherhood of man. I objected that this would require too lingering a death. It was a good speech for a consumptive, but not suited to the exigencies of the field of honor. We wrangled over a good many ante-mortem outbursts, but I finally got him to cut his obituary down to this, which he copied into his memorandum book, purposing to get it by heart. I die that France might live. I said that this remark seemed to lack relevancy, but he said relevancy was a matter of no consequence in last words. What you wanted was thrill. The next thing in order was the choice of weapons. My principal said he was not feeling well and would leave that and the other details of the proposed meeting to me. Therefore, I wrote the following note and carried it to M. Fortu's friend. Sir M. Gambetta accepts M. Fortu's challenge and authorizes me to propose Plessis-Piquet as the place of meeting, tomorrow morning at daybreak as the time, and axes as the weapons. I am, sir, with great respect, Mark Twain. M. Fortu's friend read this note and shuddered. Then he turned to me and said, with a suggestion of severity in his tone, "Have you considered, sir, what would be the inevitable result of such a meeting as this?" "Well, for instance, what would it be?" "Bloodshed." "That's about the size of it," I said. "Now, if it is a fair question, what was your side proposing to shed?" I had him there. He saw he had made a blunder, so he hastened to explain it away. He said he had spoken jestingly. Then he added that he and his principal would enjoy axes and indeed prefer them, but such weapons were barred by the French code, and so I must change my proposal. I walked the floor, turning the thing over in my mind, and finally it occurred to me that Gatling guns at 15 paces would be a likely way to get a verdict on the field of honor. So I framed this idea into a proposition. But it was not accepted. The code was in the way again. I proposed rifles, then double-barreled shotguns, then Colt's Navy revolvers. These being all rejected, I reflected a while and sarcastically suggested brickbats at 3/4 of a mile. I always hate to fool away a humorous thing on a person who has no perception of humor, and it filled me with bitterness when this man went soberly away to submit the last proposition to his principal. He came back presently and said his principal was charmed with the idea of brickbats at 3/4 of a mile, but must decline on account of the danger to disinterested parties passing between them. Then I said, "Well, I am at the end of my string now. Perhaps you would be good enough to suggest a weapon. Perhaps you have even had one in your mind all the time." His countenance brightened, and he said with alacrity, "Oh, without doubt, monsieur." So he fell to hunting in his pockets, pocket after pocket, and he had plenty of them, muttering all the while, "Now, what could I have done with them?" At last he was successful. He fished out of his vest pocket a couple of little things which I carried to the light and ascertained to be pistols. They were single-barreled and silver-mounted, and very dainty and pretty. I was not able to speak for emotion. I silently hung one of them on my watch chain and returned the other. My companion in crime now unrolled a postage stamp containing several cartridges and gave me one of them. I asked if he meant to signify by this that our men were to be allowed but one shot apiece. He replied that the French code permitted no more. I then begged him to go and suggest a distance, for my mind was growing weak and confused under the strain which had been put upon it. He named 65 yards. I nearly lost my patience. I said, 65 yards with these instruments? Squirt guns would be deadlier at 50. Consider, my friend, you and I are banded together to destroy life, not make it eternal. But with all my persuasions, all my arguments, I was only able to get him to reduce the distance to 35 yards, and even this concession he made with reluctance, and said with a sigh, "I wash my hands of this slaughter, on your head be it." There was nothing for me but to go home to my old lion heart and tell my humiliating story. When I entered, M. Gambetta was laying his last lock of hair upon the altar. He sprang toward me, exclaiming, "You have made the fatal arrangements. I see it in your eye." "I have." His face paled a trifle, and he leaned upon the table for support. He breathed thick and heavily for a moment or two, so tumultuous were his feelings. Then he hoarsely whispered, the weapon, quick, what is the weapon?" This, and I displayed that silver-mounted thing. He cast but one glance at it, then swooned ponderously to the floor. When he came to, he said mournfully, "The unnatural calm to which I have subjected myself has told upon my nerves, but away with weakness. I will confront my fate like a man and a Frenchman." He rose to his feet and assumed an attitude which for sublimity has never been approached by man and has seldom been surpassed by statues. Then he said, in his deep bass tones, "Behold, I am calm, I am ready. Reveal to me the distance." 35 yards. I could not lift him up, of course, but I rolled him over and poured water down his back. He presently came to and said, 35 yards, without arrest. But why ask? Since murder was that man's intention, why should he palter with small details? But mark you one thing, in my fall the world shall see how the chivalry of France meets death. After a long silence he asked, "Was nothing said about that man's family standing up with him as an offset to my bulk? But no matter, I would not stoop to make such a suggestion. If he is not noble enough to suggest it himself, he is welcome to this advantage, which no honorable man would take." He now sank into a sort of stupor of reflection which lasted some minutes, after which he broke silence with, "The hour, what is the hour fixed for the collision?" Dawn tomorrow. He seemed greatly surprised and immediately said, Insanity, I never heard of such a thing. Nobody is abroad at such an hour. That is the reason I named it. Do you mean to say you want an audience? It is no time to bandy words. I am astonished that M. Fortu should ever have agreed to so strange an innovation. Go at once and require a later hour. I ran downstairs, threw open the front door, and almost plunged into the arms of M. Fortu's second. He said, I have the honor to say that my principal strenuously objects to the hour chosen, and begs you will consent to change it to 9:30. Any courtesy, sir, which it is in our power to extend, is at the service of your excellent principal. We agree to the proposed change of time. I beg you to accept the thanks of my client. Then he turned to a person behind him and said, You hear, M. Noir, the hour is altered to 9:30. Whereupon M. Noir bowed, expressed his thanks, and went away. My accomplice continued, If agreeable to you, your chief surgeons and ours shall proceed to the field in the same carriage as is customary. It is entirely agreeable to me, and I am obliged to you for mentioning the surgeons, for I am afraid I should not have thought of them. How many shall I want? I suppose 2 or 3 will be enough. 2 is the customary number for each party. I refer to chief surgeons, but considering the exalted positions occupied by our clients, it will be well and decorous that each of us appoint several consulting surgeons from among the highest in the profession. These will come in their own private carriages. Have you engaged a hearse? Bless my stupidity, I never thought of it. I will attend to it right away. I must seem very ignorant to you, but you must try to overlook that, because I have never had any experience of such a swell duel as this before. I have had a good deal to do with duels on the Pacific coast, but I see now that they were crude affairs. A hearse show, we used to leave the elected lying around loose and let anybody cord them up and cart them off that wanted to. Have you anything further to suggest? Nothing except that the head undertakers shall ride together, as is usual. The subordinates and mutes will go on foot, as is also usual. I will see you at 8 o'clock in the morning, and we will then arrange the order of the procession. I have the honor to bid you a good day. I returned to my client, who said, Very well, at what hour is the engagement to begin? 9:30. Very good indeed. Have you sent the fact to the newspapers? Sir, if after our long and intimate friendship you can, for a moment deem me capable of so base a treachery. Tut tut, what words are these, my dear friend? Have I wounded you? Ah, forgive me, I am overloading you with labor. Therefore go on with the other details and drop this one from your list. The bloody-minded Fortu will be sure to attend to it, or I myself. Yes, to make certain, I will drop a note to my journalistic friend, M. Noir. Oh, come to think of it, you may save yourself the trouble. That other second has informed M. Noir. I might have known it. It is just like that Fortu, who always wants to make a display. At 9:30 in the morning, the procession approached the field of Plessis-Piquet in the following order. First came our carriage, nobody in it, but M. Gambetta and myself. Then a carriage containing M. Fortu and his second. Then a carriage containing 2 poet-orators who did not believe in God, and these had MS. Funeral orations projecting from their breast pockets. Then a carriage containing the head surgeons and their cases of instruments. Then 8 private carriages containing consulting surgeons. Then a hack containing a coroner. Then the 2 hearses. Then a carriage containing the head undertakers. Then a train of assistants and mutes on foot. And after these came plodding through the fog a long procession of camp followers, police, and citizens generally. It was a noble turnout, and would have made a fine display if we had had thinner weather. There was no conversation. I spoke several times to my principal, but I judge he was not aware of it, for he always referred to his notebook and muttered absently, I die that France might live. Arrived on the field, my fellow second and I paced off the 35 yards and then drew lots for choice of position. This latter was but an ornamental ceremony, for all the choices were alike in such weather. These preliminaries being ended, I went to my principal and asked him if he was ready. He spread himself out to his full width, and said in a stern voice, "Ready, let the batteries be charged." The loading process was done in the presence of duly constituted witnesses. We considered it best to perform this delicate service with the assistance of a lantern on account of the state of the weather. We now placed our men. At this point, the police noticed that the public had massed themselves together on the right and left of the field. They therefore begged a delay while they should put these poor people in a place of safety. The request was granted. The police having ordered the two multitudes to take positions behind the duelists, we were once more ready. The weather growing still more opaque, it was agreed between myself and the other second that before giving the fatal signal we should each deliver a loud whoop to enable the combatants to ascertain each other's whereabouts. I now returned to my principal and was distressed to observe that he had lost a good deal of his spirit. I tried my best to hearten him. I said, "Indeed, sir, things are not as bad as they seem. Considering the character of the weapons, the limited number of shots allowed, the generous distance, the impenetrable solidity of the fog, and the added fact that one of the combatants is one-eyed and the other cross-eyed and nearsighted, it seems to me that this conflict need not necessarily be fatal. There are chances that both of you may survive. Therefore, cheer up, do not be downhearted." This speech had so good an effect that my principal immediately stretched forth his hand and said, "I am myself again, give me the weapon." I laid it, all lonely and forlorn, in the center of the vast solitude of his palm. He gazed at it and shuddered, and still mournfully contemplating it, he murmured in a broken voice, "Alas, it is not death I dread, but mutilation." I had slept an hour and a half and missed all the scenery. I did not need anybody to tell me that. If I had been a girl, I could have cursed for vexation. As it was, I woke up the agent and gave him a piece of my mind. Instead of being humiliated, he only upbraided me for being so wanting in vigilance. He said he had expected to improve his mind by coming to Europe, but a man might travel to the ends of the earth with me and never see anything, for I was manifestly endowed with the very genius of ill luck. He even tried to get up some emotion about that poor courier who never got a chance to see anything on account of my heedlessness. But when I thought I had borne about enough of this kind of talk, I threatened to make Harris tramp back to the summit and make a report on that scenery, and this suggestion spiked his battery. We drove sullenly through Brienz, dead to the seductions of its bewildering array of Swiss carvings and the clamorous hoo-hooing of its cuckoo clocks, and had not entirely recovered our spirits when we rattled across a bridge over the rushing Blue River and entered the pretty town of Interlaken. It was just about sunset, and we had made the trip from Lucerne in 10 hours. Chapter 32. The Jungfrau, the Bride, and the Piano. We located ourselves at the Jungfrau Hotel, one of those huge establishments which the needs of modern travel have created in every attractive spot on the continent. There was a great gathering at dinner, and as usual, one heard all sorts of languages. The table d'hôte was served by waitresses dressed in the quaint and comely costume of the Swiss peasants. This consists of a simple gros de laine, trimmed with ashes of roses, with overskirt of scare blue venter Saint Gris, cut bias on the off-side, with facings of petit polonaise and narrow insertions of pate de foie gras backstitched to the messie and knee in the form of a jus d'esprit. It gives to the wearer a singularly piquant and alluring aspect. One of these waitresses, a woman of 40, had side whiskers reaching halfway down her jaws. They were 2 fingers broad, dark in color, pretty thick, and the hairs were an inch long. One sees many women on the continent with quite conspicuous mustaches, but this was the only woman I saw who had reached the dignity of whiskers. After dinner, the guests of both sexes distributed themselves about the front porches and the ornamental grounds belonging to the hotel to enjoy the cool air. But as the twilight deepened toward darkness, they gathered themselves together in that saddest and solemnest and most constrained of all places, the great blank drawing-room which is the chief feature of all continental summer hotels. There they grouped themselves about, in couples and threes, and mumbled in bated voices, and looked timid and homeless and forlorn. There was a small piano in this room, a a clattery, wheezy, asthmatic thing, certainly the very worst miscarriage in the way of a piano that the world has seen. In turn, 5 or 6 dejected and homesick ladies approached it doubtingly, gave it a single inquiring thump, and retired with the lockjaw. But the boss of that instrument was to come, nevertheless, and from my own country, from Arkansas. She was a brand-new bride, innocent, girlish, happy in herself and her grave and worshipping stripling of a husband. She was about 18, just out of school, free from affectations, unconscious of that passionless multitude around her. And the first time she smote that old wreck, one recognized that it had met its destiny. Her stripling brought an armful of aged sheet music from their room, for this bride went heeled, as you might say, and bent himself lovingly over and got ready to turn the pages. The bride fetched a swoop with her fingers from one end of the keyboard to the other, just to get her bearings, as it were, and you could see the congregation set their teeth with the agony of it. Then, without any more preliminaries, she turned on all the horrors of the Battle of Prague, that venerable chivalry, and waded chin-deep in the blood of the slain. She made a fair and honorable average of 2 false notes in every 5, but her soul was in arms, and she never stopped to correct. The audience stood it with pretty fair grit for a while, but when the cannonade waxed hotter and fiercer, and the discord average rose to 4 in 5, the procession began to move. A few stragglers held their ground 10 minutes longer, but when the girl began to wring the true inwardness out of the cries of the wounded, they struck their colors and retired in a kind of panic. There never was a completer victory. I was the only non-combatant left on the field. I would not have deserted my countrywoman anyhow, but indeed I had no desires in that direction. None of us like mediocrity, but we all reverence perfection. This girl's music was perfection in its way. It was the worst music that had ever been achieved on our planet by a mere human being. I moved up close and never lost a strain. When she got through, I asked her to play it again. She did it with a pleased alacrity and a heightened enthusiasm. She made it all discords this time. She got an amount of anguish into the cries of the wounded that shed a new light on human suffering. She was on the warpath all the evening. All the time, crowds of people gathered on the porches and pressed their noses against the windows to look and marvel, but the bravest never ventured in. The bride went off satisfied and happy with her young fellow when her appetite was finally gorged and the tourists swarmed in again. What a change has come over Switzerland, and in fact all Europe, during this century. 70 or 80 years ago, Napoleon was the only man in Europe who could really be called a traveler. He was the only man who had devoted his attention to it and taken a powerful interest in it. He was the only man who had traveled extensively, but now everybody goes everywhere, and Switzerland and many other regions which were unvisited and unknown remotenesses 100 years ago are in our days a buzzing hive of restless strangers every summer. But I digress. In the morning, when we looked out of our windows, we saw a wonderful sight. Across the valley, and apparently quite neighborly and close at hand, the giant form of the Jungfrau rose cold and white into the clear sky, beyond a gateway in the nearer highlands. It reminded me somehow of one of those colossal billows which swells suddenly up beside one's ship at sea, sometimes with its crest and shoulders snowy white, and the rest of its noble proportions streaked downward with creamy foam. I took out my sketchbook and made a little picture of the Jungfrau, merely to get the shape. I do not regard this as one of my finished works. In fact, I do not rank it among my works at all. It is only a study. It is hardly more than what one might call a sketch. Other artists have done me the grace to admire it, but I am severe in my judgments of my own pictures, and this one does not move me. It was hard to believe that that lofty wooded rampart on the left, which so overtops the Jungfrau, was not actually the higher of the two. But it was not, of course. It is only 2,000 or 3,000 feet high, and of course has no snow upon it in summer, whereas the Jungfrau is not much shorter of 14,000 feet high, and therefore that lowest verge of snow on her side, which seems nearly down to the valley level, is really about 7,000 feet higher up in the air than the summit of that wooded rampart. It is the distance that makes the deception. The wooded height is but 4 or 5 miles removed from us, but the Jungfrau is 4 or 5 times that distance away. Walking down the street of shops, in the forenoon, I was attracted by a large picture, carved, frame and all, from a single block of chocolate-colored wood. There are people who know everything. Some of these had told us that continental shopkeepers always raise their prices on English and Americans. Many people had told us it was expensive to buy things through a courier, whereas I had supposed it was just the reverse. When I saw this picture, I conjectured that it was worth more than the friend I proposed to buy it for would like to pay, but still, it was worthwhile to inquire. So I told the courier to step in and ask the price, as if he wanted it for himself. I told him not to speak in English, and above all not to reveal the fact that he was a courier. Then I moved on a few yards and waited. The courier came presently and reported the price. I said to myself, "It is 100 francs too much," and so dismissed the matter from my mind. But in the afternoon, I was passing that place with Harris, and the picture attracted me again. We stepped in to see how much higher broken German would raise the price. The shopwoman named a figure just 100 francs lower than the courier had named. This was a pleasant surprise. I said I would take it. After I had given directions as to where it was to be shipped, the shopwoman said, appealingly, "If you please, do not let your courier know you bought it." This was an unexpected remark, I said. "What makes you think I have a courier?" "Ah, that is very simple. He told me himself." "He was very thoughtful, but tell me, why did you charge him more than you are charging me?" "That is very simple, also, I do not have to pay you a percentage." "Oh, I begin to see. You would have had to pay the courier a percentage." "Undoubtedly, the courier always has his percentage. In this case, it would have been 100 francs. Then the tradesman does not pay a part of it, the purchaser pays all of it. There are occasions when the tradesman and the courier agree upon a price, which is twice or thrice the value of the article, then the two divide, and both get a percentage." "I see, but it seems to me that the purchaser does all the paying, even then." "Oh, to be sure, it goes without saying. But I have bought this picture myself, therefore why shouldn't the courier know it?" The woman exclaimed, in distress. "Ah, indeed it would take all my little profit. He would come and demand his 100 francs, and I should have to pay. He has not done the buying, you could refuse." "I could not dare to refuse. He would never bring travelers here again. More than that, he would denounce me to the other couriers, they would divert custom from me, and my business would be injured." I went away in a thoughtful frame of mind. I began to see why a courier could afford to work for $55 a month and his fares. A month or two later, I was able to understand why a courier did not have to pay any board and lodging, and why my hotel bills were always larger when I had him with me than when I left him behind, somewhere, for a few days. Another thing was also explained, now, apparently. In one town, I had taken the courier to the bank to do the translating when I drew some money. I had sat in the reading room till the transaction was finished. Then a clerk had brought the money to me in person, and had been exceedingly polite, even going so far as to precede me to the door and holding it open for me and bow me out as if I had been a distinguished personage. It was a new experience. Exchange had been in my favor ever since I had been in Europe, but just that one time. I got simply the face of my draft and no extra francs, whereas I had expected to get quite a number of them. This was the first time I had ever used the courier at the bank. I had suspected something then, and as long as he remained with me afterward, I managed bank matters by myself. Still, if I felt that I could afford the tax, I would never travel without a courier, for a good courier is a convenience whose value cannot be estimated in dollars and cents. Without him, travel is a bitter harassment, a purgatory of little exasperating annoyances, a ceaseless and pitiless punishment, I mean to an irascible man who has no business capacity and is confused by details. Without a courier, travel hasn't a ray of pleasure in it anywhere, but with him it is a continuous and unruffled delight. He is always at hand, never has to be sent for. If your bell is not answered promptly, and it seldom is, you have only to open the door and speak. The courier will hear, and he will have the order attended to or raise an insurrection. You tell him what day you will start, and whither you are going, leave all the rest to him. You need not inquire about trains or fares or car changes or hotels or anything else. At the proper time, he will put you in a cab or an omnibus and drive you to the train or the boat. He has packed your luggage and transferred it. He has paid all the bills. Other people have preceded you half an hour to scramble for impossible places and lose their tempers, but you can take your time. The courier has secured your seats for you, and you can occupy them at your leisure. At the station, the crowd mash one another to pulp in the effort to get the weighers' attention to their trunks. They dispute hotly with these tyrants, who are cool and indifferent. They get their baggage billets at last, and then have another squeeze and another rage over the disheartening business of trying to get them recorded and paid for, and still another over the equally disheartening business of trying to get near enough to the ticket office to buy a ticket. And now, with their tempers gone. To the dogs, they must stand penned up and packed together, laden with wraps and satchels and shawl straps, with the weary wife and babies in the waiting room till the doors are thrown open, and then all hands make a grand final rush to the train, find it full, and have to stand on the platform and fret until some more cars are put on. They are in a condition to kill somebody by this time. Meantime, you have been sitting in your car, smoking, and observing all this misery in the extremest comfort. On the journey, the guard is polite and watchful, won't allow anybody to get into your compartment, tells them you are just recovering from the smallpox and do not like to be disturbed, for the courier has made everything right with the guard. At way stations, the courier comes to your compartment to see if you want a glass of water or a newspaper or anything. At eating stations, he sends luncheon out to you, while the other people scramble and worry in the dining rooms. If anything breaks about the car you are in, and a station master proposes to pack you and your agent into a compartment with strangers, the courier reveals to him confidentially that you are a French duke born deaf and dumb, and the official comes and makes affable signs that he has ordered a choice car to be added to the train for you. At custom houses, the multitude file tediously through, hot and irritated, and look on while the officers burrow into the trunks and make a mess of everything. But you hand your keys to the courier and sit still. Perhaps you arrive at your destination in a rainstorm at 10 at night. You generally do. The multitude spend half an hour verifying their baggage and getting it transferred to the omnibuses, but the courier puts you into a vehicle without a moment's loss of time, and when you reach your hotel, you find your rooms have been secured 2 or 3 days in advance. Everything is ready. You can go at once to bed. Some of those other people will have to drift around to 2 or 3 hotels in the rain before they find accommodations. I have not set down half of the virtues that are vested in a good courier, but I think I have set down a sufficiency of them to show that an irritable man who can afford one and does not employ him is not a wise economist. My courier was the worst one in Europe, yet he was a good deal better than none at all. It could not pay him to be a better one than he was, because I could not afford to buy things through him. He was a good enough courier for the small amount he got out of his service. Yes, to travel with a courier is bliss. To travel without one is the reverse. I have had dealings with some very bad couriers, but I have also had dealings with one who might fairly be called perfection. He was a young Pollander named Joseph Envery. He spoke 8 languages and seemed to be equally at home in all of them. He was shrewd, prompt, posted, and punctual. He was fertile in resources and singularly gifted in the matter of overcoming difficulties. He not only knew how to do everything in his line, but he knew the best ways and the quickest. He was handy with children and invalids. All his employer needed to do was to take life easy and leave everything to the courier. His address is care of Messrs. Gay and Son, Strand, London. He was formerly a conductor of Gay's tourist parties. Excellent couriers are somewhat rare. If the reader is about to travel, he will find it to his advantage to make a note of this one. Chapter 33. We climb far by buggy. The beautiful Giesbach Fall is near Interlaken, on the other side of the Lake of Brienz, and is illuminated every night with those gorgeous theatrical fires whose name I cannot call just at this moment. This was said to be a spectacle which the tourist ought by no means to miss. I was strongly tempted, but I could not go there with propriety, because one goes in a boat. The task which I had set myself was to walk over Europe on foot, not skim over it in a boat. I had made a tacit contract with myself. It was my duty to abide by it. I was willing to make boat trips for pleasure, but I could not conscientiously make them in the way of business. It cost me something of a pang to lose that fine sight, but I lived down the desire and gained in my self-respect through the triumph. I had a finer and a grander sight, however, where I was. This was the mighty dome of the Jungfrau, softly outlined against the sky and faintly silvered by the starlight. There was something subduing in the influence of that silent and solemn and awful presence. One seemed to meet the immutable, the indestructible, the eternal, face to face, and to feel the trivial and fleeting nature of his own existence the more sharply by the contrast. One had the sense of being under the brooding contemplation of a spirit, not an inert mass of rocks and ice, a spirit which had looked down, through the slow drift of the ages, upon a million vanished races of men and judged them, and would judge a million more, and still be there, watching, unchanged and unchangeable, after all life should be gone and the earth have become a vacant desolation. While I was feeling these things, I was groping, without knowing it, toward an understanding of what the spell is which people find in the Alps and in no other mountains, that strange, deep, nameless influence which once felt cannot be forgotten, once felt leaves always behind it a restless longing to feel it again. Longing which is like homesickness, a grieving, haunting yearning which will plead, implore, and persecute till it has its will. I met dozens of people, imaginative and unimaginative, cultivated and uncultivated, who had come from far countries and roamed through the Swiss Alps year after year. They could not explain why. They had come first, they said, out of idle curiosity, because everybody talked about it. They had come since because they could not help it, and they should keep on coming while they lived for the same reason. They had tried to break their chains and stay away, but it was futile. Now they had no desire to break them. Others came nearer formulating what they felt. They said they could find perfect rest and peace nowhere else when they were troubled. All frets and worries and chafings sank to sleep in the presence of the benignant serenity of the Alps. The great spirit of the mountain breathed his own peace upon their hurt minds and sore hearts, and healed them. They could not think base thoughts or do mean and sordid things here before the visible throne of God. Down the road of peace was a Kursaal, whatever that may be, and we joined the human tide to see what sort of enjoyment it might afford. It was the usual open-air concert in an ornamental garden, with wines, beer, milk, whey, grapes, etc. The whey and the grapes being necessaries of life to certain invalids whom physicians cannot repair, and who only continue to exist by the grace of whey or grapes. One of these departed spirits told me, in a sad and lifeless way, that there is no way for him to live but by whey, and dearly, dearly loved whey. He didn't know whey he did, but he did. After making this pun he died. That is the way it served him. Some other remains, preserved from decomposition by the grape system, told me that the grapes were of a peculiar breed, highly medicinal in their nature, and that they were counted out and administered by the grape doctors as methodically as if they were pills. The new patient, if very feeble, began with 1 grape before breakfast, took 3 during breakfast, a couple between meals, 5 at luncheon, 3 in the afternoon, 7 at dinner, 4 for supper, and part of a grape just before going to bed, by way of a general regulator. The quantity was gradually and regularly increased, according to the needs and capacities of the patient, until by and by you would find him disposing of his 1 grape per second all the day long, and his regular barrel per day. He said that men cured in this way, and enabled to discard the grape system, never afterward got over the habit of talking as if they were dictating to a slow amanuensis, because they always made a pause between each 2 words while they sucked the substance out of an imaginary grape. He said these were tedious people to talk with. He said that men who had been cured by the other process were easily distinguished from the rest of mankind, because they always tilted their heads back between every 2 words and swallowed a swig of imaginary whey. He said it was an impressive thing to observe 2 men who had been cured by the 2 processes engaged in conversation, said their pauses and accompanying movements were so continuous and regular that a stranger would think himself in the presence of a couple of automatic machines. One finds out a great many wonderful things by traveling if he stumbles upon the right person. I did not remain long at the Kursaal. The music was good enough, but it seemed rather tame after the cyclone of that Arkansas expert. Besides, my adventurous spirit had conceived a formidable enterprise, nothing less than a trip from Interlaken by the Gemmi and Visp clear to Zermatt on foot. So it was necessary to plan the details and get ready for an early start. The courier, this was not the one I have just been speaking of, thought that the portier of the hotel would be able to tell us how to find our way. And so it turned out. He showed us the whole thing on a relief map, and we could see our route, with all its elevations and depressions, its villages and its rivers, as clearly as if we were sailing over it in a balloon. A relief map is a great thing. The portier also wrote down each day's journey and the nightly hotel on a piece of paper, and made our course so plain that we should never be able to get lost without high-priced outside help. I put the courier in the care of a gentleman who was going to Lausanne, and then we went to bed, after laying out the walking costumes and putting them into condition for instant occupation in the morning. However, when we came down to breakfast at 8 a.m., it looked so much like rain that I hired a 2-horse top buggy for the first third of the journey. For 2 or 3 hours, we jogged along the level road, which skirts the beautiful Lake of Thun, with a dim and dreamlike picture of watery expanses and spectral alpine forms always before us, veiled in a mellowing mist. Then a steady downpour set in and hid everything but the nearest objects. We kept the rain out of our faces with umbrellas and away from our bodies with the leather apron of the buggy, but the driver sat unsheltered and placidly soaked the weather in and seemed to like it. We had the road to ourselves, and I never had a pleasanter excursion. The weather began to clear while we were driving up a valley called the Kienthal, and presently a vast black cloudbank in front of us dissolved away and uncurtained the grand proportions and the soaring loftiness of the Bloomies Alp. It was a sort of breathtaking surprise, for we had not supposed there was anything behind that low-hung blanket of sable cloud but level valley. What we had been mistaking for fleeting glimpses of sky away aloft there were really patches of the Bloomies' snowy crest caught through shredded rents in the drifting pall of vapor. We dined in the inn at Fruithagen, and our driver ought to have dined there too, but he would not have had time to dine and get drunk both, so he gave his mind to making a masterpiece of the latter and succeeded. A German gentleman and his 2 young lady daughters had been taking their nooning at the inn, and when they left, just ahead of us, it was plain that their driver was as drunk as ours, and as happy and good-natured, too, which was saying a good deal. These rascals overflowed with attentions and information for their guests, and with brotherly love for each other. They tied their reins and took off their coats and hats so that they might be able to give unencumbered attention to conversation and to the gestures necessary for its illustration. The road was smooth. It led up and over and down a continual succession of hills, but it was narrow, the horses were used to it, and could not well get out of it anyhow, so why shouldn't the drivers entertain themselves and us? The noses of our horses projected sociably into the rear of the forward carriage, and as we toiled up the long hills our driver stood up and talked to his friend, and his friend stood up and talked back to him with his rear to the scenery. When the top was reached, and we went flying down the other side, there was no change in the program. I carry in my memory yet the picture of that forward driver, on his knees on his high seat, resting his elbows on its back, and beaming down on his passengers with happy eye and flying hair and jolly red face, and offering his card to the old German gentleman while he praised his hack and horses, and both teams were whizzing down a long hill with nobody in a position to tell whether we were bound to destruction or an undeserved safety. Towards sunset, we entered a beautiful green valley dotted with chalets, a cozy little domain hidden away from the busy world in a cloistered nook among giant precipices topped with snowy peaks that seemed to float like islands above the curling surf of the sea of vapor that severed them from the lower world. Down from vague and vaporous heights, little ruffled zigzag milky currents came crawling and found their way to the verge of one of those tremendous overhanging walls, whence they plunged, a shaft of silver, shivered to atoms in mid-descent, and turned to an air puff of luminous dust. Here and there, in grooved depressions among the snowy desolations of the upper altitudes, one glimpsed the extremity of a glacier, with its sea-green and honeycombed battlements of ice. Up the valley, under a dizzy precipice, nestled the village of Kandersteg, our halting place for the night. We were soon there and housed in the hotel, but the waning day had such an inviting influence that we did not remain housed many moments, but struck out and followed a roaring torrent of ice water up to its far source in a sort of little grass-carpeted parlor, walled in all around by vast precipices and overlooked by clustering summits of ice. This was the snuggest little croquet ground imaginable. It was perfectly level and not more than a mile long by half a mile wide. The walls around it were so gigantic, and everything about it was on so mighty a scale that it was belittled, by contrast, to what I have likened it to, a cozy and carpeted parlor. It was so high above the Kandersteg Valley that there was nothing between it and the snowy peaks. I had never been in such intimate relations with the high altitudes before. The snow peaks had always been remote and unapproachable grandeurs hitherto, but now we were hobanob, if one may use such a seemingly irreverent expression about creations so august as these. We could see the streams which fed the torrent we had followed issuing from under the greenish ramparts of glaciers, but 2 or 3 of these, instead of flowing over the precipices, sank down into the rock and sprang in big jets out of holes in the midface of the walls. The green nook which I have been describing is called the Gesternthal. The glacier streams gather and flow through it in a broad and rushing brook to a narrow cleft between lofty precipices. Here the rushing brook becomes a mad torrent and goes booming and thundering down toward Kandersteg, lashing and thrashing its way over and among monster boulders and hurling chance roots and logs about like straws. There was no lack of cascades along this route. The path by the side of the torrent was so narrow that one had to look sharp when he heard a cowbell and hunt for a place that was wide enough to accommodate a cow and a Christian side by side, and such places were not always to be had at an instant's notice. The cows wear church bells, and that is a good idea in the cows, for where that torrent is, you couldn't hear an ordinary cowbell any further than you could hear the ticking of a watch. I needed exercise, so I employed my agent in setting stranded logs and dead trees adrift, and I sat on a boulder and watched them go whirling and leaping head over heels down the boiling torrent. It was a wonderfully exhilarating spectacle. When I had had enough exercise, I made the agent take some by running a race with one of those logs. I made a trifle by betting on the log. After dinner, we had a walk up and down the Kandersteg Valley in the soft gloaming, with the spectacle of the dying lights of day playing about the crests and pinnacles of the still and solemn upper realm for contrast, and text for talk. There were no sounds but the dulled complaining of the torrent and the occasional tinkling of a distant bell. The spirit of the place was a sense of deep, pervading peace. One might dream his life tranquilly away there, and not miss it or mind it when it was gone. The summer departed with the sun, and winter came with the stars. It grew to be a bitter night in that little hotel, backed up against a precipice that had no visible top to it, but we kept warm and woke in time in the morning to find that everybody else had left for Jemmy 3 hours before, so our little plan of helping that German family, principally the old man, over the pass, was a blocked generosity. Chapter 34. The world's highest pig farm. We hired the only guide left to lead us on our way. He was over 70, but he could have given me 9/10 of his strength and still had all his age entitled him to. He shouldered our satchels, overcoats, and alpenstocks, and we set out up the steep path. It was hot work. The old man soon begged us to hand over our coats and waistcoats to him to carry, too, and we did it. One could not refuse so little a thing to a poor old man like that. He should have had them if he had been 150. When we began that ascent, we could see a microscopic chalet perched away up against heaven on what seemed to be the highest mountain near us. It was on our right, across the narrow head of the valley, but when we got up abreast it on its own level, mountains were towering high above on every hand, and we saw that its altitude was just about that of the little Gesternthal which we had visited the evening before. Still, it seemed a long way up in the air, in that waste and lonely wilderness of rocks. It had an unfenced grass plot in front of it, which seemed about as big as a billiard table, and this grass plot slanted so sharply downward, and was so brief, and ended so exceedingly soon at the verge of the absolute precipice, that it was a shuddery thing to think of. A person's venturing to trust his foot on an incline so situated at all. Suppose a man stepped on an orange peel in that yard, there would be nothing for him to seize, nothing could keep him from rolling, 5 revolutions would bring him to the edge, and over he would go. What a frightful distance he would fall, for there are very few birds that fly as high as his starting point. He would strike and bounce 2 or 3 times on his way down, but this would be no advantage to him. I would as soon take an airing on the slant of a rainbow as in such a front yard. I would rather, in fact, for the distance down would be about the same, and it is pleasanter to slide than to bounce. I could not see how the peasants got up to that chalet. The region seemed too steep for anything but a balloon. As we strolled on, climbing up higher and higher, we were continually bringing neighboring peaks into view and lofty prominence which had been hidden behind lower peaks before. So by and by, while standing before a group of these giants, we looked around for the chalet again. There it was, away down below us, apparently on an inconspicuous ridge in the valley. It was as far below us now as it had been above us when we were beginning the ascent. After a while the path led us along a railed precipice, and we looked over. Far beneath us was the snug parlor again, the little Gesternthal, with its water jets spouting from the face of its rock walls. We could have dropped a stone into it. We had been finding the top of the world all along, and always finding a still higher top stealing into view in a disappointing way just ahead. When we looked down into the Gesternthal, we felt pretty sure that we had reached the genuine top at last, but it was not so. There were much higher altitudes to be scaled yet. We were still in the pleasant shade of forest trees. We were still in a region which was cushioned with beautiful mosses and aglow with the many-tinted luster of innumerable wild flowers. We found, indeed, more interest in the wild flowers than in anything else. We gathered a specimen or 2 of every kind which we were unacquainted with, so we had sumptuous bouquets. But one of the chief interests lay in chasing the seasons of the year up the mountain and determining them by the presence of flowers and berries which we were acquainted with. For instance, it was the end of August at the level of the sea. In the Kandersteg Valley at the base of the pass, we found flowers which would not be due at the sea level for 2 or 3 weeks. Higher up, we entered October and gathered fringed gentians. I made no notes and have forgotten the details, but the construction of the floral calendar was very entertaining while it lasted. In the high regions, we found rich store of the splendid red flower called the alpine rose, but we did not find any examples of the ugly Swiss favorite called Edelweiss. Its name seems to indicate that it is a noble flower and that it is white. It may be noble enough, but it is not attractive and it is not white. The fuzzy blossom is the color of bad cigar ashes and appears to be made of a cheap quality of gray plush. It has a noble and distant way of confining itself to the high altitudes, but that is probably on account of its looks. It apparently has no monopoly of those upper altitudes, however, for they are sometimes intruded upon by some of the loveliest of the valley families of wild flowers. Everybody in the Alps wears a sprig of Edelweiss in his hat. It is the native's pet, and also the tourist's. All the morning, as we loafed along, having a good time, other pedestrians went staving by us with vigorous strides, and with the intent and determined look of men who were walking for a wager. These wore loose knee breeches, long yarn stockings, and hobnailed high-laced walking shoes. They were gentlemen who would go home to England or Germany and tell how many miles they had beaten the guidebook every day. But I doubted if they ever had much real fun, outside of the mere magnificent exhilaration of the tramp through the green valleys and the breezy heights, for they were almost always alone, and even the finest scenery loses incalculably when there is no one to enjoy it with. All the morning, an endless double procession of mule-mounted tourists filed past us along the narrow path, the one procession going, the other coming. We had taken a good deal of trouble to teach ourselves the kindly German custom of saluting all strangers with doffed hat, and we resolutely clung to it that morning, although it kept us bareheaded most of the time and was not always responded to. Still, we found an interest in the thing, because we naturally liked to know who were English and Americans among the passers-by. All continental natives responded, of course, so did some of the English and Americans, but, as a general thing, these 2 races gave no sign. Whenever a man or a woman showed us cold neglect, we spoke up confidently in our own tongue and asked for such information as we happened to need, and we always got a reply in the same language. The English and American folk are not less kindly than other races, they are only more reserved, and that comes of habit and education. In one dreary, rocky waste, away above the line of vegetation, we met a procession of 25 mounted young men, all from America. We got answering bows enough from these, of course, for they were of an age to learn to do in Rome as Rome does, without much effort. At one extremity of this patch of desolation, overhung by bare and forbidding crags, which husbanded drifts of everlasting snow in their shaded cavities, was a small stretch of thin and discouraged grass, and a man and a family of pigs were actually living here in some shanties. Consequently, this place could be really reckoned as property. It had a money value and was doubtless taxed. I think it must have marked the limit of real estate in this world. It would be hard to set a money value upon any piece of earth that lies between that spot and the empty realm of space. That man may claim the distinction of owning the end of the world, for if there is any definite end to the world, he has certainly found it. From here forward, we moved through a storm-swept and smileless desolation. All about us rose gigantic masses, crags, and ramparts of bare and dreary rock, with not a vestige or semblance of plant or tree or flower anywhere, or glimpse of any creature that had life. The frost and the tempests of unnumbered ages had battered and hacked at these cliffs, with a deathless energy, destroying them piecemeal. So all the region about their bases was a tumbled chaos of great fragments which had been split off and hurled to the ground. Soiled and aged banks of snow lay close about our path. The ghastly desolation of the place was as tremendously complete as if Doré had furnished the working plans for it. But every now and then, through the stern gateways around us, we caught a view of some neighboring majestic dome, sheathed with glittering ice, and displaying its white purity at an elevation compared to which ours was groveling and plebeian, and this spectacle always chained one's interest and admiration at once, and made him forget there was anything ugly in the world. I have just said that there was nothing but death and desolation in these hideous places, but I forgot. In the most forlorn and arid and dismal one of all, where the racked and splintered debris was thickest, where the ancient patches of snow lay against the very path, where the winds blew bitterest, and the general aspect was mournfulest and dreariest, and furthest from any suggestion of cheer or hope, I found a solitary wee forget-me-not flourishing away, not a droop about it anywhere, but holding its bright blue star up with the prettiest and gallantest air in the world, the only happy spirit, the only smiling thing in all that grisly desert. She seemed to say, "Cheer up. As long as we are here, let us make the best of it." I judged she had earned a right to a more hospitable place, so I plucked her up and sent her to America to a friend who would respect her for the fight she had made, all by her small self, to make a whole vast, despondent alpine desolation stop breaking its heart over the unalterable, and hold up its head and look at the bright side of things for once. We stopped for a nooning at a strongly built little inn called the Schwernbach. It sits in a lonely spot among the peaks, where it is swept by the trailing fringes of the cloudrack, and is rained on, and snowed on, and pelted and persecuted by the storms nearly every day of its life. It was the only habitation in the whole Gemmi Pass. Close at hand now was a chance for a blood-curdling alpine adventure. Close at hand was the snowy mass of the great Altels cooling its topknot in the sky and daring us to an ascent. I was fired with the idea and immediately made up my mind to procure the necessary guides, ropes, etc., and undertake it. I instructed Harris to go to the landlord of the inn and set him about our preparations. Meantime, I went diligently to work to read up and find out what this much-talked-of mountain climbing was like, and how one should go about it, for in these matters I was ignorant. I opened Mr. Hinchliffe's Summer Months Among the Alps, published, and selected his account of his ascent of Monte Rosa. It began. It is very difficult to free the mind from excitement on the evening before a grand expedition. I saw that I was too calm, so I walked the room a while and worked myself into a high excitement, but the book's next remark, that the adventurer must get up at 2 in the morning, came as near as anything to flatting it all out again. However, I reinforced it and read on, about how Mr. Hinchliffe dressed by candlelight and was soon down among the guides, who were bustling about in the passage, packing provisions, and making every preparation for the start, and how he glanced out into the cold, clear night and saw that the whole sky was blazing with stars, larger and brighter than they appear through the dense atmosphere breathed by inhabitants of the lower parts of the earth. They seemed actually suspended from the dark vault of heaven, and their gentle light shed a fairy-like gleam over the snowfields around the foot of the Matterhorn, which raised its stupendous pinnacle on high, penetrating to the heart of the Great Bear and crowning itself with a diadem of his magnificent stars. Not a sound disturbed the deep tranquility of the night, except the distant roar of streams which rush from the high plateau of the St. Theodule Glacier and fall headlong over precipitous rocks till they lose themselves in the mazes of the Gorner Glacier. He took his hot toast and coffee, and then about 3:30 his caravan of 10 men filed away from the Riffel Hotel and began the steep climb. At 5:30 he happened to turn around and beheld the glorious spectacle of the Matterhorn, just touched by the rosy-fingered morning, and looking like a huge pyramid of fire rising out of the barren ocean of ice and rock around it. Then the Breathorn and the Dent Blanche caught the radiant glow, but the intervening mass of Monte Rosa made it necessary for us to climb many long hours before we could hope to see the sun himself, yet the whole air soon grew warmer after the splendid birth of the day. He gazed at the lofty crown of Monte Rosa and the wastes of snow that guarded its steep approaches, and the chief guide delivered the opinion that no man could conquer their awful heights and put his foot upon that summit. But the adventurers moved steadily on, nevertheless. They toiled up and still up. They passed the Grand Plateau, then toiled up a steep shoulder of the mountain, clinging like flies to its rugged face, and now they were confronted by a tremendous wall from which great blocks of ice and snow were evidently in the habit of falling. They turned aside to skirt this wall and gradually ascended until their way was barred by a maze of gigantic snow crevices. So they turned aside again and began a long climb of sufficient steepness to make a zigzag course necessary. Fatigue compelled them to halt frequently for a moment or two. At one of these halts somebody called out, "Look at Mont Blanc," and we were at once made aware of the very great height we had attained by actually seeing the monarch of the Alps and his attendant satellites right over the top of the Breathorn, itself at least 14,000 feet high. These people moved in single file and were all tied to a strong rope at regular distances apart, so that if one of them slipped on those giddy heights, the others could brace themselves on their alpenstocks and save him from darting into the valley thousands of feet below. By and by, they came to an ice-coated ridge which was tilted up at a sharp angle and had a precipice on one side of it. They had to climb this, so the guide in the lead cut steps in the ice with his hatchet, and as fast as he took his toes out of one of these slight holes, the toes of the man behind him occupied it. Slowly and steadily, we kept on our way over this dangerous part of the ascent, and I dare say it was fortunate for some of us that attention was distracted from the head by the paramount necessity of looking after the feet. For while on the left, the incline of ice was so steep that it would be impossible for any man to save himself in case of a slip, unless the others could hold him up. On the right, we might drop a pebble from the hand over precipices of unknown extent down upon the tremendous glacier below. Great caution, therefore, was absolutely necessary, and in this exposed situation we were attacked by all the fury of that grand enemy of aspirants to Monte Rosa, a severe and bitterly cold wind from the north. The fine powdery snow was driven past us in the clouds, penetrating the interstices of our clothes, and the pieces of ice which flew from the blows of Peter's axe were whisked into the air and then dashed over the precipice. We had quite enough to do to prevent ourselves from being served in the same ruthless fashion, and now and then, in the more violent gusts of wind, were glad to stick our alpenstocks into the ice and hold on hard. Having surmounted this perilous steep, they sat down and took a brief rest with their backs against a sheltering rock and their heels dangling over a bottomless abyss. Then they climbed to the base of another ridge, a more difficult and dangerous one still. The whole of the ridge was exceedingly narrow, and the fall on each side desperately steep, but the ice in some of these intervals between the masses of rock assumed the form of a mere sharp edge, almost like a knife. These places, though not more than 3 or 4 short paces in length, looked uncommonly awkward, but like the sword leading true believers to the gates of paradise, they must needs be passed before we could attain to the summit of our ambition. These were in 1 or 2 places so narrow that in stepping over them, with toes well turned out for greater security, one end of the foot projected over the awful precipice on the right, while the other was on the beginning of the ice slope on the left, which was scarcely less steep than the rocks. On these occasions, Peter would take my hand, and each of us stretching as far as we could, he was thus enabled to get a firm footing 2 paces or rather more from me, whence a spring would probably bring him to the rock on the other side. Then, turning around, he called to me to come, and taking a couple of steps carefully, I was met at the third by his outstretched hand ready to clasp mine, and in a moment stood by his side. The others followed in much the same fashion. Once my right foot slipped on the side toward the precipice, but I threw out my left arm in a moment so that it caught the icy edge under my armpit as I fell, and supported me considerably. At the same instant, I cast my eyes down the side on which I had slipped, and contrived to plant my right foot on a piece of rock as large as a cricket ball, which chanced to protrude through the ice, on the very edge of the precipice. Being thus anchored fore and aft, as it were, I believe I could easily have recovered myself, even if I had been alone, though it must be confessed the situation would have been an awful one. As it was, however, a jerk from Peter settled the matter very soon, and I was on my legs all right in an instant. The rope is an immense help in places of this kind. Now they arrived at the base of a great knob or dome veneered with ice and powdered with snow, the utmost summit, the last bit of solidity between them and the hollow vault of heaven. They set to work with their hatchets, and were soon creeping, insect-like, up its surface, with their heels projecting over the thinnest kind of nothingness, thickened up a little with a few wandering shreds and films of cloud moving in a lazy procession far below. Presently, one man's toehold broke, and he fell. There he dangled in midair at the end of the rope, like a spider, till his friends above hauled him into place again. A little bit later, the party stood upon the wee pedestal of the very summit, in a driving wind, and looked out upon the vast green expanses of Italy and a shoreless ocean of billowy Alps. When I had read thus far, Harris broke into the room in a noble excitement and said the ropes and the guides were secured, and asked if I was ready. I said I believed I wouldn't ascend the Altals this time. I said Alp climbing was a different thing from what I had supposed it was, and so I judged we had better study its points a little more before we went definitely into it. But I told him to retain the guides and order them to follow us to Zermatt, because I meant to use them there. I said I could feel the spirit of adventure beginning to stir in me, and was sure that the fell fascination of Alp climbing would soon be upon me. I said he could make up his mind to it, that we would do a deed before we were a week older, which would make the hair of the timid curl with fright. This made Harris happy, and filled him with ambitious anticipations. He went at once to tell the guides to follow us to Zermatt and bring all their paraphernalia with them. Chapter 35. Swindling the Coroner. A great and priceless thing is a new interest, how it takes possession of a man, how it clings to him, how it rides him. I strode onward from the Schwernbach hostelry, a changed man, a reorganized personality. I walked into a new world I saw with new eyes. I had been looking aloft at the giant show peaks only as things to be worshipped for their grandeur and magnitude and their unspeakable grace of form. I looked up at them now as also things to be conquered and climbed. My sense of their grandeur and their noble beauty was neither lost nor impaired. I had gained a new interest in the mountains without losing the old ones. I followed the steep lines up, inch by inch, with my eye, and noted the possibility or impossibility of following them with my feet. When I saw a shining helmet of ice projecting above the clouds, I tried to imagine I saw files of black specks toiling up, it roped together with a gossamer thread. We skirted the lonely little lake called the Daubensee, and presently passed close by a glacier on the right, a thing like a great river frozen solid in its flow and broken square off like a wall at its mouth. I had never been so near a glacier before. Here we came upon a new board shanty and found some men engaged in building a stone house, so the Schwernbach was soon to have a rival. We bought a bottle or so of beer here. At any rate, they called it beer, but I knew by the price that it was dissolved jewelry, and I perceived by the taste that dissolved jewelry is not good stuff to drink. We were surrounded by a hideous desolation. We stepped forward to a sort of jumping-off place and were confronted by a startling contrast. We seemed to look down into fairyland. 2,000 or 3,000 feet below us was a bright green level, with a pretty town in its midst, and a silvery stream winding among the meadows. The charming spot was walled in on all sides by gigantic precipices clothed with pines, and over the pines, out of the softened distances, rose the snowy domes and peaks of the Monte Rosa region. How exquisitely green and beautiful that little valley down there was. The distance was not great enough to obliterate details. It only made them little and mellow and dainty, like landscapes and towns seen through the wrong end of a spyglass. Right under us, a narrow ledge rose up out of the valley, with a green, slanting, bench-shaped top, and grouped about upon this green baize bench were a lot of black and white sheep, which looked merely like oversized worms. The bench seemed lifted well up into our neighborhood, but that was a deception. It was a long way down to it. We began our descent, now, by the most remarkable road I have ever seen. It wound its corkscrew curves down the face of the colossal precipice, a narrow way, with always the solid rock wall at one elbow and perpendicular nothingness at the other. We met an everlasting procession of guides, porters, mules, litters, and tourists climbing up this steep and muddy path, and there was no room to spare when you had to pass a tolerably fat mule. I always took the inside when I heard or saw the mule coming and flattened myself against the wall. I preferred the inside, of course, but I should have had to take it anyhow, because the mule prefers the outside. A mule's preference on a precipice is a thing to be respected. Well, his choice is always the outside. His life is mostly devoted to carrying bulky panniers and packages which rest against his body. Therefore, he is habituated to taking the outside edge of mountain paths, to keep his bundles from rubbing against rocks or banks on the other. When he goes into the passenger business, he absurdly clings to his old habit and keeps one leg of his passenger always dangling over the great deeps of the lower world, while that passenger's heart is in the highlands, so to speak. More than once I saw a mule's hind foot cave over the outer edge and send earth and rubbish into the bottom abyss, and I noticed that upon these occasions the rider, whether male or female, looked tolerably unwell. There was one place where an 18-inch breadth of light masonry had been added to the verge of the path, and as there was a very sharp turn here, a panel of fencing had been set up there at some time as a protection. This panel was old and gray and feeble, and the light masonry had been loosened by recent rains. A young American girl came along on a mule, and in making the turn, the mule's hind foot caved all the loose masonry and one of the fence posts overboard. The mule gave a violent lurch inboard to save himself, and succeeded in the effort, but that girl turned as white as the snows of Mont Blanc for a moment. The path was simply a groove cut into the face of the precipice. There was a 4-foot breadth of solid rock under the traveler, and 4-foot breadth of solid rock just above his head, like the roof of a narrow porch. He could look out from this gallery and see a sheer, summitless and bottomless wall of rock before him, across a gorge or crack a biscuit's toss in width, but he could not see the bottom of his own precipice unless he lay down and projected his nose over the edge. I did not do this because I did not wish to soil my clothes. Every few hundred yards, at particularly bad places, one came across a panel or so of plank fencing, but they were always old and weak, and they generally leaned out over the chasm and did not make any rash promises to hold up people who might need support. There was one of these panels which had only its upper board left. A pedestrianizing English youth came tearing down the path, was seized with an impulse to look over the precipice, and without an instant's thought he threw his weight upon that crazy board. It bent outward a foot. I never made a gasp before that came so near suffocating me. The English youth's face simply showed a lively surprise, but nothing more. He went swinging along valleyward again, as if he did not know he had just swindled a coroner by the closest kind of a shave. The alpine litter is sometimes like a cushioned box made fast between the middles of two long poles, and sometimes it is a chair with a back to it and a support for the feet. It is carried by relays of strong porters. The motion is easier than that of any other conveyance. We met a few men and a great many ladies in litters. It seemed to me that most of the ladies looked pale and nauseated. Their general aspect gave me the idea that they were patiently enduring a horrible suffering. As a rule, they looked at their laps and left the scenery to take care of itself. But the most frightened creature I saw was a led horse that overtook us. Poor fellow, he had been born and reared in the grassy levels of the Kandersteg Valley and had never seen anything like this hideous place before. Every few steps he would stop short, glance wildly out from the dizzy height, and then spread his red nostrils wide and pant as violently as if he had been running a race. And all the while he quaked from head to heel as with a palsy. He was a handsome fellow, and he made a fine statuesque picture of terror, but it was pitiful to see him suffer so. This dreadful path has had its tragedy. Baedeker, with his customary over-terseness, begins and ends the tale thus. The descent on horseback should be avoided. In 1861, a Comtesse de Herlincourt fell from her saddle over the precipice and was killed on the spot. We looked over the precipice there and saw the monument which commemorates the event. It stands in the bottom of the gorge, in a place which has been hollowed out of the rock to protect it from the torrent and the storms. Our old guide never spoke but when spoken to, and then limited himself to a syllable or two, but when we asked him about this tragedy, he showed a strong interest in the matter. He said the Countess was very pretty and very young, hardly out of her girlhood, in fact. She was newly married and was on her bridal tour. The young husband was riding a little in advance. One guide was leading the husband's horse, another was leading the bride's. The old man continued. The guide that was leading the husband's horse happened to glance back, and there was that poor young thing sitting up staring out over the precipice, and her face began to bend downward a little, and she put up her two hands slowly and met it so, and put them flat against her eyes, so, and then she sank out of the saddle with a sharp shriek, and one caught only the flash of a dress, and it was all over. Then, after a pause, "Ah, yes, that guide saw these things. Yes, he saw them all. He saw them all just as I have told you." After another pause, "Ah, yes, he saw them all. My God, that was me. I was that guide." This had been the one event of the old man's life, so one may be sure he had forgotten no detail connected with it. We listened to all he had to say about what was done and what happened and what was said after the sorrowful occurrence, and a painful story it was. When we had wound down toward the valley until we were about on the last spiral of the corkscrew, Harris's hat blew over the last remaining bit of precipice, a small cliff 150 feet high, and sailed down toward a steep slant composed of rough chips and fragments which the weather had flaked away from the precipices. We went leisurely down there, expecting to find it without any trouble, but we had made a mistake as to that. We hunted during a couple of hours, not because the old straw hat was valuable, but out of curiosity to find out how such a thing could manage to conceal itself in open ground where there was nothing left for it to hide behind. When one is reading in bed and lays his paper knife down, he cannot find it again if it is smaller than a saber. That hat was as stubborn as any paper knife could have been, and we finally had to give it up. But we found a fragment that had once belonged to an opera glass, and by digging around and turning over the rocks, we gradually collected all the lenses and the cylinders and the various odds and ends that go to making up a complete opera glass. We afterward had the thing reconstructed, and the owner can have his adventurous lost property by submitting proofs and paying costs of rehabilitation. We had hopes of finding the owner there, distributed around amongst the rocks, for it would have made an elegant paragraph, but we were disappointed. Still, we were far from being disheartened, for there was a considerable area which we had not thoroughly searched. We were satisfied he was there, somewhere, so we resolved to wait over a day at Luke and come back and get him. Then we sat down to polish off the perspiration and arrange about what we would do with him when we got him. Harris was for contributing him to the British Museum, but I was for mailing him to his widow. That is the difference between Harris and me. Harris is all for display. I am all for the simple right, even though I lose money by it. Harris argued in favor of his proposition against mine. I argued in favor of mine and against his. The discussion warmed into a dispute. The dispute warmed into a quarrel. I finally said, very decidedly, "My mind is made up. He goes to the widow." Harris answered sharply, "And my mind is made up. He goes to the museum." I said calmly, "The museum may whistle when it gets him." Harris retorted, "The widow may save herself the trouble of whistling, for I will see that she never gets him." After some angry bandying of epithets, I said, "It seems to me that you are taking on a good many airs about these remains. I don't quite see what you've got to say about them." I've got all to say about them. They'd never have been thought of if I hadn't found their opera glass. The corpse belongs to me, and I'll do as I please with him. I was leader of the expedition, and all discoveries achieved by it naturally belonged to me. I was entitled to these remains and could have enforced my right, but rather than have bad blood about the matter, I said we would toss up for them. I threw heads and won, but it was a barren victory, for although we spent all the next day searching, we never found a bone. I cannot imagine what could ever have become of that fellow. The town in the valley is called Luke or Lukerbad. We pointed our course toward it, down a verdant slope, which was adorned with fringed gentians and other flowers, and presently entered the narrow alleys of the outskirts and waded toward the middle of the town through liquid fertilizer. They ought to either pave that village or organize a ferry. Harris's body was simply a chamois pasture. His person was populous with the little hungry pests. His skin, when he stripped, was splotched like a scarlet fever patient's. So, when we were about to enter one of the Lukerbad inns, and he noticed its sign, Chamois Hotel, he refused to stop there. He said the chamois was plentiful enough without hunting up hotels where they made a specialty of it. I was indifferent, for the chamois is a creature that will neither bite me nor abide with me, but to calm Harris, we went to the Hotel des Alps. At the table d'hôte, we had this for an incident. A very grave man, in fact his gravity amounted to solemnity and almost to austerity, sat opposite us, and he was tight, but doing his best to appear sober. He took up a corked bottle of wine, tilted it over his glass a while, then set it out of the way with a contented look, and went on with his dinner. Presently he put his glass to his mouth, and of course found it empty. He looked puzzled, and glanced furtively and suspiciously out of the corner of his eye at a benignant and unconscious old lady who sat at his right, shook his head, as much as to say, no, she couldn't have done it. He tilted the corked bottle over his glass again, meantime searching around with his watery eye to see if anybody was watching him. He ate a few mouthfuls, raised his glass to his lips, and of course it was still empty. He bent an injured and accusing side glance upon that unconscious old lady, which was a study to see. She went on eating and gave no sign. He took up his glass and his bottle, with a wise private nod of his head, and set them gravely on the left-hand side of his plate, poured himself another imaginary drink, went to work with his knife and fork once more, presently lifted his glass with good confidence, and found it empty as usual. This was almost a petrifying surprise. He straightened himself up in his chair and deliberately and sorrowfully inspected the busy old ladies at his elbows, first one and then the other. At last he softly pushed his plate away, set his glass directly in front of him, held on to it with his left hand, and proceeded to pour with his right. This time he observed that nothing came. He turned the bottle clear upside down, still nothing issued from it. A plaintive look came into his face, and he said, as if to himself, "Ike, they've got it all." Then he set the bottle down, resignedly, and took the rest of his dinner dry. It was at that table d'hôte, too, that I had under inspection the largest lady I have ever seen in private life. She was over 7 feet high and magnificently proportioned. What had first called my attention to her was my stepping on an outlying flange of her foot, and hearing, from up toward the ceiling, a deep, "Pardon, MCU, but you encroach." That was when we were coming through the hall, and the place was dim, and I could see her only vaguely. The thing which called my attention to her the second time was that at a table beyond ours were two very pretty girls, and this great lady came in and sat down between them and me and blotted out my view. She had a handsome face, and she was very finely formed, perfectly formed, I should say, but she made everybody around her look trivial and commonplace. Ladies near her looked like children, and the men about her looked mean. They looked like failures, and they looked as if they felt so too. She sat with her back to us. I never saw such a back in my life. I would have so liked to see the moon rise over it. The whole congregation waited, under one pretext or another, till she finished her dinner and went out. They wanted to see her at full altitude, and they found it worth tarrying for. She filled one's idea of what an empress ought to be when she rose up in her unapproachable grandeur and moved superbly out of that place. We were not at Luke in time to see her at her heaviest weight. She had suffered from corpulence and had come there to get rid of her extra flesh in the baths. 5 weeks of soaking, 5 uninterrupted hours of it every day, had accomplished her purpose and reduced her to the right proportions. Those baths remove fat and also skin diseases. The patients remain in the great tanks for hours at a time. A dozen gentlemen and ladies occupy a tank together and amuse themselves with rompings and various games. They have floating desks and tables, and they read or lunch or play chess in water that is breast deep. The tourist can step in and view this novel spectacle if he chooses. There's a poor box, and he will have to contribute. There are several of these big bathing houses, and you can always tell when you are near one of them by the romping noises and shouts of laughter that proceed from it. The water is running water and changes all the time, else a patient with a ringworm might take the bath with only a partial success, since, while he was ridding himself of the ringworm, he might catch the itch. The next morning we wandered back up the green valley, leisurely, with the curving walls of those bare and stupendous precipices rising into the clouds before us. I had never seen a clean, bare precipice stretching up 5,000 feet above me before, and I never shall expect to see another one. They exist, perhaps, but not in places where one can easily get close to them. This pile of stone is peculiar. From its base to the soaring tops of its mighty towers, all its lines and all its details vaguely suggest human architecture. There are rudimentary bow windows, cornices, chimneys, demarcations of stories, etc. One could sit and stare up there and study the features and exquisite graces of this grand structure, bit by bit and day after day, and never weary his interest. The termination, toward the town, observed in profile, is the perfection of shape. It comes down out of the clouds in a succession of rounded, colossal, terrace-like projections, a stairway for the gods. At its head spring several lofty storm-scarred towers, one after another, with faint films of vapor curling always about them like spectral banners. If there were a king whose realms included the whole world, here would be the place meet and proper for such a monarch. He would only need to hollow it out and put in the electric light. He could give audience to a nation at a time under its roof. Our search for those remains having failed, we inspected with a glass the dim and distant track of an old-time avalanche that once swept down from some pine-grown summits behind the town and swept away the houses and buried the people. Then we struck down the road that leads toward the Rhone to see the famous ladders. These perilous things are built against the perpendicular face of a cliff 200 or 300 feet high. The peasants of both sexes were climbing up and down them with heavy loads on their backs. I ordered Harris to make the ascent so I could put the thrill and horror of it in my book, and he accomplished the feat successfully through a subagent for 3 francs, which I paid. It makes me shudder yet when I think of what I felt when I was clinging there between heaven and earth in the person of that proxy. At times the world swam around me, and I could hardly keep from letting go, so dizzying was the appalling danger. Many a person would have given up and descended, but I stuck to my task and would not yield until I had accomplished it. I felt a just pride in my exploit, but I would not have repeated it for the wealth of the world. I shall break my neck yet with some such foolhardy performance, for warnings never seemed to have any lasting effect on me. When the people of the hotel found that I had been climbing those crazy ladders, it made me an object of considerable attention. Next morning early, we drove to the Rhone Valley and took the train for Visp. There we shouldered our knapsacks and things and set out on foot, in a tremendous rain, up the winding gorge toward Zermatt. Hour after hour we slopped along by the roaring torrent, and under noble lesser Alps which were clothed in rich velvety green all the way up, and had little atomy Swiss homes perched upon grassy benches along their mist-dimmed heights. The rain continued to pour and the torrent to boom, and we continued to enjoy both. At the one spot where this torrent tossed its white mane highest, and thundered loudest, and lashed the big boulders fiercest, the canton had done itself the honor to build the flimsiest wooden bridge that exists in the world. While we were walking over it, along with a party of horsemen, I noticed that even the larger raindrops made it shake. I called Harris's attention to it, and he noticed it too. It seemed to me that if I owned an elephant that was a keepsake, and I thought a good deal of him, I would think twice before I would ride him over that bridge. We climbed up to the village of St. Nicholas about 4:30 in the afternoon, waded ankle-deep through the fertilizer juice, and stopped at a new and nice hotel close by the little church. We stripped and went to bed, and sent our clothes down to be baked, and the horde of soaked tourists did the same. That chaos of clothing got mixed in the kitchen, and there were consequences. I did not get back the same drawers I sent down. When our things came up at 6:15, I got a pair on a new plan. They were merely a pair of white ruffle-cuffed absurdities, hitched together at the top with a narrow band, and they did not come quite down to my knees. They were pretty enough, but they made me feel like two people, and disconnected at that. The man must have been an idiot that got himself up like that, to rough it in the Swiss mountains. The shirt they brought me was shorter than the drawers, and hadn't any sleeves to it. At least, it hadn't anything more than what Mr. Darwin would call rudimentary sleeves. These had edging around them, but the bosom was ridiculously plain. The knit silk undershirt they brought me was on a new plan, and was really a sensible thing. It opened behind, and had pockets in it to put your shoulder blades in, but they did not seem to fit mine, and so I found it a sort of uncomfortable garment. They gave my bobtail coat to somebody else, and sent me an ulster suitable for a giraffe. I had to tie my collar on, because there was no button behind on that foolish little shirt which I described a while ago. When I was dressed for dinner at 6:30, I was too loose in some places and too tight in others, and altogether I felt slovenly and ill-conditioned. However, the people at the table d'hôte were no better off than I was. They had everybody's clothes but their own on. A long stranger recognized his ulster as soon as he saw the tail of it following me in, but nobody claimed my shirt or my drawers, though I described them as well as I was able. I gave them to the chambermaid that night when I went to bed, and she probably found the owner, for my own things were on a chair outside my door in the morning. There was a lovable English clergyman who did not get to the table d'hôte at all. His breeches had turned up missing and without any equivalent. He said he was not more particular than other people, but he had noticed that a clergyman at dinner without any breeches was almost sure to excite remark. Chapter 36. The fiendish fun of Alp climbing. We did not oversleep at St. Nicholas. The church bell began to ring at 4:30 in the morning, and from the length of time it continued to ring I judged that it takes the Swiss sinner a good while to get the invitation through his head. Most church bells in the world are of poor quality, and have a harsh and rasping sound which upsets the temper and produces much sin, but the St. Nicholas bell is a good deal the worst one that has been contrived yet, and is peculiarly maddening in its operation. Still, it may have its right and its excuse to exist, for the community is poor and not every citizen can afford a clock, perhaps. But there cannot be any excuse for our church bells at home, for there is no family in America without a clock, and consequently there is no fair pretext for the usual Sunday medley of dreadful sounds that issues from our steeples. There is much more profanity in America on Sunday than in all in the other 6 days of the week put together, and it is of a more bitter and malignant character than the weekday profanity, too. It is produced by the cracked pot clangor of the cheap church bells. We build our churches almost without regard to cost. We rear an edifice which is an adornment to the town, and we gild it, and fresco it, and mortgage it, and do everything we can think of to perfect it, and then spoil it all by putting a bell on it which afflicts everybody who hears it, giving some the headache, others St. Vitus's dance, and the rest the blind staggers. An American village at 10 o'clock on a summer Sunday is the quietest and peacefulest and holiest thing in nature, but it is a pretty different thing half an hour later. Mr. Poe's poem of the bells stands incomplete to this day, but it is well enough that it is so, for the public reciter or reader who goes around trying to imitate the sounds of the various sorts of bells with his voice would find himself up a stump when he got to the church bell, as Joseph Addison would say. The church is always trying to get other people to reform. It might not be a bad idea to reform itself a little by way of example. It is still clinging to one or two things which were useful once, but which are not useful now, neither are they ornamental. One is the bell ringing to remind a clock-caked town that it is church time, and another is the reading from the pulpit of a tedious list of notices, which everybody who is interested has already read in the newspaper. The clergyman even reads the hymn through, a relic of an ancient time when hymn books are scarce and costly, but everybody has a hymn book now, and so the public reading is no longer necessary. It is not merely unnecessary, it is generally painful, for the average clergyman could not fire into his congregation with a shotgun and hit a worse reader than himself, unless the weapon scattered shamefully. I'm not meaning to be flippant and irreverent, I am only meaning to be truthful. The average clergyman, in all countries and of all denominations, is a very bad reader. One would think he would at least learn how to read the Lord's Prayer by and by, but it is not so. He races through it as if he thought the quicker he got it in, the sooner it would be answered. A person who does not appreciate the exceeding value of pauses and does not know how to measure their duration judiciously cannot render the grand simplicity and dignity of a composition like that effectively. We took a tolerably early breakfast and tramped off toward Zermatt through the reeking lanes of the village, glad to get away from that bell. By and by we had a fine spectacle on our right. It was the wall-like butt end of a huge glacier, which looked down on us from an alpine height which was well up in the blue sky. It was an astonishing amount of ice to be compacted together in one mass. We ciphered upon it and decided that it was not less than several hundred feet from the base of the wall of solid ice to the top of it. Harris believed it was really twice that. We judged that if St. Paul's, St. Peter's, the Great Pyramid, the Strasbourg Cathedral, and the Capitol in Washington were clustered against that wall, a man sitting on its upper edge could not hang his hat on the top of any one of them without reaching down 300 or 400 feet, a thing which, of course, no man could do. To me, that mighty glacier was very beautiful. I did not imagine that anybody could find fault with it, but I was mistaken. Harris had been snarling for several days. He was a rabid Protestant, and he was always saying, "In the Protestant cantons, you never see such poverty and dirt and squalor as you do in this Catholic one. You never see the lanes and alleys flowing with foulness. You never see such wretched little sties of houses. You never see an inverted tin turnip on top of a church for a dome. And as for a church bell, why, you never hear a church bell at all." All this morning he had been finding fault straight along. First it was with the mud. He said, "It ain't muddy in a Protestant canton when it rains." Then it was with the dogs. "They don't have those lop-eared dogs in a Protestant canton." Then it was with the roads. "They don't leave the roads to make themselves in a Protestant canton. The people make them, and they make a road that is a road too." Next it was the goats. "You never see a goat shedding tears in a Protestant canton. A goat, there, is one of the cheerfulest objects in nature." Next it was the chamois. "You never see a Protestant chamois act like one of these. They take a bite or two and go, but these fellows camp with you and stay." Then it was the guide boards. "In a Protestant canton, you couldn't get lost if you wanted to, but you never see a guide board in a Catholic canton." Next, you never see any flower boxes in the windows. Here, never anything but now and then a cat, a torpid one. But you take a Protestant canton, windows perfectly lovely with flowers, and as for cats, there's just acres of them. These folks in this canton leave a road to make itself, and then fine you 3 francs if you trot over it, as if a horse could trot over such a sarcasm of a road. Next about the goiter, they talk about goiter. I haven't seen a goiter in this whole canton that I couldn't put in a hat. He had growled at everything, but I judged it would puzzle him to find anything the matter with this majestic glacier. I intimated as much, but he was ready and said with surly discontent, "You ought to see them in the Protestant cantons." This irritated me, but I concealed the feeling and asked, "What is the matter with this one?" matter why it ain't in any kind of condition. They never take any care of a glacier here. The moraine has been spilling gravel around it and got it all dirty. Why, man, they can't help that. You're right, that is, they won't. They could if they wanted to. You never see a speck of dirt on a Protestant glacier. Look at the Rhone Glacier. It is 15 miles long and 700 feet thick. If this was a Protestant glacier, you wouldn't see it looking like this, I can tell you. That is nonsense. What would they do with it? They would whitewash it. They always do. I did not believe a word of this, but rather than have trouble, I let it go, for it is a waste of breath to argue with a bigot. I even doubted if the Rhone Glacier was in a Protestant canton, but I did not know, so I could not make anything by contradicting a man who would probably put me down at once with manufactured evidence. About 9 miles from St. Nicholas, we crossed a bridge over the raging torrent of the Visp and came to a log strip of flimsy fencing, which was pretending to secure people from tumbling over a perpendicular wall 40 feet high and into the river. 3 children were approaching. One of them, a little girl about 8 years old, was running. When pretty close to us, she stumbled and fell, and her feet shot under the rail of the fence and for a moment projected over the stream. It gave us a sharp shock, for we thought she was gone sure, for the ground slanted steeply, and to save herself seemed a sheer impossibility, but she managed to scramble up and ran by us laughing. We went forward and examined the place and saw the long tracks which her feet had made in the dirt when they darted over the verge. If she had finished her trip, she would have struck some big rocks in the edge of the water, and then the torrent would have snatched her downstream among the half-covered boulders, and she would have been pounded to pulp in 2 minutes. We had come exceedingly near witnessing her death. And now Harris's contrary nature and inborn selfishness were strikingly manifested. He has no spirit of self-denial. He began straight off and continued for an hour to express his gratitude that the child was not destroyed. I never saw such a man. That was the kind of person he was. Just so he was gratified, he never cared anything about anybody else. I had noticed that trait in him over and over again. Often, of course, it was mere heedlessness, mere want of reflection. Doubtless this may have been the case in most instances, but it was not the less hard to bar on that account. And after all, its bottom, its groundwork, was selfishness. There is no avoiding that conclusion. In the instance under consideration, I did think the indecency of running on in that way might occur to him. But no, the child was saved, and he was glad. That was sufficient. He cared not a straw for my feelings, or my loss of such a literary plum, snatched from my very mouth at the instant it was ready to drop into it. His selfishness was sufficient to place his own gratification in being spared suffering clear before all concern for me, his friend. Apparently, he did not once reflect upon the valuable details which would have fallen like a windfall to me. Fishing the child out, witnessing the surprise of the family, and the stir the thing would have made among the peasants. Then a Swiss funeral, then the roadside monument, to be paid for by us and have our names mentioned in it, and we should have gone into Baedeker and been immortal. I was silent. I was too much hurt to complain. If he could act so, and be so heedless and so frivolous at such a time, and actually seem to glory in it, after all I had done for him, I would have cut my hand off before I would let him see that I was wounded. We were approaching Zermatt. Consequently, we were approaching the renowned Matterhorn. A month before, this mountain had been only a name to us, but latterly we had been moving through a steadily thickening double row of pictures of it, done in oil, water, chromo, wood, steel, copper, crayon, and photography, and so it had at length become a shape to us, and a very distinct, decided, and familiar one, too. We were expecting to recognize that mountain whenever or wherever we should run across it. We were not deceived. The monarch was far away when we first saw him, but there was no such thing as mistaking him. He has the rare peculiarity of standing by himself. He is peculiarly steep, too, and is also most oddly shaped. He towers into the sky like a colossal wedge, with the upper third of its blade bent a little to the left. The broad base of this monster wedge is planted upon a grand glacier-paved alpine platform whose elevation is 10,000 feet above sea level. As the wedge itself is some 5,000 feet high, it follows that its apex is about 15,000 feet above sea level. So the whole bulk of this stately piece of rock, this sky-cleaving monolith, is above the line of eternal snow. Yet while all its giant neighbors have the look of being built of solid snow, from their waists up, the Matterhorn stands black and naked and forbidding the year round, or merely powdered or streaked with white in places, for its sides are so steep that the snow cannot stay there. Its strange form, its august isolation, and its majestic unkinship with its own kind make it, so to speak, the Napoleon of the mountain world. Grand, gloomy, and peculiar is a phrase which fits it as aptly as it fitted the great captain. Think of a monument a mile high, standing on a pedestal 2 miles high. This is what the Matterhorn is, a monument. Its office, henceforth for all time, will be to keep watch and ward over the secret resting place of the young Lord Douglas, who, in 1865, was precipitated from the summit over a precipice 4,000 feet high and never seen again. No man ever had such a monument as this before. The most imposing of the world's other monuments are but atoms compared to it, and they will perish, and their places will pass from memory, but this will remain. The accident which cost Lord Douglas his life, see chapter Roman 12, also cost the lives of 3 other men. These 3 fell 4/5 of a mile, and their bodies were afterward found, lying side by side, upon a glacier, whence they were borne to Zermatt and buried in the churchyard. The remains of Lord Douglas have never been found. The secret of his sepulture, like that of Moses, must remain a mystery always. A walk from St. Nicholas to Zermatt is a wonderful experience. Nature is built on a stupendous plan in that region. One marches continually between walls that are piled into the skies, with their upper heights broken into a confusion of sublime shapes that gleam white and cold against the background of blue. And here and there one sees a big glacier displaying its grandeurs on the top of a precipice, or a graceful cascade leaping and flashing down the green declivities. There is nothing tame or cheap or trivial. It is all magnificent. That short valley is a picture gallery of a notable kind, for it contains no mediocrities. From end to end, the Creator has hung it with his masterpieces. We made Zermatt at 3 in the afternoon, 9 hours out from St. Nicholas distance, by guidebook 12 miles, by pedometer 72. We were in the heart and home of the mountain climbers, now, as all visible things testified. The snow peaks did not hold themselves aloof, in aristocratic reserve. They nestled close around, in a friendly, sociable way. Guides, with the ropes and axes and other implements of their fearful calling slung about their persons, roosted in a long line upon a stone wall in front of the hotel and waited for customers, sunburnt climbers in mountaineering costume, and, followed by their guides and porters, arrived from time to time, from breakneck expeditions among the peaks and glaciers of the high Alps. Male and female tourists, on mules, filed by, in a continuous procession, hotelward bound from wild adventures which would grow in grandeur every time they were described at the English or American fireside, and at last outgrow the possible itself. We were not dreaming. This was not a make-believe home of the Alp climber, created by our heated imaginations. No, for here was Mr. Girdlestone himself, the famous Englishman who hunts his way to the most formidable alpine summits without a guide. I was not equal to imagining a Girdlestone. It was all I could do to even realize him, while looking straight at him at short range. I would rather face whole Hyde Parks of artillery than the ghastly forms of death which he has faced among the peaks and precipices of the mountains. There is probably no pleasure equal to the pleasure of climbing a dangerous Alp, but it is a pleasure which is confined strictly to people who can find pleasure in it. I have not jumped to this conclusion. I have traveled to it per gravel train, so to speak. I have thought the thing all out, and am quite sure I am right. A born climber's appetite for climbing is hard to satisfy. When it comes upon him, he is like a starving man with a feast before him. He may have other business on hand, but it must wait. Mr. Girdlestone had had his usual summer holiday in the Alps, and had spent it in his usual way, hunting for unique chances to break his neck. His vacation was over, and his luggage packed for England, but all of a sudden a hunger had come upon him to climb the tremendous Weisshorn once more, for he had heard of a new and utterly impossible route up it. His baggage was unpacked at once, and now he and a friend, laden with knapsacks, ice axes, coils of rope, and canteens of milk, were just setting out. They would spend the night high up among the snows, somewhere, and get up at 2 in the morning and finish the enterprise. I had a strong desire to go with them, but forced it down, a feat which Mr. Girdlestone, with all his fortitude, could not do. Even ladies catch the climbing mania and are unable to throw it off. A famous climber of that sex had attempted the Weisshorn a few days before our arrival, and she and her guides had lost their way in a snowstorm high up among the peaks and glaciers and been forced to wander around a good while before they could find a way down. When this lady reached the bottom, she had been on her feet 23 hours. Our guides, hired on the Gemmi, were already at Zermatt when we reached there, so there was nothing to interfere with our getting up an adventure whenever we should choose the time and the object. I resolved to devote my first evening in Zermatt to studying up the subject of alpine climbing by way of preparation. I read several books, and here are some of the things I found out. One's shoes must be strong and heavy and have pointed hobnails in them. The alpenstock must be of the best wood, for if it should break, loss of life might be the result. One should carry an axe to cut steps in the ice with on the great heights. There must be a ladder, for there are steep bits of rock which can be surmounted with this instrument or this utensil, but could not be surmounted without it. Such an obstruction has compelled the tourist to waste hours hunting another route, when a ladder would have saved him all trouble. One must have from 150 to 500 feet of strong rope to be used in lowering the party down steep declivities which are too steep and smooth to be traversed in any other way. One must have a steel hook on another rope, a very useful thing, for when one is ascending and comes to a low bluff which is yet too high for the ladder, he swings this rope aloft like a lasso. The hook catches at the top of the bluff, and then the tourist climbs the rope, hand over hand, being always particular to try and forget that if the hook gives way he will never stop falling till he arrives in some part of Switzerland where they are not expecting him. Another important thing, there must be a rope to tie the whole party together with, so that if one falls from a mountain or down a bottomless chasm in a glacier, the others may brace back on the rope and save him. One must have a silk veil to protect his face from snow, sleet, hail, and gale, and colored goggles to protect his eyes from that dangerous enemy, snow blindness. Finally, there must be some porters to carry provisions, wine, and scientific instruments, and also blanket bags for the party to sleep in. I closed my readings with a fearful adventure which Mr. Whymper once had on the Matterhorn when he was prowling around alone, 5,000 feet above the town of Braille. He was edging his way gingerly around the corner of a precipice where the upper edge of a sharp declivity of ice-glazed snow joined it. This declivity swept down a couple of 100 feet into a gully which curved around and ended at a precipice 800 feet high overlooking a glacier. His foot slipped and he fell. He says, "My knapsack brought my head down first, and I pitched into some rocks about a dozen feet below. They caught something and tumbled me off the edge, head over heels, into the gully. The baton was dashed from my hands, and I whirled downward in a series of bounds, each longer than the last, now over ice, now into rocks, striking my head 4 or 5 times, each time with increased force. The last bound sent me spinning through the air in a leap of 50 or 60 feet, from one side of the gully to the other, and I struck the rocks, luckily, with the whole of my left side. They caught my clothes for a moment, and I fell back onto the snow with motion arrested. My head fortunately came the right side up, and a few frantic catches brought me to a halt in the neck of the gully and on the verge of the precipice. Baton, hat, and veil skimmed by and disappeared, and the crash of the rocks, which I had started, as they fell onto the glacier, told how narrow had been the escape from utter destruction. As it was, I fell nearly 200 feet in 7 or 8 bounds. 10 feet more would have taken me in one gigantic leap of 800 feet on to the glacier below. The situation was sufficiently serious. The rocks could not be let go for a moment, and the blood was spurting out of more than 20 cuts. The most serious ones were in the head, and I vainly tried to close them with one hand while holding on with the other. It was useless. The blood gushed out in blinding jets at each pulsation. At last, in a moment of inspiration, I kicked out a big lump of snow and struck it as plaster on my head. The idea was a happy one, and the flow of blood diminished. Then, scrambling up, I got, not a moment too soon, to a place of safety and fainted away. The sun was setting when consciousness returned, and it was pitch dark before the great staircase was descended. But by a combination of luck and care, the whole 4,700 feet of descent to Braille was accomplished without a slip, or once missing the way. His wounds kept him abed some days. Then he got up and climbed that mountain again. That is the way with a true Alp climber. The more fun he has, the more he wants. Chapter 37. Our imposing column starts upward. After I had finished my readings, I was no longer myself. I was tranced, uplifted, intoxicated by the almost incredible perils and adventures I had been following my authors through and the triumphs I had been sharing with them. I sat silent some time, then turned to Harris and said, "My mind is made up." Something in my tone struck him, and when he glanced at my eye and read what was written there, his face paled perceptibly. He hesitated a moment, then said, "Speak." I answered with perfect calmness, "I will ascend the Riffelberg." If I had shot my poor friend, he could not have fallen from his chair more suddenly. If I had been his father, he could not have pleaded harder to get me to give up my purpose. But I turned a deaf ear to all he said. When he perceived at last that nothing could alter my determination, he ceased to urge, and for a while the deep silence was broken only by his sobs. I sat in marble resolution, with my eyes fixed upon vacancy, for in spirit I was already wrestling with the perils of the mountains, and my friend sat gazing at me in adoring admiration through his tears. At last he threw himself upon me in a loving embrace and exclaimed in broken tones, "Your Harris will never desert you. We will die together." I cheered the noble fellow with praises, and soon his fears were forgotten, and he was eager for the adventure. He wanted to summon the guides at once and leave at 2 in the morning, as he supposed the custom was, but I explained that nobody was looking at that hour, and that the start in the dark was not usually made from the village, but from the first night's resting place on the mountain's side. I said we would leave the village at 3 or 4 p.m. on the morrow. Meantime, he could notify the guides, and also let the public know of the attempt which we proposed to make. I went to bed, but not to sleep. No man can sleep when he is about to undertake one of these alpine exploits. I tossed feverishly all night long, and was glad enough when I heard the clock strike 11:30 and knew it was time to get up for dinner. I rose, jaded and rusty, and went to the noon meal, where I found myself the center of interest and curiosity, for the news was already abroad. It is not easy to eat calmly when you are a lion, but it is very pleasant nevertheless. As usual at Zermatt, when a great ascent is about to be undertaken, everybody, native and foreign, laid aside his own projects and took up a good position to observe the start. The expedition consisted of 198 persons, including the mules, or 205, including the cows, as follows. Chiefs of service, subordinates. Myself, 1 veterinary surgeon. Mr. Harris, 1 butler. 17 guides, 12 waiters. 4 surgeons, 1 footman. 1 geologist, 1 barber. 1 botanist, 1 head cook. 3 chaplains, 9 assistants. 2 draftsmen, 4 pastry cooks. 15 barkeepers, 1 confectionery artist. 1 Latinist. Transportation, et porters, 3 coarse washers and ironers. 44 mules, 1 fine ditter. 44 muleteers, 7 cows. 2 milkers. Total 154 men, 51 animals. Grand total 205. Rations, etc. apparatus. 16 cases hams, 25 spring mattresses. 2 barrels flour, 2 hair ditter. 22 barrels whiskey bedding for same. 1 barrel sugar, 2 mosquito nets. 1 keg lemons, 29 tents. 2,000 cigars, scientific instruments. 1 barrel pies, 97 ice axes. 1 ton of pemmican, 5 cases dynamite. 143 pair crutches, 7 cans nitroglycerin. 2 barrels arnica, 22 40-foot ladders. 1 bale of lint, 2 miles of rope. 27 kegs pergola umbrellas. It was full 4 o'clock in the afternoon before my cavalcade was entirely ready. At that hour, it began to move. In point of numbers and spectacular effect, it was the most imposing expedition that had ever marched from Zermatt. I commanded the chief guide to arrange the men and animals in single file 12 feet apart and lash them all together on a strong rope. He objected that the first 2 miles was a dead level, with plenty of room, and that the rope was never used except in very dangerous places. But I would not listen to that. My reading had taught me that many serious accidents had happened in the Alps simply from not having the people tied up soon enough. I was not going to add one to the list. The guide then obeyed my order. When the procession stood at ease, roped together, and ready to move, I never saw a finer sight. It was 22 feet long, over half a mile. Every man and me was on foot, and had on his green veil and his blue goggles, and his white rag around his hat, and his coil of rope over one shoulder and under the other, and his ice axe in his belt, and carried his alpenstock in his left hand, his umbrella closed in his right, and his crutches slung at his back. The burdens of the pack mules and the horns of the cows were decked with the edelweiss and the alpine rose. I and my agent were the only persons mounted. We were in the post of danger in the extreme rear and tied securely to 5 guides apiece. Our armor-bearers carried our ice axes, alpenstocks, and other implements for us. We were mounted upon very small donkeys as a measure of safety. In time of peril, we could straighten our legs and stand up, and let the donkey walk from under. Still, I cannot recommend this sort of animal, at least for excursions of mere pleasure, because his ears interrupt the view. I and my agent possessed the regulation mountaineering costumes, but concluded to leave them behind. Out of respect for the great numbers of tourists of both sexes who would be assembled in front of the hotels to see us pass, and also out of respect for the many tourists whom we expected to encounter on our expedition, we decided to make the ascent in evening dress. We watered the caravan at the cold stream which rushes down a trough near the end of the village, and soon afterward left the haunts of civilization behind us. About 5:30 o'clock, we arrived at a bridge which spans the Visp, and after throwing over a detachment to see if it was safe, the caravan crossed without accident. The way now led, by a gentle ascent, carpeted with fresh green grass, to the church at Winkelmatten. Without stopping to examine this edifice, I executed a flank movement to the right and crossed the bridge over the Findelenbach, after first testing its strength. Here I deployed to the right again, and presently entered an inviting stretch of meadowland which was unoccupied save by a couple of deserted huts toward the furthest extremity. These meadows offered an excellent camping place. We pitched our tents, supped, established a proper grade, recorded the events of the day, and then went to bed. We rose at 2 in the morning and dressed by candlelight. It was a dismal and chilly business. A few stars were shining, but the general heavens were overcast, and the great shaft of the Matterhorn was draped in a cable pall of clouds. The chief guide advised a delay. He said he feared it was going to rain. We waited until 9 o'clock, and then got away in tolerably clear weather. Our course led up some terrific steeps, densely wooded with larches and cedars, and traversed by paths which the rains had guttered and which were obstructed by loose stones. To add to the danger and inconvenience, we were constantly meeting returning tourists on foot and horseback, and as constantly being crowded and battered by ascending tourists who were in a hurry and wanted to get by. Our troubles thickened. About the middle of the afternoon, the 17 guides called a halt and held a consultation. After consulting an hour, they said their first suspicion remained intact. That is to say, they believed they were lost. I asked if they did not know it. No, they said, they couldn't absolutely know whether they were lost or not, because none of them had ever been in that part of the country before. They had a strong instinct that they were lost, but they had no proofs, except that they did not know where they were. They had met no tourists for some time, and they considered that a suspicious sign. Plainly, we were in an ugly fix. The guides were naturally unwilling to go alone and seek a way out of the difficulty, so we all went together. For better security, we moved slow and cautiously, for the forest was very dense. We did not move up the mountain, but around it, hoping to strike across the old trail. Toward nightfall, when we were about tired out, we came up against a rock as big as a cottage. This barrier took all the remaining spirit out of the men, and a panic of fear and despair ensued. They moaned and wept, and said they should never see their homes and their dear ones again. Then they began to upbraid me for bringing them upon this fatal expedition. Some even muttered threats against me. Clearly it was no time to show weakness, so I made a speech in which I said that other Alp climbers had been in as perilous a position as this, and yet by courage and perseverance had escaped. I promised to stand by them. I promised to rescue them. I closed by saying we had plenty of provisions to maintain us for quite a siege, and did they suppose Zermatt would allow half a mile of men and mules to mysteriously disappear during any considerable time, right above their noses, and make no inquiries? No, Zermatt would send out searching expeditions, and we should be saved. This speech had a great effect. The men pitched the tents with some little show of cheerfulness, and we were snugly under cover when the night shut down. I now reaped the reward of my wisdom in providing one article which is not mentioned in any book of alpine adventure but this. I refer to the paregoric, but for that beneficent drug would have not one of those men slept a moment during that fearful night. But for that gentle persuader they must have tossed, unsoothed, the night through, for the whiskey was for me. Yes, they would have risen in the morning unfitted for their heavy task. As it was, everybody slept but my agent and me, only we and the barkeepers. I would not permit myself to sleep at such a time. I considered myself responsible for all those lives. I meant to be on hand and ready in case of avalanches up there, but I did not know it then. We watched the weather all through that awful night and kept an eye on the barometer to be prepared for the least change. There was not the slightest change recorded by the instrument during the whole time. Words cannot describe the comfort that that friendly, hopeful, steadfast thing was to me in that season of trouble. It was a defective barometer and had no hand but the stationary brass pointer, but I did not know that until afterward. If I should be in such a situation again, I should not wish for any barometer but that one. All hands rose at 2 in the morning and took breakfast, and as soon as it was light, we roped ourselves together and went at that rock. For some time we tried the hook rope and other means of scaling it, but without success, that is, without perfect success. The hook caught once, and Harris started up it hand over hand, but the hold broke, and if there had not happened to be a chaplain sitting underneath at the time, Harris would certainly have been crippled. As it was the chaplain. He took to his crutches, and I ordered the hook rope to be laid aside. It was too dangerous an implement where so many people are standing around. We were puzzled for a while, then somebody thought of the ladders. One of these was leaned against the rock, and the men went up it tied together in couples. Another ladder was sent up for use in descending. At the end of half an hour, everybody was over, and that rock was conquered. We gave our first grand shout of triumph, but the joy was short-lived, for somebody asked how we were going to get the animals over. This was a serious difficulty. In fact, it was an impossibility. The courage of the men began to waver immediately. Once more we were threatened with a panic, but when the danger was most imminent, we were saved in a mysterious way. A mule which had attracted attention from the beginning by its disposition to experiment tried to eat a 5-pound can of nitroglycerin. This happened right alongside the rock. The explosion threw us all to the ground and covered us with dirt and debris. It frightened us extremely, too, for the crash it made was deafening, and the violence of the shock made the ground tremble. However, we were grateful, for the rock was gone. Its place was occupied by a new cellar, about 30 feet across by 15 feet deep. The explosion was heard as far as Zermatt, and an hour and a half afterward, many citizens of that town were knocked down and quite seriously injured by descending portions of mule meat, frozen solid. This shows, better than any estimate in figures, how high the experimenter went. We had nothing to do now but bridge the cellar and proceed on our way. With a cheer, the men went at their work. I attended to the engineering myself. I appointed a strong detail to cut down trees with ice axes and trim them for piers to support the bridge. This was a slow business, for ice axes are not good to cut wood with. I caused my piers to be firmly set up in ranks in the cellar, and upon them I laid 6 of my 40-foot ladders, side by side, and laid 6 more on top of them. Upon this bridge I caused a bed of boughs to be spread, and on top of the boughs a bed of earth 6 inches deep. I stretched ropes upon either side to serve as railings, and then my bridge was complete. A train of elephants could have crossed it in safety and comfort. By nightfall, the caravan was on the other side, and the ladders were taken up. Next morning we went on in good spirits for a while, though our way was slow and difficult, by reason of the steep and rocky nature of the ground and the thickness of the forest. But at last, a dull despondency crept into the men's faces, and it was apparent that not only they, but even the guides, were now convinced that we were lost. The fact that we still met no tourists was a circumstance that was but too significant. Another thing seemed to suggest that we were not only lost, but very badly lost, for there must surely be searching parties on the road before this time, yet we had seen no sign of them. Demoralization was spreading. Something must be done, and done quickly too. Fortunately, I am not unfertile in expedients. I contrived one now which commended itself to all, for it promised well. I took 3/4 of a mile of rope, and fastened one end of it around the waist of a guide, and told him to go find the road, while the caravan waited. I instructed him to guide himself back by the rope, in case of failure. In case of success, he was to give the rope a series of violent jerks, whereupon the expedition would go to him at once. He departed, and in 2 minutes had disappeared among the trees. I paid out the rope myself, while everybody watched the crawling thing with eager eyes. The rope crept away quite slowly, at times, at other times with some briskness. Twice or thrice we seemed to get the signal, and a shout was just ready to break from the men's lips when they perceived it was a false alarm. But at last, when over half a mile of rope had slidden away, it stopped gliding and stood absolutely still, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3, while we held our breath and watched. Was the guide resting? Was he scanning the country from some high point? Was he inquiring of a chance mountaineer? Stop! Had he fainted from excess of fatigue and anxiety? This thought gave us a shock. I was in the very first act of detailing an expedition to succor him when the cord was assailed with a series of such frantic jerks that I could hardly keep hold of it. The huzzah that went up then was good to hear. Saved, saved, was the word that rang out all down the long rank of the caravan. We rose up and started at once. We found the route to be good enough for a while, but it began to grow difficult by and by, and this feature steadily increased. When we judged we had gone half a mile, we momently expected to see the guide, but no, he was not visible anywhere. Neither was he waiting, for the rope was still moving, consequently he was doing the same. This argued that he had not found the road yet, but was marching to it with some peasant. There was nothing for us to do but plod along, and this we did. At the end of 3 hours we were still plodding. This was not only mysterious, but exasperating, and very fatiguing too, for we had tried hard along at first to catch up with the guide, but had only fagged ourselves in vain, for although he was traveling slowly, he was yet able to go faster than the hampered caravan over such ground. At 3 in the afternoon, we were nearly dead with exhaustion, and still the rope was slowly gliding out. The murmurs against the guide had been growing steadily, and at last they were become loud and savage. A mutiny ensued. The men refused to proceed. They declared that we had been traveling over and over the same ground all day, in a kind of circle. They demanded that our end of the rope be made fast to a tree so as to halt the guide until we could overtake him and kill him. This was not an unreasonable requirement, so I gave the order. As soon as the rope was tied, the expedition moved forward with that alacrity which the thirst for vengeance usually inspires. But after a tiresome march of almost half a mile, we came to a hill covered thick with a crumbly rubbish of stones, and so steep that no man of us all was now in a condition to climb it. Every attempt failed and ended in crippling somebody. Within 20 minutes, I had 5 men on crutches. Whenever a climber tried to assist himself by the rope, it yielded and let him tumble backward. The frequency of this result suggested an idea to me. I ordered the caravan to bout face and form in marching order. I then made the tow rope fast to the rear mule and gave the command. Mark time, by the right flank, forward march. The procession began to move, to the impressive strains of a battle chant, and I said to myself, now, if the rope don't break, I judge this will fetch that guide into the camp. I watched the rope gliding down the hill, and presently when I was all fixed for triumph, I was confronted by a bitter disappointment. There was no guide tied to the rope. It was only a very indignant old black ram. The fury of the baffled expedition exceeded all bounds. They even wanted to wreak their unreasoning vengeance on this innocent dumb brute. But I stood between them and their prey, menaced by a bristling wall of exaggerations and alpenstocks, and proclaimed that there was but one road to this murder, and it was directly over my corpse. Even as I spoke, I saw that my doom was sealed, except a miracle supervened to divert these madmen from their fell purpose. I see the sickening wall of weapons now. I see that advancing host as I saw it then. I see the hate in those cruel eyes. I remember how I drooped my head upon my breast. I feel again the sudden earthquake shock in my rear, administered by the very ram I was sacrificing myself to save. I hear once more the typhoon of laughter that burst from the assaulting column as I clove it from van to rear like a sepoy shot from a Rodman gun. I was saved. Yes, I was saved, and by the merciful instinct of ingratitude which nature had planted in the breast of that treacherous beast. The grace which eloquence had failed to work in those men's hearts had been wrought by a laugh. The ram was set free, and my life was spared. We lived to find out that that guide had deserted us as soon as he had placed a half-mile between himself and us. To avert suspicion, he had judged it best that the line should continue to move. So he caught that ram, and at the time that he was sitting on it making the rope fast to it, we were imagining that he was lying in a swoon, overcome by fatigue and distress. When he allowed the ram to get up, it fell to plunging around, trying to rid itself of the rope, and this was the signal which we had risen up with glad shouts to obey. We had followed this ram round and round in a circle all day, a thing which was proven by the discovery that we had watered the expedition 7 times at one and same spring in 7 hours. As expert a woodman as I am, I had somehow failed to notice this until my attention was called to it by a hog. This hog was always wallowing there, and as he was the only hog we saw, his frequent repetition, together with his unvarying similarity to himself, finally caused me to reflect that he must be the same hog, and this led me to the deduction that this must be the same spring, also, which indeed it was. I made a note of this curious thing, as showing in a striking manner the relative difference between glacial action and the action of the hog. It is now a well-established fact that glaciers move. I consider that my observations go to show, with equal conclusiveness, that a hog in a spring does not move. I shall be glad to receive the opinions of other observers upon this point. To return for an explanatory moment to that guide, and then I shall be done with him. After leaving the ram tied to the rope, he had wandered at large a while, and then happened to run across a cow. Judging that a cow would naturally know more than a guide, he took her by the tail, and the result justified his judgment. She nibbled her leisurely way downhill till it was near milking time, then she struck for home and towed him into Zermatt. Chapter 38. I conquer the Gorner Grat. We went into camp on that wild spot to which that ram had brought us. The men were greatly fatigued. Their conviction that we were lost was forgotten in the cheer of a good supper, and before the reaction had a chance to set in, I loaded them up with paregoric and put them to bed. Next morning, I was considering in my mind our desperate situation and trying to think of a remedy when Harris came to me with a Baedeker map which showed conclusively that the mountain we were on was still in Switzerland. Yes, every part of it was in Switzerland. So we were not lost, after all. This was an immense relief. It lifted the weight of 2 such mountains from my breast. I immediately had the news disseminated, and the map was exhibited. The effect was wonderful. As soon as the men saw with their own eyes that they knew where they were, and that it was only the summit that was lost, and not themselves, they cheered up instantly and said with one accord, "Let the summit take care of itself." Our distresses being at an end, I now determined to rest the men in camp and give the scientific department of the expedition a chance. First, I made a barometric observation to get our altitude, but I could not perceive that there was any result. I knew by my scientific reading that either thermometers or barometers ought to be boiled to make them accurate. I did not know which it was, so I boiled them both. There was still no result, so I examined these instruments and discovered that they possessed radical blemishes. The barometer had no hand, but the brass pointer and the ball of the thermometer was stuffed with tin foil. I might have boiled those things to rags and never found out anything. I hunted up another barometer. It was new and perfect. I boiled it half an hour in a pot of bean soup which the cooks were making. The result was unexpected. The instrument was not affecting at all, but there was such a strong barometer taste to the soup that the head cook, who was a most conscientious person, changed its name in the bill of fare. The dish was so greatly liked by all that I ordered the cook to have barometer soup every day. It was believed that the barometer might eventually be injured, but I did not care for that. I had demonstrated to my satisfaction that it could not tell how high a mountain was, therefore I had no real use for it. Changes in the weather I could take care of without it. I did not wish to know when the weather was going to be good. What I wanted to know was when it was going to be bad, and this I could find out from Harris's corns. Harris had had his corns tested and regulated at the government observatory in Heidelberg, and one could depend upon them with confidence. So I transferred the new barometer to the cooking department to be used for the official mess. It was found that even a pretty fair article of soup could be made from the defective barometer, so I allowed that one to be transferred to the subordinate mess. I next boiled the thermometer and got a most excellent result. The mercury went up to about 200 degrees Fahrenheit. In the opinion of the other scientists of the expedition, this seemed to indicate that we had attained the extraordinary altitude of 200,000 feet above sea level. Science places the line of eternal snow at about 10,000 feet above sea level. There was no snow where we were. Consequently, it was proven that the eternal snow line ceases somewhere above the 10,000-foot level and does not begin anymore. This was an interesting fact, and one which had not been observed by any observer before. It was as valuable as interesting, too, since it would open up the deserted summits of the highest Alps to population and agriculture. It was a proud thing to be where we were, yet it caused us a pang to reflect that, but for that ram, we might just as well have been 200,000 feet higher. The success of my last experiment induced me to try an experiment with my photographic apparatus. I got it out and boiled one of my cameras, but the thing was a failure. It made the wood swell up and burst, and I could not see that the lenses were any better than they were before. I now concluded to boil a guide. It might improve him, it could not impair his usefulness, but I was not allowed to proceed. Guides have no feeling for science, and this one would not consent to be made uncomfortable in its interest. In the midst of my scientific work, one of those needless accidents happened which are always occurring among the ignorant and thoughtless. A porter shot at a chamois and missed it and crippled the Latinist. This was not a serious matter to me, for a Latinist's duties are as well performed on crutches as otherwise, but the fact remained that if the Latinist had not happened to be in the way, a mule would have got that load. That would have been quite another matter, for when it comes down to a question of value, there is a palpable difference between a Latinist and a mule. I could not depend on having a Latinist in the right place every time, so to make things safe, I ordered that in the future the chamois must not be hunted within limits of the camp with any other weapon than the forefinger. My nerves had hardly grown quiet after this affair when they got another shake-up, one which utterly unmanned me for a moment. A rumor swept suddenly through the camp that one of the barkeepers had fallen over a precipice. However, it turned out that it was only a chaplain. I had laid in an extra force of chaplains, purposely to be prepared for emergencies like this, but by some unaccountable oversight had come away rather short-handed in the matter of barkeepers. On the following morning we moved on, well refreshed and in good spirits. I remember this day with peculiar pleasure because it saw our road restored to us. Yes, we found our road again, and in quite an extraordinary way. We had plodded along some 2 hours and a half when we came up against a solid mass of rock about 20 feet high. I did not need to be instructed by a mule this time. I was already beginning to know more than any mule in the expedition. I at once put in a blast of dynamite and lifted that rock out of the way. But to my surprise and mortification, I found that there had been a chalet on top of it. I picked up such members of the family as fell in my vicinity, and subordinates of my corps collected the rest. None of these poor people were injured, happily, but they were much annoyed. I explained to the head chaletier just how the thing happened, and that I was only searching for the road, and would certainly have given him timely notice if I had known he was up there. I said I had meant no harm, and hoped I had not lowered myself in his estimation by raising him a few rods in the air. I said many other judicious things, and finally, when I offered to rebuild his chalet and pay for the breakages and throw in the cellar, he was mollified and satisfied. He hadn't any cellar at all before. He would not have as good a view now as formerly, but what he had lost in view he had gained in cellar, by exact measurement. He said there wasn't another hole like that in the mountains, and he would have been right if the late mule had not tried to eat up the nitroglycerin. I put 116 men at work, and they rebuilt the chalet from its own debris in 15 minutes. It was a good deal more picturesque than it was before, too. The man said we were now on the Fehlstutz, above the Schwegmatt, information which I was glad to get, since it gave us our position to a degree of particularity which we had not been accustomed to for a day or so. We also learned that we were standing at the foot of the Riffelberg proper, and that the initial chapter of our work was completed. We had a fine view from here of the energetic Visp, as it makes its first plunge into the world from under a huge arch of solid ice worn through the footwall of the great Gorner Glacier, and we could also see the Fergenbach, which is the outlet of the Fergen Glacier. The mule road to the summit of the Riffelberg passed right in front of the chalet, a circumstance which we almost immediately noticed, because a procession of tourists was filing along it pretty much all the time. Pretty much may not be elegant English, but it is high time it was. There is no elegant word or phrase which means just what it means. MT. The chaletier's business consisted in furnishing refreshments to tourists. My blast had interrupted this trade for a few minutes by breaking all the bottles on the place, but I gave the man a lot of whiskey to sell for Alpine champagne and a lot of vinegar which would answer for Rhine wine. Consequently, trade was soon as brisk as ever. Leaving the expedition outside to rest, I quartered myself in the chalet with Harris, proposing to correct my journals and scientific observations before continuing the ascent. I had hardly begun my work when a tall, slender, vigorous American youth of about 23, who was on his way down the mountain, entered and came toward me with that breezy self-complacency which is the adolescent's idea of the well-bred ease of the man of the world. His hair was short and parted accurately in the middle, and he had all the look of an American person who would be likely to begin his signature with an initial and spell his middle name out. He introduced himself, smiling a smirky smile borrowed from the courtiers of the stage, extended a fair-skinned talon, and while he gripped my hand in it, he bent his body forward 3 times at the hips, as the stage courtier does, and said in the airiest and most condescending and patronizing way, I quite remember his exact language. "Very glad to make your acquaintance, sure, very glad indeed, assure you. I've read all your little efforts and greatly admired them, and when I heard you were here, I indicated a chair, and he sat down. This grandee was the grandson of an American of considerable note in his day, and not wholly forgotten yet, a man who came so near being a great man that he was quite generally accounted one while he lived. I slowly paced the floor, pondering scientific problems, and heard this conversation. Grandson, first visit to Europe. Harris, mine, yes. GS, with a soft reminiscent sigh suggestive of bygone joys that may be tasted in their freshness but once. Ah, I know what it is to you, a first visit. Ah, the romance of it, I wish I could feel it again. Yes, I find it exceeds all my dreams. It is enchantment, I go. GS, with a dainty gesture of the hand signifying, spare me your callow enthusiasms, good friend. Yes, I know, you go to cathedrals and exclaim, and you drag through league-long picture galleries and exclaim, and you stand here and there and yonder upon historic ground and continue to exclaim, and you are permeated with your first crude conceptions of art and are proud and happy. Ah, yes, proud and happy, that expresses it. Yes, enjoy it, it is right. It is an innocent revel. And you, don't you do these things now? GSI, oh, that is very good. My dear sir, when you are as old a traveler as I am, you will not ask such a question as that. I visit the Regulation Gallery, moon around the Regulation Cathedral, do the worn round of the Regulation sites, yet. Excuse me. Well, what do you do then? Do, I flit and flit, for I am ever on the wing, but I avoid the herd. Today I am in Paris, tomorrow in Berlin, anon in Rome, but you would look for me in vain in the galleries of the Louvre or the common resorts of the gazers in those other capitals. If you would find me, you must look in the unvisited nooks and corners where others never think of going. One day you will find me making myself at home in some obscure peasant's cabin. Another day you will find me in some forgotten castle, worshipping some little gem or art, which the careless eye has overlooked, and which the unexperienced would despise. Again, you will find me as guest in the inner sanctuaries of palaces, while the herd is content to get a hurried glimpse of the unused chambers by feeing a servant. You are a guest in such places. GS, and a welcoming one. It is surprising, how does it come? GS, my grandfather's name is a passport to all the courts in Europe. I have only to utter that name, and every door is open to me. I flit from court to court at my own free will and pleasure, and am always welcome. I am as much at home in the palaces of Europe as you are among your relatives. I know every titled person in Europe, I think. I have my pockets full of invitations all the time. I am under promise to go to Italy, where I am to be the guest of a succession of the noblest houses in the land. In Berlin my life is a continued round of gaiety in the imperial palace. It is the same wherever I go. It must be very pleasant, but it must make Boston seem a little slow when you are at home. Yes, of course it does, but I don't go home much. There's no life there, little to feed a man's higher nature. Boston's very narrow, you know, she doesn't know it, and you couldn't convince her of it, so I say nothing when I'm there. Where's the use? Yes, Boston is very narrow, but she has such a good opinion of herself that she can't see it. A man who has traveled as much as I have, and seen as much of the world, sees it plain enough, but he can't cure it, you know, so the best is to leave it, and seek a sphere which is more in harmony with his tastes and culture. I run across there, once a year perhaps, when I have nothing important on hand, but I'm very soon back again. I spend my time in Europe. HIC, you map out your plans and... GS, no, excuse me, I don't map out any plans. I simply follow the inclination of the day. I am limited by no ties, no requirements. I am not bound in any way. I am too old a traveler to hamper myself with deliberate purposes. I am simply a traveler, an inveterate traveler, a man of the world. In a word, I can call myself by no other name. I do not say, I am going here or I am going there. I say nothing at all, I only act. For instance, next week you may find me the guest of a grandee of Spain, or you may find me off for Venice, or flitting toward Dresden. I shall probably go to Egypt presently. Friends will say to friends, he is at the Nile cataracts, and at that very moment they will be surprised to learn that I'm away off yonder in India somewhere. I'm a constant surprise to people. They are always saying, yes, he was in Jerusalem when we heard of him last, but goodness knows where he is now. Presently the grandson rose to leave, discovered he had an appointment with some emperor, perhaps. He did his graces over again, gripped me with one talon, at arm's length, pressed his hat against his stomach with the other, bent his body in the middle 3 times, murmuring, "Pleasure, am sure, great pleasure, am sure, wish you much success." Then he removed his gracious presence. It is a great and solemn thing to have a grandfather. I have not purposed to misrepresent this boy in any way, for what little indignation he excited in me soon passed and left nothing behind it but compassion. One cannot keep up a grudge against a vacuum. I have tried to repeat this lad's very words. If I have failed anywhere, I have at least not failed to reproduce the marrow and meaning of what he said. He and the innocent chatterbox whom I met on the Swiss lake are the most unique and interesting specimens of young America I came across during my foreign tramping. I have made honest portraits of them, not caricatures. The grandson of 23 referred to himself 5 or 6 times as an old traveler, and as many as 3 times with a serene complacency which was maddening as a man of the world. There was something very delicious about his leaving Boston to her narrowness, unreproved, and uninstructed. I formed the caravan in marching order presently, and after riding down the line to see that it was properly roped together, gave the command to proceed. In a little while, the road carried us to open, grassy land. We were above the troublesome forest now, and had an uninterrupted view, straight before us, of our summit, the summit of the Riffelberg. We followed the mule road, a zigzag course, now to the right, now to the left, but always up, and always crowded and incommoded by going and coming files of reckless tourists who were never, in a single instance, tied together. I was obliged to exert the utmost care and caution, for in many places the road was not 2 yards wide, and often the lower side of it sloped away in slanting precipices 8 and even 9 feet deep. I had to encourage the men constantly to keep them from giving way to their unmanly fears. We might have made the summit before night, but for a delay caused by the loss of an umbrella. I was allowing the umbrella to remain lost, but the men murmured, and with reason, for in this exposed region we stood in peculiar need of protection against avalanches, so I went into camp and detached a strong party to go after the missing article. The difficulties of the next morning were severe, but our courage was high, for our goal was near. At noon we conquered the last impediment, we stood at last upon the summit, and without the loss of a single man except the mule that ate the glycerin. Our great achievement was achieved, the possibility of the impossible was demonstrated, and Harris and I walked proudly into the great dining room of the Riffelberg Hotel and stood our alpenstocks up in the corner. Yes, I had made the grand ascent, but it was a mistake to do it in evening dress. The plug hats were battered, the swallowtails were fluttering rags, mud added no grace, the general effect was unpleasant and even disreputable. There were about 75 tourists at the hotel, mainly ladies and little children, and they gave us an admiring welcome, which paid us for all our privations and sufferings. The ascent had been made, and the names and dates now stand recorded on a stone monument there to prove it to all future tourists. I boiled a thermometer and took an altitude with a most curious result. The summit was not as high as the point on the mountainside where I had taken the first altitude. Suspecting that I had made an important discovery, I prepared to verify it. There happened to be a still higher summit, called the Gorner Grat, above the hotel, and notwithstanding the fact that it overlooks a glacier from a dizzy height, and that the ascent is difficult and dangerous, I resolved to venture up there and boil a thermometer. So I sent a strong party, with some borrowed hose, in charge of 2 chiefs of service, to dig a stairway in the soil all the way up, and this I ascended, roped to the guides. This breezy height was the summit proper, so I accomplished even more than I had originally purposed to do. This foolhardy exploit is recorded on another stone monument. I boiled my thermometer, and sure enough, this spot, which purported to be 2,000 feet higher than the locality of the hotel, turned out to be 9,000 feet lower. Thus the fact was clearly demonstrated that above a certain point, the higher a point seems to be, the lower it actually is. Our ascent itself was a great achievement, but this contribution to science was an inconceivably greater matter. Cavillers object that water boils at a lower and lower temperature the higher and higher you go, and hence the apparent anomaly. I answer that I do not base my theory upon what the boiling water does, but upon what a boiled thermometer says. You can't go behind the thermometer. I had a magnificent view of Monte Rosa and apparently all the rest of the alpine world from that high place. All the circling horizon was piled high with a mighty tumult of snowy crests. One might have imagined he saw before him the tented camps of a beleaguering host of Brobdingnagians. Note, I had the very unusual luck to catch one little momentary glimpse of the Matterhorn wholly unencumbered by clouds. I leveled my photographic apparatus at it without the loss of an instant, and should have got an elegant picture if my donkey had not interfered. It was my purpose to draw this photograph all by myself for my book, but was obliged to put the mountain part of it into the hands of the professional artist, because I found I could not do landscape well. But lonely, conspicuous, and superb rose that wonderful upright wedge, the Matterhorn. Its precipitous sides were powdered over with snow, and the upper half hidden in thick clouds which now and then dissolved to cobweb films and gave brief glimpses of the imposing tower as through a veil. A little later, the Matterhorn took to himself the semblance of a volcano. He was stripped naked to his apex. Around this circled vast wreaths of white cloud, which strung slowly out and streamed away slantwise toward the sun, a 20-mile stretch of rolling and tumbling vapor, and looking just as if it were pouring out of a crater. Later again, one of the mountain's sides was clean and clear, and another side densely clothed from base to summit in thick smoke-like cloud, which feathered off and flew around the shaft's sharp edge like the smoke around the corners of a burning building. The Matterhorn is always experimenting and always gets up fine effects too. In the sunset, when all the lower world is palled in gloom, it points toward heaven out of the pervading blackness like a finger of fire. In the sunrise, well, they say it is very fine in the sunrise. Authorities agree that there is no such tremendous layout of snowy alpine magnitude, grandeur, and sublimity to be seen from any other accessible point as the tourist may see from the summit of the Riffelberg. Therefore, let the tourist rope himself up and go there, for I have shown that with nerve, caution, and judgment, the thing can be done. I wish to add one remark here, in parentheses, so to speak, suggested by the word snowy, which I have just used. We have all seen hills and mountains and levels with snow on them, and so we think we know all the aspects and effects produced by snow, but indeed we do not until we have seen the Alps. Possibly mass and distance add something, at any rate something is added. Among other noticeable things, there is a dazzling, intense whiteness about the distant alpine snow when the sun is on it, which one recognizes as peculiar and not familiar to the eye. The snow which one is accustomed to has a tint to it. Painters usually give it a bluish cast, but there is no perceptible tint to the distant alpine snow when it is trying to look its whitest. As to the unimaginable splendor of it when the sun is blazing down on it, well, it simply is unimaginable. Chapter 39. We travel by glacier. A guidebook is a queer thing. The reader has just seen what a man who undertakes the great ascent from Zermatt to the Riffelberg Hotel must experience. Yet Baedeker makes these strange statements concerning this matter. I have pretty effectually throttled these errors by sending him the following demonstrated facts. I found my arnica invaluable. My men were suffering excruciatingly from the friction of sitting down so much. During 2 or 3 days, not one of them was able to do more than lie down or walk about, yet so effective was the arnica that on the 4th all were able to sit up. I consider that, more than to anything else, I owe the success of our great undertaking to arnica and paregoric. My men are being restored to health and strength. My main perplexity now was how to get them down the mountain again. I was not willing to expose the brave fellows to the perils, fatigues, and hardships of that fearful route again, if it could be helped. First I thought of balloons, but of course I had to give that idea up, for balloons were not procurable. I thought of several other expedients, but upon consideration discarded them for cause. But at last I hit it. I was aware that the movement of glaciers is an established fact, for I had read it in Baedeker, so I resolved to take passage for Zermatt on the great Gorner Glacier. Very good. The next thing was how to get down the glacier comfortably, for the mule road to it was long and winding and wearisome. I set my mind at work and soon thought out a plan. One looked straight down upon the vast frozen river called the Gorner Glacier from the Gorner Grat, a sheer precipice 1,200 feet high. We had 154 umbrellas, and what is an umbrella but a parachute? I mentioned this noble idea to Harris with enthusiasm and was about to order the expedition to form on the Gorner Grat with their umbrellas and prepare for flight by platoons, each platoon in command of a guide, when Harris stopped me and urged me not to be too hasty. He asked me if this method of descending the Alps had ever been tried before. I said no, I had not heard of an instance. Then, in his opinion, it was a matter of considerable gravity. In his opinion, it would not be well to send the whole command over the cliff at once. A better way would be to send down a single individual first and see how he fared. I saw the wisdom in this idea instantly. I said as much and thanked my agent cordially and told him to take his umbrella and try the thing right away and wave his hat when he got down if he struck in a soft place, and then I would ship the rest right along. Harris was greatly touched with this mark of confidence, and said so in a voice that had a perceptible tremble in it. But at the same time he said he did not feel himself worthy of so conspicuous a favor, that it might cause jealousy in the command, for there were plenty who would not hesitate to say he had used underhanded means to get the appointment, whereas his conscience would bear him witness that he had not sought it at all, nor even, in his secret heart, desired it. I said these words did him extreme credit, but that he must not throw away the imperishable distinction of being the first man to descend an Alp per parachute, simply to save the feelings of some envious underlings. No, I said, he must accept the appointment. It was no longer an invitation, it was a command. He thanked me with effusion, and said that putting the thing in this form removed every objection. He retired, and soon returned with his umbrella, his eye flaming with gratitude and his cheeks pallid with joy. Just then the head guide passed along. Harris's expression changed to one of infinite tenderness, and he said, "That man did me a cruel injury 4 days ago, and I said in my heart he should live to perceive and confess that the only noble revenge a man can take upon his enemy is to return good for evil. I resign in his favor. Appoint him." I threw my arms around the generous fellow and said, "Harris, you are the noblest soul that lives. You shall not regret this sublime act, neither shall the world fail to know of it. You shall have opportunity far transcending this one too, if I live, remember that." I called the head guide to me and appointed him on the spot, but the thing aroused no enthusiasm in him. He did not take to the idea at all. He said, "Tie myself to an umbrella and jump over the Gorner Grat. Excuse me, there are a great many pleasanter roads to the devil than that." Upon a discussion of the subject with him, it appeared that he considered the project distinctly and decidedly dangerous. I was not convinced, yet I was not willing to try the experiment in any risky way, that is, in a way that might cripple the strength and efficiency of the expedition. I was about at my wits' end when it occurred to me to try it on the Latinist. He was called in, but he declined on the plea of inexperience, diffidence in public, lack of curiosity, and I didn't know what all. Another man declined on account of a cold in the head, thought he ought to avoid exposure. Another could not jump well, never could jump well, did not believe he could jump so far without long and patient practice. Another was afraid it was going to rain, and his umbrella had a hole in it. Everybody had an excuse. The result was what the reader has by this time guessed. The most magnificent idea that was ever conceived had to be abandoned, from sheer lack of a person with enterprise enough to carry it out. Yes, I actually had to give that thing up, while doubtless I should live to see somebody use it and take all the credit from me. Well, I had to go overland. There was no other way. I marched the expedition down the steep and tedious mule path and took up as good a position as I could upon the middle of the glacier, because Baedeker said the middle part travels the fastest. As a measure of economy, however, I put some of the heavier baggage on the shoreward parts to go as slow freight. I waited and waited, but the glacier did not move. Night was coming on, the darkness began to gather, still we did not budge. It occurred to me then that there might be a timetable in Baedeker. It would be well to find out the hours of starting. I called for the book. It could not be found. Bradshaw would certainly contain a timetable, but no Bradshaw could be found. Very well, I must make the best of the situation. So I pitched the tents, picketed the animals, milked the cows, had supper, pergoricked the men, established the watch, and went to bed, with orders to call me as soon as we came in sight of Zermatt. I awoke about 10:30 next morning and looked around. We hadn't budged a peg. At first I could not understand it, then it occurred to me that the old thing must be aground. So I cut down some trees and rigged a spar on the starboard and another on the port side, and fooled away upward of 3 hours trying to spar her off. But it was no use. She was 1/2 mile wide and 15 or 20 miles long, and there was no telling just whereabouts she was aground. The men began to show uneasiness too, and presently they came flying to me with ashy faces, saying she had sprung a leak. Nothing but my cool behavior at this critical time saved us from another panic. I ordered them to show me the place. They led me to a spot where a huge boulder lay in a deep pool of clear and brilliant water. It did look like a pretty bad leak, but I kept that to myself. I made a pump and set the men to work to pump out the glacier. We made a success of it. I perceived then that it was not a leak at all. This boulder had descended from a precipice and stopped on the ice in the middle of the glacier, and the sun had warmed it up every day, and consequently it had melted its way deeper and deeper into the ice, until at last it reposed, as we had found it, in a deep pool of the clearest and coldest water. Presently Baedeker was found again, and I hunted eagerly for the timetable. There was none. The book simply said the glacier was moving all the time. This was satisfactory, so I shut up the book and chose a good position to view the scenery as we passed along. I stood there some time enjoying the trip, but at last it occurred to me that we did not seem to be gaining any on the scenery. I said to myself, "This confounded old thing's aground again, sure," and opened Baedeker to see if I could run across any remedy for these annoying interruptions. I soon found a sentence which threw a dazzling light upon the matter. It said, "The Gorner Glacier travels at an average rate of a little less than an inch a day." I have seldom felt so outraged. I have seldom had my confidence so wantonly betrayed. I made a small calculation. 1 inch a day, say 30 feet a year. Estimated distance to Zermatt, 3 1/18 miles. Time required to go by glacier, a little over 500 years. I said to myself, I can walk it quicker, and before I will patronize such a fraud as this, I will do it. When I revealed to Harris the fact that the passenger part of this glacier, the central part, the lightning express part, so to speak, was not due in Zermatt till the summer of 2378, and that the baggage, coming along the slow edge, would not arrive until some generations later, he burst out with, "That is European management all over, an inch a day, think of that, 500 years to go a trifle over 3 miles, but I am not a bit surprised. It's a Catholic glacier, you can tell by the look of it, and the management." I said no, I believed nothing, but the extreme end of it was in a Catholic canton. "Well then, it's a government glacier," said Harris. "It's all the same. Over here the government runs everything, so everything's slow and ill-managed. But with us, everything's done by private enterprise, and then there ain't much lolling around, you can depend on it. I wish Tom Scott could get his hands on this torpid old slab once. You'd see it take a different gait from this." I said I was sure he would increase the speed, if there was trade enough to justify it. "He'd make trade," said Harris. "That's the difference between governments and individuals. Governments don't care, individuals do. Tom Scott would take all the trade. In 2 years Gorner stock would go to 200, and inside of 2 more you would see all the other glaciers under the hammer for taxes." After a reflective pause, Harris added, "A little less than an inch a day, a little less than an inch, mind you. Well, I'm losing my reverence for glaciers." I was feeling much the same way myself. I have traveled by canal boat, ox wagon, raft, and by the Ephesus and Smyrna railway, but when it comes down to good solid honest slow motion, I bet my money on the glacier. As a means of passenger transportation, I consider the glacier a failure, but as a vehicle of slow freight, I think she fills the bill. In the matter of putting the fine shades on that line of business, I judge she could teach the Germans something. I ordered the men to break camp and prepare for the land journey to Zermatt. At this moment, a most interesting find was made. A dark object, bedded in the glacial ice, was cut out with the ice axes, and it proved to be a piece of the undressed skin of some animal, a hair trunk, perhaps, but a close inspection disabled the hair trunk theory, and further discussion and examination exploded it entirely, that is, in the opinion of all the scientists, except the one who had advanced it. This one clung to his theory with affectionate fidelity characteristic of originators of scientific theories, and afterward won many of the first scientists of the age to his view, by a very able pamphlet which he wrote, entitled, "Evidences going to show that the hair trunk, in a wild state, belonged to the early glacial period, and roamed the wastes of chaos in the company with the cave bear, primeval man, and the other oolitics of the old Silurian family." Each of our scientists had a theory of his own, and put forward an animal of his own as a candidate for the skin. I sided with the geologist of the expedition in the belief that this patch of skin had once helped to cover a Siberian elephant in some old forgotten age, but we divided there, the geologist believing that this discovery proved that Siberia had formerly been located where Switzerland is now, whereas I held the opinion that it merely proved that the primeval Swiss was not the dull savage he is represented to have been, but was a being of high intellectual development who liked to go to the menagerie. We arrived that evening, after many hardships and adventures, in some fields close to the great ice arch, where the mad Visp boils and surges out from under the foot of the great Gorner Glacier, and here we camped, our perils over, and our magnificent undertaking successfully completed. We marched into Zermatt the next day, and were received with the most lavish honors and applause. A document, signed and sealed by the authorities, was given to me which established and endorsed the fact that I had made the ascent of the Riffelberg. This I wear around my neck, and it will be buried with me when I am no more. Chapter 40. Piteous Relics at Chamonix. I'm not so ignorant about glacial movement now as I was when I took passage on the Gorner Glacier. I have read up since. I am aware that these vast bodies of ice do not travel at the same rate of speed. While the Gorner Glacier makes less than an inch a day, the Unteraar Glacier makes as much as 8, and still other glaciers are said to go 12, 16, and even 20 inches a day. One writer says that the slowest glacier travels 25 feet a year, and the fastest 400. What is a glacier? It is easy to say it looks like a frozen river which occupies the bed of a winding gorge or gully between mountains, but that gives no notion of its vastness, for it is sometimes 600 feet thick, and we are not accustomed to rivers 600 feet deep. No, our rivers are 6 feet, 20 feet, and sometimes 50 feet deep. We are not quite able to grasp so large a fact as an ice river 600 feet deep. The glacier's surface is not smooth and level, but has deep swales and swelling elevations, and sometimes has the look of a tossing sea whose turbulent billows were frozen hard in the instant of their most violent motion. The glacier's surface is not a flawless mass, but is a river with cracks or crevices, some narrow, some gaping wide. Many a man, the victim of a slip or a misstep, has plunged down one of these and met his death. Men have been fished out of them alive, but it was when they did not go to great depth. The cold of the great depths would quickly stupefy a man, whether he was hurt or unhurt. These cracks do not go straight down. One can seldom see more than 20 to 40 feet down them. Consequently, men who have disappeared in them have been sought for in the hope that they had stopped within helping distance, whereas their case, in most instances, had really been hopeless from the beginning. In 1864, a party of tourists was descending Mont Blanc, and while picking their way over one of the mighty glaciers of that lofty region, roped together, as was proper, a young porter disengaged himself from the line and started across an ice bridge which spanned a crevice. It broke under him with a crash, and he disappeared. The others could not see how deep he had gone, so it might be worthwhile to try and rescue him. A brave young guide named Mitchell Payot volunteered. 2 ropes were made fast to his leather belt, and he bore the end of a third one in his hand to tie to the victim in case he found him. He was lowered into the crevice. He descended deeper and deeper between the clear blue walls of solid ice. He approached a bend in the crack and disappeared under it. Down and still down he went into this profound grave. When he had reached a depth of 80 feet, he passed under another bend in the crack, and thence descended 80 feet lower, as between perpendicular precipices. Arrived at this stage of 160 feet below the surface of the glacier, he peered through the twilight dimness and perceived that the chasm took another turn and stretched away at a steep slant to unknown deeps, for its course was lost in darkness. What a place that was to be in, especially if that leather belt should break. The compression of the belt threatened to suffocate the intrepid fellow. He called to his friends to draw him up, but could not make them hear. They still lowered him, deeper and deeper. Then he jerked his third cord as vigorously as he could. His friends understood and dragged him out of those icy jaws of death. Then they attached a bottle to a cord and sent it down 200 feet, but it found no bottom. It came up covered with congelations, evidence enough that even if the poor porter reached the bottom with unbroken bones, a swift death from cold was sure anyway. A glacier is a stupendous, ever-progressing, resistless plow. It pushes ahead of it masses of boulders which are packed together, and they stretch across the gorge, right in front of it, like a long grave or a long, sharp roof. This is called a moraine. It also shoves out a moraine along each side of its course. Imposing as the modern glaciers are, they are not so huge as were some that once existed. For instance, Mr. Whymper says, at some very remote period, the valley of Aosta was occupied by a vast glacier, which flowed down its entire length from Mont Blanc to the plain of Piedmont, remained stationary, or nearly so, at its mouth for many centuries, and deposited there enormous masses of debris. The length of this glacier exceeded 80 miles, and it drained a basin 25 to 35 miles across, bounded by the highest mountains in the Alps. The great peaks rose several thousand feet above the glaciers, and then, as now shattered by sun and frost, poured down their showers of rocks and stones, in witness of which there are the immense piles of angular fragments that constitute the moraines of Ivrea. The moraines around Ivrea are of extraordinary dimensions. That which was on the left bank of the glacier is about 13 miles long, and in some places rises to a height of 2,130 feet above the floor of the valley. The terminal moraines, those which are pushed in front of the glaciers, cover something like 20 square miles of country. At the mouth of the valley of Aosta, the thickness of the glacier must have been at least 2,000 feet, and its width, at that part, 5 miles and a quarter. It is not easy to get at a comprehension of a mass of ice like that. If one could cleave off the butt end of such a glacier, an oblong block 2 or 3 miles wide by 5 and a quarter long and 2,000 feet thick, he could completely hide the city of New York under it, and Trinity Steeple would only stick up into it relatively as far as a shingle nail would stick up into the bottom of a Saratoga trunk. The boulders from Mont Blanc, upon the plain below Ivrea, assure us that the glacier which transported them existed for a prodigious length of time. Their present distance from the cliffs from which they were derived is about 420,000 feet, and if we assume that they traveled at the rate of 400 feet per annum, their journey must have occupied them no less than 1055 years. In all probability, they did not travel so fast. Glaciers are sometimes hurried out of their characteristic snail pace. A marvelous spectacle is presented then. Mr. Whymper refers to a case which occurred in Iceland in 1721. It seems that in the neighborhood of the mountain Kotlugja, large bodies of water formed underneath, or within the glaciers, either on account of the interior heat of the earth, or from other causes, and at length acquired irresistible power, tore the glaciers from their mooring on the land, and swept them over every obstacle into the sea. Prodigious masses of ice were thus borne for a distance of about 10 miles over land in the space of a few hours, and their bulk was so enormous that they covered the sea for 7 miles from the shore and remained aground in 600 feet of water. The denudation of the land was upon a grand scale. All superficial accumulations were swept away, and the bedrock was exposed. It was described, in graphic language, how all irregularities and depressions were obliterated, and a smooth surface of several miles area laid bare, and that this area had the appearance of having been planed by a plane. The account translated from the Icelandic says that the mountain-like ruins of this majestic glacier so covered the sea that as far as the eye could reach no open water was discoverable, even from the highest peaks. A monster wall or barrier of ice was built across a considerable stretch of land, too, by this strange eruption. One can form some idea of the altitude of this barrier of ice when it is mentioned that from Hoftebrekke Farm, which lies high up on a fjeld, one could not see H. Jorleifshafti opposite, which is a fell 640 feet in height, but in order to do so had to clamber up a mountain slope east of Hoftebrekke, 1,200 feet high. These things will help the reader to understand why it is that a man who keeps company with glaciers comes to feel tolerably insignificant by and by. The Alps and the glaciers together are able to take every bit of conceit out of a man and reduce his self-importance to zero, if he will only remain within the influence of their sublime presence long enough to give it a fair and reasonable chance to do its work. The alpine glaciers move, that is granted now by everybody, but there was a time when people scoffed at the idea. They said you might as well expect leagues of solid rock to crawl along the ground as expect leagues of ice to do it. But proof after proof was furnished, and finally the world had to believe. The wise men not only said the glacier moved, but they timed its movement. They ciphered out a glacier's gait and then said confidently that it would travel just so far in so many years. There is record of a striking and curious example of the accuracy which may be attained in these reckonings. In 1820, the ascent of Mont Blanc was attempted by a Russian and 2 Englishmen, with 7 guides. They had reached a prodigious altitude and were approaching the summit when an avalanche swept several of the party down a sharp slope of 200 feet and hurled 5 of them, all guides, into one of the crevices of a glacier. The life of one of the 5 was saved by a long barometer which was strapped to his back. It bridged the crevice and suspended him until help came. The alpenstock or baton of another saved its owner in a similar way. 3 men were lost, Pierre Baumat, Pierre Carrier, and Auguste Thérèse. They had been hurled down into the fathomless great deeps of the crevice. Dr. Forbes, the English geologist, had made frequent visits to the Mont Blanc region and had given much attention to the disputed question of the movement of glaciers. During one of these visits, he completed his estimates of the rate of movement of the glacier, which had swallowed up the 3 guides, and uttered the prediction that the glacier would deliver up its dead at the foot of the mountain 35 years from the time of the accident, or possibly 40. A dull, slow journey, a movement imperceptible to any eye, but it was proceeding, nevertheless, and without cessation. It was a journey which a rolling stone would make in a few seconds. The lofty point of departure was visible from the village below in the valley. The prediction cut curiously close to the truth. 41 years after the catastrophe, the remains were cast forth at the foot of the glacier. I find an interesting account of the matter in the Histoire du Mont Blanc by Stephen Darve. I will condense this account as follows. On the 12th of August, 1861, at the hour of the close of Mass, a guide arrived out of breath at the Mairie of Chamonix and bearing on his shoulders a very lugubrious burden. It was a sack filled with human remains which he had gathered from the orifice of a crevice in the Glacier des Bossons. He conjectured that these were remains of the victims of the catastrophe of 1820, and a minute inquest, immediately instituted by the local authorities, soon demonstrated the correctness of his supposition. The contents of the sack were spread upon a long table and officially inventoried as follows. Portions of 3 human skulls, several tufts of black and blonde hair, a human jaw furnished with fine white teeth, a forearm and hand, all the fingers of the latter intact. The flesh was white and fresh, and both the arm and hand preserved a degree of flexibility in the articulations. The ring finger had suffered a slight abrasion, and the stain of the blood was still visible and unchanged after 41 years. A left foot, the flesh white and fresh. Along with these fragments were portions of waistcoats, hats, hobnailed shoes, and other clothing, a wing of a pigeon with black feathers, a fragment of an alpenstock, a tin lantern, and lastly, a boiled leg of mutton, the only flesh among all the remains that exhaled an unpleasant odor. The guide said that the mutton had no odor when he took it from the glacier. An hour's exposure to the sun had already begun the work of decomposition upon it. Persons were called for to identify these poor pathetic relics, and a touching scene ensued. 2 men were still living who had witnessed the grim catastrophe of nearly half a century before: Marie Cautet, saved by his baton, and Julien Devoiseau, saved by the barometer. These aged men entered and approached the table. Devoiseau, more than 80 years old, contemplated the mournful remains mutely and with a vacant eye, for his intelligence and his memory were torpid with age. But Cautet's faculties were still perfect at 72, and he exhibited strong emotion. He said, "Pierre Baumat was fair, he wore a straw hat. This bit of skull with the tuft of blonde hair was his, this is his hat. Pierre Carrier was very dark, this skull was his, and this felt hat. This is Baumat's hand, I remember it so well." And the old man bent down and kissed it reverently, then closed his fingers upon it in an affectionate grasp, crying out, "I could never have dared to believe that before quitting this world it would be granted me to press once more the hand of one of those brave comrades, the hand of my good friend Baumat." There is something weirdly pathetic about the picture of that white-haired veteran greeting with his loving handshake this friend who had been dead 40 years. When these hands had met last, they were alike in the softness and freshness of youth. Now one was brown and wrinkled and horny with age, while the other was still as young and fair and blemishless as if those 40 years had come and gone in a single moment, leaving no mark of their passage. Time had gone on in the one case, it had stood still in the other. A man who has not seen a friend for a generation keeps him in mind always as he saw him last, and is somehow surprised, and is also shocked, to see the aging change the years have wrought when he sees him again. Marie Cautet's experience in finding his friend's hand unaltered from the image of it which he had carried in his memory for 40 years is an experience which stands alone in the history of man, perhaps. Cautet identified other relics. This hat belonged to Auguste Thérèse. He carried the cage of pigeons which we proposed to set free upon the summit. Here is the wing of one of those pigeons, and here is the fragment of my broken baton. It was by grace of that baton that my life was saved. Who could have told me that I should one day have the satisfaction to look again upon this bit of wood that supported me above the grave that swallowed up my unfortunate companions? No portions of the body of Thérèse, other than a piece of the skull, had been found. A diligent search was made, but without result. However, another search was instituted a year later, and this had better success. Many fragments of clothing which had belonged to the lost guides were discovered, also part of a lantern and a green veil with bloodstains on it. But the interesting feature was this. One of the searchers came suddenly upon a sleeved arm projecting from a crevice in the ice wall, with the hand outstretched as if offering greeting. The nails of this white hand were still rosy, and the pose of the extended fingers seemed to express an eloquent welcome to the long-lost light of day. The hand and arm were alone. There was no trunk. After being removed from the ice, the flesh tints quickly faded out, and the rosy nails took on the alabaster hue of death. This was the third right hand found. Therefore, all three of the lost men were accounted for, beyond cavil or question. Dr. Hamel was the Russian gentleman of the party which made the ascent at the time of the famous disaster. He left Chamonix as soon as he conveniently could after the descent, and as he had shown a chilly indifference about the calamity and offered neither sympathy nor assistance to the widows and orphans, he carried with him the cordial execrations of the whole community. 4 months before the first remains were found, a Chamonix guide named Baumat, a relative of one of the lost men, was in London, and one day encountered a hale old gentleman in the British Museum, who said, "I overheard your name. Are you from Chamonix, Monsieur Baumat?" "Yes, sir." "Haven't they found the bodies of my 3 guides yet? I am Dr. Hamel." "Alas, no, monsieur." "Well, you'll find them sooner or later." Yes, it is the opinion of Dr. Forbes and Mr. Tyndall that the glacier will sooner or later restore to us the remains of the unfortunate victims. Without a doubt, and it will be a great thing for Chamonix in the matter of attracting tourists. You can get up a museum with those remains that will draw. This savage idea has not improved the odor of Dr. Hamel's name in Chamonix by any means. But after all, the man was sound on human nature. His idea was conveyed to the public officials of Chamonix, and they gravely discussed it around the official council table. They were only prevented from carrying it into execution by the determined opposition of the friends and descendants of the lost guides, who insisted on giving the remains Christian burial and succeeded in their purpose. A close watch had to be kept upon all the poor remnants and fragments to prevent embezzlement. A few accessory odds and ends were sold. Rags and scraps of the coarse clothing were parted with at the rate equal to about $20 a yard. A piece of a lantern and 1 or 2 other trifles brought nearly their weight in gold, and an Englishman offered £1 for a single breeches button. Chapter 41. The Fearful Disaster of 1865. One of the most memorable of all the Alpine catastrophes was that of July 1865 on the Matterhorn, already slightly referred to a few pages back. The details of it are scarcely known in America. To the vast majority of readers, they are not known at all. Mr. Whymper's account is the only authentic one. I will import the chief portion of it into this book, partly because of its intrinsic interest, and partly because it gives such a vivid idea of what the perilous pastime of Alp climbing is. This was Mr. Whymper's 9th attempt during a series of years to vanquish that steep and stubborn pillar or rock. It succeeded, the other 8 were failures. No man had ever accomplished the ascent before, though the attempts had been numerous. Mr. Whymper's narrative. We started from Zermatt on the 13th of July at 5:30 on a brilliant and perfectly cloudless morning. We were 8 in number: Kra's guide, old Peter Togwalder guide, and his 2 sons, Lord F. Douglas, Mr. Haddo, Rev. Mr. Hudson, and I. To ensure steady motion, 1 tourist and 1 native walked together. The youngest Togwalder fell to my share. The wine bags also fell to my lot to carry, and throughout the day, after each drink, I replenished them secretly with water, so that at the next halt they were found fuller than before. This was considered a good omen, and little short of miraculous. On the first day we did not intend to ascend to any great height, and we mounted, accordingly, very leisurely. Before 12 o'clock we had found a good position for the tent, at a height of 11,000 feet. We passed the remaining hours of daylight, some basking in the sunshine, some sketching, some collecting. Hudson made tea, I coffee, and at length we retired, each one to his blanket bag. We assembled together before dawn on the 14th, and started directly it was light enough to move. One of the young Togwalders returned to Zermatt. In a few minutes we turned the rib which had intercepted the view of the eastern face from our tent platform. The whole of this great slope was now revealed, rising for 3,000 feet like a huge natural staircase. Some parts were more, and others were less easy, but we were not once brought to a halt by any serious impediment, for when an obstruction was met in front, it could always be turned to the right or to the left. For the greater part of the way, there was no occasion, indeed, for the rope, and sometimes Hudson led, sometimes myself. At 6:20, we had attained a height of 12,800 feet and halted for half an hour. We then continued the ascent without a break until 9:55, when we stopped for 50 minutes at a height of 14,000 feet. We had now arrived at the foot of that part which, seen from the Riffelberg, seems perpendicular or overhanging. We could no longer continue on the eastern side. For a little distance we ascended by snow upon the arete, that is, the ridge, then turned over to the right or northern side. The work became difficult and required caution. In some places there was little to hold. The general slope of the mountain was less than 40 degrees, and snow had accumulated in and had filled up the interstices of the rock face, leaving only occasional fragments projecting here and there. These were at times covered with a thin film of ice. It was a place which any fair mountaineer might pass in safety. We bore away nearly horizontally for about 400 feet, then ascended directly toward the summit for about 60 feet, then doubled back to the ridge which descends toward Zermatt. A long stride round a rather awkward corner brought us to snow once more. That last doubt vanished. The Matterhorn was ours. Nothing but 200 feet of easy snow remained to be surmounted. The higher we rose, the more intense became the excitement. The slope eased off. At length we could be detached, and Kras and I dashed away, ran a neck-on-neck race, which ended in a dead heat. At 1:40 p.m., the world was at our feet, and the Matterhorn was conquered. The others arrived. Kras now took the tent pole and planted it in the highest snow. "Yes," we said, "there is the flagstaff, but where is the flag?" "Here it is," he answered, pulling off his blouse and fixing it to the stick. It made a poor flag, and there was no wind to float it out, yet it was seen all around. They saw it at Zermatt, at the Riffel, in the Val Tournanche. We remained on the summit for 1 hour. 1 crowded hour of glorious life. It passed away too quickly, and we began to prepare for the descent. Hudson and I consulted as to the best and safest arrangement of the party. We agreed that it was best for Kras to go first, and Haddo second. Hudson, who was almost equal to a guide in sureness of foot, wished to be third. Lord Douglas was placed next, and old Peter, the strongest of the remainder, after him. I suggested to Hudson that we should attach a rope to the rocks on our arrival at the difficult bit, and hold it as we descended as an additional protection. He approved the idea, but it was not definitely decided that it should be done. The party was being arranged in the above order while I was sketching the summit, and they had finished and were waiting for me to be tied in line, when someone remembered that our names had not been left in a bottle. They requested me to write them down and moved off while it was being done. A few minutes afterward, I tied myself to young Peter, ran down after the others, and caught them just as they were commencing the descent of the difficult part. Great care was being taken. Only one man was moving at a time. When he was firmly planted, the next advanced, and so on. They had not, however, attached the additional rope to rocks, and nothing was said about it. The suggestion was not made for my own sake, and I am not sure that it ever occurred to me again. For some little distance, we too followed the others, detached from them, and should have continued so had not Lord Douglas asked me, about 3 p.m., to tie on to old Peter, as he feared, he said, that Taugwalder would not be able to hold his ground if a slip occurred. A few minutes later, a sharp-eyed lad ran into the Monte Rosa Hotel at Zermatt, saying that he had seen an avalanche fall from the summit of the Matterhorn onto the Matterhorn glacier. The boy was reproved for telling idle stories. He was right, nevertheless, and this was what he saw. Mitchell Kras had laid aside his axe, and in order to give Mr. Haddo greater security, was absolutely taking hold of his legs and putting his feet, one by one, into their proper positions. As far as I know, no one was actually descending. I cannot speak with certainty, because the two leading men were partially hidden from my sight by an intervening mass of rock, but it is my belief, from the movements of their shoulders, that Kras, having done as I said, was in the act of turning round to go down a step or two himself. At this moment, Mr. Haddo slipped, fell against him, and knocked him over. I heard one startled exclamation from Kras, then saw him and Mr. Haddo flying downward. In another moment, Hudson was dragged from his steps, and Lord Douglas immediately after him. All this was the work of a moment. Immediately we heard Kras's exclamation. Old Peter and I planted ourselves as firmly as the rocks would permit. The rope was taut between us, and the jerk came on us both as on one man. We held, but the rope broke midway between Taugwalder and Lord Francis Douglas. For a few seconds we saw our unfortunate companions sliding downward on their backs and spreading out their hands, endeavoring to save themselves. They passed from our sight uninjured, disappeared one by one, and fell from the precipice to precipice onto the Matterhorn glacier below, a distance of nearly 4,000 feet in height. From the moment the rope broke, it was impossible to help them. So perished our comrades. For more than 2 hours afterward, I thought almost every moment that the next would be my last. For the Taugwalders, utterly unnerved, were not only incapable of giving assistance, but were in such a state that a slip might have been expected from them at any moment. After a time, we were able to do that which should have been done at first, and fixed rope to firm rocks, in addition to being tied together. These ropes were cut from time to time and were left behind. Even with their assurance, the men were afraid to proceed, and several times old Peter turned, with ashy face and faltering limbs, and said, with terrible emphasis, "I cannot." About 6 p.m., we arrived at the snow upon the ridge descending toward Zermatt, and all peril was over. We frequently looked, but in vain, for traces of our unfortunate companions. We bent over the ridge and cried to them, but no sound returned. Convinced at last that they were neither within sight nor hearing, we ceased from our useless efforts, and too cast down for speech, silently gathered up our things and the little effects of those who were lost, and then completed the descent. Such is Mr. Whymper's graphic and thrilling narrative. Zermatt gossip darkly hints that the elder Taugwalder cut the rope, when the accident occurred, in order to preserve himself from being dragged into the abyss. But Mr. Whymper says that the ends of the rope showed no evidence of cutting, but only of breaking. He adds that if Taugwalder had had the disposition to cut the rope, he would not have had time to do it. The accident was so sudden and unexpected. Lord Douglas' body has never been found. It probably lodged upon some inaccessible shelf in the face of the mighty precipice. Lord Douglas was a youth of 19. The 3 other victims fell nearly 4,000 feet, and their bodies lay together upon the glacier when found by Mr. Whymper and the other searchers the next morning. Their graves are beside the little church in Zermatt. Chapter 42. Chillon has a nice, roomy dungeon. Switzerland is simply a large, humpy, solid rock, with a thin skin of grass stretched over it. Consequently, they do not dig graves, they blast them out with powder and fuse. They cannot afford to have large graveyards. The grass skin is too circumscribed and too valuable. It is all required for the support of the living. The graveyard in Zermatt occupies only about 1/8 of an acre. The graves are sunk in the living rock and are very permanent, but occupation of them is only temporary. The occupant can only stay till his grave is needed by a later subject. He is removed then, for they do not bury one body on top of another. As I understand it, a family owns a grave just as it owns a house. A man dies and leaves his house to his son, and at the same time, this dead father succeeds to his own father's grave. He moves out of the house and into the grave, and his predecessor moves out of the grave and into the cellar of the chapel. I saw a black box lying in the churchyard, with skull and crossbones painted on it, and was told that this was used in transferring remains to the cellar. In that cellar, the bones and skulls of several hundred of former citizens were compactly corded up. They made a pile 18 feet long, 7 feet high, and 8 feet wide. I was told that in some of the receptacles of this kind in the Swiss villages, the skulls were all marked, and if a man wished to find the skulls of his ancestors for several generations back, he could do it by these marks, preserved in the family records. An English gentleman who had lived some years in this region said it was the cradle of compulsory education. But he said that the English idea that compulsory education would reduce bastardy and intemperance was an error. It has not that effect. He said there was more seduction in the Protestant than in the Catholic cantons, because the confessional protected the girls. I wonder why it doesn't protect married women in France and Spain. This gentleman said that among the poorer peasants in the valley, it was common for the brothers in a family to cast lots to determine which of them should have the coveted privilege of marrying, and his brethren, doomed bachelors, heroically banded themselves together to help support the new family. We left Zermatt in a wagon, and in a rainstorm, too, for St. Nicholas about 10 o'clock one morning. Again we passed between those grass-clad prodigious cliffs, specked with wee dwellings peeping over at us from velvety green walls 10 and 1,200 feet high. It did not seem possible that the imaginary chamois even could climb those precipices. Lovers on opposite cliffs probably kiss through a spyglass and correspond with a rifle. In Switzerland, the farmer's plough is a wide shovel, which scrapes up and turns over the thin, earthy skin of his native rock, and there the man of the plough is a hero. Now here, by our St. Nicholas road, was a grave, and it had a tragic story. A ploughman was skinning his farm one morning, not the steepest part of it, but still a steep part. That is, he was not skinning the front of his farm, but the roof of it, near the eaves, when he absent-mindedly let go of the plough handles to moisten his hands in the usual way. He lost his balance and fell out of his farm backward. Poor fellow, he never touched anything till he struck bottom 1,500 feet below. This was on a Sunday. We throw a halo of heroism around the life of the soldier and the sailor, because of the deadly dangers they are facing all the time. But we are not used to looking upon farming as a heroic occupation. This is because we have not lived in Switzerland. From St. Nicholas we struck out for Visp, or Vispach, on foot. The rainstorms had been at work during several days and had done a deal of damage in Switzerland and Savoy. We came to one place where a stream had changed its course and plunged down a mountain in a new place, sweeping everything before it. 2 poor but precious farms by the roadside were ruined. One was washed clear away and the bedrock exposed. The other was buried out of sight under a tumbled chaos of rocks, gravel, mud, and rubbish. The resistless might of water was well exemplified. Some saplings which had stood in the way were bent to the ground, stripped clean of their bark, and buried under rocky debris. The road had been swept away, too. In another place, where the road was high up on the mountain's face, and its outside edge protected by flimsy masonry, we frequently came across spots where this masonry had carved off and left dangerous gaps for mules to get over. And with still more frequency, we found the masonry slightly crumbled and marked by mule hoofs, thus showing that there had been danger of an accident to somebody. When at last we came to a badly ruptured bit of masonry, with hoofprints evidencing a desperate struggle to regain the lost foothold, I looked quite hopefully over the dizzy precipice. but there was nobody down there. They take exceedingly good care of their rivers in Switzerland and other portions of Europe. They wall up both banks with slanting solid stone masonry, so that from end to end of these rivers the banks look like the wharves at St. Louis and other towns on the Mississippi River. It was during this walk from St. Nicholas, in the shadow of the majestic Alps, that we came across some little children amusing themselves in what seemed, at first, a most odd and original way, but it wasn't. It was in simply a natural and characteristic way. They were roped together with a string, they had mimic alpenstocks and ice axes, and were climbing a meek and lowly manure pile with a most blood-curdling amount of care and caution. The guide at the head of the line cut imaginary steps, in a laborious and painstaking way, and not a monkey budged till the step above was vacated. If we had waited, we should have witnessed an imaginary accident, no doubt, and we should have heard the intrepid band hurrah when they made the summit and looked around upon the magnificent view, and seen them throw themselves down in exhausted attitudes for a rest in that commanding situation. In Nevada, I used to see the children play at silver mining. Of course, the great thing was an accident in a mine, and there were two star parts, that of the man who fell down the mimic shaft and that of the daring hero who was lowered into the depths to bring him up. I knew one small chap who always insisted on playing both of these parts, and he carried his point. He would tumble into the shaft and die, and then come to the surface and go back after his own remains. It is the smartest boy that gets the hero part everywhere. He is head guide in Switzerland, head miner in Nevada, head bullfighter in Spain, etc. But I knew a preacher's son, 7 years old, who once selected a part for himself, compared to which those just mentioned are tame and unimpressive. Jimmy's father stopped him from driving imaginary horse cars one Sunday, stopped him from playing captain of an imaginary steamboat next Sunday, stopped him from leading an imaginary army to battle the following Sunday, and so on. Finally, the little fellow said, "I've tried everything, and they won't any of them do. What can I play?" "I hardly know, Jimmy, but you must play only things that are suitable to the Sabbath day." Next Sunday, the preacher stepped softly to a back-room door to see if the children were rightly employed. He peeped in. A chair occupied the middle of the room, and on the back of it hung Jimmy's cap. One of his little sisters took the cap down, nibbled at it, then passed it to another small sister and said, "Eat of this fruit, for it is good." The Reverend took in the situation. Alas, they were playing the expulsion from Eden, yet he found one little crumb of comfort. He said to himself, "For once Jimmy has yielded the chief role. I have been wronging him. I did not believe there was so much modesty in him. I should have expected him to be either Adam or Eve." This crumb of comfort lasted but a very little while. He glanced around and discovered Jimmy standing in an imposing attitude in a corner, with a dark and deadly frown on his face. What that meant was very plain. He was impersonating the deity. Think of the guileless sublimity of that idea. We reached Vispach at 8 p.m., only about 7 hours out from St. Nicholas, so we must have made fully a mile and a half an hour, and it was all downhill, too, and very muddy at that. We stayed all night at the Hotel de Soleil. I remember it because the landlady, the portier, the waitress, and the chambermaid were not separate persons, but were all contained in one neat and chipper suit of spotless muslin, and she was the prettiest young creature I saw in all that region. She was the landlord's daughter, and I remember that the only native match to her I saw in all Europe was the young daughter of the landlord of a village inn in the Black Forest. Why don't more people in Europe marry and keep hotel? Next morning we left with a family of English friends and went by train to Brevet, and thence by boat across the lake to Ouchy, Lausanne. Ouchy is memorable to me, not on account of its beautiful situation and lovely surroundings, although these would make it stick long in one's memory, but as the place where I caught the London Times dropping into humor. It was not aware of it, though. It did not do it on purpose. An English friend called my attention to this lapse and cut out the reprehensible paragraph for me. Think of encountering a grin like this on the face of that grim journal. Erratum, we are requested by Reuters Telegram Company to correct an erroneous announcement made in their Brisbane Telegram of the 2D Inst, published in our impression of the 5th Inst, stating that Lady Kennedy had given birth to twins, the eldest being a son. The company explained that the message they received contained the words "Governor of Queensland" Twain's first son. Being, however, subsequently informed that Sir Arthur Kennedy was unmarried and that there must be some mistake, a telegraphic repetition was at once demanded. It has been received today, 11th inst., and shows that the words really telegraphed by Reuters' agent were Governor Queensland turns first sod, alluding to the Maryborough Gimpic Railway in course of construction. The words in italics were mutilated by the telegraph in transmission from Australia, and reaching the company in the form mentioned above gave rise to the mistake. I had always had a deep and reverent compassion for the sufferings of the prisoner of Chillon, whose story Byron had told in such moving verse. So I took the steamer and made pilgrimage to the dungeons of the castle of Chillon to see the place where poor Bonivard endured dreary captivity 300 years ago. I am glad I did that, for it took away some of the pain I was feeling on the prisoner's account. His dungeon was a nice, cool, roomy place, and I cannot see why he should have been dissatisfied with it, if he had been imprisoned in a St. Nicholas private dwelling, where the fertilizer prevails, and the goat sleeps with the guest, and the chickens roost on him, and the cow comes in and bothers him when he wants to muse. It would have been another matter altogether. But he surely could not have had a very cheerless time of it in that pretty dungeon. It has romantic window slits that let in generous bars of light, and it has tall, noble columns carved apparently from the living rock. And what is more, they are written all over with thousands of names, some of them, like Byron's and Victor Hugo's, of the first celebrity. Why didn't he amuse himself reading these names? Then there are the couriers and tourists, swarms of them every day. What was to hinder him from having a good time with them? I think Bonivard's sufferings have been overrated. Next, we took the train and went to Martigny on the way to Mont Blanc. Next morning we started about 8 o'clock on foot. We had plenty of company in the way of wagon loads and mule loads of tourists and dust. This scattering procession of travelers was perhaps a mile long. The road was uphill, interminable uphill, and tolerably steep. The weather was blisteringly hot, and the man or woman who had to sit on a creeping mule or in a crawling wagon and broil in the beating sun was an object to be pitied. We could dodge among the bushes and have the relief of shade, but those people could not. They paid for a conveyance, and to get their money's worth they rode. We went by the way of the Terre Noire, and after we reached high ground, there was no lack of fine scenery. In one place, the road was tunneled through a shoulder of the mountain. From there one looked down into a gorge with a rushing torrent in it, and on every hand was a charming view of rocky buttresses and wooded heights. There was a liberal allowance of pretty waterfalls, too, on the Terre Noire route. About half an hour before we reached the village of Argentière, a vast dome of snow, with the sun blazing on it, drifted into view and framed itself in a strong 5-shaped gateway of the mountains, and we recognized Mont Blanc, the monarch of the Alps. With every step after that, this stately dome rose higher and higher into the blue sky, and at last seemed to occupy the zenith. Some of Mont Blanc's neighbors, bare, light brown, steeple-like rocks, were very peculiarly shaped. Some were whittled to a sharp point and slightly bent at the upper end, like a lady's finger. One monster sugar loaf resembled a bishop's hat. It was too steep to hold snow on its sides, but had some in the division. While we were still on very high ground, and before the descent toward Argentière began, we looked up toward a neighboring mountaintop, and saw exquisite prismatic colors playing about some white clouds which were so delicate as to almost resemble gossamer webs. The faint pinks and greens were peculiarly beautiful. None of the colors were deep. They were the lightest shades. They were bewitching commingled. We sat down to study and enjoy this singular spectacle. The tints remained during several minutes, flitting, changing, melting into each other, paling almost away for a moment, then reflushing, a shifting, restless, unstable succession of soft opaline gleams, shimmering over that air film of white cloud, and turning it into a fabric dainty enough to clothe an angel with. By and by we perceived what those superdelicate colors and their continuous play and movement reminded us of. It is what one sees in a soap bubble that is drifting along, catching changes of tint from the objects it passes. A soap bubble is the most beautiful thing and the most exquisite in nature. That lovely phantom fabric in the sky was suggestive of a soap bubble split open and spread out in the sun. I wonder how much it would take to buy a soap bubble if there was only one in the world. One could buy a hatful of koh-i-noors with the same money, no doubt. We made the tramp from Martigny to Argentière in 8 hours. We beat all the mules and wagons. We didn't usually do that. We hired a sort of open baggage wagon for the trip down the valley to Chamonix and then devoted an hour to dining. This gave the driver time to get drunk. He had a friend with him, and this friend also had had time to get drunk. When we drove off, the driver said all the tourists had arrived and gone by while we were at dinner. But said he impressively, "Be not disturbed by that, remain tranquil, give yourselves no uneasiness. Their dust rises far before us. Rest you tranquil, leave all to me, I am the king of drivers. Behold." Down came his whip, and away we clattered. I never had such a shaking up in my life. The recent flooding rains had washed the road clear away in places, but we never stopped, we never slowed down for anything. We tore right along, over rocks, rubbish, gullies, open fields, sometimes with 1 or 2 wheels on the ground, but generally with none. Every now and then that calm, good-natured madman would bend a majestic look over his shoulder at us and say, "Ah, you perceive. It is as I have said, I am the king of drivers." Every time we just missed going to destruction, he would say, with tranquil happiness, "Enjoy it, gentlemen. It is very rare, it is very unusual. It is given to few to ride with the king of drivers. And observe, it is as I have said, I am he." He spoke in French, and punctuated with hiccups. His friend was French, too, but spoke in German, using the same system of punctuation, however. The friend called himself the captain of Mont Blanc, and wanted us to make the ascent with him. He said he had made more ascents than any other man, 47, and his brother had made 37. His brother was the best guide in the world, except himself. But he, yes, observe him well, he was the captain of Mont Blanc. That title belonged to none other. The king was as good as his word. He overtook that long procession of tourists and went by it like a hurricane. The result was that we got choicer rooms at the hotel in Chamonix than we should have done if His Majesty had been a slower artist, or rather, if he hadn't most providentially got drunk before he left Argentière. Chapter 43. My poor sick friend, disappointed. Everybody was out of doors. Everybody was in the principal street of the village, not on the sidewalks, but all over the street. Everybody was lounging, loafing, chatting, waiting, alert, expectant, interested, for it was train time. That is to say, it was diligence time. The half-dozen big diligences would soon be arriving from Geneva, and the village was interested, in many ways, in knowing how many people were coming and what sort of folk they might be. It was altogether the livest-looking street we had seen in any village on the continent. The hotel was by the side of a booming torrent, whose music was loud and strong. We could not see this torrent, for it was dark now, but one could locate it without a light. There was a large enclosed yard in front of the hotel, and this was filled with groups of villagers waiting to see the diligences arrive or to hire themselves to excursionists for the morrow. A telescope stood in the yard, with its huge barrel canted up toward the lustrous evening star. The long porch of the hotel was populous with tourists who sat in shawls and wraps under the vast overshadowing bulk of Mont Blanc and gossiped or meditated. Never did a mountain seem so close. Its big sides seemed at one's very elbow, and its majestic dome and the lofty cluster of slender minarets that were its neighbors seemed to be almost over one's head. It was night in the streets, and the lamps were sparkling everywhere. The broad bases and shoulders of the mountains were in a deep gloom, but their summits swam in a strange, rich glow which was really daylight, and yet had a mellow something about it which was very different from the hard white glare of the kind of daylight I was used to. Its radiance was strong and clear, but at the same time it was singularly soft and spiritual and benignant. No, it was not our harsh, aggressive, realistic daylight. It seemed proper to an enchanted land or to heaven. I had seen moonlight and daylight together before, but I had not seen daylight and black night elbow to elbow before. At least, I had not seen the daylight resting upon an object sufficiently close at hand before to make the contrast startling and at war with nature. The daylight passed away. Presently the moon rose up behind some of those sky-piercing fingers or pinnacles of bare rock of which I have spoken. They were a little to the left of the crest of Mont Blanc and right over our heads, but she couldn't manage to climb high enough toward heaven to get entirely above them. She would show the glittering arch of her upper third, occasionally, and scrape it along behind the combe-like row. Sometimes a pinnacle stood straight up, like a statuette of ebony, against that glittering white shield, then seemed to glide out of it by its own volition and power, and become a dim spectre, while the next pinnacle glided into its place and blotted the spotless disk with the black exclamation point of its presence. The top of one pinnacle took the shapely, clean-cut form of a rabbit's head in the inkiest silhouette while it rested against the moon. The unillumined peaks and minarets, hovering vague and phantom-like above us, while the others were painfully white and strong with snow and moonlight, made a peculiar effect. But when the moon, having passed the line of pinnacles, was hidden behind the stupendous white swell of Mont Blanc, the masterpiece of the evening was flung on the canvas. A rich greenish radiance sprang into the sky from behind the mountain, and in this some airy shreds and ribbons of vapor floated about, and being flushed with that strange tint, went waving to and fro like pale green flames. After a while, radiating bars, vast broadening fan-shaped shadows, grew up and stretched away to the zenith from behind the mountain. It was a spectacle to take one's breath, for the wonder of it and the sublimity. Indeed, those mighty bars of alternate light and shadow streaming up from behind that dark and prodigious form, and occupying the half of the dull and opaque heavens, was the most imposing and impressive marvel I had ever looked upon. There is no simile for it, for nothing is like it. If a child had asked me what it was, I should have said, "Humble yourself, in this presence, it is the glory flowing from the hidden head of the Creator." One falls shorter of the truth than that, sometimes, in trying to explain mysteries to the little people. I could have found out the cause of this awe-compelling miracle by inquiring, for it is not infrequent at Mont Blanc, but I did not wish to know. We have not the reverent feeling for the rainbow that a savage has, because we know how it is made. We have lost as much as we gained by prying into the matter. We took a walk down street, a block or two, and a place where 4 streets met, and the principal shops were clustered, found the groups of men in the roadway thicker than ever, for this was the exchange of chamonics. These men were in the costumes of guides and porters, and were there to be hired. The office of that great personage, the guide-in-chief of the Chamonics Guild of Guides, was nearby. This guild is a close corporation and is governed by strict laws. There are many excursion routes, some dangerous and some not, some that can be made safely without a guide, and some that cannot. The Bureau determines these things. Where it decides that a guide is necessary, you are forbidden to go without one. Neither are you allowed to be a victim of extortion. The law states what you are to pay. The guides serve in rotation. You cannot select the man who is to take your life into his hands. You must take the worst in the lot, if it is his turn. A guide's fee ranges all the way up from $50 for some trifling excursion of a few rods to $20, according to the distance traversed and the nature of the ground. A guide's fee for taking a person to the summit of Mont Blanc and back is $20, and he earns it. The time employed is usually 3 days, and there is enough early rising in it to make a man far more healthy and wealthy and wise than any one man has any right to be. The porter's fee for the same trip is $10. Several fools, no, I mean several tourists, usually go together and divide up the expense and thus make it light. For if only one tourist, went, he would have to have several guides and porters, and that would make the matter costly. We went into the chief's office. There were maps of mountains on the walls, also 1 or 2 lithographs of celebrated guides, and a portrait of the scientist de Saussure. In glass cases were some labeled fragments of boots and batons, and other suggestive relics and remembrances of casualties on Mont Blanc. In a book was a record of all the ascents which have ever been made, beginning with nose 1 and being those of Jacques Balmat and de Saussure in 1787 and ending with no. 685, which wasn't cold yet. In fact, number 685 was standing by the official table waiting to receive the precious official diploma which should prove to his German household and to his descendants that he had once been indiscreet enough to climb to the top of Mont Blanc. He looked very happy when he got his document. In fact, he spoke up and said he was happy. I tried to buy a diploma for an invalid friend at home who had never traveled, and whose desire all his life has been to ascend Mont Blanc, but the guide-in-chief rather insolently refused to sell me one. I was very much offended. I said I did not propose to be discriminated against on the account of my nationality, that he had just sold a diploma to this German gentleman, and my money was as good as his. I would see to it that he couldn't keep his shop for Germans and deny his produce to Americans. I would have his license taken away from him at the dropping of a handkerchief. If France refused to break him, I would make an international matter of it and bring on a war. The soil should be drenched with blood, and not only that, but I would set up an opposition show and sell diplomas at half price. For 2 cents I would have done these things too, but nobody offered me 2 cents. I tried to move that German's feelings, but it could not be done. He would not give me his diploma, neither would he sell it to me. I told him my friend was sick and could not come himself, but he said he did not care a verdamm's pfennig. He wanted his diploma for himself. Did I suppose he was going to risk his neck for that thing and then give it to a sick stranger? Indeed he wouldn't, so he wouldn't. I resolved then that I would do all I could to injure Mont Blanc. In the record book was a list of all the fatal accidents which happened on the mountain. It began with the one in 1820 when the Russian Dr. Hamel's 3 guides were lost in a crevice of the glacier, and it recorded the delivery of the remains in the valley by the slow-moving glacier 41 years later. The latest catastrophe bore the date 1877. We stepped out and roved about the village a while. In front of the little church was a monument to the memory of the bold guide Jacques Baumat, the first man who ever stood upon the summit of Mont Blanc. He made that wild trip solitary and alone. He accomplished the ascent a number of times afterward. A stretch of nearly half a century lay between his first ascent and his last one. At the ripe old age of 72, he was climbing around a corner of a lofty precipice of the Pic du Midi, nobody with him, when he slipped and fell, so he died in the harness. He had grown very avaricious in his old age, and used to go off stealthily to hunt for non-existent and impossible gold among those perilous peaks and precipices. He was on a quest of that kind when he lost his life. There was a statue to him, and another to de Saussure, in the hall of our hotel, and a metal plate on the door of a room upstairs bore an inscription to the effect that that room had been occupied by Albert Smith. Baumat and de Saussure discovered Mont Blanc, so to speak, but it was Smith who made it a paying property. His articles in Blackwood and his lectures on Mont Blanc in London advertised it and made people as anxious to see it as if it owed them money. As we strolled along the road, we looked up and saw a red signal light glowing in the darkness of the mountainside. It seemed but a trifling way up, perhaps 100 yards, a climb of 10 minutes. It was a lucky piece of sagacity in us that we concluded to stop a man whom we met and get a light for our pipes from him, instead of continuing the climb to that lantern to get a light, as had been our purpose. The man said that that lantern was on the Grands Mulets, some 6,500 feet above the valley. I know by our Riffelberg experience that it would have taken us a good part of a week to go up there. I would sooner not smoke at all than take all that trouble for a light. Even in the daytime, the foreshadowing effect of this mountain's close proximity creates curious deceptions. For instance, one sees with the naked eye a cabin up there beside the glacier, and a little above and beyond he sees the spot where that red light was located. He thinks he could throw a stone from the one place to the other. But he couldn't, for the difference between the 2 altitudes is more than 3,000 feet. It looks impossible from below that this can be true, but it is true nevertheless. While strolling around, we kept the run of the moon all the time, and we still kept an eye on her after we got back to the hotel portico. I had a theory that the gravitation of refraction, being subsidiary to atmospheric compensation, the refrangibility of the Earth's surface would emphasize this effect in regions where great mountain ranges occur, and possibly so even-handed impact the odic and idyllic forces together, the one upon the other, as to prevent the moon from rising higher than 12,200 feet above sea level. This daring theory had been received with frantic scorn by some of my fellow scientists and with an eager silence by others. Among the former I may mention Prof. H. Y., and among the latter Prof. T. L. Such is professional jealousy, A scientist will never show any kindness for a theory which he did not start himself. There is no feeling of brotherhood among these people. Indeed, they always resent it when I call them brother. To show how far their ungenerosity can carry them, I will state that I offered to let Prof. H.Y. publish my great theory as his own discovery. I even begged him to do it. I even proposed to print it myself as his theory. Instead of thanking me, he said that if I tried to fasten that theory on him, he would sue me for slander. I was going to offer it to Mr. Darwin, whom I understood to be a man without prejudices, but it occurred to me that perhaps he would not be interested in it, since it did not concern heraldry. But I am glad now that I was forced to father my intrepid theory myself, for, on the night of which I am writing, it was triumphantly justified and established. Mont Blanc is nearly 16,000 feet high. He hid the moon utterly. Near him is a peak which is 12,216 feet high. The moon slid along behind the pinnacles, and when she approached that one, I watched her with intense interest, for my reputation as a scientist must stand or fall by its decision. I cannot describe the emotions which surged like tidal waves through my breast when I saw the moon glide behind that lofty needle and pass it by without exposing more than 2 feet 4 inches of her upper rim above it. I was secure then. I knew she could rise no higher, and I was right. She sailed behind all the peaks and never succeeded in hoisting her disk above a single one of them. While the moon was behind one of those sharp fingers, its shadow was flung athwart the vacant heavens, a long, slanting, clean-cut dark ray with a streaming and energetic suggestion of force about it, such as the ascending jet of water from a powerful fire engine affords. It was curious to see a good strong shadow of an earthly object cast upon so intangible a field as the atmosphere. We went to bed at last and went quickly to sleep, but I woke up after about 3 hours with throbbing temples and a head which was physically sore outside and in. I was dazed, dreamy, wretched, seedy, unrefreshed. I recognized the occasion of all this. It was that torrent. In the mountain villages of Switzerland and along the roads, one has always the roar of the torrent in his ears. He imagines it is music, and he thinks poetic things about it. He lies in his comfortable bed and is lulled to sleep by it. But by and by he begins to notice that his head is very sore. He cannot account for it. In solitudes where the profoundest silence reigns, he notices a sullen, distant, continuous roar in his ears, which is like what he would experience if he had seashells pressed against them. He cannot account for it. He is drowsy and absent-minded. There is no tenacity to his mind. He cannot keep hold of a thought and follow it out. If he sits down to write, his vocabulary is empty. No suitable words will come. He forgets what he started to do and remains there, pen in hand, head tilted up, eyes closed, listening painfully to the muffled roar of a distant train in his ears. In his soundest sleep the strain continues. He goes on listening, always listening intently, anxiously, and wakes at last, harassed, irritable, unrefreshed. He cannot manage to account for these things. Day after day, he feels as if he had spent his nights in a sleeping car. It actually takes him weeks to find out that it is those persecuting torrents that have been making all the mischief. It is time for him to get out of Switzerland, then, for as soon as he has discovered the cause, the misery is magnified several-fold. The roar of the torrent is maddening then, for his imagination is assisting. The physical pain it inflicts is exquisite. When he finds he is approaching one of those streams, his dread is so lively that he is disposed to fly the track and avoid the implacable foe. 8 or 9 months after the distress of the torrents had departed from me, the roar and thunder of the streets of Paris brought it all back again. I moved to the 6th story of the hotel to hunt for peace. About midnight the noises dulled away, and I was sinking to sleep, when I heard a new and curious sound. I listened. Evidently some joyous lunatic was softly dancing a double shuffle in the room over my head. I had to wait for him to get through, of course. 5 long minutes he smoothly shuffled away. A pause followed, then something fell with a thump on the floor. I said to myself, there, he is pulling off his boots. Thank heavens he is done. Another slight pause. He went to shuffling again. I said to myself, is he trying to see what he can do with only one boot on? Presently came another pause and another thump on the floor. I said, good, he has pulled off his other boot. Now he is done. But he was. The next moment he was shuffling again. I said, confound him, he is at it in his slippers. After a little came that same old pause, and right after it that thump on the floor once more. I said, hang him, he had on 2 pair of boots. For an hour that magician went on shuffling and pulling off boots till he had shed as many as 25 pair, and I was hovering on the verge of lunacy. I got my gun and stole up there. The fellow was in the midst of an acre of sprawling boots, and he had a boot in his hand, shuffling it, no, I mean polishing it. The mystery was explained. He hadn't been dancing. He was the boots of the hotel and was attending to business. Chapter 49. I Scale Mont Blanc by Telescope. After breakfast, that next morning in Chamonix, we went out in the yard and watched the gangs of excursioning tourists arriving and departing with their mules and guides and porters. Then we took a look through the telescope at the snowy hump of Mont Blanc. It was brilliant with sunshine, and the vast smooth bulge seemed hardly 500 yards away. With the naked eye, we could dimly make out the house at the Pier Pointu, which is located by the side of the Great Glacier and is more than 3,000 feet above the level of the valley, but with the telescope we could see all its details. While I looked, a woman rode by the house on a mule, and I saw her with sharp distinctness. I could have described her dress. I saw her nod to the people of the house and rein up her mule and put her hand up to shield her eyes from the sun. I was not used to telescopes. In fact, I had never looked through a good one before. It seemed incredible to me that this woman could be so far away. I was satisfied that I could see all these details with my naked eye, but when I tried it, that mule and those vivid people had wholly vanished, and the house itself was become small and vague. I tried the telescope again, and again everything was vivid. The strong black shadows of the mule and the woman were flung against the side of the house, and I saw the mule's silhouette wave its ears. The telescopulist, or the telescopulariat, I do not know which is right, said a party were making a grand ascent and would come in sight on the remote upper heights presently, so we waited to observe this performance. Presently I had a superb idea. I wanted to stand with a party on the summit of Mont Blanc, merely to be able to say I had done it, and I believed the telescope could set me within 7 feet of the uppermost man. The telescoper assured me that it could. I then asked him how much I owed him for as far as I had got. He said, 1 franc. I asked him how much it would cost to make the entire ascent. 3 francs. I at once determined to make the entire ascent. But first I inquired if there was any danger. He said no, not by telescope. Said he had taken a great many parties to the summit and never lost a man. I asked what he would charge to let my agent go with me, together with such guides and porters as might be necessary. He said he would let Harris go for 2 francs, and that unless we were unusually timid, he should consider guides and porters unnecessary. It was not customary to take them when going by telescope, for they were rather an encumbrance than a help. He said that the party now on the mountain were approaching the most difficult part, and if we hurried, we should overtake them within 10 minutes, and could then join them and have the benefit of their guides and porters without their knowledge and without expense to us. I then said we would start immediately. I believe I said it calmly, though I was conscious of a shudder and of a paling cheek, in view of the nature of the exploit I was so unreflectingly engaged in. But the old daredevil spirit was upon me, and I said that as I had committed myself, I would not back down. I would ascend Mont Blanc if it cost me my life. I told the man to slant his machine in the proper direction and let us be off. Harris was afraid and did not want to go, but I heartened him up and said I would hold his hand all the way, so he gave his consent, though he trembled a little at first. I took a last pathetic look upon the pleasant summer scene about me, then boldly put my eye to the glass and prepared to mount among the grim glaciers and the everlasting snows. We took our way carefully and cautiously across the great Glacier des Bossons, over yawning and terrific crevices, and among imposing crags and buttresses of ice, which were fringed with icicles of gigantic proportions. The desert of ice that stretched far and wide about us was wild and desolate beyond description, and the perils which beset us were so great that at times I was minded to turn back. But I pulled my pluck together and pushed on. We passed the glacier safely and began to mount the steeps beyond, with great alacrity. When we were 7 minutes out from the starting point, we reached an altitude where the scene took a new aspect. An apparently limitless continent of gleaming snow was tilted heavenward before our faces. As my eye followed that awful acclivity far away up into the remote skies, it seemed to me that all I had ever seen before of sublimity and magnitude was small and insignificant compared to this. We rested a moment and then began to mount with speed. Within 3 minutes we caught sight of the party ahead of us and stopped to observe them. They were toiling up a long, slanting ridge of snow, 12 persons, roped together some 15 feet apart, marching in single file and strongly marked against the clear blue sky. One was a woman. We could see them lift their feet and put them down. We saw them swing their alpenstocks forward in unison, like so many pendulums, and then bear their weight upon them. We saw the lady wave her handkerchief. They dragged themselves upward in a worn and weary way, for they had been climbing steadily from the Grand Mulets, on the Glacier des Bossons, since 3 in the morning, and it was 11 now. We saw them sink down in the snow and rest, and drink something from a bottle. After a while they moved on, and as they approached the final short dash of the home stretch, we closed up on them and joined them. Presently we all stood together on the summit. What a view was spread out below. Away off under the northwestern horizon rolled the silent billows of the Farnese Oberland, their snowy crests glinting softly in the subdued lights of distance. In the north rose the giant form of the Wobblehorn, draped from peak to shoulder in sable thunder clouds. Beyond him, to the right, stretched the grand processional summits of the Cisalpine Cordillera, drowned in a sensuous haze. To the east loomed the colossal masses of the Jodelhorn, the Fuddlehorn, and the Dinnerhorn, their cloudless summits flashing white and cold in the sun. Beyond them shimmered the faint far line of the Gouts of Jubelpoor and the Aiguilles des Alleghenies. In the south towered the smoking peak of Popocatépetl and the unapproachable altitudes of the peerless Scrabblehorn. In the west-south, the stately range of the Himalayas lay dreaming in a purple gloom, and thence all around the curving horizon the eye roved over a troubled sea of sun-kissed Alps, and noted here and there the noble proportions and the soaring domes of the Bottlehorn, and the Saddlehorn, and the Shovelhorn, and the Powderhorn, all bathed in the glory of noon, and mottled with softly gliding blots, the shadows flung from drifting clouds. Overcome by the scene, we all raised a triumphant, tremendous shout in unison. A startled man at my elbow said, "Confound you, what do you yell like that for right here in the street?" That brought me down to Chamonix like a flirt. I gave that man some spiritual advice and disposed of him, and then paid the telescope man his full fee, and said that we were charmed with the trip and would remain down, and not reascend, and require him to fetch us down by telescope. This pleased him very much, for of course we could have stepped back to the summit and put him to the trouble of bringing us home if we wanted to. I judged we could get diplomas now anyhow, so we went after them, but the chief guide put us off, with one pretext or another, during all the time we stayed in Chamonix, and we ended by never getting them at all. So much for his prejudice against people's nationality. However, we worried him enough to make him remember us and our ascent for some time. He even said once that he wished there was a lunatic asylum in Chamonix. This shows that he really had fears that we were going to drive him mad. It was what we intended to do, but lack of time defeated it. I cannot venture to advise the reader one way or the other as to ascending Mont Blanc. I say only this: if he is at all timid, the enjoyments of the trip will hardly make up for the hardships and sufferings he will have to endure. But if he has good nerve, youth, health, and a bold, firm will, and could leave his family comfortably provided for in case the worst happened, he would find the ascent a wonderful experience, and the view from the top a vision to dream about and tell about, and recall with exultation all the days of his life. While I do not advise such a person to attempt the ascent, I do not advise him against it. But if he elects to attempt it, let him be warily careful of 2 things. Choose a calm, clear day, and do not pay the telescope man in advance. There are dark stories of his getting advance payers on the summit and then leaving them there to rot. A frightful tragedy was once witnessed through the Chamonix telescopes. Think of questions and answers like these on an inquest. Coroner: you saw deceased lose his life. Witness: I did. See, where was he at the time? W. Close to the summit of Mont Blanc. See, where were you? W in the main street of Chamonix. See what was the distance between you. W a little over 5 miles as the bird flies. This accident occurred in 1866, a year and a month after the disaster on the Matterhorn. 3 adventurous English gentlemen of great experience in mountain climbing made up their minds to ascend Mont Blanc without guides or porters. All endeavors to dissuade them from their project failed. Powerful telescopes are numerous in Chamonix. These huge brass tubes, mounted on their scaffoldings and pointed skyward from every choice vantage ground, have the formidable look of artillery and give the town the general aspect of getting ready to repel a charge of angels. The reader may easily believe that the telescopes had plenty of custom on that August morning in 1866, for everybody knew of the dangerous undertaking which was on foot, and all had fears that misfortune would result. All the morning, the tubes remained directed toward the mountain heights, each with its anxious group around it, but the white deserts were vacant. At last, toward 11 o'clock, the people who were looking through the telescopes cried out, "There they are!" And sure enough, far up, on the loftiest terraces of the Grand Plateau, the 3 pygmies appeared, climbing with remarkable vigor and spirit. They disappeared in the corridor and were lost to sight during an hour. Then they reappeared and were presently seen standing together upon the extreme summit of Mont Blanc. So all was well. They remained a few minutes on that highest point of land in Europe, a target for all the telescopes, and were then seen to begin descent. Suddenly, all 3 vanished. An instant after, they appeared again, 2,000 feet below. Evidently, they had tripped and been shot down an almost perpendicular slope of ice to a point where it joined the border of the upper glacier. Naturally, the distant witness supposed they were now looking upon 3 corpses, so they could hardly believe their eyes when they presently saw 2 of the men rise to their feet and bend over the third. During 2 hours and a half, they watched the 2 busying themselves over the extended form of their brother, who seemed entirely inert. Chamonix's affairs stood still. Everybody was in the street. All interest was centered upon what was going on upon that lofty and isolated stage 5 miles away. Finally, the 2, one of them walking with great difficulty, were seen to begin descent, abandoning the third, who was no doubt lifeless. Their movements were followed, step by step, until they reached the corridor and disappeared behind its ridge. Before they had had time to traverse the corridor and reappear, twilight was come, and the power of the telescope was at an end. The survivors had a most perilous journey before them in the gathering darkness, for they must get down to the Grands Mulets before they would find a safe stopping place, a long and tedious descent, and perilous enough even in good daylight. The oldest guides expressed the opinion that they could not succeed, that all the chances were that they would lose their lives. Yet those brave men did succeed. They reached the Grands Mulets in safety. Even the fearful shock which their nerves had sustained was not sufficient to overcome their coolness and courage. It would appear from the official account that they were threading their way down through those dangers from the closing in of twilight until 2 o'clock in the morning, or later, because the rescuing party from Chamonix reached the Grand Mulets about 3 in the morning and moved thence toward the scene of the disaster under the leadership of Sir George Young, who had only just arrived. After having been on his feet 24 hours in the exhausting work of mountain climbing, Sir George began the descent at the head of the relief party of 6 guides to recover the corpse of his brother. This was considered a new imprudence, as the number was too few for the service required. Another relief party presently arrived at the cabin on the Grands Mulets and quartered themselves there to await events. 10 hours after Sir George's departure toward the summit, this new relief was still scanning the snowy altitudes above them from their own high perch among the ice deserts 10,000 feet above the level of the sea, but the whole forenoon had passed without a glimpse of any living thing appearing up there. This was alarming. Half a dozen of their number set out, then early in the afternoon, to seek and succor Sir George and his guides. The persons remaining at the cabin saw these disappear, and then ensued another distressing wait. 4 hours passed without tidings. Then at 5 o'clock another relief, consisting of 3 guides, set forward from the cabin. They carried food and cordials for the refreshment of their predecessors. They took lanterns with them, too, Night was coming on, and to make matters worse, a fine, cold rain had begun to fall. At the same hour that these three began their dangerous ascent, the official guide-in-chief of the Mont Blanc region undertook the dangerous descent to Chamonix, all alone, to get reinforcements. However, a couple of hours later, at 7 p.m., the anxious solicitude came to an end, and happily, a bugle note was heard, and a cluster of black specks was distinguishable against the snows of the upper heights. The watchers counted these specks eagerly. 14, nobody was missing. An hour and a half later, they were all safe under the roof of the cabin. They had brought the corpse with them. Sir George Young tarried there but a few minutes, and then began the long and troublesome descent from the cabin to Chamonix. He probably reached there about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, after having been afoot among the rocks and glaciers during 2 days and 2 nights. His endurance was equal to his daring. The cause of the unaccountable delay of Sir George and the relief parties among the heights where the disaster had happened was a thick fog, or partly that, and partly the slow and difficult work of conveying the dead body down the perilous steeps. The corpse, upon being viewed at the inquest, showed no bruises, and it was some time before the surgeons discovered that the neck was broken. One of the surviving brothers had sustained some unimportant injuries, but the other had suffered no hurt at all. How these men could fall 2,000 feet, almost perpendicularly, and live afterward is a most strange and unaccountable thing. A great many women have made the ascent of Mont Blanc. An English girl, Miss Stratton, conceived the daring idea 2 or 3 years ago of attempting the ascent in the middle of winter. She tried it, and she succeeded. Moreover, she froze 2 of her fingers on the way up. She fell in love with her guide on the summit, and she married him when she got to the bottom again. There is nothing in romance, in the way of a striking situation, which can beat this love scene in mid-heaven on an isolated ice crest with the thermometer at 0 and an Arctic gale blowing. The first woman who ascended Mont Blanc was a girl aged 22, Emile, Maria Paradis, 1809. Nobody was with her but her sweetheart, and he was not a guide. The sex then took a rest for about 30 years when a Emile D'Angeville made the ascent, 1838. In Chamonix, I picked up a rude old lithograph of that day which pictured her in the act. However, I value it less as a work of art than as a fashion plate. Miss D'Angeville put on a pair of men's pantaloons to climb it, which was wise, but she cramped their utility by adding her petticoat, which was idiotic. One of the mournfulest calamities which men's disposition to climb dangerous mountains has resulted in happened on Mont Blanc in September 1870. M. 500 Arve tells the story briefly in his Histoire du Mont Blanc. In the next chapter, I will copy its chief features. Chapter 45. A catastrophe which cost 11 lives. On the 5th of September, 1870, a caravan of 11 persons departed from Chamonix to make the ascent of Mont Blanc. 3 of the party were tourists, Messrs. Randall and Bean, Americans, and Mr. George Corkindale, a Scotch gentleman. There were 3 guides and 5 porters. The cabin on the Grands Mulets was reached that day. The ascent was resumed early the next morning, September 6th. The day was fine and clear, and the movements of the party were observed through the telescopes of Chamonix. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they were seen to reach the summit. A few minutes later, they were seen making the first steps of the descent. Then a cloud closed around them and hid them from view. 8 hours passed. The cloud still remained. Night came. No one had returned to the Grands Mulets. Sylvain Coutet, keeper of the cabin there, suspected a misfortune and sent down to the valley for help. A detachment of guides went up, but by the time they had made the tedious trip and reached the cabin, a raging storm had set in. They had to wait. Nothing could be attempted in such a tempest. The wild storm lasted more than a week, without ceasing. But on the 17th, Coutet, with several guides, left the cabin and succeeded in making the ascent. In the snowy wastes near the summit they came upon 5 bodies, lying upon their sides in a reposeful attitude which suggested that possibly they had fallen asleep there, while exhausted with fatigue and hunger and benumbed with cold, and never knew when death stole upon them. Coutet moved a few steps further and discovered 5 more bodies. The 11th corpse, that of a porter, was not found, although diligent search was made for it. In the pocket of Mr. Bean, one of the Americans, was found a notebook in which had been penciled some sentences which admit us, in flesh and spirit, as it were, to the presence of these men during their last hours of life, and to the grisly horrors which their fading vision looked upon, and their failing consciousness took cognizance of. Tuesday, Sept. 6, I have made the ascent of Mont Blanc, with 10 persons, 8 guides, and Mr. Corkindale and Mr. Randall. We reached the summit at 2:30. Immediately after quitting it, we were enveloped in clouds of snow. We passed the night in a grotto hollowed in the snow, which afforded us but poor shelter, and I was ill all night. Sept. 7 morning, the cold is excessive, the snow falls heavily and without interruption, the guides take no rest. Evening, my dear Hesse, we have been 2 days on Mont Blanc, in the midst of a terrible hurricane of snow. We have lost our way, and are in a hole scooped in the snow at an altitude of 15,000 feet. I have no longer any hope of descending. They had wandered around and around in the blinding snowstorm, hopelessly lost, in a space only 100 yards square, and when cold and fatigue vanquished them at last, they scooped their cave and lay down there to die by inches, unaware that 5 steps more would have brought them into the true path. They were so near to life and safety as that, and did not suspect it. The thought of this gives the sharpest pang that the tragic story conveys. The author of the Histoire du Mont Blanc introduced the closing sentences of Mr. Bean's pathetic record thus. Here the characters are large and unsteady, the hand which traces them is become chilled and torpid, but the spirit survives, and the faith and resignation of the dying man are expressed with a sublime simplicity. Perhaps this notebook will be found and sent to you. We have nothing to eat, my feet are already frozen, and I am exhausted. I have strength to write only a few words more. I have left means for 100's education. I know you will employ them wisely. I die with faith in God and with loving thoughts of you. Farewell to all. We shall meet again in heaven. I think of you always. It is the way of the Alps to deliver death to their victims with a merciful swiftness, but here the rule failed. These men suffered the bitterest death that has been recorded in the history of those mountains, freighted as that history is with grisly tragedies. Chapter 46. Meeting a hog on a precipice. Mr. Harris and I took some guides and porters and ascended to the Hotel des Pyramids, which is perched on the high moraine which borders the Glacier des Bossons. The road led sharply uphill all the way through grass and flowers and woods, and was a pleasant walk, barring the fatigue of the climb. From the hotel we could view the huge glacier at very close range. After a rest, we followed down a path which had been made in the steep inner frontage of the moraine and stepped upon the glacier itself. One of the shows of the place was a tunnel-like cavern which had been hewn in the glacier. The proprietor of this tunnel took candles and conducted us into it. It was 3 or 4 feet wide and about 6 feet high. Its walls of pure and solid ice emitted a soft and rich blue light that produced a lovely effect and suggested enchanted caves and that sort of thing. When we had proceeded some yards and were entering darkness, we turned about and had a dainty sunlit picture of distant woods and heights framed in the strong arch of the tunnel and seen through the tender blue radiance of the tunnel's atmosphere. The cavern was nearly 100 yards long, and when we reached its inner limit, the proprietor stepped into a branch tunnel with his candles and left us buried in the bowels of the glacier and in pitch darkness. We judged his purpose was murder and robbery, so we got out our matches and prepared to sell our lives as dearly as possible by setting the glacier on fire if the worst came to the worst. But we soon perceived that this man had changed his mind. He began to sing in a deep, melodious voice and woke some curious and pleasing echoes. By and by he came back and pretended that that was what he had gone behind there for. We believed as much of that as we wanted to. Thus our lives had been once more in imminent peril, but by the exercise of the swift sagacity and cool courage which had saved us so often, we had added another escape to the long list. The tourist should visit that ice cavern by all means, for it is well worth the trouble, but I would advise him to go only with a strong and well-armed force. I do not consider artillery necessary, yet it would not be unadvisable to take it along, if convenient. The journey, going and coming, is about 3.5 miles 3 of which are on level ground. We made it in less than a day, but I would counsel the unpracticed, if not pressed for time, to allow themselves to. Nothing is gained in the Alps by overexertion. Nothing is gained by crowding 2 days, work into one for the poor sake of being able to boast of the exploit afterward. It will be found much better, in the long run, to do the thing in 2 days, and then subtract one of them from the narrative. This saves fatigue, and does not injure the narrative. All the more thoughtful among the Alpine tourists do this. We now called upon the guide-in-chief, and asked for a squadron of guides and porters for the ascent of the Montanvert. This idiot glared at us and said, "You don't need guides and porters to go to the Montanvert. What do we need then? Such as you, an ambulance." I was so stung by this brutal remark that I took my custom elsewhere. Betimes next morning, we had reached an altitude of 5,000 feet above the level of the sea. Here we camped and breakfasted. There was a cabin there, the spot is called the Calet, and a spring of ice-cold water. On the door of the cabin was a sign in French to the effect that one may here see a living chamois for 50 centimes. We did not invest. What we wanted was to see a dead one. A little after noon, we ended the ascent and arrived at the new hotel on the Montanvert, and had a view of 6 miles, right up the great glacier, the famous Mer de Glace. At this point, it is like a sea whose deep swales and long, rolling swells have been caught in mid-movement and frozen solid, but further up, it is broken up into wildly tossing billows of ice. We descended a ticklish path in the steep side of the moraine and invaded the glacier. There were tourists of both sexes scattered far and wide over it, everywhere, and it had the festive look of a skating rink. The Empress Josephine came this far once. She ascended the Montanvert in 1810, but not alone. A small army of men preceded her to clear the path, and carpet it, perhaps, and she followed, under the protection of 68 guides. Her successor visited Chamonix later, but in far different style. It was 7 weeks after the first fall of the empire, and poor Marie-Louise ex-empress was a fugitive. She came at night, and in a storm with only 2 attendants, and stood before a peasant's hut, tired, bedraggled, soaked with rain, the red print of her lost crown still girdling her brow, and implored admittance, and was refused. A few days before, the adulations and applauses of a nation were sounding in her ears, and now she was come to this. We crossed the Mer de Glace in safety, but we had misgivings. The crevices in the ice yawned deep and blue and mysterious, and it made one nervous to traverse them. The huge round waves of ice were slippery and difficult to climb, and the chances of tripping and sliding down them and darting into a crevice were too many to be comfortable. In the bottom of a deep swale between 2 of the biggest of the ice waves, we found a fraud who pretended to be cutting steps to ensure the safety of tourists. He was soldiering when we came upon him, but he hopped up and chipped out a couple of steps, about big enough for a cat, and charged us a franc or 2 for it. Then he sat down again to doze till the next party should come along. He had collected blackmail from 200 or 300 people already that day, but had not chipped out ice enough to impair the glacier perceptibly. I have heard of a good many soft sinecures, but it seems to me that keeping toll bridge on a glacier is the softest one I have encountered yet. That was a blazing hot day, and it brought a persistent and persecuting thirst with it. What an unspeakable luxury it was to slake that thirst with the pure and limpid ice water of the glacier. Down the sides of every great rib of pure ice poured limpid rills in gutters carved by their own attrition. Better still, wherever a rock had lain, there was now a bowl-shaped hole, with smooth white sides and bottom of ice, and this bowl was brimming with water of such absolute clearness that the careless observer would not see it at all, but would think the bowl was empty. These fountains had such an alluring look that I often stretched myself out when I was not thirsty and dipped my face in and drank till my teeth ached. Everywhere among the Swiss mountains we had at hand the blessing, not to be found in Europe, except in the mountains, of water capable of quenching thirst. Everywhere in the Swiss highlands brilliant little rills of exquisitely cold water went dancing along by the roadsides, and my comrade and I were always drinking and always delivering our deep gratitude. But in Europe everywhere except in the mountains, the water is flat and insipid beyond the power of words to describe. It is served lukewarm, But no matter, ice could not help it. It is incurably flat, incurably insipid. It is only good to wash with. I wonder it doesn't occur to the average inhabitant to try it for that. In Europe, the people say contemptuously, "Nobody drinks water here." Indeed, they have a sound and sufficient reason. In many places, they even have what may be called prohibitory reasons. In Paris and Munich, for instance, they say, "Don't drink the water, it is simply poison." Either America is healthier than Europe, notwithstanding her deadly indulgence in ice water, or she does not keep the run of her death rate as sharply as Europe does. I think we do keep up the death statistics accurately, and if we do, our cities are healthier than the cities of Europe. Every month, the German government tabulates the death rate of the world and publishes it. I scrapbooked these reports during several months, and it was curious to see how regular and persistently each city repeated its same death rate month after month. The tables might as well have been stereotyped. They varied so little. These tables were based upon weekly reports showing the average of deaths in each 1,000 population for a year. Munich was always present with her 33 deaths in each 1,000 of her population, yearly average. Chicago was as constant with her 15 or 17, Dublin with her 48, and so on. Only a few American cities appear in these tables, but they are scattered so widely over the country that they furnish a good general average of city health in the United States. And I think it will be granted that our towns and villages are healthier than our cities. Here is the average of the only American cities reported in the German tables. Chicago, deaths in 1,000 population annually 16, Philadelphia 18, St. Louis 18, San Francisco 19, New York, the Dublin of America 23. See how the figures jump up as soon as one arrives at the transatlantic list. Paris 27, Glasgow 27, London 28, Vienna 28, Augsburg 28, Braunschweig 28, Königsberg 29, Cologne 29, Dresden 29, Hamburg 29, Berlin 30, Bombay 30, Warsaw 31, Breslau 31, Odessa 32, Munich 33, Strasbourg 33, Pest 35, Kassel 35, Lisbon 36, Liverpool 36, Prague 37, Madras 37, Bucharest 39, St. Petersburg 40, Trieste 40, Alexandria, Egypt 43, Dublin 48, Calcutta 55. Edinburgh is as healthy as New York 23, but there is no city in the entire list which is healthier, except Frankfurt on the Main 20. But Frankfurt is not as healthy as Chicago, San Francisco, St. Louis, or Philadelphia. Perhaps a strict average of the world might develop the fact that where 1 in 1,000 of America's population dies, 2 in 1,000 of the other populations of the earth succumb. I do not like to make insinuations, but I do think the above statistics darkly suggest that these people over here drink this detestable water on the sly. We climbed the moraine on the opposite side of the glacier, and then crept along its sharp ridge 100 yards or so, in pretty constant danger of a tumble to the glacier below. The fall would have been only 100 feet, but it would have closed me out as effectually as 1,000. Therefore I respected the distance accordingly and was glad when the trip was done. A moraine is an ugly thing to assault head first. At a distance, it looks like an endless grave of fine sand, accurately shaped and nicely smoothed. But close by, it is found to be made mainly of rough boulders of all sizes, from that of a man's head to that of a cottage. By and by we came to the Mauvaise Pas, or the villainous road, to translate it feelingly. It was a breakneck path around the face of a precipice 40 or 50 feet high, and nothing to hang on to but some iron railings. I got along slowly, safely, and uncomfortably, and finally reached the middle. My hopes began to rise a little, but they were quickly blighted, for there I met a hog, a long-nosed, bristly fellow that held up his snout and worked his nostrils at me inquiringly. A hog on a pleasure excursion in Switzerland, think of it. It is striking and unusual. A body might write a poem about it. He could not retreat if he had been disposed to do it. It would have been foolish to stand upon our dignity in a place where there was hardly room to stand upon our feet, so we did nothing of the sort. There were 20 or 30 ladies and gentlemen behind us. We all turned about and went back, and the hog followed behind. The creature did not seem set up by what he had done. He had probably done it before. We reached the restaurant on the height called the Chapeau at 4 in the afternoon. It was a memento factory, and the stock was large, cheap, and varied. I bought the usual paper cutter to remember the place by, and had Mont Blanc, the Mauvaise Pas, and the rest of the region branded on my alpenstock. Then we descended to the valley and walked home without being tied together. This was not dangerous, for the valley was 5 miles wide and quite level. We reached the hotel before 9 o'clock. Next morning we left for Geneva on top of the diligence, under shelter of a gay awning. If I remember rightly, there were more than 20 people up there. It was so high that the ascent was made by ladder. The huge vehicle was full everywhere, inside and out. 5 other diligences left at the same time, all full. We had engaged our seats 2 days beforehand to make sure, and paid the regulation price, $5 each. But the rest of the company were wiser. They had trusted Baedeker and waited. Consequently, some of them got their seats for $1 or $2. Baedeker knows all about hotels, railway and diligence companies, and speaks his mind freely. He is a trustworthy friend of the traveler. We never saw Mont Blanc at his best until we were many miles away. Then he lifted his majestic proportions high into the heavens, all white and cold and solemn, and made the rest of the world seem little and plebeian and cheap and trivial. As he passed out of sight at last, an old Englishman settled himself in his seat and said, "Well, I am satisfied. I have seen the principal features of Swiss scenery, Mont Blanc and the Goiter, now for home." Chapter 47. Queer European Manners. We spent a few pleasant, restful days at Geneva, that delightful city where accurate timepieces are made for all the rest of the world, but whose own clocks never give the correct time of day by any accident. Geneva is filled with pretty shops, and the shops are filled with the most enticing gimcrackery, but if one enters one of these places, he is at once pounced upon and followed up, and so persecuted to buy this, that, and the other thing, that he is very grateful to get out again, and is not at all apt to repeat his experiment. The shopkeepers of the smaller sort in Geneva are as troublesome and persistent as are the salesmen of that monster hive in Paris, the Grands Magasins du Louvre, an establishment where ill-mannered pestering, pursuing, and insistence have been reduced to a science. In Geneva, prices in the smaller shops are very elastic. That is another bad feature. I was looking in at a window at a very pretty string of beads, suitable for a child. I was only admiring them. I had no use for them. I hardly ever wear beads. The shopwoman came out and offered them to me for 35 francs. I said it was cheap, but I did not need them. "Ah, but monsieur, they are so beautiful." I confessed it, but said they were not suitable for one of my age and simplicity of character. She darted in and brought them out, and tried to force them into my hands, saying, "Ah, but only see how lovely they are. Surely monsieur will take them. Monsieur shall have them for 30 francs. There, I have said it. It is a loss, but one must live." I dropped my hands and tried to move her to respect my unprotected situation. But no, she dangled the beads in the sun before my face, exclaiming, "Ah, monsieur cannot resist them." She hung them on my coat button, folded her hand resignedly, and said, "Gone, and for 30 francs, the lovely things. It is incredible, but the good God will sanctify the sacrifice to me." I removed them gently, returned them, and walked away, shaking my head and smiling a smile of silly embarrassment, while the passers-by halted to observe. The woman leaned out of her door, shook the beads, and screamed after me, "Monsieur shall have them for 28. I shook my head. 27, it is a cruel loss, it is ruin, but take them, only take them. I still retreated, still wagging my head. Mon Dieu, they shall even go for 26. There, I have said it, come. I wagged another negative. A nurse and a little English girl had been near me and were following me now. The shopwoman ran to the nurse, thrust the beads into her hands, and said, "Monsieur shall have them for 25. Take them to the hotel. He shall send me the money tomorrow, next day when he likes." Then to the child, when thy father sends me the money, come thou also, my angel, and thou shalt have something oh so pretty. I was thus providentially saved. The nurse refused the beads squarely and firmly, and that ended the matter. Sights of Geneva are not numerous. I made one attempt to hunt up the houses once inhabited by those two disagreeable people, Rouse and Calvin, but I had no success. Then I concluded to go home. I found it was easier to propose to do that than to do it, for that town is a bewildering place. I got lost in a tangle of narrow and crooked streets and stayed lost for an hour or two. Finally, I found a street which looked somewhat familiar and said to myself, now I am at home, I judge. But I was wrong, this was Hell's Street. Presently, I found another place which had a familiar look and said to myself, now I am at home, sure. It was another error. This was Purgatory Street. After a little I said, now I've got the right place anyway. No, this is Paradise Street. I'm further from home than I was in the beginning. Those were queer names. Calvin was the author of them, likely. Hell and Purgatory fitted those two streets like a glove, but the Paradise appeared to be sarcastic. I came out on the lake front, at last, and then I knew where I was. I was walking along before the glittering jewelry shops when I saw a curious performance. A lady passed by, and a trim dandy lounged across the walk in such an apparently carefully timed way as to bring himself exactly in front of her when she got to him. He made no offer to step out of the way. He did not apologize. He did not even notice her. She had to stop still and let him lounge by. I wondered if he had done that piece of brutality purposely. He strolled to a chair and seated himself at a small table. 2 or 3 other males were sitting at similar tables, sipping sweetened water. I waited. Presently a youth came by, and this fellow got up and served him the same trick. Still, it did not seem possible that anyone could do such a thing deliberately. To satisfy my curiosity, I went around the block, and sure enough, as I approached, at a good round speed, he got up and lounged lazily across my path, fouling my course exactly at the right moment to receive all my weight. This proved that his previous performances had not been accidental, but intentional. I saw that dandy's curious game played afterward in Paris, but not for amusement, not with a motive of any sort, indeed, but simply from a selfish indifference to other people's comfort and rights. One does not see it as frequently in Paris as he might expect to, for there the law says, in effect, it is the business of the weak to get out of the way of the strong. We fine a cabman if he runs over a citizen. Paris fines the citizen for being run over. At least so everybody says, but I saw something which caused me to doubt. I saw a horseman run over an old woman one day. The police arrested him and took him away. That looked as if they meant to punish him. It will not do for me to find merit in American manners, for are they not the standing butt for the jests of critical and polished Europe? Still, I must venture to claim one little matter of superiority in our manners. A lady may traverse our streets all day, going and coming as she chooses, and she will never be molested by any man. But if a lady, unattended, walks abroad in the streets of London, even at noonday, she will be pretty likely to be accosted and insulted, and not by drunken sailors, but by men who carry the look and wear the dress of gentlemen. It is maintained that these people are not gentlemen, but are a lower sort, disguised as gentlemen. The case of Colonel Valentine Baker obstructs that argument, for a man cannot become an officer in the British Army except he hold the rank of gentleman. This person, finding himself alone in a railway compartment with an unprotected girl, but it is an atrocious story, and doubtless the reader remembers it well enough. London must have been more or less accustomed to bakers, and the ways of bakers, else London would have been offended and excited. Baker was imprisoned in a parlor, and he could not have been more visited or more overwhelmed with attentions if he had committed 6 murders and then, while the gallows was preparing, got religion, after the manner of the holy Charles Peace of saintly memory, Arkansas. It seems a little indelicate to be trumpeting forth our own superiorities, and comparisons are always odious, but still, Arkansas would certainly have hanged Baker. I do not say she would have tried him first, but she would have hanged him anyway. Even the most degraded woman can walk our streets unmolested, her sex and her weakness being her sufficient protection. She will encounter less polish than she would in the old world, but she will run across enough humanity to make up for it. The music of a donkey awoke us early in the morning, and we rose up and made ready for a pretty formidable walk to Italy, but the road was so level that we took the train. We lost a good deal of time by this, but it was no matter, we were not in a hurry. We were 4 hours going to Chame-Uri. The Swiss trains go upward of 3 miles an hour in places, but they are quite safe. That aged French town of Chame-Uri was as quaint and crooked as Heilbronn. A drowsy, reposeful quiet reigned in the back streets, which made strolling through them very pleasant, barring the almost unbearable heat of the sun. In one of these streets, which was 8 feet wide, gracefully curved, and built up with small antiquated houses, I saw 3 fat hogs lying asleep, and a boy also asleep taking care of them. From queer old-fashioned windows along the curve projected boxes of bright flowers, and over the edge of one of these boxes hung the head and shoulders of a cat, asleep. The 5 sleeping creatures were the only living things visible in that street. There was not a sound, absolute stillness prevailed. It was Sunday. One is not used to such dreamy Sundays on the continent. In our part of the town, it was different that night. A regiment of brown and battered soldiers had arrived home from Algiers, and I judged they got thirsty on the way. They sang and drank till dawn in the pleasant open air. We left for Turin at 10 the next morning by a railway which was profusely decorated with tunnels. We forgot to take a lantern along, consequently we missed all the scenery. Our compartment was full. A ponderous tow-headed Swiss woman, who put on many fine lady airs, but was evidently more used to washing linen than wearing it, sat in a corner seat and put her legs across into the opposite one, propping them intermediately with her appended valise. In the seat thus pirated sat 2 Americans, greatly incommoded by that woman's majestic coffin-clad feet. One of them begged politely to remove them. She opened her wide eyes and gave him a stare, but answered nothing. By and by he proffered his request again with great respectfulness. She said in good English, and in a deeply offended tone, that she had paid her passage and was not going to be bullied out of her rights by ill-bred foreigners, even if she was alone and unprotected. "But I have rights also, madam. My ticket entitles me to a seat, but you are occupying half of it." "I will not talk with you, sir. What right have you to speak to me? I do not know you. One would know you came from a land where there are no gentlemen. No gentleman would treat a lady as you have treated me. I come from a region where a lady would hardly give me the same provocation. You have insulted me, sir. You have intimated that I am not a lady, and I hope I am not one after the pattern of your country. I beg that you will give yourself no alarm on that head, madam, but at the same time I must insist, always respectfully, that you let me have my seat." Here the fragile laundress burst into tears and sobs. "I never was so insulted before. Never, never. It is shameful, it is brutal, it is base, to bully and abuse an unprotected lady who has lost the use of her limbs and cannot put her feet to the floor without agony. Good heavens, madam, why didn't you say that at first? I offer 1,000 pardons, and I offer them most sincerely. I did not know, I could not know anything was the matter. You are most welcome to the seat, and would have been from the first if I had only known. I am truly sorry it all happened, I do assure you." But he couldn't get a word of forgiveness out of her. She simply sobbed and sniffed in a subdued but wholly unappeasable way for 2 long hours, meantime crowding the man more than ever with her undertaker furniture, and paying no sort of attention to his frequent and humble little efforts to do something for her comfort. Then the train halted at the Italian line, and she hopped up and marched out of the car with as firm a leg as any washerwoman of all her tribe. And how sick I was to see how she had fooled me. Turin is a very fine city. In the matter of roominess, it transcends anything that was ever dreamed of before, I fancy. It sits in the midst of a vast dead level, and one is obliged to imagine that land may be had for the asking and no taxes to pay, so lavishly do they use it. The streets are extravagantly wide, the paved squares are prodigious, the houses are huge and handsome, and compacted into uniform blocks that stretch away as straight as an arrow into the distance. The sidewalks are about as wide as ordinary European streets, and are covered over with a double arcade supported on great stone piers or columns. One walks from one end to the other of these spacious streets, under shelter all the time, and all his course is lined with the prettiest of shops and the most inviting dining houses. There is a wide and lengthy court, glittering with the most wickedly enticing shops, which is roofed with glass, high aloft overhead, and paved with soft-toned marbles laid in graceful figures. And at night, when the place is brilliant with gas and populous, with a sauntering and chatting and laughing multitude of pleasure-seekers, it is a spectacle worth seeing. Everything is on a large scale, the public buildings, for instance, and they are architecturally imposing too, as well as large. The big squares have big bronze monuments in them. At the hotel, they gave us rooms that were alarming for size and parlor to match. It was well the weather required no fire in the parlor, for I think one might as well have tried to warm a park. The place would have a warm look, though in any weather, for the window curtains were of red silk damask, and the walls were covered with the same fire-hued goods, so also were the 4 sofas and the brigade of chairs. The furniture, the ornaments, the chandeliers, the carpets, were all new and bright and costly. We did not need a parlor at all, but they said it belonged to the 2 bedrooms and we might use it if we chose. Since it was to cost nothing, we were not averse to using it, of course. Turin must surely read a good deal, for it has more bookstores to the square rod than any other town I know of, and it has its own share of military folk. The Italian officers' uniforms are very much the most beautiful I have ever seen, and as a general thing, the men in them were as handsome as the clothes. They were not large men, but they had fine forms, fine features, rich olive complexions, and lustrous black eyes. For several weeks, I had been culling all the information I could about Italy from tourists. The tourists were all agreed upon one thing: one must expect to be cheated at every turn by the Italians. I took an evening walk in Turin and presently came across a little Punch and Judy show in one of the great squares. 12 or 15 people constituted the audience. This miniature theater was not much bigger than a man's coffin stood on end. The upper part was open and displayed a tinselled parlor. A good-sized handkerchief would have answered for a drop curtain. The footlights consisted of a couple of candle ends an inch long. Various mannequins, the size of dolls, appeared on the stage and made long speeches at each other, gesticulating a good deal, and they generally had a fight before they got through. They were worked by strings from above, and the illusion was not perfect, for one saw not only the strings but the brawny hand that manipulated them, and the actors and actresses all talked in the same voice, too. The audience stood in front of the theater and seemed to enjoy the performance heartily. When the play was done, a youth in his shirt-sleeves started around with a small copper saucer to make a collection. I did not know how much to put in, but thought I would be guided by my predecessors. Unluckily, I only had 2 of these, and they did not help me much because they did not put in anything. I had no Italian money, so I put in a small Swiss coin worth about 10 cents. The youth finished his collection trip and emptied the result on the stage. He had some very animated talk with the concealed manager. Then he came working his way through the little crowd, seeking me, I thought. I had a mind to slip away, but concluded I wouldn't. I would stand my ground and confront the villainy, whatever it was. The youth stood before me and held up that Swiss coin, sure enough, and said something. I did not understand him, but I judged he was requiring Italian money of me. The crowd gathered close to listen. I was irritated and said, in English of course, "I know it's Swiss, but you'll take that or none. I haven't any other." He tried to put the coin in my hand and spoke again. I drew my hand away and said, "No, sir, I know all about you people. You can't play any of your fraudful tricks on me. If there is a discount on that coin, I am sorry, but I am not going to make it good. I noticed that some of the audience didn't pay you anything at all. You let them go without a word, but you come after me because you think I'm a stranger and will put up with an extortion rather than have a scene. But you are mistaken this time. You'll take that Swiss money or none." The youth stood there with the coin in his fingers, nonplussed and bewildered. Of course, he had not understood a word. An English-speaking Italian spoke up now and said, "You are misunderstanding the boy. He does not mean any harm. He did not suppose you gave him so much money purposely, so he hurried back to return you the coin lest you might get away before you discovered your mistake. Take it and give him a penny. That will make everything smooth again." I probably blushed then, for there was occasion. Through the interpreter, I begged the boy's pardon, but I nobly refused to take back the 10 cents. I said I was accustomed to squandering large sums in that way. It was the kind of person I was. Then I retired to make a note to the effect that in Italy persons connected with the drama do not cheat. The episode with the showman reminds me of a dark chapter in my history. I once robbed an aged and blind beggar woman of $4 in a church. It happened this way. When I was out with the innocents abroad, the ship stopped in the Russian port of Odessa, and I went ashore with others to view the town. I got separated from the rest and wandered about alone until late in the afternoon, when I entered a Greek church to see what it was like. When I was ready to leave, I observed two wrinkled old women standing stiffly upright against the inner wall, near the door, with their brown palms open to receive alms. I contributed to the nearer one and passed out. I had gone 50 yards, perhaps, when it occurred to me that I must remain ashore all night, as I had heard that the ship's business would carry her away at 4 o'clock and keep her away until morning. It was a little after 4 now. I had come ashore with only 2 pieces of money, both about the same size, but differing largely in value. One was a French gold piece worth $4, the other a Turkish coin worth 2 cents and a half. With a sudden and horrified misgiving, I put my hand in my pocket now, and sure enough, I fetched out that Turkish penny. Here was a situation. A hotel would require pay in advance. I must walk the street all night, and perhaps be arrested as a suspicious character. There was but one way out of the difficulty. I flew back to the church and softly entered. There stood the old woman yet, and in the palm of the nearest one still lay my gold piece. I was grateful. I crept close, feeling unspeakably mean. I got my Turkish penny ready and was extending a trembling hand to make the nefarious exchange when I heard a cough behind me. I jumped back as if I had been accused and stood quaking while a worshipper entered and passed up the aisle. I was there a year trying to steal that money. That is, it seemed a year, though of course it must have been much less. The worshippers went and came. There were hardly ever 3 in the church at once, but there was always 1 or more. Every time I tried to commit my crime, somebody came in or somebody started out, and I was prevented. But at last my opportunity came. For one moment there was nobody in the church but the 2 beggar women and me. I whipped the gold piece out of the poor old pauper's palm and dropped my Turkish penny in its place. Poor old thing, she murmured her thanks. They smote me to the heart. Then I sped away in a guilty hurry, and even when I was a mile from the church, I was still glancing back every moment to see if I was being pursued. That experience has been of priceless value and benefit to me, for I resolved then that as long as I lived, I would never again rob a blind beggar woman in a church, and I have always kept my word. The most permanent lessons in morals are those which come, not of booky teaching, but of experience. Chapter 48. Beauty of Women and of Old Masters. In Milan, we spent most of our time in the vast and beautiful arcade or gallery, or whatever it is called. Blocks of tall new buildings of the most sumptuous sort, rich with decoration and graced with statues, the streets between these blocks roofed over with glass at a great height, the pavements all of smooth and variegated marble, arranged in tasteful patterns, little tables all. Over these marble streets, people sitting at them, eating, drinking, or smoking, crowds of other people strolling by, such is the arcade. I should like to live in it all the time. The windows of the sumptuous restaurants stand open, and one breakfasts there and enjoys the passing show. We wandered all over the town, enjoying whatever was going on in the streets. We took one omnibus ride, and as I did not speak Italian and could not ask the price, I held out some copper coins to the conductor, and he took 2. Then he went and got his tariff card and showed me that he had taken only the right sum. So I made a note: Italian omnibus conductors do not cheat. Near the cathedral I saw another instance of probity. An old man was peddling dolls and toy fans. 2 small American children bought fans, and one gave the old man a franc and 3 copper coins, and both started away. But they were called back, and the franc and one of the coppers were restored to them. Hence it is plain that in Italy, parties connected with the drama and the omnibus and the toy interests do not cheat. The stocks of goods in the shops were not extensive, generally. In the vestibule of what seemed to be a clothing store, we saw 8 or 10 wooden dummies grouped together, clothed in woolen business suits and each marked with its price. One suit was marked 45 francs, $9. Harris stepped in and said he wanted a suit like that. Nothing easier. The old merchant dragged in the dummy, brushed him off with a broom, stripped him, and shipped the clothes to the hotel. He said he did not keep two suits of the same kind in stock, but manufactured a second when it was needed to reclothe the dummy. In another quarter, we found 6 Italians engaged in a violent quarrel. They danced fiercely about, gesticulating with their heads, their arms, their legs, their whole bodies. They would rush forward occasionally with a sudden access of passion and shake their fists in each other's very faces. We lost half an hour there, waiting to help cord up the dead, but they finally embraced each other affectionately, and the trouble was over. The episode was interesting, but we could not have afforded all the time to it if we had known nothing was going to come of it but a reconciliation. Note made, in Italy, people who quarrel cheat the spectator. We had another disappointment afterward. We approached a deeply interested crowd, and in the midst of it, found a fellow wildly chattering and gesticulating over a box on the ground, which was covered with a piece of old blanket. Every little while he would bend down and take hold of the edge of the blanket with the extreme tips of his fingertips, as if to show there was no deception, chattering away all the while. But always, just as I was expecting to see a wonder feat of legerdemain, he would let go the blanket and rise to explain further. However, at last he uncovered the box and got out a spoon with a liquid in it and held it fair and frankly around, for people to see that it was all right and he was taking no advantage. His chatter became more excited than ever. I supposed he was going to set fire to the liquid and swallow it, so I was greatly wrought up and interested. I got a cent ready in one hand and a florin in the other, intending to give him the former if he survived and the latter if he killed himself, for his loss would be my gain in a literary way, and I was willing to pay a fair price for the item. But this impostor ended his intensely moving performance by simply adding some powder to the liquid and polishing the spoon. Then he held it aloft, and he could not have shown a wilder exultation if he had achieved an immortal miracle. The crowd applauded in a gratified way, and it seemed to me that history speaks the truth when it says these children of the South are easily entertained. We spent an impressive hour in the noble cathedral, where long shafts of tinted light were cleaving through the solemn dimness from the lofty windows and falling on a pillar here, a picture there, and a kneeling worshipper yonder. The organ was muttering, censers were swinging, candles were glinting on the distant altar, and robed priests were filing silently past them. The scene was one to sweep all frivolous thoughts away and steep the soul in a holy calm. A trim young American lady paused a yard or two from me, fixed her eyes on the mellow sparks flecking the far-off altar, bent her head reverently a moment, then straightened up, kicked her train into the air with her heel, caught it deftly in her hand, and marched briskly out. We visited the picture galleries and the other regulation sites of Milan, not because I wanted to write about them again, but to see if I had learned anything in 12 years. I afterward visited the great galleries of Rome and Florence for the same purpose. I found I had learned one thing. When I wrote about the old masters before, I said the copies were better than the originals. That was a mistake of large dimensions. The old masters were still unpleasing to me, but they were truly divine contrasted with the copies. The copy is to the original as the pallid, smart, inane new waxwork group is to the vigorous, earnest, dignified group of living men and women whom it professes to duplicate. There is a mellow richness, a subdued color, in the old pictures, which is to the eye what muffled and mellowed sound is to the ear. That is the merit which is most loudly praised in the old picture, and is the one which the copy most conspicuously lacks, and which the copyist must not hope to compass. It was generally conceded by the artists with whom I talked that subdued splendor, that mellow richness, is imparted to the picture by age. Then why should we worship the old master for it, who didn't impart it, instead of worshipping old time, who did? Perhaps the picture was a clanging bell, until time muffled it and sweetened it. In conversation with an artist in Venice, I asked, "What is it that people see in the old masters? I have been in the Doge's palace, and I saw several acres of very bad drawing, very bad perspective, and very incorrect proportions. Paul Veronese's dogs to not resemble dogs. All the horses look like bladders on legs. One man had a right leg on the left side of his body. In the large picture where the Emperor Barbarossa is prostrate before the Pope, there are 3 men in the foreground who are over 30 feet high, if one may judge by the size of a kneeling little boy in the center of the foreground. And according to the same scale, the Pope is 7 feet high, and the Doge is a shriveled dwarf of 4 feet. The artist said, "Yes, the old masters often drew badly. They did not care much for truth and exactness in minor details. But after all, in spite of bad drawing, bad perspective, bad proportions, and a choice of subjects which no longer appeal to people as strongly as they did 300 years ago, there is a something about their pictures which is divine, a something which is above and beyond the art of any epoch since, a something which would be the despair of artists, but that they never hope or expect to attain it, and therefore do not worry about it." That is what he said, and he said what he believed, and not only believed, but felt. Reasoning, especially reasoning without technical knowledge, must be put aside in cases of this kind. It cannot assist the inquirer. It will lead him, in the most logical progression, to what, in the eyes of artists, would be a most illogical conclusion. Thus, bad drawing, bad proportion, bad perspective, indifference to truthful detail, color which gets its merit from time, and not from the artist. These things constitute the old master. Conclusion: the old master was a bad painter. The old master was not an old master at all, but an old apprentice. Your friend the artist will grant your premises, but deny your conclusion. He will maintain that notwithstanding this formidable list of confessed defects, there is still a something that is divine and unapproachable about the old master, and that there is no arguing the fact away by any system of reasoning whatsoever. I can believe that. There are women who have an indefinable charm in their faces which makes them beautiful to their intimates, but a cold stranger who tried to reason the matter out and find this beauty would fail. He would say of one of these women, "This chin is too short, this nose is too long, this forehead is too high, this hair is too red, this complexion is too pallid, the perspective of the entire composition is incorrect. Conclusion: the woman is not beautiful." But her nearest friend might say, and say truly, "Your premises are right, your logic is faultless, but your conclusion is wrong nevertheless. She is an old master, she is beautiful, but only to such as know her. It is a beauty which cannot be formulated, but it is there just the same." I found more pleasure in contemplating the old masters this time than I did when I was in Europe in former years, but still, it was a calm pleasure. There was nothing overheated about it. When I was in Venice before, I think I found no picture which stirred me much, but this time there were 2 which enticed me to the Doge's palace day after day and kept me there hours at a time. One of these was Tintoretto's 3-acre picture in the Great Council Chamber. When I saw it 12 years ago, I was not strongly attracted to it. The guide told me it was an insurrection in heaven, but this was an error. The movement of this great work is very fine. There are 10,000 figures, and they are all doing something. There is a wonderful go to the whole composition. Some of the figures are driving headlong downward, with clasped hands. Others are swimming through the cloud shoals, some on their faces, some on their backs. Great processions of bishops, martyrs, and angels are pouring swiftly centerward from various outlying directions. Everywhere is enthusiastic joy. There is rushing movement everywhere. There are 15 or 20 figures scattered here and there with books, but they cannot keep their attention on their reading. They offer the books to others, but no one wishes to read now. The Lion of St. Mark is there with his book. St. Mark is there with his pen uplifted. He and the lion are looking each other earnestly in the face, disputing about the way to spell a word. The lion looks up in rapt admiration while St. Mark spells. This is wonderfully interpreted by the artist. It is the master stroke of this incomparable painting. I visited the place daily and never grew tired of looking at that grand picture. As I have intimated, the movement is almost unimaginably vigorous. The figures are singing, hosanning, and many are blowing trumpets. So vividly is noise suggested that spectators who become absorbed in the picture almost always fall to shouting comments in each other's ears, making ear trumpets of their curved hands, fearing they may not otherwise be heard. one often sees a tourist, with the eloquent tears pouring down his cheeks, funnel his hands at his wife's ear, and hears him roar through them, "Oh, to be there and at rest." None but the supremely great in art can produce effects like these with the silent brush. 12 years ago, I could not have appreciated this picture. 1 year ago, I could not have appreciated it. My study of art in Heidelberg has been a noble education to me. All that I am today in art, I owe to that. The other great work which fascinated me was Bassano's immortal hair trunk. This is in the chamber of the Council of Ten. It is in one of the 3 40-foot pictures which decorate the walls of the room. The composition of this picture is beyond praise. The hair trunk is not hurled at the stranger's head, so to speak, as the chief feature of an immortal work so often is. No, it is carefully guarded from prominence, it is subordinated, it is restrained, it is most deftly and cleverly held in reserve, it is most cautiously and ingeniously led up to by the master, and consequently when the spectator reaches it at last, he is taken unawares, he is unprepared, and it bursts upon him with a stupefying surprise. One is lost in wonder at all the thought and care which this elaborate planning must have cost. A general glance at the picture could never suggest that there was a hair trunk in it. The hair trunk is not mentioned in the title even, which is Pope Alexander Roman III. And the Doge Zioni, the conqueror of the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa. You see, the title is actually utilized to help divert attention from the trunk. Thus, as I say, nothing suggests the presence of the trunk by any hint, yet everything studiedly leads up to it, step by step. Let us examine into this and observe the exquisitely artful artlessness of the plan. At the extreme left end of the picture are a couple of women, one of them with a child looking over her shoulder at a wounded man sitting with bandaged head on the ground. These people seem needless, but no, they are there for a purpose. One cannot look at them without seeing the gorgeous procession of grandees, bishops, halberdiers, and banner-bearers, which is passing along behind them. One cannot see the procession without feeling the curiosity to follow it and learn whither it is going. It leads him to the Pope, in the center of the picture, who is talking with the bonnetless Doge, talking tranquilly, too. Although within 12 feet of them, a man is beating a drum, and not far from the drummer 2 persons are blowing horns, and many horsemen are plunging and rioting about. Indeed, 22 feet of this great work is all a deep and happy holiday serenity and Sunday school procession. And then we come suddenly upon 11½ feet of turmoil and racket and insubordination. This latter state of things is not an accident, it has its purpose. But for it, one would linger upon the Pope and the Doge, thinking them to be the motive and supreme feature of the picture, whereas one is drawn along, almost unconsciously, to see what the trouble is about. Now at the very end of this riot, within 4 feet of the end of the picture, and full 36 feet from the beginning of it, the hair trunk bursts with an electrifying suddenness upon the spectator, in all its matchless perfection, and the great master's triumph is sweeping and complete. From that moment, no other thing in those 40 feet of canvas has any charm. One sees the hair trunk, and the hair trunk only, and to see it is to worship it. Bassano even placed objects in the immediate vicinity of the supreme feature, whose pretended purpose was to divert attention from it yet a little longer and thus delay and augment the surprise. For instance, to the right of it, he has placed a stooping man with a cap so red that it is sure to hold the eye for a moment. To the left of it, some 6 feet away, he has placed a red-coated man on an inflated horse, and that coat plucks your eye to that locality the next moment. Then, between the trunk and the red horseman, he has intruded a man, naked to his waist, who is carrying a fancy flour sack on the middle of his back instead of on his shoulder. This admirable feat interests you, of course, keeps you at bay a little longer, like a sock or a jacket thrown to the pursuing wolf. But at last, in spite of all distractions and detentions, the eye of even the most dull and heedless spectator is sure to fall upon the world's masterpiece, and in that moment he totters to his chair or leans upon his guide for support. Descriptions of such a work as this must necessarily be imperfect, yet they are of value. The top of the trunk is arched. The arch is a perfect half-circle in the Roman style of architecture, for in the then rapid decadence of Greek art, the rising influence of Rome was already beginning to be felt in the art of the Republic. The trunk is bound or bordered with leather all around where the lid joins the main body. Many critics consider this leather too cold in tone, but I consider this its highest merit, since it was evidently made so to emphasize, by contrast, the impassioned fervor of the hasp. The highlights in this part of the work are cleverly managed, the motif is admirably subordinated to the ground tints, and the technique is very fine. The brass nail heads are in the purest style of the early Renaissance. The strokes here are very firm and bold. Every nailhead is a portrait. The handle on the end of the trunk has evidently been retouched, I think, with a piece of chalk, but one can still see the inspiration of the old master in the tranquil, almost too tranquil, hang of it. The hair of this trunk is real hair, so to speak, white in patches, brown in patches. The details are finely worked out. The repose proper to hair in a recumbent and inactive attitude is charmingly expressed. There is a feeling about this part of the work which lifts it to the highest altitudes of art. The sense of sordid realism vanishes away. One recognizes that there is soul here. View this trunk as you will, it is a gem, it is a marvel, it is a miracle. Some of the effects are very daring, approaching even to the boldest flights of the Rococo, the Sirocco, and the Byzantine schools. Yet the master's hand never falters. It moves on, calm, majestic, confident, and with that art which conceals art, it finally casts over the tout ensemble, by mysterious methods of its own, a subtle something which refines, subdues, etherealizes the arid components, and endures them with the deep charm and gracious witchery of poesy. Among the art treasures of Europe, there are pictures which approach the hair trunk. There are two which may be said to equal it, possibly, but there is none that surpasses it. So perfect is the hair trunk that it moves even persons who ordinarily have no feeling for art. When an eerie baggage master saw it 2 years ago, he could hardly keep from checking it, and once when a customs inspector was brought into its presence, he gazed upon it in silent rapture for some moments, then slowly and unconsciously placed one hand behind him with the palm uppermost and got out his chalk with the other. These facts speak for themselves. Chapter 49. Hanged with a golden rope. One lingers about the cathedral a good deal in Venice. There is a strong fascination about it, partly because it is so old, and partly because it is so ugly. Too many of the world's famous buildings fail of one chief virtue, harmony. They are made up of a methodless mixture of the ugly and the beautiful. This is bad. It is confusing. It is unrestful. One has a sense of uneasiness, of distress, without knowing why. But one is calm before scent. Marks one is calm within it. One would be calm on top of it, calm in the cellar. For its details are masterfully ugly, no misplaced and impertinent beauties are intruded anywhere, and the consequent result is a grand harmonious whole, of soothing, entrancing, tranquilizing, soul-satisfying ugliness. One's admiration of a perfect thing always grows, never declines, and this is the surest evidence to him that it is perfect. St. Mark's is perfect. To me it soon grew to be so nobly, so augustly ugly, that it was difficult to stay away from it, even for a little while. Every time its squat domes disappeared from my view, I had a despondent feeling. Whenever they reappeared, I felt an honest rapture. I have not known any happier hours than those I daily spent in front of Florian S., looking across the great square at it. Propped on its long row of low, thick-legged columns, its back knobbed with domes, it seemed like a vast, warty bug taking a meditative walk. St. Mark's is not the oldest building in the world, of course, but it seems the oldest and looks the oldest, especially inside. When the ancient mosaics in its walls become damaged, they are repaired but not altered. The grotesque old pattern is preserved. Antiquity has a charm of its own, and to smarten it up would only damage it. One day I was sitting on a red marble bench in the vestibule looking up at an ancient piece of apprentice work in mosaic, illustrative of the command to multiply and replenish the earth. The cathedral itself had seemed very old, but this picture was illustrating a period in history which made the building seem young by comparison. But I presently found an antique which was older than either the battered cathedral or the date assigned to the piece of history. It was a spiral-shaped fossil as large as the crown of a hat. It was embedded in the marble bench, and had been sat upon by tourists until it was worn smooth. Contrasted with the inconceivable antiquity of this modest fossil, those other things were flippantly modern, jejune mere matters of day before yesterday. The sense of the oldness of the cathedral vanished away under the influence of this truly venerable presence. St. Mark's is monumental. It is an imperishable remembrancer of the profound and simple piety of the Middle Ages. Whoever could ravish a column from a pagan temple did it and contributed his swag to this Christian one. So this fane is upheld by several hundred acquisitions procured in that peculiar way. In our day it would be immoral to go on the highway to get bricks for a church, but it was no sin in the old times. St. Mark's was itself the victim of a curious robbery once. The thing is set down in the history of Venice, but it might be smuggled into the Arabian Nights and not seem out of place there. Nearly 450 years ago, a Candian named Stamato, in the suite of a prince of the House of Este, was allowed to view the riches of St. Mark's. His sinful eye was dazzled, and he hid himself behind an altar with an evil purpose in his heart, but a priest discovered him and turned him out. Afterward he got in again, by false keys this time. He went there night after night and worked hard and patiently, all alone, overcoming difficulty after difficulty with his toil, and at last succeeded in removing a great brick of the marble paneling which walled the lower part of the treasury. This block he fixed so that he could take it out and put it in at will. After that, for weeks, he spent all his midnights in his magnificent mine, inspecting it in security, gloating over its marvels at his leisure, and always slipping back to his obscure lodgings before dawn, with a duke's ransom under his cloak. He did not need to grab, haphazard, and run. There was no hurry. He could make deliberate and well-considered selections. He could consult his aesthetic tastes. One comprehends how undisturbed he was, and how safe from any danger of interruption, when it is stated that he even carried off a unicorn's horn, a mere curiosity, which would not pass through the egress entire, but had to be sawn in two, a bit of work which cost him hours of tedious labor. He continued to store up his treasures at home until his occupation lost the charm of novelty and became monotonous. Then he ceased from it, contented. Well he might be, for his collection, raised to modern values, represented nearly $50 million. He could have gone home much the richest citizen of his country, and it might have been years before the plunder was missed. But he was human. He could not enjoy his delight alone. He must have somebody to talk about it with. So he exacted a solemn oath from a Candian noble named Creone, then led him to his lodgings and nearly took his breath away with a sight of his glittering hoard. He detected a look in his friend's face which excited his suspicion, and was about to slip a stiletto into him when Creone saved himself by explaining that that look was only an expression of supreme and happy astonishment. Stamato made Creone a present of one of the state's principal jewels, a huge carbuncle, which afterward figured in the ducal cap of state, and the pair parted. Creone went at once to the palace, denounced the criminal, and handed over the carbuncle as evidence. Stamato was arrested, tried, and condemned with the old-time Venetian promptness. He was hanged between the two great columns in the piazza with a gilded rope, out of compliment to his love of gold, perhaps. He got no good of his booty at all. It was all recovered. In Venice we had a luxury which very seldom fell to our lot on the continent, a home dinner with a private family. If one could always stop with private families when traveling, Europe would have a charm which it now lacks. As it is, one must live in the hotels, of course, and that is a sorrowful business. A man accustomed to American food and American domestic cookery would not starve to death suddenly in Europe, but I think he would gradually waste away and eventually die. He would have to do without his accustomed morning meal. That is too formidable a change altogether. He would necessarily suffer from it. He could get the shadow, the sham, the base counterfeit of that meal, but it would do him no good, and money could not buy the reality. To particularize, the average American's simplest and commonest form of breakfast consists of coffee and beefsteak. Well, in Europe, coffee is an unknown beverage. You can get what the European hotel keeper thinks is coffee, but it resembles the real thing as hypocrisy resembles holiness. It is a feeble, characterless, uninspiring sort of stuff, and almost as undrinkable as if it had been made in an American hotel. The milk used for it is what the French call Christian milk, which has been baptized. After a few months' acquaintance with European coffee, one's mind weakens and his faith with it, and he begins to wonder if the rich beverage of home, with its clotted layer of yellow cream on top of it, is not a mere dream, after all, and a thing which never existed. Next comes the European bread, fair enough, good enough after a fashion, but cold and tough and unsympathetic, and never any change, never any variety, always the same tiresome thing. Next, the butter, the sham and tasteless butter, no salt in it, and made of goodness knows what. Then there is the beefsteak. They have it in Europe, but they don't know how to cook it. Neither will they cut it right. It comes on the table in a small, round pewter platter. It lies in the center of this platter, in a bordering bed of grease-soaked potatoes. It is the size, shape, and thickness of a man's hand with the thumb and fingers cut off. It is a little overdone, is rather dry, it tastes pretty insipidly, it rouses no enthusiasm. Imagine a poor exile contemplating that inert thing, and imagine an angel suddenly sweeping down out of a better land and setting before him a mighty porterhouse steak 1.5 inches thick, hot and sputtering from the griddle, dusted with a fragrant pepper, enriched with little melting bits of butter of the most unimpeachable freshness and genuineness, the precious juices of the meat trickling out and joining the gravy, archipelagoed with mushrooms. Township or two of tender, yellowish fat gracing an outlying district of this ample county of beefsteak, the long white bone which divides the sirloin from the tenderloin still in its place. And imagine that the angel also adds a great cup of American homemade coffee, with a cream of froth on top, some real butter, firm and yellow and fresh, some smoking hot biscuits, a plate of hot buckwheat cakes with transparent syrup. Could words describe the gratitude of this exile? The European dinner is better than the European breakfast, but it has its faults and inferiorities. It does not satisfy. He comes to the table eager and hungry, he swallows his soup. There is an undefinable lack about it somewhere. Thinks the fish is going to be the thing he wants, eats it and isn't sure. Thinks the next dish is perhaps the one that will hit the hungry place, tries it, and is conscious that there was a something wanting about it also. And thus he goes on from dish to dish, like a boy after a butterfly which just misses getting caught every time it alights, but somehow doesn't get caught after all. And at the end, the exile and the boy have fared about alike. The one is full, but grievously unsatisfied. The other has had plenty of exercise, plenty of interest, and a fine lot of hopes, but he hasn't got any butterfly. There is here and there an American who will say he can remember rising from a European table to hote perfectly satisfied, but we must not overlook the fact that there is also here and there an American who will lie. The number of dishes is sufficient, but then it is such a monotonous variety of unstriking dishes. It is an inane dead level of fair to middling. There is nothing to accent it. Perhaps if the roast of mutton or of beef, a big, generous one, were brought on the table and carved in full view of the client, that might give the right sense of earnestness and reality to the thing. But they don't do that. They pass the sliced meat around on a dish, and so you are perfectly calm. It does not stir you in the least. Now a vast roast turkey, stretched on the broad of his back, with his heels in the air and the rich juices oozing from his fat sides. But I may as well stop there, for they would not know how to cook him. They can't even cook a chicken respectably, and as for carving it, they do that with a hatchet. This is about the customary table, de haute bill in summer. Soup characterless. Fish sole, salmon, or whiting, usually tolerably good. Roast mutton or beef, tasteless, and some last year's potatoes. A pate or some other made dish, usually good, considering. One vegetable brought on in state, and all alone, usually insipid lentils or string beans or indifferent asparagus. Roast chicken, as tasteless as paper. Lettuce salad, tolerably good. Decayed strawberries or cherries. Sometimes the apricots and figs are fresh, but this is no advantage, as these fruits are of no account anyway. The grapes are generally good, and sometimes there is a tolerably good peach by mistake. The variations of the above bill are trifling. After a fortnight, one discovers that the variations are only apparent, not real. In the third week, you get what you had the first, and in the fourth, the week, you get what you had the second. 3 or 4 months of this weary sameness will kill the robustest appetite. It has now been many months, at the present writing, since I have had a nourishing meal, but I shall soon have one, a modest, private affair all to myself. I have selected a few dishes and made out a little bill of fare, which will go home in the steamer that precedes me and be hot when I arrive, as follows. Radishes, baked apples with cream. Fried oysters, stewed oysters, frogs. American coffee with real cream. American butter. Fried chicken, Southern style. Porterhouse steak. Saratoga, potatoes. Broiled chicken, American style. Hot biscuits, Southern style. Hot wheat bread, Southern style. Hot buckwheat cakes. American toast, clear maple syrup. Virginia bacon, broiled. Blue points on the half shell. Cherry stone clams. San Francisco mussels, steamed. Oyster soup, clam soup. Philadelphia terrapin soup. Oysters roasted in shell northern style. Softshell crabs, Connecticut shad. Baltimore perch. Brook trout from Sierra Nevadas. Lake trout from Tahoe. Sheephead and croakers from New Orleans. Black bass from the Mississippi. American roast beef. Roast turkey, Thanksgiving style. Cranberry sauce, celery. Roast wild turkey, woodcock. Canvasback duck from Baltimore. Prairie lions from Illinois. Missouri partridges, broiled. Possum coon. Boston bacon and beans. Bacon and greens, Southern style. Hominy boiled onions, turnips. Pumpkin squash, asparagus. Butter beans, sweet potatoes. Lettuce succotash, string beans. Mashed potatoes, catsup. Boiled potatoes in their skins. New potatoes minus the skins. Early rose potatoes, roasted in the ashes, Southern style, served hot. Sliced tomatoes with sugar or vinegar, stewed tomatoes. Green corn, cut from the ear and served with butter and pepper. Green corn on the ear. Hot corn pone with chitterlings, Southern style. Hot hoe cake, Southern style. Hot egg bread, Southern style. Hot light bread, Southern style. Buttermilk, iced sweet milk. Apple dumplings with real cream. Apple pie, apple fritters. Apple puffs, Southern style. Peach cobbler, Southern style. Peach pie, American mince pie. Pumpkin pie, squash pie. All sorts of American pastry. Fresh American fruits of all sorts, including strawberries, which are not to be doled out as if they were jewelry, but in a more liberal way. Ice water, not prepared in the ineffectual goblet, but in the sincere and capable refrigerator. Americans intending to spend a year or so in European hotels will do well to copy this bill and carry it along. They will find it an excellent thing to get up an appetite with in the dispiriting presence of the squalid table d'hôte. Foreigners cannot enjoy our food, I suppose, any more than we can enjoy theirs. It is not strange, for tastes are made, not born. I might glorify my bill of fare until I was tired, but after all, the Scotchman would shake his head and say, "Where's your haggis?" And the Fijian would sigh and say, "Where's your missionary?" I have a neat talent in matters pertaining to nourishment. This has met with professional recognition. I have often furnished recipes for cookbooks. Here are some designs for pies and things, which I recently prepared for a friend's projected cookbook, but as I forgot to furnish diagrams and perspectives, they had to be left out, of course. Recipe for an ash cake. Take a lot of water and add to it a lot of coarse Indian meal and about a quarter of a lot of salt. Mix well together, knead into the form of a pone, and let the pone stand a while, not on its edge, but the other way. Rake away a place among the embers, lay it there, and cover it an inch deep with hot ashes. When it is done, remove it, blow off all the ashes but one layer, butter that one and eat. N.B. No household should ever be without this talisman. It has been noticed that tramps never return for another ash cake. Zurich. Recipe for New English Pie. To make this excellent breakfast dish, proceed as follows. Take a sufficiency of water and a sufficiency of flour and construct a bulletproof dough. Work this into the form of a disc, with the edges turned up some 3/4 of an inch. Toughen and kiln dry in a couple days in a mild but unvarying temperature. Construct a cover for this redoubt in the same way and of the same material. Fill with stewed dried apples, aggravate with cloves, lemon peel, and slabs of citron. Add 2 portions of New Orleans sugars, then solder on the lid and set in a safe place till it petrifies. Serve cold at breakfast and invite your enemy. Zurich. Recipe for German coffee. Take a barrel of water and bring it to a boil. Rub a chicory berry against a coffee berry, then convey the former into the water. Continue the boiling and evaporation until the intensity of the flavor and aroma of the coffee and chicory has been diminished to a proper degree, then set aside to cool. Now unharness the remains of a once cow from the plow, insert them in a hydraulic press, and when you shall have acquired a teaspoon of that pale blue juice which a German superstition regards as milk, modify the malignity of its strength in a bucket of tepid water and ring up the breakfast. Mix the beverage in a cold cup, partake with moderation, and keep a wet rag around your head to guard against overexcitement. To carve fowls in the German fashion. Use a club and avoid the joints. Chapter 50. Titian bad and Titian good. I wonder why some things are. For instance, art is allowed as much indecent license today as in earlier times, but the privileges of literature in this respect have been sharply curtailed within the past 80 or 90 years. Fielding and Smollett could portray the beastliness of their day in the beastliest language. We have plenty of foul subjects to deal with in our day, but we are not allowed to approach them very near, even with nice and guarded forms of speech. But not so with art. The brush may still deal freely with any subject, however revolting or indelicate. It makes a body ooze sarcasm at every pore to go about Rome and Florence and see what this last generation has been doing with the statues. These works, which had stood in innocent nakedness for ages, are all fig-leaved now. Yes, every one of them. Nobody noticed their nakedness before, perhaps. Nobody can help noticing it now. The fig leaf makes it so conspicuous. But the comical thing about it all is that the fig leaf is confined to cold and pallid marble, which would be still cold and unsuggestive without this sham and ostentatious symbol of modesty, whereas warm-blood paintings, which do really need it, have in no case been furnished with it. At the door of the Uffizi, in Florence, one is confronted by statues of a man and a woman, noseless, battered, black with accumulated grime. They hardly suggest human beings. Yet these ridiculous creatures have been thoughtfully and conscientiously fig-leaved by this fastidious generation. You enter and proceed to that most visited little gallery that exists in the world, the Tribune, and there, against the wall, without obstructing rag or leaf, you may look your fill upon the foulest, the vilest, the obscenest picture the world possesses, Titian's Venus. It isn't that she is naked and stretched out on a bed. No, it is the attitude of one of her arms and hand. If I ventured to describe that attitude, there would be a fine howl, but there the Venus lies, for anybody to gloat over that wants to, and there she has a right to lie, for she is a work of art, and art has its privileges. I saw young girls stealing furtive glances at her. I saw young men gaze long and absorbedly at her. I saw aged, infirm men hang upon her charms with a pathetic interest. How I should like to describe her, just to see what a holy indignation I could stir up in the world, just to hear the unreflecting average man deliver himself about my grossness and coarseness and all that. The world says that no worded description of a moving spectacle is 100th part as moving as the same spectacle seen with one's own eyes. Yet the world is willing to let its son and its daughter and itself look at Titian's beast, but won't stand a description of it in words, which shows that the world is not as consistent as it might be. There are pictures of nude women which suggest no impure thought. I am well aware of that. I am not railing at such. What I am trying to emphasize is the fact that Titian's Venus is very far from being one of that sort. Without any question, it was painted for a bagnio, and it was probably refused because it was a trifle too strong. In truth, it is too strong for any place but a public art gallery. Titian has two Venuses in the Tribune. Persons who have seen them will easily remember which one I am referring to. In every gallery in Europe, there are hideous pictures of blood, carnage, oozing brains, putrefaction, pictures portraying intolerable suffering, pictures alive with every conceivable horror, wrought out in dreadful detail, and similar pictures are being put on the canvas every day and publicly exhibited, without a growl from anybody, for they are innocent, they are inoffensive, being works of art. But suppose a literary artist ventured to go into a painstaking and elaborate description of one of these grisly things, the critics would skin him alive. Well, let it go, it cannot be helped. Art retains her privileges, literature has lost hers. Somebody else may cipher out the whys and the wherefores and the consistencies of it. I haven't got time. Titian's Venus defiles and disgraces the Tribune. There is no softening that fact, but his Moses glorifies it. The simple truthfulness of its noble work wins the heart and the applause of every visitor, be he learned or ignorant. After wearying oneself with the acres of stuffy, sappy, expressionless babies that populate the canvases of the old masters of Italy, it is refreshing to stand before this peerless child and feel that thrill which tells you you are at last in the presence of the real thing. This is a human child. This is genuine. You have seen him 1,000 times. You have seen him just as he is here, and you confess without reserve that Titian was a master. The doll faces of other painted babes may mean one thing, they may mean another, but with the Moses, the case is different. The most famous of all the art critics has said, "There is no room for doubt here, plainly this child is in trouble." I consider that the Moses has no equal among the works of the old masters, except it be the divine hair trunk of Bassano. I feel sure that if all the other old masters were lost, and only these two preserved, the world would be the gainer by it. My sole purpose in going to Florence was to see this immortal Moses, and by good fortune I was just in time, for they were already preparing to remove it to a more private and better protected place, because a fashion of robbing the great galleries was prevailing in Europe at the time. I got a capable artist to copy the picture. Panamaker, the engraver of Doré's books, engraved it for me, and I have the pleasure of laying it before the reader in this volume. We took a turn to Rome and some other Italian cities, then to Munich, and thence to Paris, partly for exercise, but mainly because these things were in our projected program, and it was only right that we should be faithful to it. From Paris, I branched out and walked through Holland and Belgium, procuring an occasional lift by rail or canal when tired, and I had a tolerably good time of it by and large. I worked Spain and other regions through agents to save time and shoe leather. We crossed to England and then made the homeward passage in the Cunarder Gallia, a very fine ship. I was glad to get home, immeasurably glad, so glad, in fact, that it did not seem possible that anything could ever get me out of the country again. I had not enjoyed a pleasure abroad which seemed to me to compare with the pleasure I felt in seeing New York Harbor again. Europe has many advantages which we have not, but they do not compensate for a good many still more valuable ones which exist nowhere but in our own country. Then we are such a homeless lot when we are over there. So are Europeans themselves, for that matter. They live in dark and chilly vast tombs, costly enough maybe, but without conveniences. To be condemned to live as the average European family lives would make life a pretty heavy burden to the average American family. On the whole, I think that short visits to Europe are better for us than long ones. The former preserve us from becoming Europeanized. They keep our pride of country intact, and at the same time, they intensify our affection for our country and our people, whereas long visits have the effect of dulling those feelings, at least in the majority of cases. I think that one who mixes much with Americans long resident abroad must arrive at this conclusion. Appendix. Nothing gives such weight and dignity to a book as an appendix. Herodotus. Appendix A. The Portier. Omar Khayyam, the poet-prophet of Persia, writing more than 800 years ago, has said, "In the four parts of the earth are many that are able to write learned books, many that are able to lead armies, and many also that are able to govern kingdoms and empires. But few there be that can keep a hotel." A word about the European hotel portier. He is a most admirable invention, a most valuable convenience. He always wears a conspicuous uniform. He can always be found when he is wanted, for he sticks closely to his post at the front door. He is as polite as a duke. He speaks from 4 to 10 languages. He is your surest help and refuge in time of trouble or perplexity. He is not the clerk. He is not the landlord. He ranks above the clerk and represents the landlord, who is seldom seen. Instead of going to the clerk for information, as we do at home, you go to the portier. It is the pride of our average hotel clerk to know nothing whatever. It is the pride of the portier to know everything. You ask the portier at what hours the trains leave. He tells you instantly. Or you ask him who is the best physician in town, or what is the hack tariff, or how many children the mayor has, or what days the galleries are open, and whether a permit is required, and where you are to get it, and what you must pay for it, or when the theaters open and close, what the plays are to be, and the price of seats, or what is the newest thing in hats, or how the bills of mortality. Average, or who struck Billy Patterson. It does not matter what you ask him. In 9 cases out of 10 he knows, and in the 10th case, he will find out for you before you can turn around 3 times. There is nothing he will not put his hand to. Suppose you tell him you wish to go from Hamburg to Peking by the way of Jericho, and are ignorant of routes and prices. The next morning he will hand you a piece of paper with the whole thing worked out on it to the last detail. Before you have been long on European soil, you find yourself still saying you are relying on Providence, but when you come to look closer you will see that in reality you are relying on the portier. He discovers what is puzzling you, or what is troubling you, or what your need is, before you can get the half of it out, and he promptly says, "Leave that to me." Consequently, you easily drift into the habit of leaving everything to him. There is a certain embarrassment about applying to the average American hotel clerk, a certain hesitancy, a sense of insecurity against rebuff, but you feel no embarrassment in your intercourse with the portier. He receives your propositions with an enthusiasm which cheers, and plunges into their accomplishment with an alacrity which almost inebriates. The more requirements you can pile upon him, the better he likes it. Of course, the result is that you cease from doing anything for yourself. He calls a hack when you want one, puts you into it, tells the driver whither to take you, receives you like a long-lost child when you return, sends you about your business, does all the quarreling with the hackman himself, and pays him his money out of his own pocket. He sends for your theater tickets and pays for them. He sends for any possible article you can require, be it a doctor, an elephant, or a postage stamp. And when you leave, at last, you will find a subordinate seated with the cab driver who will put you in your railway compartment, buy your tickets, have your baggage weighed, bring you the printed tags, and tell you everything is in your bill and paid for. At home, you get such elaborate, excellent, and willing service as this only in the best hotels of our large cities, but in Europe, you get it in the mere back country towns just as well. What is the secret of the portier's devotion? It is very simple. He gets fees and no salary. His fee is pretty closely regulated, too. If you stay a week, you give him 5 marks, $1.25, or about 18 cents a day. If you stay a month, you reduce this average somewhat. If you stay 2 or 3 months or longer, you cut it down half or even more than half. If you stay only 1 day, you give the portier a mark. The head waiter's fee is a shade less than the portier's. The boots, who not only blacks your boots and brushes your clothes, but is usually the porter and handles your baggage, gets a somewhat smaller fee than the head waiter. The chambermaid's fee ranks below that of the boots. You fee only these 4 and no one else. A German gentleman told me that when he remained a week in a hotel, he gave the portier 5 marks, the head waiter 4, the boots 3, and the chambermaid 2, and if he stayed 3 months, he divided 90 marks among them, in about the above proportions. 90 marks make $22, $50. None of these fees are ever paid until you leave the hotel, though it be a year, except one of these 4 servants should go away in the meantime. In that case, he will be sure to come and bid you goodbye and give you the opportunity to pay him what is fairly coming to him. It is considered very bad policy to fee a servant while you are still to remain longer in the hotel, because if you gave him too little he might neglect you afterward, and if you gave him too much, he might neglect somebody else to attend to you. It is considered best to keep his expectations on a string until your stay is concluded. I do not know whether hotel servants in New York get any wages or not, but I do know that in some of the hotels there, the feeing system in vogue is a heavy burden. The waiter expects a quarter at breakfast and gets it. You have a different waiter at luncheon, and so he gets a quarter. Your waiter at dinner is another stranger, consequently he gets a quarter. The boy who carries your satchel to your room and lights your gas fumbles around and hangs around significantly, and you fee him to get rid of him. Now you may ring for ice water, and 10 minutes later for a lemonade, and 10 minutes afterward for a cigar, and by for a newspaper, and what is the result? Why, a new boy has appeared every time and fooled and fumbled around until you have paid him something. Suppose you boldly put your foot down and say it is the hotel's business to pay its servants. You will have to ring your bell 10 or 15 times before you get a servant there, and when he goes off to fill your order, you will grow old and infirm before you see him again. You may struggle nobly for 24 hours, maybe, if you are an adamantine sort of person, but in the meantime you will have been so wretchedly served, and so insolently, that you will haul down your colors and go to impoverishing yourself with fees. It seems to me that it would be a happy idea to import the European feeing system into America. I believe it would result in getting even the bells of the Philadelphia hotels answered and cheerful service rendered. The greatest American hotels keep a number of clerks and a cashier, and pay them salaries which mount up to a considerable total in the course of a year. The great continental hotels keep a cashier on a trifling salary and a portier who pays the hotel a salary. By the latter system, both the hotel and the public save money and are better served than by our system. One of our consuls told me that a portier of a great Berlin hotel paid $5,000 a year for his position, and yet cleared $6,000 for himself. The position of portier in the chief hotels of Saratoga, Long Branch, New York, and similar centers of resort would be one which the holder could afford to pay even more than $5,000 for, perhaps. When we borrowed the feeing fashion from Europe a dozen years ago, the salary system ought to have been discontinued, of course. We might make this correction now, I should think, and we might add the portier, too. Since I first began to study the portier, I have had opportunities to observe him in the chief cities of Germany, Switzerland, and Italy, and the more I have seen of him, the more I have wished that he might be adopted in America and become there, as he is in Europe, the stranger's guardian angel. Yes, what was true 800 years ago is just as true today. Few there be that can keep a hotel. Perhaps it is because the landlords and their subordinates have in too many cases taken up their trade without first learning it. In Europe, the trade of hotel keeper is taught. The apprentice begins at the bottom of the ladder and masters the several grades one after the other. Just as in our country printing offices, the apprentice first learns how to sweep out and bring water, then learns to roll, then to sort pie, then to set type, and finally rounds and completes his education with job work and press work. So the landlord apprentice serves as coal boy, then as underwaiter, then as a parlor waiter, then as head waiter, in which position he often has to make out all the bills, then as clerk or cashier, then as portier. His trade is learned now, and by he will assume the style and dignity of landlord and be found conducting a hotel of his own. Now in Europe, the same as in America, when a man has kept a hotel so thoroughly well during a number of years as to give it a great reputation, he has his reward. He can live prosperously on that reputation. He can let his hotel run down to the last degree of shabbiness and yet have it full of people all the time. For instance, there is the Hotel de Ville in Milan. It swarms with mice and fleas, and if the rest of the world were destroyed, it could furnish dirt enough to start another one with. The food would create an insurrection in a poorhouse. And yet if you go outside to get your meals, that hotel makes up its loss by overcharging you on all sorts of trifles, and without making any denials or excuses about it either. But the Hotel de Ville's old excellent reputation still keeps its dreary rooms crowded with travelers who would be elsewhere if they had only some wise friend to warn them. Appendix B. Heidelberg Castle. Heidelberg Castle must have been very beautiful before the French battered and bruised and scorched it 200 years ago. The stone is brown with a pinkish tint and does not seem to stain easily. The dainty and elaborate ornamentation upon its two chief fronts is as delicately carved as if it had been intended for the interior of a drawing room rather than for the outside of a house. Many fruit and flower clusters, human heads and grim projecting lions' heads are still as perfect in every detail as if they were new. But the statues which are ranked between the windows have suffered. These are life-size statues of old-time emperors, electors, and similar grandees, clad in mail and bearing ponderous swords. Some have lost an arm, some a head, and one poor fellow is chopped off at the middle. There is a saying that if a stranger will pass over the drawbridge and walk across the court to the castle front without saying anything, he can make a wish and it will be fulfilled. But they say that the truth of this thing has never had a chance to be proved, for the reason that before any stranger can walk from the drawbridge to the appointed place, the beauty of the palace front will extort an exclamation of delight from him. A ruin must be rightly situated to be effective. This one could not have been better placed. It stands upon a commanding elevation. It is buried in green woods. There is no level ground about it, but on the contrary, there are wooded terraces upon terraces, and one looks down through shining leaves into profound chasms and abysses where twilight reigns and the sun cannot intrude. Nature knows how to garnish a ruin to get the best effect. One of these old towers is split down the middle, and one half has tumbled aside. It tumbled in such a way as to establish itself in a picturesque attitude. Then all it lacked was a fitting drapery, and nature has furnished that. She has robed the rugged mass in flowers and verdure and made it a charm to the eye. The standing half exposes its arched and cavernous rooms to you, like open, toothless mouths. There, too, the vines and flowers have done their work of grace. The rear portion of the tower has not been neglected, either, but is clothed with a clinging garment of polished ivy which hides the wounds and stains of time. Even the top is not left bare, but is crowned with a flourishing group of trees and shrubs. Misfortune has done for this old tower what it has done for the human character sometimes, improved it. A gentleman remarked one day that it might have been fine to live in the castle in the day of its prime, but that we had one advantage which its vanished inhabitants lacked, the advantage of having a charming ruin to visit and muse over. But that was a hasty idea. Those people had the advantage of us. They had the fine castle to live in, and they could cross the Rhine Valley and muse over the stately ruin of trifles besides. The trifles people, in their day, 500 years ago, could go and muse over majestic ruins that have vanished now to the last stone. There have always been ruins, no doubt, and there have always been pensive people to sigh over them, and asses to scratch upon them their names and the important date of their visit. Within 100 years after Adam left Eden, the guide probably gave the usual general flourish with his hand and said, "Place where the animals were named, ladies and gentlemen, place where the tree of the forbidden fruit stood, exact spot where Adam and Eve first met, and here, ladies and gentlemen, adorned and hallowed by the names and addresses of 3 generations of tourists, we have the crumbling remains of Cain's altar, fine old ruin." Then, no doubt, he taxed them a shekel apiece and let them go. An illumination of Heidelberg Castle is one of the sights of Europe. The castle's picturesque shape, its commanding situation midway up the steep and wooded mountainside, its vast size, these features combine to make an illumination a most effective spectacle. It is necessarily an expensive show, and consequently rather infrequent. Therefore, whenever one of these exhibitions is to take place, the news goes about in the papers, and Heidelberg is sure to be full of people on that night. I and my agent had one of these opportunities and improved it. About 7:30 on the appointed evening, we crossed the lower bridge, with some American students, in a pouring rain, and started up the road which borders the Nunheim side of the river. This roadway was densely packed with carriages and foot passengers, the former of all ages, and the latter of all ages and both sexes. This black and solid mass was struggling painfully onward, through the slop, the darkness, and the deluge. We waded along for 3/4 of a mile, and finally took up a position in an unsheltered beer garden directly opposite the castle. We could not see the castle, or anything else, for that matter, but we could dimly discern the outlines of the mountain over the way, through the pervading blackness, and knew whereabouts the castle was located. We stood on one of the 100 benches in the garden, under our umbrellas. The other 99 were occupied by standing men and women, and they also had umbrellas. All the region round about, and up and down the river road, was a dense wilderness of humanity hidden under an unbroken pavement of carriage tops and umbrellas. Thus we stood during 2 drenching hours. No rain fell on my head, but the converging whalebone points of a dozen neighboring umbrellas poured little cooling steams of water down my neck, and sometimes into my ears, and thus kept me from getting hot and impatient. I had the rheumatism, too, and had heard that this was good for it. Afterward, however, I was led to believe that the water treatment is not good for rheumatism. There were even little girls in that dreadful place. A man held one in his arms, just in front of me, for as much as an hour, with umbrella drippings soaking into her clothing all the time. In the circumstances, 2 hours was a good while for us to have to wait, but when the illumination did at last come, we felt repaid. It came unexpectedly, of course, things always do, that have been long looked and longed for. With a perfectly breathtaking suddenness, several massed sheaves of varicolored rockets were vomited skyward out of the black throats of the castle towers, accompanied by a thundering crash of sound, and instantly every detail of the prodigious ruin stood revealed against the mountainside, and glowing with an almost intolerable splendor of fire and color. For some little time the whole building was a blinding crimson mass. The towers continued to spout thick columns of rockets aloft, and overhead the sky was radiant with arrowy bolts which clove their way to the zenith, paused, curved gracefully downward, then burst into brilliant fountain sprays of richly colored sparks. The red fires died slowly down within the castle, and presently the shell grew nearly black outside. The angry glare that shone out through the broken arches and innumerable sashless windows now reproduced the aspect which the castle must have borne in the old time when the French spoilers saw the monster bonfire which they had made their fading and spoiling toward extinction. While we still gazed and enjoyed, the ruin was suddenly enveloped in rolling and rumbling volumes of vaporous green fire, then in dazzling purple ones, then a mixture of many colors followed, then drowned the great fabric in its blended splendors. Meantime the nearest bridge had been illuminated, and from several rafts anchored in the river, meteor showers of rockets, Roman candles, bombs, serpents, and Catharine wheels were being discharged in wasteful profusion into the sky, a marvelous sight indeed to a person as little used to such spectacles as I was. For a while the whole region about us seemed as bright as day, and yet the rain was falling in torrents all the time. The evening's entertainment presently closed, and we joined the innumerable caravan of half-drowned strangers and waded home again. The castle grounds are very ample and very beautiful, and as they join the hotel grounds, with no fences to climb, but only some nobly shaded stone stairways to descend, we spent a part of nearly every day in idling through their smooth walks and leafy groves. There was an attractive spot among the trees where were a great many wooden tables and benches, and there one could sit in the shade and pretend to sip at his foamy beaker of beer while he inspected the crowd. I say pretend because I only pretended to sip without really sipping. That is the polite way, but when you are ready to go, you empty the beaker at a draught. There was a brass band, and it furnished excellent music every afternoon. Sometimes so many people came that every seat was occupied, every table filled. And never a rough in the assemblage, all nicely dressed fathers and mothers, young gentlemen and ladies and children, and plenty of university students and glittering officers, with here and there a grey professor or a peaceful old lady with her knitting, and always a sprinkling of gawky foreigners. Everybody had his glass of beer before him, or his cup of coffee, or his bottle of wine, or his hot cutlet and potatoes. Young ladies chatted, or fanned themselves, or wrought at their crocheting or embroidering. The students fed sugar to their dogs, or discussed duels, or illustrated new fencing tricks with their little canes, and everywhere was comfort and enjoyment, and everywhere peace and goodwill to men. The trees were jubilant with birds, and the paths with rollicking children. One could have a seat in that place and plenty of music, any afternoon, for about 8 cents, or a family ticket for the season for $2. For a change, when you wanted one, you could stroll to the castle and burrow among its dungeons, or climb about its ruined towers, or visit its interior shows. The Great Heidelberg Tun, for instance. Everybody has heard of the Great Heidelberg Tun, and most people have seen it, no doubt. It is a wine cask as big as a cottage, and some traditions say it holds 18,000 bottles, and other traditions say it holds 1,800 million barrels. I think it likely that one of these statements is a mistake, and the other is a lie. However, the mere matter of capacity is a thing of no sort of consequence, since the cask is empty, and indeed has always been empty, history says. An empty cask the size of a cathedral could excite but little emotion in me. I do not see any wisdom in building a monster cask to hoard up emptiness in, when you can get a better quality, outside, any day, free of expense. What could this cask have been built for? The more one studies over that, the more uncertain and unhappy he becomes. Some historians say that 30 couples, some say 30,000 couples, can dance on the head of this cask at the same time. Even this does not seem to me to account for the building of it. It does not even throw light on it. A profound and scholarly Englishman, a specialist, who had made the Great Heidelberg Tun his sole study for 15 years, told me he had at last satisfied himself that the ancients built it to make German cream in. He said that the average German cow yielded from 1 to 2½ teaspoons of milk, when she was not worked in the plow or the hay wagon more than 18 or 19 hours a day. This milk was very sweet and good, and a beautiful transparent bluish tint, but in order to get cream from it in the most economical way, a peculiar process was necessary. Now he believed that the habit of the ancients was to collect several milkings in a teacup, pour it into the great tun, fill up with water, and then skim off the cream from time to time as the needs of the German Empire demanded. This began to look reasonable. It certainly began to account for the German cream which I had encountered and marveled over in so many hotels and restaurants. But a thought struck me. Why did not each ancient dairyman take his own teacup of milk and his own cask of water and mix them without making a government matter of it? Where could he get a cask large enough to contain the right proportion of water? Very true, it was plain that the Englishman had studied the matter from all sides. Still, I thought I might catch him on one point, so I asked him why the modern empire did not make the nation's cream in the Heidelberg Tun, instead of leaving it to rot away unused. But he answered as one prepared. A patient and diligent examination of the modern German cream had satisfied me that they do not use the great tun now because they have got a bigger one hid away somewhere. Either that is the case, or they empty the spring milkings into the mountain torrents and then skim the Rhine all summer. There is a museum of antiquities in the castle, and among its most treasured relics are ancient manuscripts connected with German history. There are hundreds of these, and their dates stretch back through many centuries. One of them is a decree signed and sealed by the hand of a successor of Charlemagne in the year 896. A signature made by a hand which vanished out of this life near 1,000 years ago is a more impressive thing than even a ruined castle. Luther's wedding ring was shown me, also a fork belonging to a time anterior to our era and an early bootjack. And there was a plaster cast of the head of a man who was assassinated about 60 years ago. The stab wounds in the face were duplicated with unpleasant fidelity. 1 or 2 real hairs still remained sticking in the eyebrows of the cast. That trifle seemed to almost change the counterfeit into a corpse. There are many aged portraits, some valuable, some worthless, some of great interest, some of none at all. I bought a couple, one a gorgeous duke of the olden time, and the other a comely blue-eyed damsel, a princess maybe. I bought them to start a portrait gallery of my ancestors with. I paid $1.50 for the duke and a half for the princess. One can lay in ancestors at even cheaper rates than these in Europe if he will mouse among old picture shops and look out for chances. Appendix C. The college prison. It seems that the student may break a good many of the public laws without having to answer to the public authorities. His case must come before the university for trial and punishment. If a policeman catches him in an unlawful act and proceeds to arrest him, the offender proclaims that he is a student and perhaps shows his matriculation card, whereupon the officer asks for his address, then goes his way and reports the matter at headquarters. If the offense is one over which the city has no jurisdiction, the authorities report the case officially to the university and give themselves no further concern about it. The university courts send for the student, listen to the evidence, and pronounce judgment. The punishment usually inflicted is imprisonment in the university prison. As I understand it, a student's case is often tried without his being present at all. Then something like this happens. A constable in the service of the university visits the lodgings of the said student, knocks, is invited to come in, does so, and says politely, "If you please, I am here to conduct you to prison." "Ah," says the student, "I was not expecting it. What have I been doing?" "2 weeks ago, the public peace had the honor to be disturbed by you." "It is true, I had forgotten it. Very well, I have been complained of, tried, and found guilty. Is that it?" "Exactly. You are sentenced to 2 days, solitary confinement in the college prison, and I am sent to fetch you." Student, "Oh, I can't go today." "Officer, if you please, why?" Student, "Because I've got an engagement." Officer, "Tomorrow then, perhaps." Student, "No, I am going to the opera tomorrow." Officer, "Could you come Friday?" Student, reflectively, "Let me see, Friday. I don't seem to have anything on hand Friday." Officer, "Then, if you please, I will expect you on Friday." Student, "All right, I'll come around Friday." Officer, "Thank you, good day, sir." Student, "Good day." So on Friday, the student goes to the prison of his own accord and is admitted. It is questionable if the world's criminal history can show a custom more odd than this. Nobody knows now how it originated. There have always been many noblemen among the students, and it is presumed that all students are gentlemen. In the old times, it was usual to mar the convenience of such folk as little as possible. Perhaps this indulgent custom owes its origin to this. One day I was listening to some conversation upon this subject when an American student said that for some time he had been under sentence for a slight breach of the peace, and had promised the constable that he would presently find an unoccupied day and betake himself to prison. I asked the young gentleman to do me the kindness to go to jail as soon as he conveniently could, so that I might try to get in there and visit him and see what college captivity was like. He said he would appoint the very first day he could spare. His confinement was to endure 24 hours. He shortly chose his day and sent me word. I started immediately. When I reached the university place, I saw 2 gentlemen talking together, and as they had portfolios under their arms, I judged they were tutors or elderly students, so I asked them in English to show me the college jail. I had learned to take it for granted that anybody in Germany who knows anything knows English, so I had stopped afflicting people with my German. These gentlemen seemed a trifle amused, and a trifle confused too, but one of them said he would walk around the corner with me and show me the place. He asked me why I wanted to get in there, and I said to see a friend, and for curiosity. He doubted if I would be admitted, but volunteered to put in a word or two for me with the custodian. He rang the bell, a door opened, and we stepped into a paved way and then up into a small living room, where we were received by a hearty and good-natured German woman of 50. She threw up her hands with a surprised, "Ach Gott, Herr Professor," and exhibited a mighty deference for my new acquaintance. By the sparkle in her eye, I judged she was a good deal amused, too. The Herr Professor talked to her in German, and I understood enough of it to know that he was bringing very plausible reasons to bear for admitting me. They were successful. So the Herr Professor received my earnest thanks and departed. The old dame got her keys, took me up 2 or 3 flights of stairs, unlocked a door, and we stood in the presence of the criminal. Then she went into a jolly and eager description of all that had occurred downstairs, and what the Herr Professor had said, and so forth and so on. Plainly, she regarded it as quite a superior joke that I had waylaid a professor and employed him in so odd a service. But I wouldn't have done it if I had known he was a professor, therefore my conscience was not disturbed. Now the dame left us to ourselves. The cell was not a roomy one, still, it was a little larger than an ordinary prison cell. It had a window of good size, iron-grated, a small stove, 2 wooden chairs, 2 oaken tables, very old and most elaborately carved with names, mottos, faces, armorial bearings, etc., the work of several generations of imprisoned students, and a narrow wooden bedstead with a villainous straw mattress, but no sheets, pillows, blankets, or coverlets, for these the student must furnish at his own cost if he wants them. There was no carpet, of course. The ceiling was completely covered with names, dates, and monograms done with candle smoke. The walls were thickly covered with pictures and portraits in profile, some done with ink, some with soot, some with a pencil, and some with red, blue, and green chalks. And whenever an inch or 2 of space had remained between the pictures, the captives had written plaintive verses or names and dates. I do not think I was ever in a more elaborately frescoed apartment. Against the wall hung a placard containing the prison laws. I made a note of 1 or 2 of these. For instance, the prisoner must pay for the privilege of entering a sum equivalent to 20 cents of our money, for the privilege of leaving when his term had expired 20 cents, for every day spent in the prison 12 cents, for fire and light 12 cents a day. The jailer furnishes coffee mornings for a small sum. Dinners and suppers may be ordered from outside if the prisoner chooses, and he is allowed to pay for them too. Here and there, on the walls, appeared the names of American students, and in one place, the American arms and motto were displayed in colored chalks. With the help of my friend, I translated many of the inscriptions. Some of them were cheerful, others the reverse. I will give the reader a few specimens. In my 10th semester, my best one, I am cast here through the complaints of others. Let those who follow me take warning. Roman 3 tage own grund angeblik os nugerd, which is to say, he had a curiosity to know what prison life was like, so he made a breach in some law and got 3 days for it. It is more than likely that he never had the same curiosity again. Translation: Eglinic, 4 days for being too eager a spectator of a row. F. Graf Bismarck, 27-29 Roman 2, 74. Which means that Count Bismarck, son of the great statesman, was a prisoner 2 days in 1874. Translation: R. Dirgent, for love 4 days. Many people in this world have caught it heavier than for the same indiscretion. This one is terse. I translate. 4 weeks for misinterpreted gallantry. I wish the sufferer had explained a little more fully. A 4-week term is a rather serious matter. There were many uncomplimentary references on the walls to a certain unpopular dignitary. One sufferer had got 3 days for not saluting him. Another had here 2 days slept and 3 nights lain awake. On account of this same Dr. K, in one place was a picture of Dr. K hanging on a gallows. Here and there, lonesome prisoners had eased the heavy time by altering the records left by predecessors. Leaving the name standing and the date and length of the captivity, they had erased the description of the misdemeanor and written in its place, in staring capitals, for theft, or for murder, or some other gaudy crime. In one place, all by itself, stood this blood-curdling word: Reich. There was no name signed and no date. It was an inscription well calculated to pique curiosity. One would greatly like to know the nature of the wrong that had been done and what sort of vengeance was wanted and whether the prisoner ever achieved it or not. But there was no way of finding out these things. Occasionally, a name was followed simply by the remark, Roman 2 days, for disturbing the peace, and without comment upon the justice or injustice of the sentence. In one place was a hilarious picture of a student of the Green Cap Corps with a bottle of champagne in each hand, and below was the legend, "These make an evil fate endurable." There were 2 prison cells, and neither had space left on walls or ceiling for another name or portrait or picture. The inside surfaces of the 2 doors were completely covered with cartes de visite of former prisoners, ingeniously let into the wood and protected from dirt and injury by glass. I very much wanted one of the sorry old tables which the prisoners had spent so many years in ornamenting with their pocket knives, but red tape was in the way. The custodian could not sell one without an order from a superior, and that superior would have to get it from his superior, and this one would have to get it from a higher one, and so on up and up, until the faculty should sit on the matter and deliver final judgment. The system was right, and nobody could find fault with it, but it did not seem justifiable to bother so many people, so I proceeded no further. It might have cost me more than I could afford anyway, for one of those prison tables, which was at the time in a private museum in Heidelberg, was afterwards sold at auction for $250. It was not worth more than $1 or possibly $1.50 before the captive students began their work on it. Persons who saw it at the auction said it was so curiously and wonderfully carved that it was worth the money that was paid for it. Among them, many who have tasted the college prison's dreary hospitality, was a lively young fellow from one of the southern states of America, whose first year's experience of German university life was rather peculiar. The day he arrived in Heidelberg, he enrolled his name on the college books, and was so elated with the fact that his dearest hope had found fruition, and he was actually a student of the old and renowned university, that he set to work that very night to celebrate the event by a grand lark in company with some other students. In the course of his lark, he managed to make a wide breach in one of the university's most stringent laws. Sequel, before noon next day, he was in the college prison, booked for 3 months. The 12 long weeks dragged slowly by, and the day of deliverance came at last. A great crowd of sympathizing fellow students received him with a rousing demonstration as he came forth, and of course there was another grand lark, in the course of which he managed to make a wide breach of the city's most stringent laws. Sequel, before noon next day, he was safe in the city lockup, booked for 3 months. This second tedious captivity drew to an end in the course of time, and again a great crowd of sympathizing fellow students gave him a rousing reception as he came forth. But his delight in his freedom was so boundless that he could not proceed soberly and calmly, but must go hopping and skipping and jumping down the sleety street from sheer excess of joy. Sequel, he slipped and broke his leg, and actually lay in the hospital during the next 3 months. When he at last became a free man again, he said he believed he would hunt up a brisker seat of learning. The Heidelberg lectures might be good, but the opportunities of attending them were too rare, the educational process too slow. He said he had come to Europe with the idea that the acquirement of an education was only a matter of time, but if he had averaged the Heidelberg system correctly, it was rather a matter of eternity. Appendix D. The awful German language. A little learning makes the whole world kin. Proverbs Roman 32:7. I went often to look at the collection of curiosities in Heidelberg Castle, and one day I surprised the keeper of it with my German. I spoke entirely in that language. He was greatly interested, and after I had talked a while, he said my German was very rare, possibly a unique, and wanted to add it to his museum. If he had known what it had cost me to acquire my art, he would also have known that it would break any collector to buy it. Harris and I had been hard at work on our German during several weeks at that time, and although we had made good progress, it had been accomplished under great difficulty and annoyance, for 3 of our teachers had died in the meantime. A person who has not studied German can form no idea of what a perplexing language it is. Surely there is not another language that is so slipshod and systemless, and so slippery and elusive to the grasp. One is washed about in it, hither and thither, in the most helpless way, and when at last he thinks he has captured a rule which offers firm ground to take a rest on amid the general rage and turmoil of the 10 parts of speech, he turns over the page and reads, "Let the pupil make careful note of the following exceptions." He runs his eye down and finds that there are more exceptions to the rule than instances of it. So overboard he goes again to hunt for another Ararat and find another quicksand. Such has been, and continues to be my experience. Every time I think I have got one of these four confusing cases where I am master of it, a seemingly insignificant preposition intrudes itself into my sentence, clothed with an awful and unsuspected power, and crumbles the ground from under me. For instance, my book inquires after a certain bird. It is always inquiring after things which are of no sort of consequence to anybody. Where is the bird? Now the answer to this question, according to the book, is that the bird is waiting in the blacksmith's shop on account of the rain. Of course no bird would do that, but then you must stick to the book. Very well, I begin to cipher out the German for that answer. I begin at the wrong end necessarily, for that is the German idea. I say to myself, region rain is masculine, or maybe it is feminine, or possibly neuter. It is too much trouble to look now. Therefore, it is either der the region, or die the region, or des the region, according to which gender it may turn out to be when I look. In the interest of science, I will cipher it out on the hypothesis that it is masculine. Very well, then the rain is der region, if it is simply in the quiescent state of being mentioned, without enlargement or discussion, nominative case. But if this rain is lying around, in a kind of a general way on the ground, it is then definitely located. It is doing something, that is, resting, which is one of the German grammar's ideas of doing something, and this throws the rain into the dative case and makes it dem region. However, this rain is not resting, but is doing something actively. It is falling to interfere with the bird, likely, and this indicates movement, which has the effect of sliding it into the accusative case and changing dem region into den region. Having completed the grammatical horoscope of this matter, I answer up confidently and state in German that the bird is staying in the blacksmith's shop, Wegen, on account of den region. Then the teacher lets me softly down with the remark that whenever the word Wegen drops into a sentence, it always throws that subject into the genitive case, regardless of consequences, and therefore this bird stayed in the blacksmith shop, Wegen des Regions. NB, I was informed later by a higher authority that there was an exception which permits one to say Wegen den Region in certain peculiar and complex circumstances, but that this exception is not extended to anything but rain. There are 10 parts of speech, and they are all troublesome. An average sentence in a German newspaper is a sublime and impressive curiosity. It occupies a quarter of a column. It contains all the 10 parts of speech, not in regular order, but mixed. It is built mainly of compound words constructed by the writer on the spot, and not to be found in any dictionary, 6 or 7 words compacted into one, without joint or seam, that is, without hyphens. It treats of 14 or 15 different subjects, each enclosed in a parenthesis of its own, with here and there extra parentheses, making pens within pens. Finally, all the parentheses and reparentheses are massed together between a couple of king parentheses, one of which is placed in the first line of the majestic sentence, and the other in the middle of the last line of it, after which comes the verb, and you find out for the first time what the man has been talking about. And after the verb, merely by way of ornament, as far as I can make out, the writer shovels in haben sind, Juessen gehabt haven Jurden sein, or words to that effect, and the monument is finished. I suppose that this closing hurrah is in the nature of the flourish to a man's signature, not necessary, but pretty. German books are easy enough to read when you hold them before the looking-glass or stand on your head, so as to reverse the construction. But I think that to learn to read and understand a German newspaper is a thing which must always remain an impossibility to a foreigner. Yet even the German books are not entirely free from attacks of the parenthesis distemper, though they are usually so mild as to cover only a few lines, and therefore, when you at last get down to the verb, it carries some meaning to your mind, because you are able to remember a good deal of what has gone before. Now here is a sentence from a popular and excellent German novel with a slight parenthesis in it. I will make a perfectly literal translation and throw in the parenthesis marks and some hyphens for the assistance of the reader, though in the original there are no parenthesis marks or hyphens, and the reader is left to flounder through to the remote verb the best way he can. But when he, upon the street, the in satin and silk covered now very unconstrained after the newest fashion dressed, government councillor's wife met, etc., et when aber auf der Straße der in samt unsaid gehielten, jet sayer ungennert nach der neuesten mode gekleideten, regeringsrathin begegnet. That is from the old Mamsell's Secret by Mrs. Marlitt, and that sentence is constructed upon the most approved German model. You observe how far that verb is from the reader's base of operations. Well, in a German newspaper, they put their verb away over on the next page, and I have heard that sometimes after stringing along the exciting preliminaries and parentheses for a column or two, they get in a hurry and have to go to press without getting to the verb at all. Of course, then, the reader is left in a very exhausted and ignorant state. We have the parenthesis disease in our literature, too, and one may see cases of it every day in our books and newspapers. But with us, it is the mark and sign of an unpracticed writer or a cloudy intellect, whereas with the Germans it is doubtless the mark and sign of a practiced pen and of the presence of that sort of luminous intellectual fog which stands for clearness among these people. For surely it is not clearness, it necessarily can't be clearness. Even a jury would have penetration enough to discover that. A writer's ideas must be a good deal confused, a good deal out of line and sequence, when he starts out to say that a man met a counselor's wife in the street, and then right in the midst of this so simple undertaking halts these approaching people and makes them stand still until he jots down an inventory of the woman's dress. That is manifestly absurd. It reminds a person of those dentists who secure your instant and breathless interest in a tooth by taking a grip on it with the forceps, and then stand there and drawl through a tedious anecdote before they give the dreaded jerk. Parentheses in literature and dentistry are in bad taste. The Germans have another kind of parenthesis, which they make by splitting a verb in two and putting half of it at the beginning of an exciting chapter and the other half at the end of it. Can anyone conceive of anything more confusing than that? These things are called separable verbs. The German grammar is blistered all over with separable verbs, and the wider the two portions of one of them are spread apart, the better the author of the crime is pleased with his performance. A favorite one is reist ab, which means departed. Here is an example which I culled from a novel and reduced to English. The trunks being now ready, he after kissing his mother and sisters, and once more pressing to his bosom his adored Gretchen, who, dressed in simple white muslin, with a single tuberose in the ample folds of her rich brown hair, had tottered feebly down the stairs, still pale from the terror and excitement of the past evening, but longing to lay her poor aching head yet once again upon the breast of him whom she loved more dearly than life itself, parted. However, it is not well to dwell too much on the separable verbs. One is sure to lose his temper early, and if he sticks to the subject and will not be warned, it will at last either soften his brain or petrify it. Personal pronouns and adjectives are a fruitful nuisance in this language and should have been left out. For instance, the same sound "sigh" means you, and it means she, and it means her, and it means it, and it means they, and it means them. Think of the ragged poverty of a language which has to make one word do the work of six, and a poor little weak thing of only 3 letters at that. But mainly, think of the exasperation of never knowing which of these meanings the speaker is trying to convey. This explains why, whenever a person says "sigh" to me, I generally try to kill him, if a stranger. Now observe the adjective. Here was a case where simplicity would have been an advantage. Therefore, for no other reason, the inventor of this language complicated it all he could. When we wish to speak of our good friend or friends in our enlightened tongue, we stick to the one form and have no trouble or hard feeling about it, but with the German tongue it is different. When a German gets his hands on an adjective, he declines it and keeps on declining it until the common sense is all declined out of it. It is as bad as Latin. He says, for instance, singular. Nominative, mein guter Freund, my good friend. Genitives, meins guten Freunds of my good friend. Dative, meinem guten Freund, to my good friend. Accusative, meinen guten Freund, my good friend. Plural. N mein guten Freund, my good friends. G meiner guten Freund, of my good friends. D meinen guten Freunden, to my good friends. A mein guten Freund, my good friends. Now let the candidate for the asylum try to memorize those variations and see how soon he will be elected. One might better go without friends in Germany than take all this trouble about them. I have shown what a bother it is to decline a good male friend. Well, this is only a third of the work, for there is a variety of new distortions of the adjective to be learned when the object is feminine, and still another when the object is neuter. Now there are more adjectives in this language than there are black cats in Switzerland, and they must all be as elaborately declined as the examples above suggested. Difficult, troublesome, these words cannot describe it. I heard a Californian student in Heidelberg say, in one of his calmest moods, that he would rather decline 2 drinks than 1 German adjective. The inventor of the language seems to have taken pleasure in complicating it in every way he could think of. For instance, if one is casually referring to a house, or a horse, Pferd, or a dog, Hund, he spells these words as I have indicated. But if he is referring to them in the dative case, he sticks on a foolish and unnecessary e and spells them Haus, Pferd, Hund. So as an added e often signifies the plural, as the s does with us, the new student is likely to go on for a month making twins out of a dative dog before he discovers his mistake. And on the other hand, many a new student who could ill afford loss has bought and paid for 2 dogs and only got one of them, because he ignorantly bought that dog in the dative singular when he really supposed he was talking plural, which left the law on the seller's side, of course, by the strict rules of grammar, and therefore a suit for recovery could not lie. In German, all the nouns begin with a capital letter. Now that is a good idea, and a good idea, in this language, is necessarily conspicuous from its lonesomeness. I consider this capitalizing of nouns a good idea, because by reason of it you are almost always able to tell a noun the minute you see it. You fall into error occasionally, because you mistake the name of a person for the name of a thing, and waste a good deal of time trying to dig a meaning out of it. German names almost always do mean something, and this helps to deceive the student. I translated a passage one day which said that the infuriated tigress broke loose and utterly ate up the unfortunate fir forest, Tannenwald. When I was girding up my loins to doubt this, I found out that Tannenwald in this instance was a man's name. Every noun has a gender, and there is no sense or system in the distribution, so the gender of each must be learned separately and by heart. There is no other way. To do this one has to have a memory like a memorandum book. In German, a young lady has no sex, while a turnip has. Think what overwrought reverence that shows for the turnip, and what callous disrespect for the girl. See how it looks in print. I translate this from a conversation in one of the best of the German Sunday school books. Gretchen, Wilhelm, where is the turnip? Wilhelm, she has gone to the kitchen. Gretchen, where is the accomplished and beautiful English maiden? Wilhelm, it has gone to the opera. To continue with the German genders. A tree is male, its buds are female, its leaves are neuter. Horses are sexless, dogs are male, cats are female, tomcats included, of course. A person's mouth, neck, bosom, elbows, fingers, nails, feet, and body are of the male sex, and his head is male or neuter according to the word selected to signify it, and not according to the sex of the individual who wears it, for in Germany all the women wear either male heads or sexless ones. A person's nose, lips, shoulders, breast, hands, and toes are of the female sex, and his hair, ears, eyes, chin, legs, knees, heart, and conscience haven't any sex at all. The inventor of the language probably got what he knew about a conscience from hearsay. Now, by the above dissection, the reader will see that in Germany a man may think he is a man, but when he comes to look into the matter closely, he is bound to have his doubts. He finds that in sober truth he is a most ridiculous mixture, and if he ends by trying to comfort himself with the thought that he can at least depend on a third of this mess as being manly and masculine, the humiliating second thought will quickly remind him that in this respect he is no better off than any woman or cow in the land. In the German it is true that by some oversight of the inventor of the language, a woman is a female, but a wife-weib is not, which is unfortunate. A wife here has no sex, she is neuter, so according to the grammar a fish is he, his scales are she, but a fishwife is neither. To describe a wife as sexless may be called under description, that is bad enough, but over description is surely worse. A German speaks of an Englishman as the Engländer. To change the sex, he adds in, and that stands for Englishwoman, Engländerin. That seems descriptive enough, but still it is not exact enough for a German, so he precedes the word with that article which indicates that the creature to follow is feminine and writes it down thus, Die Engländerin, which means the she-Englishwoman. I consider that that person is overdescribed. Well, after the student has learned the sex of a great number of nouns, he is still in a difficulty, because he finds it impossible to persuade his tongue to refer to things as he and she and him and her, which it has been always accustomed to refer to as it. When he even frames a German sentence in his mind, with the hims and hers in the right places, and then works up his courage to the utterance point, it is no use. The moment he begins to speak, his tongue flies the track, and all those labored males and females come out as its. And even when he is reading German to himself, he always calls those things it, whereas he ought to read in this way. Tale of the Fishwife and its sad fate. It is a black day. Hear the rain, how he pours, and the hail, how he rattles, and see the snow, how he drifts along, and of the mud, how deep he is. Ah, the poor fishwife, it is stuck fast in the mire. It has dropped its basket of fishes, and its hands have been cut by the scales as it seized some of the falling creatures, and one scale has even got into its eye, and it cannot get her out. It opens its mouth to cry for help, but if any sound comes out of him, alas, he is drowned by the raging of the storm. And now a tomcat has got one of the fishes, and she will surely escape with him. No, she bites off a fin, she holds her in her mouth. Will she swallow her? No, the fishwife's brave mother-dog deserts his puppies and rescues the fin, which he eats himself as his reward. Oh horror, the lightning has struck the fish basket. He sets him on fire. See the flame, how she licks the doomed utensil with her red and angry tongue. Now she attacks the helpless fishwife's foot. She burns him up, all but the big toe, and even she is partly consumed. And still she spreads, still she waves her fiery tongues. She attacks the fishwife's leg and destroys it. She attacks its hand and destroys her also. She attacks the fishwife's leg and destroys her also. She attacks its body and consumes him. She wreathes herself about its heart, and it is consumed, next about its breast, and in a moment she is a cinder. Now she reaches its neck. He goes, now its chin, it goes, now its nose, she goes. In another moment, except help come, the fishwife will be no more. Time presses, is there none to succor and save? Yes, joy, joy, with flying feet the she-Englishwoman comes, but alas, the generous she-female is too late. Where now is the fated fishwife? It has ceased from its sufferings, it has gone to a better land. All that is left of it for its loved ones to lament over is this poor smouldering ash heap. Ah, woeful, woeful ash heap! Let us take him up tenderly, reverently, upon the lowly shovel, and bear him to his long rest, with the prayer that when he rises again, it will be a realm where he will have one good, square, responsible sex, and have it all to himself, instead of having a mangy lot of assorted sexes scattered all over him in spots. There now the reader can see for himself that this pronoun business is a very awkward thing for the unaccustomed tongue. I suppose that in all languages the similarities of look and sound between words which have no similarity in meaning are a fruitful source of perplexity to the foreigner. It is so in our tongue, and it is notably the case in the German. Now there is that troublesome word Vermuhlt. To me it has so close a resemblance, either real or fancied, to 3 or 4 other words that I never know whether it means despised, painted, suspected, or married, until I look in the dictionary, and then I find it means the latter. There are lots of such words, and they are a great torment. To increase the difficulty, there are words which seem to resemble each other, and yet do not, but they make just as much trouble as if they did. For instance, there is the word vermeerthen, to let, to lease, to hire, and the word vererthen, another way of saying to marry. I heard of an Englishman who knocked at a man's door in Heidelberg and proposed, in the best German he could command, to vererthen that house. Then there are some words which mean one thing when you emphasize the first syllable, but mean something very different if you throw the emphasis on the last syllable. For instance, there is a word which means a runaway or the act of glancing through a book, according to the placing of the emphasis, and another word which signifies to associate with a man or to avoid him, according to where you put the emphasis, and you can generally depend on putting it in the wrong place and getting into trouble. There are some exceedingly useful words in this language. Schlag, for example, and Zug. There are 3/4 of a column of Schlags in the dictionary and a column and a half of Zugs. The word Schlag means blow, stroke, dash, hit, shock, clap, slap, time, bar, coin, stamp, kind, sort, manner, way, apoplexy, woodcutting, enclosure, field, forest clearing. This is its simple and exact meaning. That is to say, its restricted, its fettered meaning. But there are ways by which you can set it free, so that it can soar away, as on the wings of the morning, and never be at rest. You can hang any word you please to its tail, and make it mean anything you want to. You can begin with Schlagerde, which means artery, and you can hang on the whole dictionary, word by word, clear through the alphabet to Schlagwasser, which means bilge water, and including Schlagmutter, which means mother-in-law. Just the same with Zug. Strictly speaking, Zug means pull, tug, draft, procession, march, progress, flight, direction, expedition, train, caravan, passage, stroke, touch, line, flourish, trait of character, feature, lineament, chess move, organ stop, team, whiff, bias, draw, propensity, inhalation, disposition. But that thing which it does not mean, when all its legitimate pennants have been hung on, has not been discovered yet. One cannot overestimate the usefulness of Schlag and Zug. Armed just with these two, and the word also, what cannot the foreigner on German soil accomplish? The German word also is the equivalent of the English phrase, you know, and does not mean anything at all in talk, though it sometimes does in print. Every time a German opens his mouth and also falls out, and every time he shuts it, he bites one in two that was trying to get out. Now the foreigner, equipped with these three noble words, is master of the situation. Let him talk right along, fearlessly, let him pour his indifferent German forth, and when he lacks for a word, let him heave a Schlag into the vacuum. All the chances are that it fits it like a plug, but if it doesn't, let him promptly heave a Zug after it. The two together can hardly fail to bung the hole, but if, by a miracle, they should fail, let him simply say also. And this will give him a moment's chance to think of the needful word. In Germany, when you load your conversational gun, it is always best to throw in a Schlag or two and a Zug or two, because it doesn't make any difference how much the rest of the charge may scatter, you are bound to bag something with them. Then you blandly say also and load up again. Nothing gives such an air of grace and elegance and unconstraint to a German or an English conversation as to scatter it full of alsos or you knows. In my notebook, I find this entry. July 1. In the hospital yesterday, a word of 13 syllables was successfully removed from a patient, a North German from near Hamburg, but as most unfortunately, the surgeons had opened him in the wrong place. Under the impression that he contained a panorama, he died. The sad event has cast a gloom over the whole community. That paragraph furnishes a text for a few remarks about one of the most curious and notable features of my subject, the length of German words. Some German words are so long that they have a perspective. Observe these examples. Freundschaftsbeziehungen. Dalton tenef Dringlichkeiten. Stadtverordneten Versammlungen. These things are not words, they are alphabetical processions, and they are not rare. One can open a German newspaper at any time and see them marching majestically across the page, and if he has any imagination, he can see the banners and hear the music, too. They impart a martial thrill to the meekest subject. I take a great interest in these curiosities. Whenever I come across a good one, I stuff it and put it in my museum. In this way, I have made quite a valuable collection. When I get duplicates, I exchange with other collectors and thus increase the variety of my stock. Here are some specimens which I lately bought at an auction sale of the effects of a bankrupt bric-a-brac hunter. Generalstaatsverordneten Versammlungen. Alter Thumbswissenschaften. Kinderbewahrungsanstalten. Unabhängig Keizerklärungen. Wiedererstellung Bestrabungen. Waffenstillstandsunterhandlungen. Of course, when one of these grand mountain ranges goes stretching across the printed page, it adorns and ennobles that literary landscape. But at the same time, it is a great distress to the new student, for it blocks up his way. He cannot crawl under it, or climb over it, or tunnel through it. So he resorts to the dictionary for help, but there is no help there. Dictionary must draw the line somewhere, so it leaves this sort of words out. And it is right, because these long things are hardly legitimate words, but are rather combinations of words, and the inventor of them ought to have been killed. They are compound words with the hyphens left out. The various words used in building them are in the dictionary, but in a very scattered condition, so you can hunt the materials out one by one and get at the meaning at last, but it is a tedious and harassing business. I have tried this process upon some of the above examples. Freundschaftsbezeigungen seems to be friendship demonstrations, which is only a foolish and clumsy way of saying demonstrations of friendship. Unabhängigkeitserklärungen seems to be Independenceddeclarations, which is no improvement upon declarations of independence, so far as I can see. Generalstaatsverordnetenversammlungen seems to be General States Representatives meetings, as nearly as I can get at it, a mere rhythmical, gushy euphemism for meetings of the legislature, I judge. We used to have a good deal of this sort of crime in our literature, but it has gone out now. We used to speak of a thing as a never-to-be-forgotten circumstance, instead of cramping it into the simple and sufficient word, memorable, and then going calmly about our business as if nothing had happened. In those days, we were not content to embalm the thing and bury it decently, we wanted to build a monument over it. But in our newspapers, the compounding disease lingers a little to the present day, but with the hyphens left out in the German fashion. This is the shape it takes. Instead of saying Mr. Simmons, clerk of the county and district courts, was in town yesterday, the new form puts it thus: clerk of the county and district court Simmons was in town yesterday. This saves neither time nor ink, and has an awkward sound besides. One often sees a remark like this in our papers. Mrs. Assistant District Attorney Johnson returned to her city residence yesterday for the season. That is a case of really unjustifiable compounding, because it not only saves no time or trouble, but confers a title on Mrs. Johnson which she has no right to. But these little instances are trifles indeed, contrasted with the ponderous and dismal German system of piling jumbled compounds together. I wish to submit the following local item from a Mannheim journal by way of illustration. In the day before yesterday, shortly after 11 o'clock night, the Enthistownstanding tavern called the Wagoner was downburnt. When the fire to the Ontherdownburning Ausrüsting Stork's nest reached, flew the parent storks away. But when the Beithraging, fire-surrounded nest itself caught fire, straightway plunged the quick-returning mother stork into the flames and died, her wings over her young ones outspread. Even the cumbersome German construction is not able to take the pathos out of that picture. Indeed, it somehow seems to strengthen it. This item is dated away back yonder months ago. I could have used it sooner, but I was waiting to hear from the father stork. I am still waiting. Also, if I had not shown that the German is a difficult language, I have at least intended to do so. I have heard of an American student who was asked how he was getting along with his German, and who answered promptly, "I'm not getting along at all. I have worked at it hard for 3 level months, and all I have got to show for it is one solitary German phrase, 2 Glas, 2 glasses of beer." He paused for a moment, reflectively, then added with feeling, "But I've got that solid." And if I have not also shown that German is a harassing and infuriating study, my execution has been at fault, and not my intent. I heard lately of a worn and sorely tried American student who used to fly to a certain German word for relief when he could bear up under his aggravations no longer, the only word whose sound was sweet and precious to his ear, and healing to his lacerated spirit. This was the word damn it. It was only the sound that helped him, not the meaning, and so, at last, when he learned that the emphasis was not on the first syllable, his only stay and support was gone, and he faded away, and die it merely means, in its general sense, herewith. I think that a description of any loud, stirring, tumultuous episode must be tamer in German than in English. Our descriptive words of this character have such a deep, strong, resonant sound, while their German equivalents do seem so thin and mild and energyless. Boom, burst, crash, roar, storm, bellow, blow, thunder, explosion, howl, cry, shout, yell, groan, battle, hell. These are magnificent words that have a force and magnitude of sound befitting the things which they describe, but their German equivalents would be ever so nice to sing the children to sleep with, or else my awe-inspiring ears were made for display and not for superior usefulness in analyzing sounds. Would any man want to die in a battle which was called by so tame a term as a schlacht, or would not a consumptive feel too much bundled up, who was about to go out, in a shirt-collar and a seal ring, into a storm which the birdsong word Jupiter was employed to describe, and observe the strongest of the several German equivalents for explosion, Ausbruch. Our word toothbrush is more powerful than that. It seems to me that the Germans could do worse than import it into their language to describe particularly tremendous explosions with. The German word for hell, hole, sounds more like helly than anything else. Therefore, how necessarily chipper, frivolous, and unimpressive it is. If a man were told in German to go there, could he really rise to the dignity of feeling insulted? Having pointed out, in detail, the several vices of this language, I now come to the brief and pleasant task of pointing out its virtues. The capitalizing of the nouns I have already mentioned, but far before this virtue stands another, that of spelling a word according to the sound of it. After one short lesson in the alphabet, the student can tell how any German word is pronounced without having to ask. Whereas in our language, if a student should inquire of us, "What does BOW spell?" we should be obliged to reply, "Nobody can tell what it spells when you set it off by itself. You can only tell by referring to the context and finding out what it signifies, whether it is a thing to shoot arrows with, or a nod of one's head, or the forward end of a boat." There are some German words which are singularly and powerfully effective. For instance, those which describe lowly, peaceful, and affectionate home life. Those which deal with love in any and all forms, from mere kindly feeling and honest goodwill toward the passing stranger, clear up to courtship. Those which deal with outdoor nature in its softest and loveliest aspects, with meadows and forests, and birds and flowers, the fragrance and sunshine of summer, and the moonlight of peaceful winter nights. In a word, those which deal with any and all forms of rest, repose, and peace. Those also which deal with the creatures and marvels of fairyland. And lastly and chiefly, in those words which express pathos, is the language surpassingly rich and effective. There are German songs which can make a stranger to the language cry. That shows that the sound of the words is correct. It interprets the meanings with truth and with exactness. And so the ear is informed, and through the ear, the heart. The Germans do not seem to be afraid to repeat a word when it is the right one. They repeat it several times if they choose. That is wise. But in English, when we have used a word a couple of times in a paragraph, we imagine we are growing tautological, and so we are weak enough to exchange it for some other word which only approximates exactness, to escape what we wrongly fancy is a greater blemish. Repetition may be bad, but surely inexactness is worse. There are people in the world who will take a great deal of trouble to point out the faults in a religion or a language, and then go blandly about their business without suggesting any remedy. I am not that kind of person. I have shown that the German language needs reforming. Very well, I am ready to reform it. At least I am ready to make the proper suggestions. Such a course as this might be immodest in another, but I have devoted upward of 9 full weeks, first and last, to a careful and critical study of this tongue, and thus have acquired a confidence in my ability to reform it, which no mere superficial culture could have conferred upon me. In the first place, I would leave out the dative case. It confuses the plurals, and besides, nobody ever knows when he is in the dative case, except he discover it by accident, and then he does not know when or where it was that he got into it, or how long he has been in it, or how he is ever going to get out of it again. The dative case is but an ornamental folly. It is better to discard it. In the next place, I would move the verb further up to the front. You may load up with ever so good a verb, but I notice that you never really bring down a subject with it at the present German range, you only cripple it. So I insist that this important part of speech should be brought forward to a position where it may be easily seen with the naked eye. Thirdly, I would import some strong words from the English tongue to swear with, and also to use in describing all sorts of vigorous things in a vigorous way. Fourthly, I would reorganize the sexes and distribute them accordingly to the will of the Creator. This as a tribute of respect, if nothing else. Fifthly, I would do away with those great long compounded words, or require the speaker to deliver them in sections with intermissions for refreshments. To wholly do away with them would be best, for ideas are more easily received and digested when they come one at a time than when they come in bulk. Intellectual food is like any other. It is pleasanter and more beneficial to take it with a spoon than with a shovel. Sixthly, I would require a speaker to stop when he is done, and not hang a string of those useless, haven sind, Juessen gehabt haben Juden sayings to the end of his oration. This sort of gewgaws undignify a speech, instead of adding a grace. They are therefore an offense and should be discarded. Seventhly, I would discard the parenthesis. Also the reparenthesis, the rera parenthesis, and the re-re-re-re-rera parentheses, and likewise the final wide-reaching all-enclosing king parenthesis. I would require every individual, be he high or low, to unfold a plain, straightforward tale, or else coil it and sit on it and hold his peace. Infractions of this law should be punishable with death. And eighthly and last, I would retain zug and schlag with their pendants and discard the rest of the vocabulary. This would simplify the language. I have now named what I regard as the most necessary and important changes. These are perhaps all I could be expected to name for nothing, but there are other suggestions which I can and will make in case my proposed application shall result in my being formally employed by the government in the work of reforming the language. My philological studies have satisfied me that a gifted person ought to learn English, barring spelling and pronouncing, in 30 hours, French in 30 days, and German in 30 years. It seems manifest, then, that the latter tongue ought to be trimmed down and repaired. If it is to remain as it is, it ought to be gently and reverently set aside among the dead languages, for only the dead have time to learn it. A 4th of July oration in the German tongue, delivered at a banquet of the Anglo-American Club of Students by the author of this book. Gentlemen, since I arrived a month ago in this old wonderland, this vast garden of Germany, my English tongue has so often proved a useless piece of baggage to me, and so troublesome to carry around, in a country where they haven't the checking system for luggage, that I finally set to work and learned the German language. Also, is fruit mich das dies so ist, denn is muss, in ein hauptsächlich degree, höflich sein, das man auf eine occasion like this, sein read in die Sprach des Lands worin he boards, aussprechen soll. Dafür heb ich, aus reinisch Verlegenheit, no Vergengenheit, no I mean Höflichkeit, aus reinisch Höflichkeit heb ich resolved to tackle this business in the German language, Gottes Willen. Also, sie müssen so freundlich sein, und verse mich die Unterladung von ein oder zwei Englischer Wort, hi under, denn ich find das die Deutsch is not a very copious language, and so when you've really got anything to say, you've got to draw on a language that can stand the strain. When Haber man kann nicht meinem Reed verstehen, so würd ich ihm später dasselbe übersetz, wenn solch Dienstverlangen wollen haben würden sollen sein het. I don't know what wollen haben würden sollen sein het means, but I notice they always put it at the end of a German sentence, merely for general literary gorgeousness, I suppose. This is a great and justly honored day, a day which is worthy of the veneration in which it is held by the true patriots of all climes and nationalities, a day which offers a fruitful theme for thought and speech. Meinem Freund, no meinen Freunden, mains Freunds, well, take your choice, they're all the same price. I don't know which one is right also. Ich habe gehabt haben würden Jewess insane, as Goethe says in his Paradise Lost, ich, that is to say, ich, but let us change cars. Also, die Anblick so viel Großbritannischer und Amerikanischer Heere, Zusammengetroffen in brüderlich Concord, ist zwar a welcome and inspiriting spectacle. And what has moved you to it? Can the terse German tongue rise to the expression of this impulse? Is it Freundschaftsbeziehungen stattverordneten Versammlungen Familienagenthumlichkeiten? Neen, oh neen. This is a crisp and noble word, but it fails to pierce the marrow of the impulse which has gathered this friendly meeting and produced dies Anblick. Ein Anblick welch ist gut zu sehen, gut für die Augen in a foreign land and a far country. Ein Anblick solch als in die Jurhenlich Heidelberger Phrase nennt man ein schönes Aussicht. Ja, freilich natürlich wahrscheinlich ebenso. Also, die Aussicht auf dem Königstuhl mehr größer ist, aber geistlich sprechend nicht so schön, lob Gott. Because sie sind Heere zusammengetroffen, in brüderlichem Concord, ein großen Tag zu fern, whose high benefits were not for one land and one locality, but have conferred a measure of good upon all lands that know liberty today and love it. 100 Jahre vorüber, wern die Engländer und die Amerikaner feind, aber hüt sind sie herzlichen Freund, Gott sei Dank. May this good fellowship endure, may these banners here blended in amity so remain, may they never any more wave over opposing hosts, or be stained with blood which was kindred, is kindred, and always will be kindred, until a line drawn upon a map shall be able to say, This bars the ancestral blood from flowing in the veins of the descendant. Appendix E. Legend of the Castles. Called the Swallow's Nest, and the Brothers, as condensed from the captain's tale. In the neighborhood of 300 years ago, the Swallow's Nest and the larger castle between it and Neckarsteinach were owned and occupied by two old knights who were twin brothers and bachelors. They had no relatives. They were very rich. They had fought through the wars and retired to private life, covered with honorable scars. They were honest, honorable men in their dealings, but the people had given them a couple of nicknames which were very suggestive: Herr Givenaught and Herr Heartless. The old knights were so proud of these names that if a burgher called them by their right ones, they would correct them. The most renowned scholar in Europe at the time was the Herr Dr. Franz Rieckmann, who lived in Heidelberg. All Germany was proud of the venerable scholar, who lived in the simplest way, for great scholars are always poor. He was poor as to money, but very rich in his sweet young daughter Hildegard and his library. He had been all his life collecting his library, book and book, and he lived it as a miser loves his hoarded gold. He said the two strings of his heart were rooted, the one in his daughter, the other in his books, and that if either were severed, he must die. Now in an evil hour, hoping to win a marriage portion for his child, this simple old man had entrusted his small savings to a sharper to be ventured in a glittering speculation. But that was not the worst of it. He signed a paper without reading it. That is the way with poets and scholars. They always sign without reading. This cunning paper made him responsible for heaps of things. The rest was that one night he found himself in debt to the sharper 8,000 pieces of gold, an amount so prodigious that it simply stupefied him to think of it. It was a night of woe in that house. I must part with my library, I have nothing else, so perishes one heartstring, said the old man. What will it bring, father? Asked the girl. Nothing, it is worth 700 pieces of gold, but by auction it will go for little or nothing. Then you will have parted with the half of your heart and the joy of your life to no purpose, since so mighty a burden of debt will remain behind. There is no help for it, my child. Our darlings must pass under the hammer. We must pay what we can. My father, I have a feeling that the dear Virgin will come to our help. Let us not lose heart. She cannot devise a miracle that will turn nothing into 8,000 gold pieces, unless her help will bring us little peace. She can do even greater things, my father. She will save us, I know she will. Toward morning, while the old man sat exhausted and asleep in his chair, where he had been sitting before his books, as one who watches by his beloved dead, and prints the features on his memory for a solace in the aftertime of empty desolation, his daughter sprang into the room and gently woke him, saying, My presentiment was true, she will save us. 3 times has she appeared to me in my dreams and said, Go to the Herr Givenaught, go to the Herr Heartless, ask them to come and bid. There, did I not tell you she would save us, the thrice-blessed Virgin? Sad as the old man was, he was obliged to laugh. Thou mightest as well appeal to the rocks their castles stand upon as to the harder ones that lie in those men's breasts, my child. They bid on books writ in the learned tongues. They can scarce read their own. But Hildegard's faith was in no wise shaken. Bright and early she was on her way up the Neckar road, as joyous as a bird. Meantime Herr Givenaught and Herr Heartless were having an early breakfast in the former's castle, the Sparrow's Nest, and flavoring it with a quarrel, for although these twins bore a love for each other which almost amounted to worship, there was one subject upon which they could not touch without calling each other hard names, and yet it was the subject which they oftenest touched upon. I tell you, said Givenaught, you will beggar yourself yet with your insane squanderings of money upon what you choose to consider poor and worthy objects. All these years I have implored you to stop this foolish custom and husband your means, but all in vain. You are always lying to me about these secret benevolences, but you never have managed to deceive me yet. Every time a poor devil has been set upon his feet, I have detected your hand in it, incorrigible ass. Every time you didn't set him on his feet yourself, you mean, where I give one unfortunate a little private lift, you do the same for a dozen. The idea of your swelling around the country and petting yourself with the nickname of Givenaught intolerable humbug. Before I would be such a fraud as that, I would cut my right hand off. Your life is a continual lie. But go on, I have tried my best to save you from beggaring yourself by your riotous charities. Now for the 1000th time I wash my hands of the consequences. A maundering old fool, that's what you are. And you a blethering old idiot, roared Givenaught, springing up. I won't stay in the presence of a man who has no more delicacy than to call me such names, mannerless swine. So saying, Herr Heartless sprang up in a passion, but some lucky accident intervened, as usual, to change the subject, and the daily quarrel ended in the customary daily living reconciliation. The grey-headed old eccentrics parted, and Herr Heartless walked off to his own castle. Half an hour later, Hildegard was standing in the presence of Herr Givenaught. He heard her story and said, I am sorry for you, my child, but I am very poor. I care nothing for bookish rubbish. I shall not be there. He said the hard words kindly, but they nearly broke poor Hildegard's heart, nevertheless. When she was gone, the old heartbreaker muttered, rubbing his hands. It was a good stroke. I have saved my brother's pocket this time, in spite of him. Nothing else would have prevented his rushing off to rescue the old scholar, the pride of Germany, from his trouble. The poor child won't venture near him after the rebuff she has received from his brother, the Givenaught. But he was mistaken. The Virgin had commanded, and Hildegard would obey. She went to Herr Heartless and told her story, but he said coldly, I am very poor, my child, and books are nothing to me. I wish you well, but I shall not come. When Hildegard was gone, he chuckled and said, How my fool of a soft-headed, soft-hearted brother would rage if he knew how cunningly I have saved his pocket, how he would have flown to the old man's rescue, but the girl won't venture near him now. When Hildegard reached home, her father asked her how she had prospered. She said, The Virgin has promised, and she will keep her word, but not in the way I thought. She knows her own ways, and they are best. The old man patted her on the head and smiled a doubting smile, but he honored her for her brave faith, nevertheless. Chapter 2. Next day the people assembled in the great hall of the Ritter Tavern to witness the auction, for the proprietor had said the treasure of Germany's most honored son should be bartered away in no meaner place. Hildegard and her father sat close to the books, silent and sorrowful, and holding each other's hands. There was a great crowd of people present. The bidding began. How much for this precious library, just as it stands, all complete? Called the auctioneer. 50 pieces of gold. 100. 200. 3. 4. 500. 525. A brief pause. 540. A longer pause, while the auctioneer redoubled his persuasions. 545. A heavy drag, the auctioneer persuaded, pleaded, implored. It was useless. Everybody remained silent. Well then, going, 1, 2. 550. This in a shrill voice, from a bent old man, all hung with rags, and with a green patch over his left eye. Everybody in his vicinity turned and gazed at him. It was Givenaught in disguise. He was using a disguised voice, too. Good, cried the auctioneer. Going, 1, 2. 560. This in a deep, harsh voice, from the midst of the crowd at the other end of the room. The people nearby turned and saw an old man in a strange costume supporting himself on crutches. He wore a long white beard and blue spectacles. It was Herr Heartless, in disguise, and using a disguised voice. Good again, going, 1. 600. Sensation. The crowd raised a cheer and someone cried out, Go it, Green Patch. This tickled the audience and a score of voices shouted, Go it, Green Patch. Going, third and last call, 1, 2. 700. Huzzah, well done, Crutches, cried a voice. The crowd took it up and shouted altogether, well done, crutches. Splendid, gentlemen, you are doing magnificently. Going. 1,000. 3 cheers for Green Patch, up and at him, crutches. Going. 2,000. And while the people cheered and shouted, Crutches muttered, "Who can this devil be that is fighting so to get these useless books? But no matter, he shan't have them. The pride of Germany shall have his books, if it beggars me to buy them for him." Goings. 3,000. Come, everybody, give a rouser for Green Patch. And while they did it, Green Patch muttered, "This cripple is plainly a lunatic, but the old scholar shall have his books, nevertheless, though my pockets sweat for it." Going. 4,000. Huzzah. 5,000. Huzzah. 6,000. Huzzah. 7,000. Huzzah. 8,000. "We are saved, Father. I told you the Holy Virgin would keep her word. Blessed be her sacred name," said the old scholar with emotion. The crowd roared, "Huzzah, huzzah, huzzah," at him again, Green Patch. Going. 10,000. As Givenaught shouted this, his excitement was so great that he forgot himself and used his natural voice. His brother recognized it and muttered, under cover of the storm of cheers, "Aha, you are there, are you, besotted old fool? Take the books, I know what you'll do with them." So saying, he slipped out of the place, and the auction was at an end. Givenaught shouldered his way to Hildegard, whispered a word in her ear, and then he also vanished. The old scholar and his daughter embraced, and the former said, "Truly the Holy Mother has done more than she promised, child, for she has given you a splendid marriage portion. Think of it, 2,000 pieces of gold." "And more still," cried Hildegard, "for she has given you back your books. The stranger whispered me that he would none of them. The honored son of Germany must keep them, so he said. I would I might have asked his name and kissed his hand and begged his blessing, but he was Our Lady's angel, and it is not meet that we of earth should venture speech with them that dwell above." Appendix F. German journals. The daily journals of Hamburg, Frankfurt, Baden, Munich, and Augsburg are all constructed on the same general plan. I speak of these because I am more familiar with them than with any other German papers. They contain no editorials whatever, no personals, and this is rather a merit than a demerit, perhaps, no funny paragraph column, no police court reports, no reports of proceedings of higher courts, no information about prize fights or other dog fights, horse races, walking machines, yachting contents, rifle matches, or other sporting matters of any sort, no reports of banquet speeches, no department of curious odds and ends of floating fact and gossip, no rumors about anything or anybody, no prognostications or prophecies about anything or anybody, no lists of patents granted or sought or any reference to such things, no abuse of public officials, big or little, or complaints against them or praises of them, no religious columns. Saturdays, no rehash of cold sermons. Mondays, no weather indications, no local item, unveiling of what is happening in town. Nothing of a local nature, indeed, is mentioned, beyond the movements of some prince or the proposed meeting of some deliberative body. After so formidable a list of what one can't find in a German daily, the question may well be asked, what can be found in it? It is easily answered. A child's handful of telegrams, mainly about European national and international political movements, letter correspondence about the same things, market reports. There you have it. That is what a German daily is made of. A German daily is the slowest and saddest and dreariest of the inventions of man. Our own dailies infuriate the reader. Pretty often, the German daily only stupefies him. Once a week, the German daily of the highest class lightens up its heavy columns. That is, it thinks it lightens them up with a profound and abysmal book criticism, a criticism which carries you down into the scientific bowels of the subject. For the German critic is nothing if not scientific, and when you come up at last and scent the fresh air and see the bonny daylight once more, you resolve without a dissenting voice that a book criticism is a mistaken way to lighten up a German daily. Sometimes, in place of the criticism, the first-class daily gives you what it thinks is a gay and chipper essay about ancient Grecian funeral customs, or the ancient Egyptian method of tarring a mummy, or the reasons for believing that some of the peoples who existed before the flood did not approve of cats. These are not unpleasant subjects, they are not uninteresting subjects, they are even exciting subjects, until one of these massive scientists gets hold of them. He soon convinces you that even these matters can be handled in such a way as to make a person low-spirited. As I have said, the average German daily is made up solely of correspondences, a trifle of it by telegraph, the rest of it by mail. Every paragraph has the sidehead, London, Vienna, or some other town and a date, and always before the name of the town is placed a letter or a sign to indicate who the correspondent is, so that the authorities can find him when they want to hang him. Stars, crosses, triangles, squares, half-moons, suns, such are some of the signs used by correspondents. Some of the dailies move too fast, others too slowly. For instance, my Heidelberg daily was always 24 hours old when it arrived at the hotel, but one of my Munich evening papers used to come a full 24 hours before it was due. Some of the less important dailies give one a tablespoonful of a continued story every day. It is strung across the bottom of the page in the French fashion. By subscribing for the paper for 5 years, I judge that a man might succeed in getting pretty much all of the story. If you ask a citizen of Munich which is the best Munich daily journal, he will always tell you that there is only one good Munich daily and that it is published in Augsburg, 40 or 50 miles away. It is like saying that the best daily paper in New York is published out in New Jersey somewhere. Yes, the Augsburg Allgemeine Zeitung is the best Munich paper, and it is the one I had in my mind when I was describing a first-class German daily above. The entire paper, opened out, is not quite as large as a single page of the New York Herald. It is printed on both sides, of course, but in such large type that its entire contents could be put, in Herald type, upon a single page of the Herald, and there would still be room enough on the page for the Zeitung's supplement and some portion of the Zeitung's next day's contents. Such is the first-class daily. The dailies actually printed in Munich are all called second-class by the public. If you ask which is the best of these second-class papers, they say there is no difference. One is as good as another. I have preserved a copy of one of them. It is called the Münchner Tagesanzeiger and bears date January 25, 1879. Comparisons are odious, but they need not be malicious. And without any malice, I wish to compare this journal, published in a German city of 170,000 inhabitants, with journals of other countries. I know of no other way to enable the reader to size the thing. A column of an average daily paper in America contains 800 to 2,500 words. The reading matter in a single issue consists of 0 to 50,000 words. The reading matter in my copy of the Munich Journal consists of a total of 1,654 words, for I counted them. That would be nearly a column of one of our dailies. A single issue of the bulkiest daily newspaper in the world, the London Times, often contains 100,000 words of reading matter. Considering that the Daily Anzeiger issues the usual 26 numbers per month, the reading matter in a single number of the London Times would keep it in copy 2 months and a half. The Anzeiger is an 8-page paper. Its page is 1 inch wider and 1 inch longer than a foolscap page. That is to say, the dimensions of its page are somewhere between those of a schoolboy's slate and a lady's pocket handkerchief. 1/4 of the first page is taken up with the heading of the journal. This gives it a rather top-heavy appearance. The rest of the first page is reading matter. All of the second page is reading matter. The other 6 pages are devoted to advertisements. The reading matter is compressed into 205 small pica lines and is lighted up with 8 pica headlines. The bill of fare is as follows. First, under a pica headline, to enforce attention and respect, is a 4-line sermon urging mankind to remember that, although they are pilgrims here below, they are yet heirs of heaven, and that, when they depart from earth, they soar to heaven. Perhaps a 4-line sermon in a Saturday paper is the sufficient German equivalent of the 8 or 10 columns of sermons which the New Yorkers get in their Monday morning papers. The latest news, 2 days old, follows the four-line sermon under the pica headline Telegrams. These are telegraphed with a pair of scissors out of the Augsburger Zeitung of the day before. These telegrams consist of 14 2/3 lines from Berlin, 15 lines from Vienna, and 2 5/8 lines from Calcutta. 33 small pica lines of telegraphic news in a daily journal in a king's capital of 170,000 inhabitants is surely not an overdose. Next we have the pica heading, News of the Day, under which the following facts are set forth. Prince Leopold is going on a visit to Vienna, 6 lines. Prince Arnulf is coming back from Russia, 2 lines. The Landtag will meet at 10 o'clock in the morning and consider an election law, 3 lines and 1 word over. A city government item, 5 1/2 lines. Prices of tickets to the proposed grand charity ball, 23 lines. For this one item occupies almost 1/4 of the entire first page. There is to be a wonderful Wagner concert in Frankfurt on the Main, with an orchestra of 108 instruments, 7 1/2 lines. That concludes the first page. 85 lines altogether on that page, including 3 headlines. About 50 of those lines, as one perceives, deal with local matters, so the reporters are not overworked. Exactly 1/2 of the second page is occupied with an opera criticism, 53 lines, 3 of them being headlines, and death notices, 10 lines. The other half of the second page is made up of 2 paragraphs under the head of miscellaneous news. One of these paragraphs tells about a quarrel between the Tsar of Russia and his eldest son, 21 1/2 lines, and the other tells about the atrocious destruction of a peasant child by its parents, 40 lines, or 1/5 of the total of the reading matter contained in the paper. Consider what a 1/5 part of the reading matter of an American daily paper issued in a city of 170,000 inhabitants amounts to. Think what a mass it is. Would anyone suppose I could so snugly tuck away such a mass in a chapter of this book that it would be difficult to find it again if the reader lost his place? Surely not. I will translate that child murder word for word to give the reader a realizing sense of what a 1/5 part of the reading matter of a Munich daily actually is when it comes under measurement of the eye. From Oberkreuzberg, January 21st, the Donau Zeitung receives a long account of a crime, which we shortened as follows. In Ramatuech, a village near Eppenschlag, lived a young married couple with 2 children, one of which, a boy aged 5, was born 3 years before the marriage. For this reason, and also because a relative at Igensbach had bequeathed $100 to the boy, the heartless father considered him in the way. So the unnatural parents determined to sacrifice him in the cruelest possible manner. They proceeded to starve him slowly to death, meantime frightfully maltreating him, as the village people now make known when it is too late. The boy was shut in a hole, and when people passed by he cried and implored them to give him bread. His long-continued tortures and deprivations destroyed him at last, on the 3rd of January. The sudden sick death of the child created suspicion, the more so as the body was immediately clothed and laid upon the bier. Therefore the coroner gave notice, and an inquest was held on the 6th. What a pitiful spectacle was disclosed then! The body was a complete skeleton. The stomach and intestines were utterly empty. They contained nothing whatsoever. The flesh on the corpse was not as thick as the back of a knife, and incisions in it brought not 1 drop of blood. There was not a piece of sound skin the size of $1 on the whole body. Wounds, scars, bruises, discolored, extravasated blood. Everywhere, even on the soles of the feet, there were wounds. The cruel parents asserted that the boy had been so bad that they had been obliged to use severe punishments, and that he finally fell over a bench and broke his neck. However, they were arrested 2 weeks after the inquest and put in the prison at Deggendorf. Yes, they were arrested 2 weeks after the inquest. What a home sound that has! That kind of police briskness rather more reminds me of my native land than German journalism does. I think a German daily journal doesn't do any good to speak of, but at the same time, it doesn't do any harm. That is a very large merit, and should not be lightly weighted nor lightly thought of. The German humorous papers are beautifully printed upon fine paper, and the illustrations are finely drawn, finely engraved, and are not vapidly funny, but deliciously so. So also, generally speaking, are the 2 or 3 terse sentences which accompany the pictures. I remember one of these pictures. A most dilapidated tramp is ruefully contemplating some coins which lie in his open palm. He says, "Well, begging is getting played out. Only about 5 marks, $1.25, for the whole day. Many an official makes more." And I call to mind a picture of a commercial traveler who is about to unroll his samples. Merchant pettishly, "No, don't, I don't want to buy anything." Drummer, "If you please, I was only going to show you." Merchant, "But I don't wish to see them." Drummer, after a pause, pleadingly, "But do you mind letting me look at them? I haven't seen them for 3 weeks." I heartened him once more, and with such success that he presently said, "Let the tragedy begin. Stand at my back. Do not desert me in this solemn hour, my friend." I gave him my promise. I now assisted him to point his pistol toward the spot where I judged his adversary to be standing, and cautioned him to listen well and further guide himself by my fellow second's whoop. Then I propped myself against M. Gambetta's back and raised a rousing whoopee. This was answered from out the far distances of the fog, and I immediately shouted, "1, 2, 3, fire!" 2 little sounds like spit, spit, broke upon my ear, and in the same instant I was crushed to the earth under a mountain of flesh. Bruised as I was still able to catch a faint accent from above to this effect: "I die for, perdition take it, what is it I die for? Oh yes, France, I die that France may live." The surgeons swarmed around with their probes in their hands and applied their microscopes to the whole area of M. Gambetta's person, with the happy result of finding nothing in the nature of a wound. Then a scene ensued which was in every way gratifying and inspiriting. The 2 gladiators fell upon each other's neck, with floods of proud and happy tears. That other second embraced me. The surgeons, the orators, the undertakers, the police, everybody embraced, everybody congratulated, everybody cried, and the whole atmosphere was filled with praise and with joy unspeakable. It seems to me then that I would rather be a hero of a French duel than a crowned and sceptered monarch. When the commotion had somewhat subsided, the body of surgeons held a consultation, and after a good deal of debate, decided that with proper care and nursing, there was reason to believe that I would survive my injuries. My internal hurts were deemed the most serious, since it was apparent that a broken rib had penetrated my left lung, and that many of my organs had been pressed out so far to one side or the other of where they belonged, that it was doubtful if they would ever learn to perform their functions in such remote and unaccustomed localities. They then set my left arm in 2 places, pulled my right hip into its socket again, and re-elevated my nose. I was an object of great interest and even admiration, and many sincere and warm-hearted persons had themselves introduced to me and said they were proud to know the only man who had been hurt in a French duel in 40 years. I was placed in an ambulance at the very head of the procession, and thus, with gratifying éclat, I was marched into Paris, the most conspicuous figure in that great spectacle, and deposited at the hospital. The Cross of the Legion of Honor has been conferred upon me. However, few escape that distinction. Such is the true version of the most memorable private conflict of the age. I have no complaints to make against anyone. I acted for myself, and I can stand the consequences. Without boasting, I think I may say I am not afraid to stand before a modern French duelist, but as long as I keep in my right mind, I will never consent to stand behind one again. Chapter 9. What the Beautiful Maiden Said. One day we took the train and went down to Mannheim to see King Lear played in German. It was a mistake. We sat in our seats 3 whole hours and never understood anything but the thunder and lightning, and even that was reversed to suit German ideas, for the thunder came first and the lightning followed after. The behavior of the audience was perfect. There were no rustlings or whisperings or other little disturbances. Each act was listened to in silence, and the applauding was done after the curtain was down. The doors opened at 4:30. The play began promptly at 5:30, and within 2 minutes afterward all who were coming were in their seats, and quiet reigned. A German gentleman in the train had said that a Shakespearean play was an appreciated treat in Germany and that we should find the house filled. It was true, all the 6 tiers were filled and remained so to the end, which suggested that it is not only balcony people who like Shakespeare in Germany, but those of the pit and gallery too. Another time, we went to Mannheim and attended a charivari, otherwise an opera, the one called Lohengrin. The banging and slamming and booming and crashing were something beyond belief. The racking and pitiless pain of it remains stored up in my memory alongside the memory of the time that I had my teeth fixed. There were circumstances which made it necessary for me to stay through the 4 hours to the end, and I stayed. But the recollection of that long, dragging, relentless season of suffering is indestructible. To have to endure it in silence and sitting still made it all the harder. I was in a railed compartment with 8 or 10 strangers of the 2 sexes, and this compelled repression, yet at times the pain was so exquisite that I could hardly keep the tears back. At those times, as the howlings and wailings and shrieking of the singers, and the ragings and roarings and explosions of the vast orchestra rose higher and higher, and wilder and fiercer, I could have cried if I had been alone. Those strangers would not have been surprised to see a man do such a thing who was being gradually skinned, but they would have marveled at it here, and made remarks about it no doubt, whereas there was nothing in the present case which was an advantage over being skinned. There was a wait of half an hour at the end of the first act, and I could have gone out and rested during that time, but I could not trust myself to do it, for I felt that I should desert to stay out. There was another wait of half an hour toward 9 o'clock, but I had gone through so much by that time that I had no spirit left, and so had no desire but to be let alone. I do not wish to suggest that the rest of the people there were like me, for indeed they were not. Whether it was that they naturally liked that noise, or whether it was that they had learned to like it by getting used to it, I did not at the time know, but they did like it. This was plain enough. While it was going on they sat and looked as rapt and grateful as cats do when one strokes their backs, and whenever the curtain fell they rose to their feet, in one solid mighty multitude, and the air was snowed thick with waving handkerchiefs, and hurricanes of applause swept the place. This was not comprehensible to me. Of course, there were many people there who were not under compulsion to stay, yet the tiers were as full at the close as they had been at the beginning. This showed that the people liked it. It was a curious sort of a play. In the manner of costumes and scenery it was fine and showy enough, but there was not much action. That is to say, there was not much really done. It was only talked about, and always violently. It was what one might call a narrative play. Everybody had a narrative and a grievance, and none were reasonable about it, but all in an offensive and ungovernable state. There was little of that sort of customary thing where the tenor and the soprano stand down by the footlights, warbling, with blended voices, and keep holding out their arms toward each other and drawing them back and spreading both hands over first one breast and then the other with a shake and a pressure. No, it was every rioter for himself and no blending. Each sang his indictive narrative in turn, accompanied by the whole orchestra of 60 instruments, and when this had continued for some time, and one was hoping they might come to an understanding and modify the noise, a great chorus composed entirely of maniacs would suddenly break forth. And then during 2 minutes, and sometimes 3, I lived over again all that I suffered the time the orphan asylum burned down. We only had one brief little season of heaven and heaven's sweet ecstasy and peace during all this long and diligent and acrimonious reproduction of the other place. This was while a gorgeous procession of people marched around and around in the third act and sang the wedding chorus. To my untutored ear that was music, almost divine music. While my seared soul was steeped in the healing balm of those gracious sounds, it seemed to me that I could almost resuffer the torments which had gone before, in order to be so healed again. There is where the deep ingenuity of the operatic idea is betrayed. It deals so largely in pain that its scattered delights are prodigiously augmented by the contrasts. A pretty air in an opera is prettier there than it could be anywhere else, I suppose, just as an honest man in politics shines more than he would elsewhere. I have since found out that there is nothing the Germans like so much as an opera. They like it, not in a mild and moderate way, but with their whole hearts. This is a legitimate result of habit and education. Our nation will like the opera, too, by and by, no doubt. 1 in 50 of those who attend our operas likes it already, perhaps, but I think a good many of the other 49 go in order to learn to like it, and the rest in order to be able to talk knowingly about it. The latter usually hum the airs while they are being sung, so that their neighbors may perceive that they have been to operas before. The funerals of these do not occur often enough. A gentle, old maidish person and a sweet young girl of 17 sat right in front of us that night at the Mannheim Opera. These people talked between the acts, and I understood them, though I understood nothing that was uttered on the distant stage. At first they were guarded in their talk, but after they had heard my agent and me conversing in English, they dropped their reserve, and I picked up many of their little confidences. No, I mean many of her little confidences, meaning the elder party, for the young girl only listened and gave assenting nods, but never said a word. How pretty she was, and how sweet she was, I wished she would speak. But evidently she was absorbed in her own thoughts, her own young girl dreams, and found a dearer pleasure in silence. But she was not dreaming sleepy dreams. No, she was awake, alive, alert. She could not sit still a moment. She was an enchanting study. Her gown was of a soft, white, silky stuff that clung to her round young figure like a fish's skin, and it was rippled over with the gracefulest little fringy films of lace. She had deep, tender eyes with long, curved lashes, and she had peachy cheeks and a dimpled chin and such a dear little rosebud mouth, and she was so dove-like, so pure and so gracious, so sweet and so bewitching. For long hours I did mightily wish she would speak. And at last she did. The red lips parted, and out leaps her thought, and with such a guileless and pretty enthusiasm, too. "Auntie, I just know I've got 500 fleas on me." That was probably over the average. Yes, it must have been very much over the average. The average at that time in the Grand Duchy of Baden was 45 to a young person, when alone, according to the official estimate of the Home Secretary for that year. The average for older people was shifty and indeterminable, for whenever a wholesome young girl came into the presence of her elders, she immediately lowered their average and raised her own. She became a sort of contribution box. This dear young thing in the theater had been sitting there unconsciously taking up a collection. Many a skinny old being in our neighborhood was the happier and the restfuller for her coming. In that large audience, that night, there were 8 very conspicuous people. These were ladies who had their hats or bonnets on. What a blessed thing it would be if a lady could make herself conspicuous in our theaters by wearing her hat. It is not usual in Europe to allow ladies and gentlemen to take bonnets, hats, overcoats, canes, or umbrellas into the auditorium. But in Mannheim, this rule was not enforced because the audiences were largely made up of people from a distance, and among these were always a few timid ladies who were afraid that if they had to go into an anteroom to get their things when the play was over, they would miss their train. But the great mass of those who came from a distance always ran the risk and took the chances, preferring the loss of a train to a breach of good manners and the discomfort of being unpleasantly conspicuous during a stretch of 3 or 4 hours. Chapter 10. How Wagner Operas Bang Along. 3 or 4 hours. That is a long time to sit in one place, whether one be conspicuous or not, yet some of Wagner's operas bang along for 6 whole hours on a stretch. But the people sit there and enjoy it all, and wish it would last longer. A German lady in Munich told me that a person could not like Wagner's music at first, but must go through the deliberate process of learning to like it. Then he would have his sure reward, for when he had learned to like it, he would hunger for it and never be able to get enough of it. She said that 6 hours of Wagner was by no means too much. She said that this composer had made a complete revolution in music and was burying the old masters one by one. And she said that Wagner's operas differed from all others in one notable respect, and that was that they were not merely spotted with music here and there, but were all music, from the first strain to the last. This surprised me. I said I had attended one of his insurrections and found hardly any music in it except the wedding chorus. She said Lohengrin was noisier than Wagner's other operas, but that if I would keep on going to see it, I would find by and by that it was all music, and therefore would then enjoy it. I could have said, but would you advise a person to deliberately practice having a toothache in the pit of his stomach for a couple of years in order that he might then come to enjoy it. But I reserved that remark. This lady was full of the praises of the head tenor who had performed in a Wagner opera the night before, and went on to enlarge upon his old and prodigious fame, and how many honors had been lavished upon him by the princely houses of Germany. Here was another surprise. I had attended that very opera in the person of my agent, and had made close and accurate observations. So I said, "Why, madam, my experience warrants me in stating that that tenor's voice is not a voice at all, but only a shriek, the shriek of a hyena." "That is very true," she said. "He cannot sing now. It is already many years that he has lost his voice, but in other times he sang, yes, divinely. So whenever he comes now you shall see, yes, that the theatre will not hold the people. Jowl Bay Gott. His voice is wonderscone in that past time." I said she was discovering to me a kindly trait in the Germans which was worth emulating. I said that over the water we were not quite so generous, that with us, when a singer had lost his voice and a jumper had lost his legs, these parties ceased to draw. I said I had been to the opera in Hanover once, and in Mannheim once, and in Munich, through my authorized agent, once, and this large experience had nearly persuaded me that the Germans preferred singers who couldn't sing. This was not such a very extravagant speech, either, for that burly Mannheim tenor's praises had been the talk of all Heidelberg for a week before his performance took place. Yet his voice was like the distressing noise which a nail makes when you screech it across a window pane. I said so to Heidelberg friends the next day, and they said, in the calmest and simplest way, that that was very true, but that in earlier times his voice had been wonderfully fine. And the tenor in Hanover was just another example of this sort. The English-speaking German gentleman who went with me to the opera, there was brimming with enthusiasm over that tenor. He said, "Ach Gott, a great man, you shall see him. He is so celebrate in all Germany, and he has a pension, yes, from the government. He not obliged to sing now, only twice every year, but if he not sing twice each year, they take him his pension away." Very well, we went. When the renowned old tenor appeared, I got a nudge and an excited whisper. "Now you see him." But the celebrate was an astonishing disappointment to me. If he had been behind a screen, I should have supposed they were performing a surgical operation on him. I looked at my friend. To my great surprise, he seemed intoxicated with pleasure. His eyes were dancing with eager delight. When the curtain at last fell, he burst into the stormiest applause and kept it up, as did the whole house, until the afflictive tenor had come 3 times before the curtain to make his bow. While the glowing enthusiast was swabbing the perspiration from his face, I said, "I don't mean the least harm, but really now, do you think he can sing?" "Him no, Gott I am Himmel, aber how he has been able to sing 25 years ago. Ach, no, now he not sing any more, he only cry. When he think he sing now, he not sing at all, no, he only make like a cat which is unwell." Where and how did we get the idea that the Germans are a stolid, phlegmatic race? In truth, they are widely removed from that. They are warm-hearted, emotional, impulsive, enthusiastic. Their tears come at the mildest touch, and it is not hard to move them to laughter. They are the very children of impulse. We are cold and self-contained compared to the Germans. They hug and kiss and cry and shout and dance and sing, and where we use one loving, petting expression, they pour out a score. Their language is full of endearing diminutives. Nothing that they love escapes the application of a petting diminutive, neither the house, nor the dog, nor the horse, nor the grandmother, nor any other creature, animate or inanimate. In the theaters at Hanover, Hamburg, and Mannheim, they had a wise custom. The moment the curtain went up, the light in the body of the house went down. The audience sat in the cool gloom of a deep twilight, which greatly enhanced the glowing splendors of the stage. It saved gas, too, and people were not sweated to death. When I saw King Lear played, nobody was allowed to see a scene shifted. If there was nothing to be done but slide a forest out of the way and expose a temple beyond, one did not see that forest split itself in the middle and go shrieking away, with the accompanying disenchanting spectacle of the hands and heels of the impelling impulse. No, the curtain was always dropped for an instant. One heard not the least movement behind it. But when it went up, the next instant, the forest was gone. Even when the stage was being entirely reset, one heard no noise. During the whole time that King Lear was playing, the curtain was never down 2 minutes at any one time. The orchestra played until the curtain was ready to go up for the first time, then they departed for the evening. Where the stage waits never reach 2 minutes, there is no occasion for music. I had never seen this 2-minute business between acts but once before, and that was when the Choron was played at Wallack's. I was at a concert in Munich one night. The people were streaming in. The clock hand pointed to 7. The music struck up, and instantly all movement in the body of the house ceased. Nobody was standing, or walking up the aisles, or fumbling with a seat. The stream of incomers had suddenly dried up at its source. I listened undisturbed to a piece of music that was 15 minutes long, always expecting some tardy ticket holders to come crowding past my knees, and being continuously and pleasantly disappointed. But when the last note was struck, here came the stream again. You see, they had made those late comers wait in the comfortable waiting parlor from the time the music had begun until it was ended. It was the first time I had ever seen this sort of criminals denied the privilege of destroying the comfort of a house full of their betters. Some of these were pretty fine birds, but no matter, they had to tarry outside in the long parlor under the inspection of a double rank of liveried footmen and waiting maids who supported the 2 walls with their backs and held the wraps and traps of their masters and mistresses on their arms. We had no footmen to hold our things, and it was not permissible to take them into the concert room, but there were some men and women to take charge of them for us. They gave us checks for them and charged a fixed price, payable in advance, 5 cents. In Germany, they always hear one thing at an opera which has never yet been heard in America, perhaps. I mean the closing strain of a fine solo or duet. We always smash into it with an earthquake of applause. The result is that we rob ourselves of the sweetest part of the treat. We get the whiskey, but we don't get the sugar in the bottom of the glass. Our way of scattering applause along through an act seems to me to be better than the Mannheim way of saving it all up till the act is ended. I do not see how an actor can forget himself and portray hot passion before a cold, still audience. I should think he would feel foolish. It is a pain to me to this day to remember how that old German Lear raged and wept and howled around the stage, with never a response from that hushed house, never a single outburst till the act was ended. To me, there was something unspeakably uncomfortable in the solemn dead silences that always followed this old person's tremendous outpourings of his feelings. I could not help putting myself in his place. I thought I knew how sick and flat he felt during those silences, because I remembered a case which came under my observation once, and but I will tell the incident. One evening on board a Mississippi steamboat, a boy of 10 years lay asleep in a berth. A long, slim-legged boy he was, encased in quite a short shirt. It was the first time he had ever made a trip on a steamboat, and so he was troubled and scared, and had gone to bed with his head filled with impending snaggings and explosions and conflagrations and sudden death. About 10 o'clock, some 20 ladies were sitting around about the ladies' saloon, quietly reading, sewing, embroidering, and so on, and among them sat a sweet, benignant old dame with round spectacles on her nose and her busy knitting needles in her hands. Now all of a sudden, into the midst of this peaceful scene burst that slim-shanked boy in the brief shirt, wild-eyed, erect-haired, and shouting, "Fire, fire! Jump and run! The boat's afire and there ain't a minute to lose." All those ladies looked sweetly up and smiled. Nobody stirred. The old lady pulled her spectacles down, looked over them, and said gently, "But you mustn't catch cold, child. Run and put on your breastpin, and then come and tell us all about it." It was a cruel chill to give to a poor little devil's gushing vehemence. He was expecting to be a sort of hero, the creator of a wild panic, and here everybody sat and smiled a mocking smile, and an old woman made fun of his bugbear. I turned and crept away, for I was that boy, and never even cared to discover whether I had dreamed the fire or actually seen it. I am told that in a German concert or opera, they hardly ever encore a song, that though they may be dying to hear it again, their good breeding usually preserves them against requiring the repetition. Kings may encore, that is quite another matter. It delights everybody to see that the king is pleased, and as to the actor encored, his pride and gratification are simply boundless. Still, there are circumstances in which even a royal encore. But it is better to illustrate. The King of Bavaria is a poet and has a poet's eccentricities, with the advantage over all other poets of being able to gratify them, no matter what form they may take. He is fond of opera, but not fond of sitting in the presence of an audience. Therefore, it has sometimes occurred in Munich that when an opera has been concluded and the players were getting off their paint and finery, a command has come to them to get their paint and finery on again. Presently the king would arrive, solitary and alone, and the players would begin at the beginning and do the entire opera over again, with only that one individual in the vast solemn theatre for audience. Once he took an odd freak into his head. High up and out of sight, over the prodigious stage of the court theatre, is a maze of interlacing water pipes, so pierced that in case of fire, innumerable little thread-like streams of water can be caused to descend, and in case of need, this discharge can be augmented to a pouring flood. American managers might want to make a note of that. The king was sole audience. The opera proceeded. It was a piece with a storm in it. The mimic thunder began to mutter, the mimic wind began to wail and sough, and the mimic rain to patter. The king's interest rose higher and higher. It developed into enthusiasm. He cried out, "It is very, very good indeed, but I will have real rain, turn on the water." The manager pleaded for a reversal of the command, said it would ruin the costly scenery and the splendid costumes, but the king cried, no matter, I will have real rain, turn on the water." So the real rain was turned on and began to descend in gossamer lances to the mimic flower beds and gravel walks of the stage. The richly dressed actresses and actors tripped about singing bravely and pretending not to mind it. The king was delighted. His enthusiasm grew higher. He cried out, "Bravo, bravo, more thunder, more lightning, turn on more rain." The thunder boomed, the lightning glared, the storm winds raged, the deluge poured down. The mimic royalty on the stage, with their soaked satins clinging to their bodies, slopped about ankle-deep in water, warbling their sweetest and best. The fiddlers under the eaves of the stage sawed away for dear life, with the cold overflow spouting down the backs of their necks, and the dry and happy king sat in his lofty box and wore his gloves to ribbons applauding. "More yet," cried the king, "more yet, let loose all the thunder, turn on all the water. I will hang the man that raises an umbrella." When this most tremendous and effective storm that had ever been produced in any theatre was at last over, the king's approbation was measureless. He cried, "Magnificent, magnificent, encore, do it again." But the manager succeeded in persuading him to recall the encore, and said the company would feel sufficiently rewarded and complimented in the mere fact that the encore was desired by His Majesty, without fatiguing him with a repetition to gratify their own vanity. During the remainder of the act, the lucky performers were those whose parts required changes of dress. The others were a soaked, bedraggled, and uncomfortable lot, but in the last degree picturesque. The stage scenery was ruined, trapdoors were so swollen that they wouldn't work for a week afterward, the fine costumes were spoiled, and no end of minor damages were done by that remarkable storm. It was a royal idea, that storm, and royally carried out, but observe the moderation of the king. He did not insist upon his encore. If he had been a gladsome, unreflecting American opera audience, he probably would have had his storm repeated and repeated until he drowned all those people. Chapter 11. I Paint a Turner. The summer days passed pleasantly in Heidelberg. We had a skilled trainer, and under his instructions, we were getting our legs in the right condition for the contemplated pedestrian tour. We were well satisfied with the progress which we had made in the German language. 1. See Appendix 500 for information concerning this fearful tongue, and more than satisfied with what we had accomplished in art. We had had the best instructors in drawing and painting in Germany: Hemmerling, Vogel, Müller, Dietz, and Schumann. Hemmerling taught us landscape painting. Vogel taught us figure drawing. Müller taught us to do still life, and Dietz and Schumann gave us a finishing course in 2 specialties, battle pieces and shipwrecks. Whatever I am in art I owe to these men. I have something of the manner of each and all of them, but they all said that I had also a manner of my own, and that it was conspicuous. They said there was a marked individuality about my style, insomuch that if I ever painted the commonest type of a dog, I should be sure to throw a something into the aspect of that dog, which would keep him from being mistaken for the creation of any other artist. Secretly, I wanted to believe all these kind sayings, but I could not. I was afraid that my master's partiality for me and pride in me biased their judgment. So I resolved to make a test. Privately and unknown to anyone, I painted my great picture, Heidelberg Castle Illuminated, my first really important work in oils, and had it hung up in the midst of a wilderness of oil pictures in the art exhibition, with no name attached to it. To my great gratification, it was instantly recognized as mine. All the town flocked to see it, and people even came from neighboring localities to visit it. It made more stir than any other work in the exhibition. But the most gratifying thing of all was that chance strangers, passing through, who had not heard of my picture, were not only drawn to it, as by a lodestone, the moment they entered the gallery, but always took it for a Turner. Apparently nobody had ever done that. There were ruined castles on the overhanging cliffs and crags all the way. These were said to have their legends, like those on the Rhine, and what was better still, they had never been in print. There was nothing in the books about that lovely region. It had been neglected by the tourist. It was virgin soil for the literary pioneer. Meantime, the knapsacks, the rough walking suits, and the stout walking shoes which we had ordered were finished and brought to us. A Mr. Ten and a young Mr. Z had agreed to go with us. We went around one evening and bade goodbye to our friends, and afterward had a little farewell banquet at the hotel. We got to bed early, for we wanted to make an early start, so as to take advantage of the cool of the morning. We were out of bed at break of day, feeling fresh and vigorous, and took a hearty breakfast, then plunged down through the leafy arcades of the castle grounds toward the town. What a glorious summer morning it was, and how the flowers did pour out their fragrance, and how the birds did sing. It was just the time for a tramp through the woods and mountains. We were all dressed alike, broad slouch hats to keep the sun off, gray knapsacks, blue army shirts, blue overalls, leathern gaiters buttoned tight from knee down to ankle, high-quarter coarse shoes snugly laced. Each man had an opera glass, a canteen, and a guidebook case slung over his shoulder, and carried an alpenstock in one hand and a sun umbrella in the other. Around our hats were wound many folds of soft white muslin, with the ends hanging and flapping down our backs, an idea brought from the Orient and used by tourists all over Europe. Harris carried the little watch-like machine called a pedometer, whose office is to keep count of a man's steps and tell how far he has walked. Everybody stopped to admire our costumes and give us a hearty, pleasant march to you. When we got downtown, I found that we could go by rail to within 5 miles of Heilbronn. The train was just starting, so we jumped aboard and went tearing away in splendid spirits. It was agreed all around that we had done wisely, because it would be just as enjoyable to walk down the Neckar as up it, and it could not be needful to walk both ways. There were some nice German people in our compartment. I got to talking some pretty private matters presently, and Harris became nervous, so he nudged me and said, "Speak in German. These Germans may understand English." I did so. It was well I did, for it turned out that there was not a German in that party who did not understand English perfectly. It is curious how widespread our language is in Germany. After a while, some of those folks got out, and a German gentleman and his 2 young daughters got in. I spoke in German of one of the latter several times, but without result. Finally, she said, "Ich verstehe nur Deutsch und English," or words to that effect. That is, I don't understand any language but German and English. And sure enough, not only she but her father and sister spoke English. So after that we had all the talk we wanted, and we wanted a good deal, for they were agreeable people. They were greatly interested in our customs, especially the alpenstocks, for they had not seen any before. They said that the Neckar road was perfectly level, so we must be going to Switzerland or some other rugged country, and asked us if we did not find the walking pretty fatiguing in such warm weather. But we said no. We reached Wimpfen, I think it was Wimpfen, in about 3 hours, and got out, not the least tired, found a good hotel and ordered beer and dinner, then took a stroll through the venerable old village. It was very picturesque and tumble-down and dirty and interesting. It had queer houses 500 years old in it, and a military tower 115 feet high, which had stood there more than 10 centuries. I made a little sketch of it. I kept a copy, but gave the original to the burgomaster. I think the original was better than the copy because it had more windows in it, and the grass stood up better and had a brisker look. There was none around the tower, though. I composed the grass myself, from studies I made in a field by Heidelberg in Hemerling's time. The man on top, looking at the view, is apparently too large, but I found he could not be made smaller conveniently. I wanted him there, and I wanted him visible, so I thought out a way to manage it. I composed the picture from 2 points of view. The spectator is to observe the man from about where that flag is, and he must observe the tower itself from the ground. This harmonizes the seeming discrepancy. Near an old cathedral, under a shed, were 3 crosses of stone, moldy and damaged things, bearing life-size stone figures. The 2 thieves were dressed in the fanciful court costumes of the middle of the 16th century, while the Savior was nude, with the exception of a cloth around the loins. We had dinner under the green trees in a garden belonging to the hotel and overlooking the Neckar. Then, after a smoke, we went to bed. We had a refreshing nap, then got up about 3 in the afternoon and put on our panoply. As we tramped gaily out at the gate of the town, we overtook a peasant's cart, partly laden with odds and ends of cabbages and similar vegetable rubbish, and drawn by a small cow and a smaller donkey yoked together. It was a pretty slow concern, but it got us into Heilbronn before dark, 5 miles, or possibly it was 7. We stopped at the very same in which the famous old robber knight and rough fighter Goetz von Berlichingen abode in after he got out of captivity in the square tower of Heilbronn between 350 and 400 years ago. Harris and I occupied the same room which he had occupied, and the same paper had not quite peeled off the walls yet. The furniture was quaint old carved stuff, full 400 years old, and some of the smells were over 1,000. There was a hook in the wall, which the landlord said the terrific old Goetz used to hang his iron hand on when he took it off to go to bed. This room was very large. It might be called immense, and it was on the 1st floor, which means it was in the 2nd story, for in Europe the houses are so high that they do not count the 1st story, else they would get tired climbing before they got to the top. The wallpaper was a fiery red, with huge gold figures in it, well smirched by time, and it covered all the doors. These doors fitted so snugly and continued the figures of the paper so unbrokenly that when they were closed, one had to go feeling and searching along the wall to find them. There was a stove in the corner, one of those tall, square, stately white porcelain things that looks like a monument and keeps you thinking of death when you ought to be enjoying your travels. The windows looked out on a little alley, and over that into a stable and some poultry and pig yards in the rear of some tenement houses. There were the customary 2 beds in the room, one in one end, the other in the other, about an old-fashioned brass-mounted, single-barreled pistol shot apart. They were fully as narrow as the usual German bed, too, and had the German bed's ineradicable habit of spilling the blankets on the floor every time you forgot yourself and went to sleep. A round table, as large as King Arthur's, stood in the center of the room. While the waiters were getting ready to serve our dinner on it, we all went out to see the renowned clock on the front of the municipal buildings. Chapter 12. What the Wives Saved. The Rathaus, or municipal building, is of the quaintest and most picturesque Middle-Age architecture. It has a massive portico and steps before it, heavily balustraded, and adorned with life-sized rusty iron knights in complete armor. The clock face on the front of the building is very large and of curious pattern. Ordinarily, a gilded angel strikes the hour on a big bell with a hammer. As the striking ceases, a life-sized figure of time raises its hourglass and turns it. 2 golden rams advance and butt each other. A gilded cock lifts its wings, but the main features are 2 great angels who stand on each side of the dial with long horns at their lips. It was said that they blew melodious blasts on these horns every hour, but they did not do it for us. We were told later that they blew only at night when the town was still. Within the Rathaus were a number of huge wild boars' heads, preserved and mounted on brackets along the wall. They bore inscriptions telling who killed them and how many hundred years ago it was done. One room in the building was devoted to the preservation of ancient archives. There they showed us no end of aged documents. Some were signed by popes, some by Tilly and other great generals, and one was a letter written and subscribed by Goetz von Berlichingen in Heilbronn in 1519, just after his release from the Square Tower. This fine old robber knight was a devoutly and sincerely religious man, hospitable, charitable to the poor, fearless in fight, active, enterprising, and possessed of a large and generous nature. He had in him a quality of being able to overlook moderate injuries and being able to forgive and forget mortal ones as soon as he had soundly trounced the authors of them. He was prompt to take up any poor devil's quarrel and risk his neck to right him. The common folk held him dear, and his memory is still green in ballad and tradition. He used to go on the highway and rob rich wayfarers, and other times he would swoop down from his high castle on the hills of the Neckar and capture passing cargoes of merchandise. In his memoirs, he piously thanks the giver of all good for remembering him in his needs and delivering sundry such cargoes into his hands at times when only special providences could have relieved him. He was a doughty warrior and found a deep joy in battle. In an assault upon a stronghold in Bavaria when he was only 23 years old, his right hand was shot away, but he was so interested in the fight that he did not observe it for a while. He said that the iron hand which was made for him afterward, and which he wore for more than half a century, was nearly as clever a member as the fleshy one had been. I was glad to get a facsimile of the letter written by this fine old German Robin Hood, though I was not able to read it. He was a better artist with his sword than with his pen. We went down by the river and saw the Square Tower. It was a very venerable structure, very strong and very ornamental. There was no opening near the ground. They had to use a ladder to get into it, no doubt. We visited the principal church, also a curious old structure, with a tower-like spire adorned with all sorts of grotesque images. The inner walls of the church were placarded with large mural tablets of copper, bearing engraved inscriptions celebrating the merits of old Heilbronn worthies of 2 or 3 centuries ago, and also bearing rudely painted effigies of themselves and their families tricked out in the queer costumes of those days. The head of the family sat in the foreground, and beyond him extended a sharply receding and diminishing row of sons. Facing him sat his wife, and beyond her extended a low row of diminishing daughters. The family was usually large, but the perspective bad. Then we hired the hack and the horse which Goetz von Berlichingen used to use, and drove several miles into the country to visit the place called Weibertrue, wife's fidelity, I suppose it means. It was a feudal castle of the Middle Ages. When we reached its neighborhood, we found it was beautifully situated, but on top of a mound or hill, round and tolerably steep, and about 200 feet high. Therefore, as the sun was blazing hot, we did not climb up there, but took the place on trust, and observed it from a distance while the horse leaned up against a fence and rested. The place has no interest except that which is lent it by its legend, which is a very pretty one, to this effect. The legend. In the Middle Ages, a couple of young dukes, brothers, took opposite sides in one of the wars, the one fighting for the emperor, the other against him. One of them owned the castle and village on top of the mound which I have been speaking of, and in his absence his brother came with his knights and soldiers and began a siege. It was a long and tedious business, for the people made a stubborn and faithful defense. But at last their supplies ran out and starvation began its work. More fell by hunger than by the missiles of the enemy. They by and by surrendered and begged for charitable terms. But the beleaguering prince was so incensed against them for their long resistance that he said he would spare none but the women and children. All men should be put to the sword without exception, and all their goods destroyed. Then the women came and fell on their knees and begged for the lives of their husbands. "No," said the prince, "not a man of them shall escape alive. You yourselves shall go with your children into houseless and friendless banishment. But that you may not starve, I grant you this one grace, that each woman may bear with her from this place as much of her most valuable property as she is able to carry." Very well, presently the gates swung open and out filed those women carrying their husbands on their shoulders. The besiegers, furious at the trick, rushed forward to slaughter the men, but the Duke stepped between and said, "No, put up your swords. A prince's word is inviolable." When we got back to the hotel, King Arthur's round table was ready for us in its white drapery, and the head waiter and his first assistant, in swallowtails and white cravats, brought in the soup and the hot plates at once. Mr. Ten had ordered the dinner, and when the wine came on, he picked up a bottle, glanced at the label, and then turned to the grave, the melancholy, the sepulchral head waiter, and said it was not the sort of wine he had asked for. The head waiter picked up the bottle, cast his undertaker eye on it, and said, "It is true, I beg pardon." Then he turned on his subordinate and calmly said, "Bring another label." At the same time, he slid the present label off with his hand and laid it aside. It had been newly put on, its paste was still wet. When the new label came, he put it on, our French wine being now turned into German wine. According to desire, the head waiter went blandly about his other duties, as if the working of this sort of miracle was a common and easy thing to him. Mr. Ten said he had not known before that there were people honest enough to do this miracle in public, but he was aware that thousands upon thousands of labels were imported into America from Europe every year, to enable dealers to furnish to their customers in a quiet and inexpensive way all the different kinds of foreign wines they might require. We took a turn around the town after dinner and found it fully as interesting in the moonlight as it had been in the daytime. The streets were narrow and roughly paved, and there was not a sidewalk or a street lamp anywhere. The dwellings were centuries old and vast enough for hotels. They widened all the way up. The stories projected further and further forward and aside as they ascended, and the long rows of lighted windows, filled with little bits of panes, curtained with figured white muslin and adorned outside with boxes of flowers, made a pretty effect. The moon was bright, and the light and shadow very strong, and nothing could be more picturesque than those curving streets, with their rows of huge high gables leaning far over toward each other in a friendly gossiping way, and the crowds below drifting through the alternating blots of gloom and mellow bars of moonlight. Nearly everybody was abroad, chatting, singing, romping, or massed in lazy, comfortable attitudes in the doorways. In one place there was a public building which was fenced about with a thick, rusty chain, which sagged from post to post in a succession of low swings. The pavement here was made of heavy blocks of stone. In the glare of the moon, a party of barefooted children were swinging on those chains and having a noisy good time. They were not the first ones who have done that. Even their great-great-grandfathers had not been the first to do it when they were children. The strokes of the bare feet had worn grooves inches deep in the stone flags. It had taken many generations of swinging children to accomplish that. Everywhere in the town were the mold and decay that go with antiquity and evidence of it, but I do not know that anything else gave us so vivid a sense of the old age of Heilbronn as those foot-worn grooves in the paving stones. Chapter 13. My long crawl in the dark. When we got back to the hotel, I wound and set the pedometer and put it in my pocket, for I was to carry it next day and keep record of the miles we made. The work which we had given the instrument to do during the day which had just closed had not fatigued it perceptibly. We were in bed by 10, for we wanted to be up and away on our tramp homeward with the dawn. I hung fire, but Harris went to sleep at once. I hate a man who goes to sleep at once. There is a sort of indefinable something about it which is not exactly an insult, and yet is an insolence, and one which is hard to bear too. I lay there fretting over this injury and trying to go to sleep, but the harder I tried, the wider awake I grew. I got to feeling very lonely in the dark, with no company but an undigested dinner. My mind got a start by and began to consider the beginning of every subject which has ever been thought of, but it never went further than the beginning. It was touch and go. It fled from topic to topic with a frantic speed. At the end of an hour, my head was in a perfect whirl, and I was dead tired, fagged out. The fatigue was so great that it presently began to make some head against the nervous excitement. While imagining myself wide awake, I would really doze into momentary unconsciousness and come suddenly out of it with a physical jerk, which nearly wrenched my joints apart. The delusion of the instant being that I was tumbling backward over a precipice. After I had fallen over 8 or 9 precipices, and thus found out that one half of my brain had been asleep 8 or 9 times without the wide-awake, hard-working other half suspecting it, the periodical unconsciousnesses began to extend their spell gradually over more of my brain territory, and at last I sank into a drowse which grew deeper and deeper, and was doubtless just on the very point of being a solid, blessed, dreamless stupor, when, what was that? My dulled faculties dragged themselves partly back to life and took a receptive attitude. Now out of an immense, a limitless distance, came a something which grew and approached, and presently was recognizable as a sound. It had rather seemed to be a feeling before. This sound was a mile away, now perhaps it was the murmur of a storm, and now it was nearer, not a quarter of a mile away. Was it the muffled rasping and grinding of distant machinery? No, it came still nearer. Was it the measured tramp of a marching troop? But it came nearer still, and still nearer, and at last it was right in the room. It was merely a mouse gnawing the woodwork. So I had held my breath all that time for such a trifle. Well, what was done could not be helped. I would go to sleep at once and make up the lost time. That was a thoughtless thought. Without intending it, hardly knowing it, I fell to listening intently to that sound, and even unconsciously counting the strokes of the mouse's nutmeg grater. Presently I was deriving exquisite suffering from this employment, yet maybe I could have endured it if the mouse had attended steadily to his work. But he did not do that. He stopped every now and then, and I suffered more while waiting and listening for him to begin again than I did while he was gnawing. Long at first I was mentally offering a reward of $5, $6, $7, $10 for that mouse, but toward the last I was offering rewards which were entirely beyond my means. I close-reefed my ears, that is to say, I bent the flaps of them down and furled them into 5 or 6 folds, and pressed them against the hearing orifice. But it did no good. The faculty was so sharpened by nervous excitement that it was become a microphone, and could hear through the overlays without trouble. My anger grew to a frenzy. I finally did what all persons before me have done, clear back to Adam, resolved to throw something. I reached down and got my walking shoes, then sat up in bed and listened in order to exactly locate the noise. But I couldn't do it. It was as unlocatable as a cricket's noise, and where one thinks that is always the very place where it is. So I presently hurled a shoe at random and with a vicious vigor. It struck the wall over Harris's head and fell down on him. I had not imagined I could throw so far. It woke Harris, and I was glad of it until I found he was not angry. Then I was sorry. He soon went to sleep again, which pleased me, but straightway the mouse began again, which roused my temper once more. I did not want to wake Harris a second time, but the gnawing continued until I was compelled to throw the other shoe. This time I broke a mirror. There were 2 in the room. I got the largest one, of course. Harris woke again, but did not complain, and I was sorrier than ever. I resolved that I would suffer all possible torture before I would disturb him a third time. The mouse eventually retired, and by I was sinking to sleep when a clock began to strike. I counted till it was done, and was about to drowse again when another clock began. I counted. Then the 2 great Rathaus clock angels began to send forth soft, rich, melodious blasts from their long trumpets. I had never heard anything that was so lovely or weird or mysterious, but when they got to blowing the quarter hours, they seemed to me to be overdoing the thing. Every time I dropped off for the moment, a new noise woke me. Each time I woke I missed my coverlet and had to reach down to the floor and get it again. At last all sleepiness forsook me. I recognized the fact that I was hopelessly and permanently wide awake and feverish and thirsty. When I had lain tossing there as long as I could endure it, it occurred to me that it would be a good idea to dress and go out in the great square and take a refreshing wash in the fountain, and smoke and reflect there until the remnant of the night was gone. I believed I could dress in the dark without waking Harris. I had banished my shoes after the mouse, but my slippers would do for a summer night. So I rose softly and gradually got on everything down to one sock. I couldn't seem to get on the track of that sock any way I could fix it, but I had to have it, so I went down on my hands and knees with one slipper on and the other in my hand, and began to paw gently around and rake the floor, but with no success. I enlarged my circle and went on pawing and raking. With every pressure of my knee, how the floor creaked, and every time I chanced to rake against any article, it seemed to give out 35 or 36 times more noise than it would have done in the daytime. In those cases, I always stopped and held my breath till I was sure Harris had not awakened. Then I crept along again. I moved on, but I could not find the sock. I could not seem to find anything but furniture. I could not remember that there was much furniture in the room when I went to bed, but the place was alive with it now, especially chairs everywhere. Had a couple of families moved in the meantime, and I never could seem to glance on one of those chairs, but always struck it full and square with my head. My temper rose by steady and sure degrees, and as I pawed on, I fell to making vicious comments under my breath. Finally, with a venomous access of irritation, I said I would leave without the sock, so I rose up and made straight for the door, as I supposed, and suddenly confronted my dim, spectral image in the unbroken mirror. It startled the breath out of me for an instant. It also showed me that I was lost and had no sort of idea where I was. When I realized this, I was so angry that I had to sit down on the floor and take hold of something to keep from lifting the roof off with an explosion of opinion. If there had been only one mirror, it might possibly have helped to locate me, but there were two, and two were as bad as 1,000. Besides, these were on opposite sides of the room. I could see the dim blur of the windows, but in my turned-around condition, they were exactly where they ought not to be, and so they only confused me instead of helping me. I started to get up and knocked down an umbrella. It made a noise like a pistol shot when it struck that hard, slick, carpetless floor. I grated my teeth and held my breath. Harris did not stir. I set the umbrella slowly and carefully on end against the wall, but as soon as I took my hand away, its heels slipped from under it, and down it came again with another bang. I shrunk together and listened a moment in silent fury. No harm done, everything quiet. With the most painstaking care and nicety, I stood the umbrella up once more, took my hand away, and down it came again. I have been strictly reared, but if it had not been so dark and solemn and awful there in that lonely, vast room, I do believe I should have said something then which could not be put into a Sunday school book without injuring the sale of it. If my reasoning powers had not been already sapped dry by my harassments, I would have known better than to try to set an umbrella on end on one of those glassy German floors in the dark. It can't be done in the daytime without 4 failures to 1 success. I had one comfort, though Harris was yet still and silent, he had not stirred. The umbrella could not locate me. There were 4 standing around the room, and all alike. I thought I would feel along the wall and find the door in that way. I rose up and began this operation, but raked down a picture. It was not a large one, but it made noise enough for a panorama. Harris gave out no sound, but I felt that if I experimented any further with the pictures, I should be sure to wake him. Better give up trying to get out. Yes, I would find King Arthur's Round Table once more. I had already found it several times, and use it for a base of departure on an exploring tour for my bed. If I could find my bed, I could then find my water pitcher. I would quench my raging thirst and turn in. So I started on my hands and knees, because I could go faster that way, and with more confidence, too, and not knock down things. By and by I found the table, with my head rubbed the bruise a little, then rose up and started, with hands abroad and fingers spread, to balance myself. I found a chair, then a wall, then another chair, then a sofa, then an alpenstock, then another sofa. This confounded me, for I had thought there was only one sofa. I hunted up the table again and took a fresh start, found some more chairs. It occurred to me, now, as it ought to have done before, that as the table was round, it was therefore of no value as a base to aim from. So I moved off once more, and at random among the wilderness of chairs and sofas, wandering off into unfamiliar regions, and presently knocked a candlestick and knocked off a lamp, grabbed at the lamp and knocked off a water pitcher with a rattling crash, and thought to myself, "I've found you at last. I judged I was close upon you." Harris shouted murder and thieves, and finished with "I'm absolutely drowned." The crash had roused the house. Mr. Ten pranced in his long night garment, with a candle, young Z after him with another candle. A procession swept in at another door, with candles and lanterns, landlord and 2 German guests in their nightgowns, and a chambermaid in hers. I looked around. I was at Harris's bed, a Sabbath day's journey from my own. There was only one sofa, it was against the wall. There was only one chair where a body could get at it. I had been revolving around it like a planet, and colliding with it like a comet half the night. I explained how I had been employing myself and why. Then the landlord's party left, and the rest of us set about our preparations for breakfast, for the dawn was ready to break. I glanced furtively at my pedometer and found I had made 47 miles, but I did not care, for I had come out for a pedestrian tour anyway. Chapter 14. Rafting down the Neckar. When the landlord learned that I and my agents were artists, our party rose perceptibly in his esteem. We rose still higher when he learned that we were making a pedestrian tour of Europe. He told us all about the Heidelberg Road, and which were the best places to avoid, and which the best ones to tarry at. He charged me less than cost for the things I broke in the night. He put up a fine luncheon for us, and added to it a quantity of great light green plums, the pleasantest fruit in Germany. He was so anxious to do us honor that he would not allow us to walk out of Heilbronn, but called up Goetz von Berlichingen's horse and cab, and made us ride. I made a sketch of the turnout. It is not a work. It is only what artists call a study, a thing to make a finished picture from. This sketch has several blemishes in it. For instance, the wagon is not traveling as fast as the horse is. This is wrong. Again, the person trying to get out of the way is too small. He is out of perspective, as we say. The two upper lines are not the horse's back, they are the reins. There seems to be a wheel missing. This would be corrected in a finished work, of course. This thing flying out behind is not a flag, it is a curtain. That other thing up there is the sun, but I didn't get enough distance on it. I do not remember now what that thing is that is in front of the man who is running, but I think it is a haystack or a woman. This study was exhibited in the Paris Salon of 1879, but did not take any medal. They do not give medals for studies. We discharged the carriage at the bridge. The river was full of logs, long, slender, barkless pine logs, and we leaned on the rails of the bridge and watched the men put them together into rafts. These rafts were of a shape and construction to suit the crookedness and extreme narrowness of the Neckar. They were from 50 to 100 yards long, and they gradually tapered from a 9-log breadth at their sterns to a 3-log breadth at their bow ends. The main part of the steering is done at the bow, with a pole. The 3-log breadth there furnishes room for only the steersman, for these little logs are not larger around than an average young lady's waist. The connections of the several sections of the raft are slack and pliant, so that the raft may be readily bent into any sort of curve required by the shape of the river. The Neckar is in many places so narrow that a person can throw a dog across it, if he has one. When it is also sharply curved in such places, the raftsman has to do some pretty nice snug piloting to make the turns. River is not always allowed to spread over its whole bed, which is as much as 30 and sometimes 40 yards wide, but is split into 3 equal bodies of water by stone dikes which throw the main volume, depth, and current into the central one. In low water, these neat narrow-edged dikes project 4 or 5 inches above the surface, like the comb of a submerged roof, but in high water they are overflowed. A hatful of rain makes high water in the Neckar, and a basketful produces an overflow. There are dikes abreast the Schloss Hotel, and the current is violently swift at that point. I used to sit for hours in my glass cage, watching the long, narrow raft slip along through the central channel, grazing the right bank dike and aiming carefully for the middle arch of the stone bridge below. I watched them in this way, and lost all this time hoping to see one of them hit the bridge pier and wreck itself sometime or other, but was always disappointed. One was smashed there one morning, but I had just stepped into my room a moment to light a pipe, so I lost it. While I was looking down upon the rafts that morning in Heilbronn, the daredevil spirit of adventure came suddenly upon me, and I said to my comrades, "I am going to Heidelberg on a raft. Will you venture with me?" Their faces paled a little, but they assented with as good a grace as they could. Harris wanted to cable his mother, thought it his duty to do that, as he was all she had in this world, so, while he attended to this, I went down to the longest and finest raft and hailed the captain with a hearty "Ahoy, shipmate," which put us upon pleasant terms at once, and we entered upon business. I said we were on a pedestrian tour to Heidelberg, and would like to take passage with him. I said this partly through young Z, who spoke German very well, and partly through Mr. Ten, who spoke it peculiarly. I can understand German as well as the maniac that invented it, but I talk it best through an interpreter. The captain hitched up his trousers, then shifted his quid thoughtfully. Presently he said just what I was expecting he would say, that he had no license to carry passengers, and therefore was afraid the law would be after him in case the matter got noised about or any accident happened. So I chartered the raft and the crew and took all the responsibilities on myself. With a rattling song, the starboard watch bent to their work and hove the cable short, then got the anchor home, and our bark moved off with a stately stride, and soon was bowling along at about 2 knots an hour. Our party were grouped amidships. At first the talk was a little gloomy, and ran mainly upon the shortness of life, the uncertainty of it, the perils which beset it, and the need and wisdom of being always prepared for the worst. This shaded off into low-voiced references to the dangers of the deep and kindred matters, but as the grey east began to redden and the mysterious solemnity and silence of the dawn to give place to the joy songs of the birds, the talk took a cheerier tone, and our spirits began to rise steadily. Germany in the summer is the perfection of the beautiful, but nobody has understood and realized and enjoyed the utmost possibilities of this soft and peaceful beauty unless he has voyaged down the Neckar on a raft. The motion of a raft is the needful motion. It is gentle and gliding and smooth and noiseless. It calms down all feverish activities. It soothes to sleep all nervous hurry and impatience. Under its restful influence, all the troubles and vexations and sorrows that harass the mind vanish away, and existence becomes a dream, a charm, a deep and tranquil ecstasy. How it contrasts with hot and perspiring pedestrianism and dusty and deafening railroad rush and tedious jolting behind tired horses over blinding white roads. We went slipping silently along between the green and fragrant banks with a sense of pleasure and contentment that grew and grew all the time. Sometimes the banks were overhung with thick masses of willows that wholly hid the ground behind. Sometimes we had noble hills on one hand, clothed densely with foliage to their tops, and on the other hand, open levels blazing with poppies or clothed in the rich blue of the cornflower. Sometimes we drifted in the shadow of forests, and sometimes along the margin of long stretches of velvety grass, fresh and green and bright, a tireless charm to the eye. And the birds, they were everywhere. They swept back and forth across the river constantly, and their jubilant music was never stilled. It was a deep and satisfying pleasure to see the sun create the new morning, and gradually, patiently, lovingly, clothe it on with splendor after splendor and glory after glory, till the miracle was complete. How different is this marvel observed from a raft, from what it is when one observes it through the dingy windows of a railway station in some wretched village, while he munches a petrified sandwich and waits for the train. Transcriber's note for edition 12. On the advice of 2 German-speaking volunteers, the German letters A, O, and U with umlauts have been rendered as I, O, and U instead of as variously A, O, and U, as in previous editions. Chapter 15. Charming waterside pictures. Men and women and cattle were at work in the dewy fields by this time. The people often stepped aboard the raft as we glided along the grassy shores and gossiped with us and with the crew for 100 yards or so, then stepped ashore again, refreshed by the ride. Only the men did this. The women were too busy. The women do all kinds of work on the continent. They dig, they hoe, they reap, they sow, they bear monstrous burdens on their backs, they shove similar ones long distances on wheelbarrows, they drag the cart when there is no dog or lean cow to drag it, and when there is, they assist the dog or cow. Age is no matter. The older the woman, the stronger she is, apparently. On the farm, a woman's duties are not defined. She does a little of everything. But in the towns it is different. There she only does certain things. The men do the rest. For instance, a hotel chambermaid has nothing to do but make beds and fires in 50 or 60 rooms, bring towels and candles, and fetch several tons of water up several flights of stairs, 100 pounds at a time, in prodigious metal pitchers. She does not have to work more than 18 or 20 hours a day, and she can always get down on her knees and scrub the floors of holes and closets when she is tired and needs a rest. As the morning advanced and the weather grew hot, we took off our outside clothing and sat in a row along the edge of the raft and enjoyed the scenery, with our sun umbrellas over our heads and our legs dangling in the water. Every now and then we plunged in and had a swim. Every projecting grassy cape had its joyous group of naked children, the boys to themselves and the girls to themselves, the latter usually in care of some motherly dame who sat in the shade of a tree with her knitting. The little boys swam out to us, sometimes, but the little maids stood knee-deep in the water and stopped their splashing and frolicking to inspect the raft with their innocent eyes as it drifted by. Once we turned a corner suddenly and surprised a slender girl of 12 years or upward, just stepping into the water. She had not time to run, but she did what answered just as well. She promptly drew a lithe young willow bough athwart her white body with one hand, and then contemplated us with a simple and untroubled interest. Thus she stood while we glided by. She was a pretty creature, and she and her willow bough made a very pretty picture, and one which could not offend the modesty of the most fastidious spectator. Her white skin had a low bank of fresh green willows for background and effective contrast, for she stood against them, and above and out of them projected the eager faces and white shoulders of two smaller girls. Toward noon, we heard the inspiriting cry, "Sail ho!" "We're away," shouted the captain. 3 points off the weather bow. We ran forward to see the vessel. It proved to be a steamboat, for they had begun to run a steamer up the Neckar for the first time in May. She was a tug, and one of a very peculiar build and aspect. I had often watched her from the hotel and wondered how she propelled herself, for apparently she had no propeller or paddles. She came churning along now, making a deal of noise of one kind or another, and aggravating it every now and then by blowing a hoarse whistle. She had 9 keelboats hitched on behind and following after her in a long, slender rank. We met her in a narrow place, between dikes, and there was hardly room for us both in the cramped passage. As she went grinding and groaning by, we perceived the secret of her moving impulse. She did not drive herself up the river with paddles or propeller. She pulled herself by hauling on a great chain. This chain is laid in the bed of the river and is only fastened at the 2 ends. It is 70 miles long. It comes in over the boat's bow, passes around a drum, and is paid out astern. She pulls on that chain, and so drags herself up the river or down it. She has neither bow or stern, strictly speaking, for she has a long-bladed rudder on each end, and she never turns around. She uses both rudders all the time, and they are powerful enough to enable her to turn to the right or the left and steer around curves, in spite of the strong resistance of the chain. I would not have believed that that impossible thing could be done, but I saw it done, and therefore I know that there is one impossible thing which can be done. What miracle will man attempt next? We met many big keelboats on their way up, using sails, mule power, and profanity, a tedious and laborious business. A wire rope led from the foretopmast to the file of mules on the towpath 100 yards ahead, and by dint of much banging and swearing and urging, the detachment of drivers managed to get a speed of 2 or 3 miles an hour out of the mules against the stiff current. The Neckar has always been used as a canal, and thus has given employment to a great many men and animals. But now that this steamboat is able, with a small crew and a bushel or so of coal, to take 9 keelboats farther up the river in 1 hour than 30 men and 30 mules can do it in 2, it is believed that the old-fashioned towing industry is on its deathbed. A second steamboat began work in the Neckar 3 months after the first one was put in service. At noon we stepped ashore and bought some bottled beer and got some chickens cooked while the raft waited. Then we immediately put to sea again and had our dinner while the beer was cold and the chickens hot. There is no pleasanter place for such a meal than a raft that is gliding down the winding Neckar past green meadows and wooded hills, and slumbering villages, and craggy heights graced with crumbling towers and battlements. In one place we saw a nicely dressed German gentleman without any spectacles. Before I could come to anchor, he had got under way. It was a great pity. I so wanted to make a sketch of him. The captain comforted me for my loss, however, by saying that the man was without any doubt a fraud who had spectacles, but kept them in his pocket in order to make himself conspicuous. Below Hasmersheim we passed Hornburg, Goetz von Berlichingen's old castle. It stands on a bold elevation 200 feet above the surface of the river. It has high vine-clad walls enclosing trees and a peaked tower about 75 feet high. The steep hillside, from the castle clear down to the water's edge, is terraced and clothed thick with grape vines. This is like farming a mansard roof. All the steeps along that part of the river which furnish the proper exposure are given up to the grape. That region is a great producer of Rhine wines. The Germans are exceedingly fond of Rhine wines. They are put up in tall, slender bottles and are considered a pleasant beverage. One tells them from vinegar by the label. The Hornburg Hill is to be tunneled, and the new railway will pass under the castle. The Cave of the Spectre. 2 miles below Hornburg Castle is a cave in a low cliff, which the captain of the raft said had once been occupied by a beautiful heiress of Hornburg, the Lady Gertrude in the old times. It was 700 years ago. She had a number of rich and noble lovers, and one poor and obscure one, Sir Wendell Lobenfeld. With the native chuckle-headedness of the heroine of romance, she preferred the poor and obscure lover. With the native sound judgment of the father of a heroine of romance, the von Berlichingen of that day shut his daughter up in his donjon keep, or his oubliette, or his culverin, or some such place, and resolved that she should stay there until she selected a husband from among her rich and noble lovers. The latter visited her and persecuted her with their supplications, but without effect, for her heart was true to her poor despised crusader, who was fighting in the Holy Land. Finally, she resolved that she would endure the attentions of the rich lovers no longer. So one stormy night she escaped and went down the river and hid herself in the cave on the other side. Her father ransacked the country for her, but found not a trace of her. As the days went by, and still no tidings of her came, his conscience began to torture him, and he caused proclamation to be made that if she were yet living and would return, he would oppose her no longer. She might marry whom she would. The months dragged on, all hope forsook the old man. He ceased from his customary pursuits and pleasures. He devoted himself to pious works, and longed for the deliverance of death. Now just at midnight, every night, the lost heiress stood in the mouth of her cave, arrayed in white robes, and sang a little love ballad which her crusader had made for her. She judged that if he came home alive, the superstitious peasants would tell him about the ghost that sang in the cave, and that as soon as they described the ballad, he would know that none but he and she knew that song. Therefore he would suspect that she was alive, and would come and find her. As time went on, the people of the region became sorely distressed about the spectre of the haunted cave. It was said that ill luck of one kind or another always overtook anyone who had the misfortune to hear that song. Eventually, every calamity that happened thereabouts was laid at the door of that music. Consequently, no boatmen would consent to pass the cave at night. The peasants shunned the place, even in the daytime. But the faithful girl sang on, night after night, month after month, and patiently waited. Her reward must come at last. 5 years dragged by, and still, every night at midnight, the plaintive tones floated out over the silent land, while the distant boatmen and peasants thrust their fingers into their ears and shuddered out a prayer. And now came the crusader home, bronzed and battle-scarred, but bringing a great and splendid fame to lay at the feet of his bride. The old lord of Hornburg received him as his son, and wanted him to stay by him and be the comfort and blessing of his age. But the tale of that young girl's devotion to him and its pathetic consequences made a changed man of the knight. He could not enjoy his well-earned rest. He said his heart was broken. He would give the remnant of his life to high deeds in the cause of humanity, and so find a worthy death and a blessed reunion with the brave, true heart whose love had more honored him than all his victories in war. When the people heard this resolve of his, they came and told him there was a pitiless dragon in human disguise in the haunted cave, a dread creature which no knight had yet been bold enough to face, and begged him to rid the land of its desolating presence. He said he would do it. They told him about the song, and when he asked what song it was, they said the memory of it was gone, for nobody had been hardy enough to listen to it for the past 4 years and more. Toward midnight the crusader came floating down the river in a boat, with his trusty crossbow in his hands. He drifted silently through the dim reflections of the crags and trees, with his intent eyes fixed upon the low cliff which he was approaching. As he drew nearer, he discerned the black mouth of the cave. Now, is that a white figure? Yes. The plaintive song begins to well forth and float away over meadow and river. The crossbow is slowly raised to position. A steady aim is taken. The bolt flies straight to the mark. The figure sinks down, still singing. The knight takes the wool out of his ears and recognizes the old ballad, "Too late." Ah, if he had only not put the wool in his ears. The crusader went away to the wars again and presently fell in battle, fighting for the cross. Tradition says that during several centuries, the spirit of the unfortunate girl sang nightly from the cave at midnight, but the music carried no curse with it, and although many listened for the mysterious sounds, few were favored, since only those could hear them who had never failed in a trust. It is believed that the singing still continues, but it is known that nobody has heard it during the present century. Chapter 16. An ancient legend of the Rhine. The last legend reminds one of the Lorelei, a legend of the Rhine. There is a song called the Lorelei. Germany is rich in folk songs, and the words and airs of several of them are peculiarly beautiful, but the Lorelei is the people's favorite. I could not endure it at first, but by and by it began to take hold of me, and now there is no tune which I like so well. It is not possible that it is much known in America, else I should have heard it there. The fact that I never heard it there is evidence that there are others in my country who have fared likewise. Therefore, for the sake of these, I mean to print the words and music in this chapter. And I will refresh the reader's memory by printing the legend of the Lorelei too. I have it by me in the Legends of the Rhine, done into English by the wildly gifted Garnham, Bachelor of Arts. I print the legend partly to refresh my own memory too, for I have never read it before. The legend. Lore, 2 syllables, was a water nymph who used to sit on a high rock called the Lay or Lay, pronounced like our word lie in the Rhine, and lure boatmen to destruction in a furious rapid which marred the channel at that spot. She so bewitched them with her plaintive songs and her wonderful beauty that they forgot everything else to gaze up at her, and so they presently drifted among the broken reefs and were lost. In those old times, the Count Bruno lived in a great castle near there with his son, the Count Hermann, a youth of 20. Hermann had heard a great deal about the beautiful Lore, and had finally fallen very deeply in love with her without having seen her. So he used to wander to the neighborhood of the Lay, evenings, with his zither, and express his longing in low singing. As Garnham says, on one of these occasions, suddenly there hovered around the top of the rock a brightness of unequaled clearness and color, which in increasingly smaller circles thickened, was the enchanting figure of the beautiful Lore. An unintentional cry of joy escaped the youth. He let his zither fall, and with extended arms he called out the name of the enigmatical being, who seemed to stoop lovingly to him and beckon to him in a friendly manner. Indeed, if his ear did not deceive him, she called his name with unutterable sweet whispers, proper to love. Beside himself with delight, the youth lost his senses and sank senseless to the earth. After that he was a changed person. He went dreaming about, thinking only of his fairy and caring for naught else in the world. The old count saw with affliction this changement in his son, whose cause he could not divine, and tried to divert his mind into cheerful channels, but to no purpose. Then the old count used authority. He commanded the youth to betake himself to the camp. Obedience was promised, Garnham says. It was on the evening before his departure, as he wished still once to visit the Lay and offer to the nymph of the Rhine his sighs, the tones of his zither, and his songs. He went, in his boat, this time accompanied by a faithful squire, down the stream. The moon shed her silvery light over the whole country. The steep bank mountains appeared in the most fantastical shapes, and the high oaks on either side bowed their branches on Hermann's passing. As soon as he approached the Lay and was aware of the surf waves, his attendant was seized with an inexpressible anxiety, and he begged permission to land. But the knight swept the strings of his guitar and sang. Once I saw thee, in dark night, in supernatural beauty bright. Of light rays was the figure wove. To share its light, locked hair strove. Thy garment color waved of. By thy hand the sign of love. Thy eyes sweet enchantment. Raying to me, oh, enchantment. Oh, wert thou but my sweetheart, how willingly thy love to part. With delight I should be bound to thy rocky house in deep ground. That Hermann should have gone to that place at all was not wise. That he should have gone with such a song as that in his mouth was a most serious mistake. The Loreley did not call his name in unutterable sweet whispers this time. No, that song naturally worked an instant and thorough changement in her, and not only that, but it stirred the bowels of the whole afflicted region around about there, for scarcely had these tones sounded, everywhere there began tumult and sound, as if voices above and below the water. On the lay rose flames, the fairy stood above at that time and beckoned with her right hand clearly and urgently to the infatuated knight, while with a staff in her left hand she called the waves to her service. They began to mount heavenward. The boat was upset, mocking every exertion. The waves rose to the gunwale, and splitting on the hard stones, the boat broke into pieces. The youth sank into the depths, but the squire was thrown on shore by a powerful wave. The bitterest things have been said about the Loreley during many centuries, but surely her conduct upon this occasion entitles her to our respect. One feels drawn tenderly toward her, and is moved to forget her many crimes, and remember only the good deed that crowned and closed her career. The fairy was never more seen, but her enchanting tones have often been heard. In the beautiful, refreshing, still nights of spring, when the moon pours her silver light over the country, the listening shipper hears from the rushing of the waves the echoing clang of a wonderfully charming voice, which sings a song from the crystal castle, and with sorrow and fear he thinks on the young Count Hermann, seduced by the nymph. Here is the music, and the German words by Heinrich Heine. This song has been a favorite in Germany for 40 years, and will remain a favorite always, maybe. Illustration. I have a prejudice against people who print things in a foreign language and add no translation. When I am the reader, and the author considers me able to do the translating myself, he pays me quite a nice compliment, but if he would do the translating for me, I would try to get along without the compliment. If I were at home, no doubt I could get a translation of this poem, but I am abroad and can't. Therefore I will make a translation myself. It may not be a good one, for poetry is out of my line, but it will serve my purpose, which is to give the un-German young girl a jingle of words to hang the tune on until she can get hold of a good version, made by someone who is a poet and knows how to convey a poetical thought from one language to another. The Loreley. I cannot divine what it meaneth. This haunting, nameless pain, a tale of the bygone ages, keeps brooding through my brain. The faint air cools in the gloaming, and peaceful flows the Rhine. The thirsty summits are drinking, the sunset's flooding wine. The loveliest maiden is sitting, high-throned in yon blue air. Her golden jewels are shining. She combs her golden hair. She combs with a comb that is golden, and sings a weird refrain that steeps in a deadly enchantment the listener's ravished brain. The doomed in his drifting shallop is tranced with the sad sweet tone. He sees not the yawning breakers, he sees but the maid alone. The pitiless billows engulf him, so perish sailor and bark. And this, with her baleful singing, is the Loreley's gruesome work. I have a translation by Garnham, Bachelor of Arts, in the Legends of the Rhine, but it would not answer the purpose I mentioned above, because the measure is too nobly irregular. It don't fit the tunes snugly enough. In places, it hangs over at the ends too far, and in other places one runs out of words before he gets to the end of a bar. Still, Garnham's translation has high merits, and I am not dreaming of leaving it out of my book. I believe this poet is wholly unknown in America and England. I take peculiar pleasure in bringing him forward, because I consider that I discovered him. The Loreley. Translated by L. W. Garnham, B.A. I do not know what it signifies. that I am so sorrowful. A fable of old times so terrifies, leaves my heart so thoughtful. The air is cool and it darkens, and calmly flows the Rhine. The summit of the mountain hearkens, in evening sunshine line. The most beautiful maiden entrances, above wonderfully there. Her beautiful golden attire glances. She combs her golden hair with golden comb so lustrous, and thereby a song sings. It has a tone so wondrous, that powerful melody rings. The shipper in the little ship, it affects with woe sad might. He does not see the rocky slip, he only regards dreaded height. I believe the turbulent waves swallow the last shipper and boat. She with her singing craves, all to visit her magic moat. No translation could be closer. He has got in all the facts, and in their regular order too. There is not a statistic wanting. It is as succinct as an invoice. That is what a translation ought to be. It should exactly reflect the thought of the original. You can't sing above wonderfully there, because it simply won't go to the tune without damaging the singer, but it is a most clingingly exact translation of Dort oben wunderbar, fits it like a blister. Mr. Garnham's reproduction has other merits, 100 of them, but it is not necessary to point them out. They will be detected. No one with a specialty can hope to have a monopoly of it. Even Garnham has a rival. Mr. Ten had a small pamphlet with him which he had bought while on a visit to Munich. It was entitled A Catalogue of Pictures in the Old Pinakothek and was written in a peculiar kind of English. Here are a few extracts. It is not permitted to make use of the work in question to a publication of the same contents, as well as to the pirated edition of it. An evening landscape. In the foreground near a pond and a group of white beeches is leading a footpath animated by travelers. A learned man in a cynical and torn dress holding an open book in his hand. St. Bartholomew and the executioner with the knife to fulfill the martyr. Portrait of a young man. A long while this picture was thought to be Bindi Altavidi's portrait. Now somebody will again have it to be the self-portrait of Raphael. Susan bathing, surprised by the two old man. In the background, the lapidation of the condemned. Lapidation is good. It is much more elegant than stoning. St. Rochus sitting in a landscape with an angel who looks at his plague sore, whilst the dog, the bread in his mouth, attends him. Spring, the goddess Flora sitting, behind her a fertile valley perfused by a river. A beautiful bouquet, animated by maybugs, etc. A warrior in armor, with a gypsious pipe in his hand, leans against a table and blows the smoke far away of himself. A Dutch landscape along a navigable river which perfuses it till to the background. Some peasants singing in a cottage. A woman lets drink a child out of a cup. St. John's head as a boy painted in fresco on a brick, meaning a tile. A young man of the Rixio family, his hair cut off right at the end, dressed in black with the same cap, attributed to Raphael, but the signation is false. The Virgin holding the infant, it is very painted in the manner of Sassoferrato. A larder with greens and dead game, animated by a cook-maid and two kitchen boys. However, the English of this catalogue is at least as happy as that which distinguishes an inscription upon a certain picture in Rome, to wit. Revelation's view, St. John in Patterson's Island. But meanwhile, the raft is moving on. Chapter 17. Why Germans Wear Spectacles. Mile or two above Eberbach, we saw a peculiar ruin projecting above the foliage, which clothed the peak of a high and very steep hill. This ruin consisted of merely a couple of crumbling masses of masonry, which bore a rude resemblance to human faces. They leaned forward and touched foreheads, and had the look of being absorbed in conversation. This ruin had nothing very imposing or picturesque about it. and there was no great deal of it, yet it was called the Spectacular Ruin. Legend of the Spectacular Ruin. The captain of the raft, who was as full of history as he could stick, said that in the Middle Ages a most prodigious fire-breathing dragon used to live in that region and made more trouble than a tax collector. He was as long as a railway train and had the customary impenetrable green scales all over him. His breath bred pestilence and conflagration, and his appetite bred famine. He ate men and cattle impartially and was exceedingly unpopular. The German emperor of that day made the usual offer. He would grant to the destroyer of the dragon any one solitary thing he might ask for he had a surplusage of daughters, and it was customary for dragon killers to take a daughter for pay. So the most renowned knights came from the four corners of the earth and retired down the dragon's throat one after the other. A panic arose and spread. Heroes grew cautious. The procession ceased. The dragon became more destructive than ever. The people lost all hope of succor and fled to the mountains for refuge. At last Sir Wissenschaft, a poor and obscure knight out of a far country, arrived to do battle with the monster. A pitiable object he was, with his armor hanging in rags about him and his strange-shaped knapsack strapped upon his back. Everybody turned up their noses at him, and some openly jeered him. But he was calm. He simply inquired if the emperor's offer was still in force. The emperor said it was, but charitably advised him to go and hunt hares and not endanger so precious a life as his in an attempt which had brought death to so many of the world's most illustrious heroes. But this tramp only asked, were any of these heroes men of science? This raised a laugh, of course, for science was despised in those days, but the tramp was not in the least ruffled. He said he might be a little in advance of his age, but no matter, science would come to be honored some time or other. He said he would march against the dragon in the morning. Out of compassion, then, a decent spear was offered him, but he declined and said spears were useless to men of science. They allowed him to sup in the servants' hall and gave him a bed in the stables. When he started forth in the morning, thousands were gathered to see. The emperor said, "Do not be rash, take a spear and leave off your knapsack." But the tramp said, "It is not a knapsack," and moved straight on. The dragon was waiting and ready. He was breathing forth vast volumes of sulphurous smoke and lurid blasts of flame. The ragged knight stole warily to good position, then he unslung his cylindrical knapsack, which was simply the common fire extinguisher known to modern times, and the first chance he got he turned on his hose and shot the dragon square in the center of his cavernous mouth. Out went the fires in an instant, and the dragon curled up and died. This man had brought brains to his aid. He had reared dragons from the egg. In his laboratory he had watched over them like a mother, and patiently studied them and experimented upon them while they grew. Thus he had found out that fire was the life principle of a dragon, put out the dragon's fires, and it could make steam no longer and must die. He could not put out a fire with a spear, therefore he invented the extinguisher. The dragon being dead, the emperor fell on the hero's neck and said, "Deliverer, name your request," at the same time beckoning out behind with his heel for a detachment of his daughters to form and advance. But the tramp gave them no observance. He simply said, "My request is that upon me be conferred the monopoly of the manufacture and sale of spectacles in Germany." The emperor sprang aside and exclaimed, "This transcends all the impudence I ever heard. A modest demand, by my halidome. Why didn't you ask for the imperial revenues at once and be done with it?" But the monarch had given his word, and he kept it. To everybody's surprise, the unselfish monopolist immediately reduced the price of spectacles to such a degree that a great and crushing burden was removed from the nation. The emperor, to commemorate this generous act, and to testify his appreciation of it, issued a decree commanding everybody to buy this benefactor's spectacles and wear them, whether they needed them or not. So originated the widespread custom of wearing spectacles in Germany, and as a custom once established in these old lands is imperishable, this one remains universal in the empire to this day. Such is the legend of the monopolist's once stately and sumptuous castle, now called the Spectacular Ruin. On the right bank 2 or 3 miles below the spectacular ruin, we passed by a noble pile of castellated buildings overlooking the water from the crest of a lofty elevation. A stretch of 200 yards of the high front wall was heavily draped with ivy, and out of the mass of buildings within rose 3 picturesque old towers. The place was in fine order and was inhabited by a family of princely rank. This castle had its legend too, but I should not feel justified in repeating it because I doubted the truth of some of its minor details. Along in this region, a multitude of Italian laborers were blasting away the frontage of the hills to make room for the new railway. They were 50 or 100 feet above the river. As we turned a sharp corner, they began to wave signals and shout warnings to us to look out for the explosions. It was all very well to warn us, but what could we do? You can't back a raft upstream, you can't hurry it downstream, you can't scatter out to one side when you haven't any room to speak of, you won't take to the perpendicular cliffs on the other shore when they appear to be blasting there too. Your resources are limited, you see. There is simply nothing for it but to watch and pray. For some hours we had been making 3.5 or 4 miles an hour, and we were still making that. We had been dancing right along until those men began to shout. Then for the next 10 minutes it seemed to me that I had never seen a raft go so slowly. When the first blast went off, we raised our sun umbrellas and waited for the result. No harm done, none of the stones fell in the water. Another blast followed, and another and another. Some of the rubbish fell in the water just astern of us. We ran that whole battery of 9 blasts in a row, and it was certainly one of the most exciting and uncomfortable weeks I ever spent, either aship or ashore. Of course, we frequently manned the poles and shoved earnestly for a second or so, but every time one of those spurts of dust and debris shot aloft, every man dropped his pole and looked up to get the bearings of his share of it. It was very busy times along there for a while. It appeared certain that we must perish, but even that was not the bitterest thought. No, the abjectly unheroic nature of the death, that was the sting, that and the bizarre wording of the resulting obituary, shot with a rock on a raft. There would be no poetry written about it. None could be written about it. Example. Not by war's shark or war's shaft, shot with a rock on a raft. No poet who valued his reputation would touch such a theme as that. I should be distinguished as the only distinguished dead who went down to the grave unsonneted in 1878. But we escaped, and I have never regretted it. The last blast was a peculiarly strong one, and after the small rubbish was done raining around us, and we were just going to shake hands over our deliverance, a later and larger stone came down amongst our little group of pedestrians and wrecked an umbrella. It did no other harm, but we took to the water just the same. It seems that the heavy work in the quarries and the new railway gradings is done mainly by Italians. That was a revelation. We have the notion in our country that Italians never do heavy work at all, but confine themselves to the lighter arts, like organ grinding, operatic singing, and assassination. We have blundered, that is plain. All along the river, near every village, we saw little station houses for the future railway. They were finished and waiting for the rails and business. They were as trim and snug and pretty as they could be. They were always of brick or stone. They were of graceful shape. They had vines and flowers about them already, and around them the grass was bright and green and showed that it was carefully looked after. They were a decoration to the beautiful landscape, not an offense. Wherever one saw a pile of gravel or a pile of broken stone, it was always heaped as trimly and exactly as a new grave or a stack of cannonballs. Nothing about those stations or along the railroad or the wagon road was allowed to look shabby or be unornamental. The keeping a country in such beautiful order as Germany exhibits has a wise practical side to it too, for it keeps thousands of people in work and bread who would otherwise be idle and mischievous. As the night shut down, the captain wanted to tie up, but I thought maybe we might make Hirschhorn, so we went on. Presently the sky became overcast, and the captain came aft looking uneasy. He cast his eye aloft, then shook his head and said it was coming on to blow. My party wanted to land at once, therefore I wanted to go on. The captain said we ought to shorten sail anyway, out of common prudence. Consequently, the larboard watch was ordered to lay in his pole. It grew quite dark now, and the wind began to rise. It wailed through the swaying branches of the trees and swept our decks in fitful gusts. Things were taking on an ugly look. The captain shouted to the steersman on the forward log. "How's she landing?" The answer came faint and hoarse from far forward. "Nor'eastern by nor, east by east, half east, sir." "Let her go off a point." "Aye, sir." "What water have you got?" "Shoal, sir, 2 foot large on the starboard, 2.5 scant on the larboard." "Let her go off another point." "Aye, sir." "Forward, men, all of you, lively now, stand by to crowd her round the weather corner." "Aye, sir." Then followed a wild running and trampling and hoarse shouting, but the forms of the men were lost in the darkness, and the sounds were distorted and confused by the roaring of the wind through the shingle bundles. By this time the sea was running inches high and threatening every moment to engulf the frail bark. Now came the mate, hurrying aft, and said, close to the captain's ear, in a low, agitated voice, "Prepare for the worst, sir. We have sprung a leak." "Heavens, where?" "Right aft the second row of logs." "Nothing but a miracle can save us. Don't let the men know, or there will be a panic and mutiny. Lay her in shore and stand by to jump with the stern line the moment she touches. Gentlemen, I must look to you to second my endeavors in this hour of peril. You have hats. Go forward and bail for your lives." Down swept another mighty blast of wind, clothed in spray and thick darkness. At such a moment as this came from away forward that most appalling of all cries that are ever heard at sea. "Man overboard!" The captain shouted. "Hard a port, never mind the man. Let him climb aboard or wade ashore." Another cry came down the wind. "Breakers ahead." "Where away?" "Not a log's length off her port forefoot." We had groped our slippery way forward, and were now bailing with the frenzy of despair, when we heard the mate's terrified cry from far aft. "Stop that dashed bailing, or we shall be aground." But this was immediately followed by the glad shout, "Land aboard the starboard transom." "Saved," cried the captain. "Jump ashore and take a turn around a tree and pass the bight aboard." The next moment we were all on shore weeping and embracing for joy, while the rain poured down in torrents. The captain said he had been a mariner for 40 years on the Neckar, and in that time had seen storms to make a man's cheek blanch and his pulses stop, but he had never seen a storm that even approached this one. How familiar that sounded, for I have been at sea a good deal and have heard that remark from captains with a frequency accordingly. We framed in our minds the usual resolution of thanks and admiration and gratitude, and took the first opportunity to vote it, and put it in writing and present it to the captain, with the customary speech. We tramped through the darkness and the drenching summer rain full 3 miles, and reached the Naturalist Tavern in the village of Hirschhorn just an hour before midnight, almost exhausted from hardship, fatigue, and terror. I can never forget that night. The landlord was rich, and therefore could afford to be crusty and disobliging. He did not at all like being turned out of his warm bed to open his house for us. But no matter, his household got up and cooked a quick supper for us, and we brewed a hot punch for ourselves to keep off consumption. After supper and punch, we had an hour's soothing smoke, while we fought the naval battle over again and voted the resolutions. Then we retired to exceedingly neat and pretty chambers upstairs that had clean, comfortable beds in them, with heirloom pillowcases most elaborately and tastefully embroidered by hand. Such rooms and beds and embroidered linen are as frequent in German village inns as they are rare in ours. Our villages are superior to German villages in more merits, excellences, conveniences, and privileges than I can enumerate, but the hotels do not belong in the list. The Naturalist Tavern was not a meaningless name, for all the halls and all the rooms were lined with large glass cases which were filled with all sorts of birds and animals, glass-eyed, ably stuffed, and set up in the most natural, eloquent, and dramatic attitudes. The moment we were abed, the rain cleared away and the moon came out. I dozed off to sleep while contemplating a great white stuffed owl which was looking intently down on me from a high perch with the air of a person who thought he had met me before, but could not make out for certain. But young Z did not get off so easily. He said that as he was sinking deliciously to sleep, the moon lifted away the shadows and developed a huge cat on a bracket, dead and stuffed, but crouching, with every muscle tense for a spring, and with its glittering glass eyes aimed straight at him. It made Z uncomfortable. He tried closing his own eyes, but that did not answer, for a natural instinct kept making him open them again to see if the cat was still getting ready to launch at him, which she always was. He tried turning his back, but that was a failure. He knew the sinister eyes were on him still. So at last he had to get up, after an hour or two of worry and experiment, and set the cat out in the hole. So he won that time. Chapter 18. The kindly courtesy of Germans. In the morning we took breakfast in the garden, under the trees, in the delightful German summer fashion. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and wild animals. The living portion of the menagerie of the Naturalist Tavern was all about us. There were great cages populous with fluttering and chattering foreign birds, and other great cages and greater wire pens, populous with quadrupeds, both native and foreign. There were some free creatures, too, and quite sociable ones they were. White rabbits went loping about the place, and occasionally came and sniffed at our shoes and shins. A fawn, with a red ribbon on its neck, walked up and examined us fearlessly. Rare breeds of chickens and doves begged for crumbs, and a poor old tailless raven hopped about with a humble, shamefaced mane which said, "Please do not notice my exposure. Think how you would feel in my circumstances, and be charitable." If he was observed too much, he would retire behind something and stay there, until he judged the party's interest had found another object. I never have seen another dumb creature that was so morbidly sensitive. Bayard Taylor, who could interpret the dim reasonings of animals, and understood their moral natures better than most men, would have found some way to make this poor old chap forget his troubles for a while, but we have not his kindly art, and so had to leave the raven to his griefs. After breakfast, we climbed the hill and visited the ancient castle of Hirschhorn and the ruined church near it. There were some curious old bas-reliefs leaning against the inner walls of the church, sculptured lords of Hirschhorn in complete armor, and ladies of Hirschhorn in the picturesque court costumes of the Middle Ages. These things are suffering damage and passing to decay, for the last Hirschhorn has been dead 200 years, and there is nobody now who cares to preserve the family relics. In the chancel was a twisted stone column, and the captain told us a legend about it, of course, for in the matter of legends he could not seem to restrain himself. But I do not repeat his tale, because there was nothing plausible about it, except that the hero wrenched this column into its present screw shape with his hands, just one single wrench. All the rest of the legend was doubtful. But Hirschhorn is best seen from a distance, down the river. Then the clustered brown towers perched on the green hilltop, and the old battlemented stone wall, stretching up and over the grassy ridge and disappearing in the leafy sea beyond, make a picture whose grace and beauty entirely satisfy the eye. We descended from the church by steep stone stairways which curved this way and that down narrow alleys between the packed and dirty tenements of the village. It was a quarter well stocked with deformed, leering, unkempt and uncombed idiots who held out hands or caps and begged piteously. The people of the quarter were not all idiots, of course, but all that begged seemed to be, and were said to be. I was thinking of going by skiff to the next town, Necharsteinach, so I ran to the riverside in advance of the party and asked a man there if he had a boat to hire. I suppose I must have spoken High German, Court German. I intended it for that, anyway, so he did not understand me. I turned and twisted my question around and about, trying to strike that man's average, but failed. He could not make out what I wanted. Now Mr. Ten arrived, faced this same man, looked him in the eye, and emptied this sentence on him in the most glib and confident way. "Can man boat get here?" The mariner promptly understood and promptly answered. I can comprehend why he was able to understand that particular sentence, because by mere accident all the words in it, except get, have the same sound and the same meaning in German that they have in English. But how he managed to understand Mr. Ten's next remark puzzled me. I will insert it presently. Ten turned away a moment, and I asked the mariner if he could not find a board and so construct an additional seat. I spoke in the purest German, but I might as well have spoken in the purest Choctaw for all the good it did. The man tried his best to understand me. He tried, and kept on trying, harder and harder, until I saw it was really of no use, and said, "There, don't strain yourself, it is of no consequence." Then 10 turned to him, and crisply said, "Machen say a flat board." I wish my epitaph may tell the truth about me if the man did not answer up at once, and say he would go and borrow a board as soon as he had lit the pipe which he was filling. We changed our mind about taking a boat, so we did not have to go. I have given Mr. 10's 2 remarks just as he made them. 4 of the 5 words in the first one were English, and that they were also German was only accidental, not intentional. 3 out of the 5 words in the second remark were English, and English only, and the 2 German ones did not mean anything in particular in such a connection. 10 always spoke English to Germans, but his plan was to turn the sentence wrong end first and upside down, according to German construction, and sprinkle in a German word without any essential meaning to it, here and there, by way of flavor. Yet he always made himself understood. He could make those dialect-speaking raftsmen understand him, sometimes, when even young Z had failed with them, and young Z was a pretty good German scholar. For one thing, 10 always spoke with such confidence, perhaps that helped. And possibly the raftsmen's dialect was what is called Plattdeutsch, and so they found his English more familiar to their ears than another man's German. Quite indifferent students of German can read Fritz Reuter's charming Plattdeutsch tales with some little facility, because many of the words are English. I suppose this is the tongue which our Saxon ancestors carried to England with them. By and by I will inquire of some other philologist. However, in the meantime it had transpired that the men employed to calc the raft had found that the leak was not a leak at all, but only a crack between the logs, a crack that belonged there and was not dangerous, but had been magnified into a leak by the disordered imagination of the mate. Therefore we went aboard again with a good degree of confidence, and presently got to sea without accident. As we swam smoothly along between the enchanting shores, we fell to swapping notes about manners and customs in Germany and elsewhere. As I write now many months later, I perceive that each of us, by observing and noting and inquiring diligently and day by day, had managed to lay in a most varied and opulent stock of misinformation. But this is not surprising. It is very difficult to get accurate details in any country. For example, I had the idea once, in Heidelberg, to find out all about those 5 student corps. I started with the White Cap Corps. I began to inquire of this and that and the other citizen, and here is what I found out. I got some of this information from students themselves, students who did not belong to the corps. I finally went to headquarters, to the White Caps, where I would have gone in the first place if I had been acquainted. But even at headquarters, I found difficulties. I perceived that there were things about the White Cap Corps which one member knew and another one didn't. It was natural, for very few members of any organization know all that can be known about it. I doubt there is a man or a woman in Heidelberg who would not answer promptly and confidently 3 out of every 5 questions about the White Cap Corps which a stranger might ask. Yet it is a very safe bet that 2 of the 3 answers would be incorrect every time. There is one German custom which is universal, the bowing courteously to strangers when sitting down at table or rising up from it. This bow startles a stranger out of his self-possession the first time it occurs, and he is likely to fall over a chair or something in his embarrassment, but it pleases him nevertheless. One soon learns to expect this bow and be on the lookout and ready to return it, but to learn to lead off and make the initial bow oneself is a difficult matter for a diffident man. One thinks, if I rise to go and tender my bow, and these ladies and gentlemen take it into their heads to ignore the custom of their nation and not return it, how shall I feel in case I survive to feel anything? Therefore he is afraid to venture. He sits out the dinner and makes the strangers rise first and originate the bowing. A table d'hôte dinner is a tedious affair for a man who seldom touches anything after the 3 first courses. Therefore I used to do some pretty dreary waiting because of my fears. It took me months to assure myself that those fears were groundless, but I did assure myself at last by experimenting diligently through my agent. I made Harris get up and bow and leave. Invariably his bow was returned, then I got up and bowed myself and retired. Thus my education proceeded easily and comfortably for me, but not for Harris. 3 courses of a table d'hôte dinner were enough for me, but Harris preferred 13. Even after I had acquired full confidence and no longer needed the agent's help, I sometimes encountered difficulties. Once at Baden-Baden, I nearly lost a train because I could not be sure that 3 young ladies opposite me at table were Germans, since I had not heard them speak. They might be American, they might be English. It was not safe to venture a bow. But just as I had got that far with my thought, one of them began a German remark, to my great relief and gratitude, and before she got out her 3rd word, our bows had been delivered and graciously returned, and we were off. There is a friendly something about the German character which is very winning. When Harris and I were making a pedestrian tour through the Black Forest, we stopped at a little country inn for dinner one day. 2 young ladies and a young gentleman entered and sat down opposite us. They were pedestrians, too. Our knapsacks were strapped upon our backs, but they had a sturdy youth along to carry theirs for them. All parties were hungry, so there was no talking. By and by the usual bows were exchanged, and we separated. As we sat at a late breakfast in the hotel at Allerheiligen next morning, these young people entered and took places near us without observing us. But presently they saw us, and at once bowed and smiled, not ceremoniously, but with the gratified look of people who have found acquaintances where they were expecting strangers. Then they spoke of the weather and the roads. We also spoke of the weather and the roads. Next, they said they had had an enjoyable walk, notwithstanding the weather. We said that had been our case, too. Then they said they had walked 30 English miles the day before and asked how many we had walked. I could not lie, so I told Harris to do it. Harris told them we had made 30 English miles, too. That was true, we had made them, though we had had a little assistance here and there. After breakfast, they found us trying to blast some information out of the dumb hotel clerk about routes, and observing that we were not succeeding pretty well, they went and got their maps and things, and pointed out and explained our course so clearly that even a New York detective could have followed it, and when we started they spoke out a hearty goodbye and wished us a pleasant journey. Perhaps they were more generous with us than they might have been with native wayfarers, because we were a forlorn lot and in a strange land. I don't know. I only know it was lovely to be treated so. Very well, I took an American young lady to one of the fine balls in Baden-Baden one night, and at the entrance door upstairs we were halted by an official. Something about Miss Jones's dress was not according to rule. I don't remember what it was now. Something was wanting, her back hair, or a shawl, or a fan, or a shovel, or something. The official was ever so polite and ever so sorry, but the rule was strict, and he could not let us in. It was very embarrassing, for many eyes were on us. But now a richly dressed girl stepped out of the ballroom, inquired into the trouble, and said she could fix it in a moment. She took Miss Jones to the robing room, and soon brought her back in regulation trim, and then we entered the ballroom with this benefactress unchallenged. Being safe, now, I began to puzzle through my sincere but ungrammatical thanks, when there was a sudden mutual recognition. The benefactress and I had met at Allerheiligen. 2 weeks had not altered her good face, and plainly her heart was in the right place yet, but there was such a difference between these clothes and the clothes I had seen her in before, when she was walking 30 miles a day in the Black Forest, that it was quite natural that I had failed to recognize her sooner. I had on my other suit too, but my German would betray me to a person who had heard it once anyway. She brought her brother and sister, and they made our way smooth for that evening. Well, months afterward, I was driving through the streets of Munich in a cab with a German lady one day when she said, "There, that is Prince Ludwig and his wife walking along there." Everybody was bowing to them, cabmen, little children, and everybody else, and they were returning all the bows and overlooking nobody, when a young lady met them and made a deep courtesy. "That is probably one of the ladies of the court," said my German friend. I said, "She is an honor to it, then. I know her. I don't know her name, but I know her. I have known her at Allerheiligen and Baden-Baden. She ought to be an empress, but she may be only a duchess. It is the way things go in this way." If one asks a German a civil question, he will be quite sure to get a civil answer. If you stop a German in the street and ask him to direct you to a certain place, he shows no sign of feeling offended. If the place be difficult to find, 10 to 1 the man will drop his own matters and go with you and show you. In London, too, many a time, strangers have walked several blocks with me to show me my way. There is something very real about this sort of politeness. Quite often, in Germany, shopkeepers who could not furnish me the article I wanted have sent one of their employees with me to show me a place where it could be had. Chapter 19. The Deadly Jest of Dilsberg. However I wander from the raft, we made the port of Necharsteinach in good season and went to the hotel and ordered a trout dinner, the same to be ready against our return from a 2-hour pedestrian excursion to the village and castle of Dilsberg, a mile distant on the other side of the river. I do not mean that we proposed to be 2 hours making 2 miles. No, we meant to employ most of the time in inspecting Dilsberg. For Dilsberg is a quaint place. It is most quaintly and picturesquely situated, too. Imagine the beautiful river before you, then a few rods of brilliant green sward on its opposite shore, then a sudden hill, no preparatory gently rising slopes, but a sort of instantaneous hill, a hill 250 or 300 feet high, as round as a bowl, with the same taper upward that an inverted bowl has, and with about the same relation of height to diameter that distinguishes a bowl of good honest depth, a hill which is thickly clothed with green bushes, a comely, shapely hill, rising abruptly out of the dead level of the surrounding green plains, visible from a great distance down the bends of the river, and with just exactly room on the top of its head for its steepled and turreted and roof-clustered cap of architecture, which same is tightly jammed and compacted within the perfectly round hoop of the ancient village wall. There is no house outside the wall on the whole hill, or any vestige of a former house. All the houses are inside the wall, but there isn't room for another one. It is really a finished town, and has been finished a very long time. There is no space between the wall and the first circle of buildings. No, the village wall is itself the rear wall of the first circle of buildings, and the roofs jut a little over the wall and thus furnish it with eaves. The general level of the massed roofs is gracefully broken and relieved by the dominating towers of the ruined castle and the tall spires of a couple of churches. So, from a distance, Dilsberg has rather more the look of a king's crown than a cap. That lofty green eminence and its quaint coronet form quite a striking picture, you may be sure, in the flush of the evening sun. We crossed over in a boat and began the ascent by a narrow, steep path which plunged us at once into the leafy deeps of the bushes. But they were not cool deeps by any means, for the sun's rays were weltering hot, and there was little or no breeze to temper them. As we panted up the sharp ascent, we met brown, bareheaded and barefooted boys and girls, occasionally, and sometimes men. They came upon us without warning, they gave us good day, flashed out of sight in the bushes, and were gone as suddenly and mysteriously as they had come. They were bound for the other side of the river to work. This path had been traveled by many generations of these people. They have always gone down to the valley to earn their bread, but they have always climbed their hill again to eat it and to sleep in their snug town. It is said that the Dilsbergers do not emigrate much. They find that living up there above the world, in their peaceful nest, is pleasanter than living down in the troublous world. The 700 inhabitants are all bloodkin to each other, too. They have always been bloodkin to each other for 1,500 years. They are simply one large family, and they like the home folks better than they like strangers, hence they persistently stay at home. It has been said that for ages Dilsberg has been merely a thriving and diligent idiot factory. I saw no idiots there, but the captain said, because of late years, the government has taken to lugging them off to asylums and otherwheres, and government wants to cripple the factory too, and is trying to get these Dilsbergers to marry out of the family, but they don't like to. The captain probably imagined all this, as modern science denies that the intermarrying of relatives deteriorates the stock. Arrived within the wall, we found the usual village sights and life. We moved along a narrow, crooked lane which had been paved in the Middle Ages. A strapping, ruddy girl was beating flax or some such stuff in a little bit of a good box of a barn, and she swung her flail with a will, if it was a flail. I was not farmer enough to know what she was at. A frowsy, bare-legged girl was herding half a dozen geese with a stick, driving them along the lane and keeping them out of the dwellings. A cooper was at work in a shop, which I know he did not make so large a thing as a hogshead in, for there was not room. In the front rooms of dwellings, girls and women were cooking or spinning, and ducks and chickens were waddling in and out, over the threshold, picking up chance crumbs and holding pleasant converse. A very old and wrinkled man sat asleep before his door, with his chin upon his breast and his extinguished pipe in his lap. Soiled children were playing in the dirt everywhere along the lane, unmindful of the sun. Except the sleeping old man, everybody was at work, but the place was very still and peaceful nevertheless, so still that the distant cackle of the successful hen smote upon the ear, but little dulled by intervening sounds. That commonest of village sights was lacking here, the public pump, with its great stone tank or trough of limpid water and its group of gossiping pitcher-bearers, for there is no well or fountain or spring on this tall hill. Cisterns of rain-water are used. Our alpenstocks and muslin tails compelled attention, and as we moved through the village, we gathered a considerable procession of little boys and girls, and so went in some state to the castle. It proved to be an extensive pile of crumbling walls, arches, and towers, massive, properly grouped for picturesque effect, weedy, grass-grown, and satisfactory. The children acted as guides. They walked us along the top of the highest walls, then took us up into a high tower and showed us a wide and beautiful landscape, made up of wavy distances of woody hills, and a nearer prospect of undulating expanses of green lowlands, on the one hand, and castle-graced crags and ridges on the other, with the shining curves of the Neckar flowing between. But the principal show, the chief pride of the children, was the ancient and empty well in the grass-grown court of the castle. Its massive stone curb stands up 3 or 4 feet above ground and is whole and uninjured. The children said that in the Middle Ages this well was 400 feet deep and furnished all the village with an abundant supply of water in war and peace. They said that in the old day its bottom was below the level of the Neckar, hence the water supply was inexhaustible. But there were some who believed it had never been a well at all, and was never deeper than it is now 80 feet, that at that depth a subterranean passage branched from it and descended gradually to a remote place in the valley, where it opened into somebody's cellar or other hidden recess, and that the secret of this locality is now lost. Those who hold this belief say that herein lies the explanation that Dilsberg, besieged by Tilly and many a soldier before him, was never taken. After the longest and closest sieges, the besiegers were astonished to perceive that the besieged were as fat and hearty as ever, and were well furnished with munitions of war. Therefore, it must be that the Dilsbergers had been bringing these things in through the subterranean passage all the time. The children said that there was in truth a subterranean outlet down there, and they would prove it. So they set a great truss of straw on fire and threw it down the well, while we leaned on the curb and watched the glowing mass descend. It struck bottom and gradually burned out. No smoke came up. The children clapped their hands and said, "You see, nothing makes so much smoke as burning straw. Now where did the smoke go to, if there is no subterranean outlet?" So it seemed quite evident that the subterranean outlet indeed existed, but the finest thing within the ruins' limits was a noble linden, which the children said was 400 years old, and no doubt it was. It had a mighty trunk and a mighty spread of limb and foliage. The limbs near the ground were nearly the thickness of a barrel. That tree had witnessed the assaults of men in mail. How remote such a time seems, and how ungraspable is the fact that real men ever did fight in real armor. And it had seen the time when these broken arches and crumbling battlements were a trim and strong and stately fortress, fluttering its gay banners in the sun, and peopled with vigorous humanity. How impossibly long ago that seems. And here it stands yet, and possibly may still be standing here, sunning itself and dreaming its historical dreams, when today shall have been joined to the days called ancient. Well, we sat down under the tree to smoke, and the captain delivered himself of his legend. The legend of Dilsberg Castle. It was to this effect. In the old times, there was once a great company assembled at the castle, and festivity ran high. Of course, there was a haunted chamber in the castle, and one day the talk fell upon that. It was said that whoever slept in it would not wake again for 50 years. Now when a young knight named Conrad von Jaceburg heard this, he said that if the castle were his, he would destroy that chamber, so that no foolish person might have the chance to bring so dreadful a misfortune upon himself and afflict such as loved him with the memory of it. Straightway, the company privately laid their heads together to contrive some way to get this superstitious young man to sleep in that chamber. And they succeeded in this way. They persuaded his betrothed, a lovely mischievous young creature, niece of the lord of the castle, to help them in their plot. She presently took him aside and had speech with him. She used all her persuasions, but could not shake him. He said his belief was firm, that if he should sleep there, he would wake no more for 50 years, and it made him shudder to think of it. Katharina began to weep. This was a better argument. Conrad could not hold out against it. He yielded, and said she should have her wish if she would only smile and be happy again. She flung her arms about his neck, and the kisses she gave him showed that her thankfulness and her pleasure were very real. Then she flew to tell the company her success, and the applause she received made her glad and proud she had undertaken her mission, since all alone she had accomplished what the multitude had failed in. At midnight that night, after the usual feasting, Conrad was taken to the haunted chamber and left there. He fell asleep by and by. When he awoke again and looked about him, his heart stood still with horror. The whole aspect of the chamber was changed. The walls were mouldy and hung with ancient cobwebs. The curtains and beddings were rotten. The furniture was rickety and ready to fall to pieces. He sprang out of bed, but his quaking knees sunk under him, and he fell to the floor. "This is the weakness of age," he said. He rose and sought his clothing. It was clothing no longer. The colors were gone. The garments gave way in many places while he was putting them on. He fled, shuddering, into the corridor and along it to the great hall. Here he was met by a middle-aged stranger of a kind countenance, who stopped and gazed at him with surprise. Conrad said, "Good sir, will you send hither the Lord Ulrich?" The stranger looked puzzled a moment, then said, "The Lord Ulrich? Yes, if you will be so good." The stranger called Wilhelm. A young serving man came, and the stranger said to him, "Is there a Lord Ulrich among the guests?" "I know none of the name, so please your honor." Conrad said, hesitatingly, "I did not mean a guest, but the lord of the castle, sir." The stranger and the servant exchanged wondering glances. Then the former said, "I am the lord of the castle." "Since when, sir?" "Since the death of my father, the good Lord Ulrich, more than 40 years ago." Conrad sank upon a bench and covered his face with his hands while he rocked his body to and fro and moaned. The stranger said in a low voice to the servant, "I fear me this poor old creature is mad. Call someone." In a moment several people came and grouped themselves about, talking in whispers. Conrad looked up and scanned the faces about him wistfully. Then he shook his head and said, in a grieved voice, "No, there is none among ye that I know. I am old and alone in the world. They are dead and gone these many years that cared for me. But sure, some of these aged ones I see about me can tell me some little word or two concerning them." Several bent and tottering men and women came nearer and answered his questions about each former friend as he mentioned the names. This one, they said, had been dead 10 years, that one 20, another 30. Each succeeding blow struck heavier and heavier. At last, the sufferer said, "There is one more, but I have not the courage to, oh my lost Katharina." One of the old dames said, "Ah, I knew her well, poor soul. A misfortune overtook her lover, and she died of sorrow nearly 50 years ago. She lieth under the linden tree without the court." Conrad bowed his head and said, "Ah, why did I ever wake? And so she died of grief for me, poor child. So young, so sweet, so good. She never wittingly did a hurtful thing in all the little summer of her life. Her loving debt shall be repaid, for I will die of grief for her." His head drooped upon his breast. In the moment, there was a wild burst of joyous laughter. A pair of round young arms were flung about Conrad's neck, and a sweet voice cried, There, Conrad mine, thy kind words kill me, the farce shall go no further. Look up, and laugh with us, 'twas all a jest. And he did look up, and gazed, in a dazed wonderment, for the disguises were stripped away, and the aged men and women were bright and young and gay again. Katharina's happy tongue ran on. "'Twas a marvelous jest, and bravely carried out. They gave you a heavy sleeping draught before you went to bed, and in the night they bore you to a ruined chamber where all had fallen to decay, and placed these rags of clothing by you. And when your sleep was spent and you came forth, 2 strangers, well instructed in their parts, were here to meet you, and all we, your friends, in our disguises, were close at hand to see and hear, you may be sure. Ah, 'twas a gallant jest. Come now and make thee ready for the pleasures of the day. How real was thy misery for the moment, thou poor lad. Look up and have thy laugh now." He looked up, searched the merry faces about him in a dreamy way, then sighed and said, "I am Ori, good strangers, I pray you lead me to her grave." All the smile vanished away, every cheek blanched, Katharina sunk to the ground in a swoon. All day the people went about the castle with troubled faces and communed together in undertones. A painful hush pervaded the place, which had lately been so full of cheery life. Each in his turn tried to arouse Conrad out of his hallucination and bring him to himself, but all the answer any got was a meek, bewildered stare, and then the words, "Good stranger, I have no friends, all are at rest these many years. Ye speak me fair, ye mean me well, but I know ye not. I am alone and forlorn in the world, prithee lead me to her grave." During 2 years Conrad spent his days, from the early morning till the night, under the linden tree, mourning over the imaginary grave of his Katharina. Katharina was the only company of the harmless madman. He was very friendly toward her because, as he said, in some ways she reminded him of his Katharina whom he had lost 50 years ago. He often said, "She was so gay, so happy-hearted, but you never smile, and always when you think I am not looking, you cry." When Conrad died, they buried him under the linden, according to his directions, so that he might rest near his poor Katharina. Then Katharina sat under the linden alone, every day and all day long, a great many years, speaking to no one and never smiling, and at last her long repentance was rewarded with death, and she was buried by Conrad's side. Harris pleased the captain by saying it was good legend, and pleased him further by adding, "Now that I have seen this mighty tree, vigorous with its 400 years, I feel a desire to believe the legend for its sake. So I will humor the desire, and consider that the tree really watches over those poor hearts and feels a sort of human tenderness for them." We returned to Necharsteinach, plunged our hot heads into the trough at the town pump, and then went to the hotel and ate our trout dinner in leisurely comfort, in the garden, with the beautiful Neckar flowing at our feet, the quaint Dilsberg looming beyond, and the graceful towers and battlements of a couple of medieval castles, called the Swallow's Nest and the Brothers, assisting the rugged scenery of a bend of the river down to our right. We got to sea in season to make the 8-mile run to Heidelberg before the night shut down. We sailed by the hotel in the mellow glow of sunset and came slashing down with the mad current into the narrow passage between the dikes. I believed I could shoot the bridge myself, and I went to the forward triplet of logs and relieved the pilot of his pole and his responsibility. For our captain's legend of the Swallow's Nest and the Brothers, we went tearing along in a most exhilarating way, and I performed the delicate duties of my office very well indeed for first attempt, but perceiving presently that I really was going to shoot the bridge itself instead of the archway under it, I judiciously stepped ashore. The next moment I had my long-coveted desire. I saw a raft wrecked. It hit the pier in the center and went all to smash and scatteration like a box of matches struck by lightning. I was the only one of our party who saw this grand sight. The others were attitudinizing for the benefit of the long rank of young ladies who were promenading on the bank, and so they lost it. But I helped to fish them out of the river down below the bridge, and then described it to them as well as I could. They were not interested, though. They said they were wet and felt ridiculous and did not care anything for descriptions of scenery. The young ladies and other people crowded around and showed a great deal of sympathy, but that did not help matters, for my friends said they did not want sympathy, they wanted a back alley and solitude. Chapter 20. My precious, priceless tear jug. Next morning brought good news. Our trunks had arrived from Hamburg at last. Let this be a warning to the reader. The Germans are very conscientious, and this trait makes them very particular. Therefore, if you tell a German you want a thing done immediately, he takes you at your word. He thinks you mean what you say, so he does that thing immediately, according to his idea of immediately, which is about a week. That is, it is a week if it refers to the building of a garment, or it is an hour and a half if it refers to the cooking of a trout. Very well, if you tell a German to send your trunk to you by slow freight, he takes you at your word. He sends it by slow freight, and you cannot imagine how long you will go on enlarging your admiration of the expressiveness of that phrase in the German tongue before you get that trunk. The hair on my trunk was soft and thick and youthful when I got it ready for shipment in Hamburg. It was bald-headed when it reached Heidelberg. However, it was still sound. That was a comfort. It was not battered in the least. The baggage men seemed to be conscientiously careful, in Germany, of the baggage entrusted to their hands. There was nothing now in the way of our departure, therefore we set about our preparations. Naturally, my chief solicitude was about my collection of ceramics. Of course, I could not take it with me. That would be inconvenient and dangerous besides. I took advice, but the best bric-a-brackers were divided as to the wisest course to pursue. Some said pack the collection and warehouse it. Others said try to get it into the Grand Ducal Museum at Mannheim for safekeeping. So I divided the collection and followed the advice of both parties. I set aside, for the museum, those articles which were the most frail and precious. Among these was my Etruscan tear jug. I have made a little sketch of it here. That thing creeping up the side is not a bug, it is a hole. I bought this tear jug of a dealer in antiquities for $450. It is very rare. The man said the Etruscans used to keep tears or something in these things, and that it was very hard to get hold of a broken one now. I also set aside my Henry Roman II plate. See sketch from my pencil. It is in the main correct, though I think I have foreshortened one end of it a little too much, perhaps. This is very fine and rare. The shape is exceedingly beautiful and unusual. It has wonderful decorations on it, but I am not able to reproduce them. It cost more than the tear jug, as the dealer said there was not another plate just like it in the world. He said there was much false Henry Roman II ware around, but that the genuineness of this piece was unquestionable. He showed me its pedigree, or its history, if you please. It was a document which traced this plate's movements all the way down from its birth, showed who bought it, from whom, and what he paid for it, from the first buyer down to me, whereby I saw that it had gone steadily up from 35 cents to $700. He said that the whole ceramic world would be informed that it was now in my possession and would make a note of it with the price paid. There were masters in those days, but alas, it is not so now. Of course, the main preciousness of this piece lies in its color. It is that old sensuous, pervading, ramifying, interpolating, transporreal blue which is the despair of modern art. The little sketch which I have made of this gem cannot and does not do it justice, since I have been obliged to leave out the color. But I've got the expression, though. However, I must not be frittering away the reader's time with these details. I did not intend to go into any detail at all at first, but it is the failing of the true ceramiker or the true devotee in any department of bric-a-brackery that once he gets his tongue or his pen started on his darling theme, he cannot well stop until he drops from exhaustion. He has no more sense of the flight of time than has any other lover when talking of his sweetheart. The very marks on the bottom of a piece of rare crockery are able to throw me into a gibbering ecstasy, and I could forsake a drowning relative to help dispute about whether the stopple of a departed Buon Retiro scent bottle was genuine or spurious. Many people say that for a male person, bric-a-brac hunting is about as robust a business as making doll clothes or decorating Japanese pots with decalcomania butterflies would be. And these people fling mud at the elegant Englishman, buying, who wrote a book called The Bric-a-Brac Hunter, and make fun of him for chasing around after what they choose to call his despicable trifles, and for gushing over these trifles, and for exhibiting his deep infantile delight in what they call his tuppenny collection of beggarly trivialities, and for beginning his book with a picture of himself seated in a sappy, self-complacent attitude in the midst of his poor little ridiculous bric-a-brac junk shop. It is easy to say these things, it is easy to revile us, easy to despise us. Therefore let these people rail on, they cannot feel as buying, and I feel it is their loss, not ours. For my part, I am content to be a bric-a-bracer and a ceramica. More, I am proud to be so named. I am proud to know that I lose my reason as immediately in the presence of a rare jug with an illustrious mark on the bottom of it, as if I had just emptied that jug. Very well, I packed and stored a part of my collection, and the rest of it I placed in the care of the Grand Ducal Museum in Mannheim, by permission. My old blue china cat remains there yet. I presented it to that excellent institution. I had but one misfortune with my things. An egg which I had kept back from breakfast that morning was broken in packing. It was a great pity. I had shown it to the best connoisseurs in Heidelberg, and they all said it was an antique. We spent a day or two in farewell visits, and then left for Baden-Baden. We had a pleasant trip to it, for the Rhine Valley is always lovely. The only trouble was that the trip was too short. If I remember rightly, it only occupied a couple of hours. Therefore, I judged that the distance was very little, if any, over 50 miles. We quitted the train at Oos and walked the entire remaining distance to Baden-Baden, with the exception of a lift of less than an hour which we got on a passing wagon, the weather being exhaustingly warm. We came into town on foot. One of the first persons we encountered as we walked up the street was the Rev. Mr., an old friend from America, a lucky encounter indeed, for his is a most gentle, refined, and sensitive nature, and his company and companionship are a genuine refreshment. We knew he had been in Europe some time, but were not at all expecting to run across him. Both parties burst forth into loving enthusiasms, and Rev. Mr. said, "I have got a brimful reservoir of talk to pour out on you, and an empty one ready and thirsting to receive what you have got. We will sit up till midnight and have a good satisfying interchange, for I leave here early in the morning." We agreed to that, of course. I had been vaguely conscious, for a while, of a person who was walking in the street abreast of us. I had glanced furtively at him once or twice, and noticed that he was a fine, large, vigorous young fellow, with an open, independent countenance, faintly shaded, with a pale and even almost imperceptible crop of early down, and that he was clothed from head to heel in cool and enviable snow-white linen. I thought I had also noticed that his head had a sort of listening tilt to it. Now about this time, the Rev. Mr. said, "The sidewalk is hardly wide enough for three, so I will walk behind. But keep the talk going, keep the talk going, there's no time to lose, and you may be sure I will do my share." He ranged himself behind us, and straightway that stately snow-white young fellow closed up to the sidewalk alongside him, fetched him a cordial slap on the shoulder with his broad palm, and sung out with a hearty cheeriness, "Americans for 2.5 and the money up, hey." The Reverend winced, but said mildly, "Yes, we are Americans. Lord love you, you can just bet that's what I am every time, put it there." He held out his Sahara of his palm, and the Reverend laid his diminutive hand in it, and got so cordial a shake that we heard his glove burst under it. "Say, didn't I put you up right?" "Oh, yes. Show I spotted you for my kind the minute I heard your clack. You been over here long?" "About 4 months. Have you been over long?" "Long, well, I should say so. Going on 2 years by Gemini. Say, are you homesick?" "No, I can't say that I am. Are you?" "Oh, hell, yes." This with immense enthusiasm. The Reverend shrunk a little in his clothes, and we were aware, rather by instinct than otherwise, that he was throwing out signals of distress to us. But we did not interfere or try to succor him, for we were quite happy. The young fellow hooked his arm into the Reverend's now, with the confiding and grateful air of a waif who has been longing for a friend and a sympathetic ear, and a chance to lisp once more the sweet accents of the mother tongue, and then he limbered up the muscles of his mouth and turned himself loose, and with such a relish. Some of his words were not Sunday school words, so I am obliged to put blanks where they occur. "Yes, indeedy. If I ain't an American, there ain't any Americans, that's all. And when I heard you fellows gassing away in the good old American language, if it wasn't all I could do to keep from hugging you. My tongue's all warped with trying to curl it around these forsaken, wind-galled, nine-jointed German words here. Now I tell you it's awful good to lay it over a Christian word once more and kind of let the old taste soak it. I'm from Western New York. My name is Carly Adams. I'm a student, you know. Been here going on 2 years. I'm learning to be a horse doctor. I like that part of it, you know, but these people, they won't learn a fellow in his own language. They make him learn in German. So before I could tackle the horse doctoring, I had to tackle this miserable language. First off, I thought it would certainly give me the bots, but I don't mind now. I've got it where the hair's short, I think, and don't you know, they made me learn Latin too. Now, between you and me, I wouldn't give us for all the Latin that was ever jabbered, and the first thing I calculate to do when I get through is to just sit down and forget it. 'Twon't take me long, and I don't mind the time anyway. And I tell you what, the difference between school teaching over yonder and school teaching over here, we don't know anything about it. Here you've got to peg and peg and peg, and there just ain't any let up. And what you learn here you've got to know, don't you know, or else you'll have one of these spavined, spectacles, ring-boned, knock-kneed old professors in your hair. I've been here long enough, and I'm getting blessed tired of it, mind I tell you. The old man wrote me that he was coming over in June and said he'd take me home in August, whether I was done with my education or not. But darn him, he didn't come. Never said why, just sent me a hamper of Sunday school books and told me to be good. And hold on a while. I don't take to Sunday school books, don't you know. I don't hanker after them when I can get pie. But I read them anyway, because whatever the old man tells me to do, that's the thing that I'm a-going to do, or tear something, you know. I buckled in and read all those books, because he wanted me to, but that kind of thing don't excite me. I like something hearty, but I'm awful homesick. I'm homesick from ear socket to crupper, and from crupper to hock joint. But it ain't any use, I've got to stay here, till the old man drops the rag and give the word. Yes, sir, right here in this country I've got to linger till the old man says come. And you bet your bottom dollar, Johnny, it ain't just as easy as it is for a cat to have twins. At the end of this profane and cordial explosion, he fetched a prodigious whoosh to relieve his lungs and make recognition of the heat, and then he straightway dived into his narrative again for Johnny's benefit, beginning, well, it ain't any use talking. Some of those old American words do have a kind of a bully swing to them. A man can express himself with them. A man can get at what he wants to say, don't you know. When we reached our hotel and it seemed that he was about to lose the Reverend, he showed so much sorrow and begged so hard and so earnestly that the Reverend's heart was not hard enough to hold out against the pleadings. So he went away with the parent-honoring student, like a right Christian, and took supper with him in his lodgings, and sat in the surf beat of his slang and profanity till near midnight, and then left him pretty well. Talked out but grateful clear down to his frogs, as he expressed it. The Reverend said it had transpired during the interview that Carly Adams's father was an extensive dealer in horses in Western New York. This accounted for Carly's choice of a profession. The Reverend brought away a pretty high opinion of Carly as a manly young fellow, with stuff in him for a useful citizen. He considered him rather a rough gem, but a gem nevertheless. Chapter 21. Insolent shopkeepers and gabbling Americans. Baden-Baden sits in the lap of the hills, and the natural and artificial beauties of the surroundings are combined effectively and charmingly. The level strip of ground, which stretches through and beyond the town, is laid out in handsome pleasure grounds, shaded by noble trees and adorned at intervals with lofty and sparkling fountain jets. Thrice a day a fine band makes music in the public promenade before the Conversation House, and in the afternoon and evening that locality is populous with fashionably dressed people of both sexes, who march back and forth past the great music stand and look very much bored, though they make a show of feeling otherwise. It seems like a rather aimless and stupid existence. A good many of these people are there for a real purpose, however. They are racked with rheumatism, and they are there to stew it out in the hot baths. These invalids looked melancholy enough, limping about on their canes and crutches, and apparently brooding over all sorts of cheerless things. People say that Germany, with her damp stone houses, is the home of rheumatism. If that is so, Providence must have foreseen that it would be so, and therefore filled the land with the healing baths. Perhaps no other country is so generously supplied with medicinal springs as Germany. Some of these baths are good for one ailment, some for another, and again, peculiar ailments are conquered by combining the individual virtues of several different baths. For instance, for some forms of disease, the patient drinks the native hot water of Baden-Baden with a spoonful of salt from the Carlsbad springs dissolved in it. That is not a dose to be forgotten right away. They don't sell this hot water. No, you go into the great Trinkhalle and stand around, first on one foot and then on the other, while 2 or 3 young girls sit pottering at some sort of ladylike sewing work in your neighborhood and can't seem to see you, polite as $3 clerks in government offices. By and by one of these rises painfully and stretches fists and body heavenward till she raises her heels from the floor, at the same time refreshing herself with a yawn of such comprehensiveness that the bulk of her face disappears behind her upper lip, and one is able to see how she is constructed inside. Then she slowly closes her cavern, brings down her fists and her heels, comes languidly forward, contemplates you contemptuously, draws you a glass of hot water, and sets it down where you can get it by reaching for it. You take it and say, "How much?" and she returns you, with elaborate indifference, a beggar's answer. "Knack belib, what you please." This thing of using the common beggar's trick, and the common beggar's shibboleth to put you on your liberality when you were expecting a simple, straightforward commercial transaction, adds a little to your prospering sense of irritation. You ignore her reply and ask again, "How much?" And she calmly, indifferently repeats, "Knack belib." You are getting angry, but you are trying not to show it. You resolve to keep on asking your question till she changes her answer, or at least her annoyingly indifferent manner. Therefore, if your case be like mine, you 2 fools stand there, and without perceptible emotion of any kind, or any emphasis on any syllable, you look blandly into each other's eyes, and hold the following idiotic conversation. "How much?" "Knack belib." 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 I do not know what another person would have done, but at this point I gave up. That cast-iron indifference, that tranquil contemptuousness, conquered me, and I struck my colors. Now I knew she was used to receiving about a penny from manly people who care nothing about the opinions of scullery maids and about 2pence from moral cowards, but I laid a silver 25-cent piece within her reach and tried to shrivel her up with this sarcastic speech. "If it isn't enough, will you stoop sufficiently from your official dignity to say so?" She did not shrivel. Without deigning to look at me at all, she languidly lifted the coin and bit it, to see if it was good. Then she turned her back and placidly waddled to her former roost again, tossing the money into an open till as she went along. She was victor to the last, you see. I have enlarged upon the ways of this girl because they are typical. Her manners are the manners of a goodly number of the Baden-Baden shopkeepers. The shopkeeper there swindles you if he can, and insults you whether he succeeds in swindling you or not. The keepers of baths also take great and patient pains to insult you. The frowsy woman who sat at the desk in the lobby of the great Friedrichsbad and sold bath tickets not only insulted me twice every day with rigid fidelity to her great trust, but she took trouble enough to cheat me out of a shilling one day to have fairly entitled her to 10. Baden-Baden's splendid gamblers are gone, only her microscopic knaves remain. An English gentleman who had been living there several years said, "If you could disguise your nationality, you would not find any insolence here. These shopkeepers detest the English and despise the Americans. They are rude to both, more especially to ladies of your nationality and mine. If these go shopping without a gentleman or a manservant, they are tolerably sure to be subjected to petty insolences of manner and tone, rather than word, though words that are hard to bear, are not always wanting. I know of an instance where a shopkeeper tossed a coin back to an American lady with the remark, snappishly uttered, "We don't take French money here." And I know of a case where an English lady said to one of these shopkeepers, "Don't you think you ask too much for this article?" And he replied with the question, "Do you think you are obliged to buy it?" However, these people are not impolite to Russians or Germans, and as to rank, they worship that, for they have long been used to generals and nobles. If you wish to see what abysses servility can descend, present yourself before a Baden-Baden shopkeeper in the character of a Russian prince. It is an inane town, filled with sham and petty fraud and snobbery, but the baths are good. I spoke with many people, and they were all agreed in that. I had the twinges of rheumatism unceasingly during 3 years, but the last one departed after a fortnight's bathing there, and I have never had one since. I fully believe I left my rheumatism in Baden-Baden. Baden-Baden is welcome to it. It was little, but it was all I had to give. I would have preferred to leave something that was catching, but it was not in my power. There are several hot springs there, and during 2,000 years they have poured forth a never-diminishing abundance of the healing water. This water is conducted in pipe to the numerous bathhouses and is reduced to an endurable temperature by the addition of cold water. The new Friedrichsbad is a very large and beautiful building, and in it one may have any sort of bath that has ever been invented, and with all the additions of herbs and drugs that his ailment may need, or that the physician of the establishment may consider a useful thing to put into the water. You go there, enter the great door, get a bow graduated to your style and clothes from the gorgeous portier, and a bath ticket and an insult from the frowsy woman for a quarter. She strikes a bell, and a serving man conducts you down a long hall and shuts you into a commodious room which has a washstand, a mirror, a bootjack, and a sofa in it, and there you undress at your leisure. The room is divided by a great curtain. You draw this curtain aside and find a large white marble bathtub, with its rim sunk to the level of the floor and with 3 white marble steps leading down to it. This tub is full of water which is as clear as crystal and is tempered to 28 degrees Réaumur, about 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Sunk into the floor by the tub is a covered copper box which contains some warm towels and a sheet. You look fully as white as an angel when you are stretched out in that limpid bath. You remain in it 10 minutes, the first time, and afterward increase the duration from day to day, till you reach 25 or 30 minutes. There you stop. The appointments of the place are so luxurious, the benefits so marked, the price so moderate, and the insults so sure, that you very soon find yourself adoring the Friedrichsbad and infesting it. We had a plain, simple, unpretending, good hotel in Baden-Baden, the Hotel de France, and alongside my room I had a giggling, cackling, chattering family who always went to bed just 2 hours after me and always got up 2 hours ahead of me. But this is common in German hotels. The people generally go to bed long after 11 and get up long before 8. The partitions convey sound like a drumhead, and everybody knows it. But no matter, a German family who are all kindness and consideration in the daytime make apparently no effort to moderate their noises for your benefit at night. They will sing, laugh, and talk loudly, and bang furniture around in a most pitiless way. If you knock on your wall appealingly, they will quiet down and discuss the matter softly among themselves for a moment. Then, like the mice, they fall to persecuting you again, and as vigorously as before. They keep cruelly late and early hours for such noisy folk. Of course, when one begins to find fault with foreign people's ways, he is very likely to get a reminder to look nearer home before he gets far with it. I open my notebook to see if I can find some more information of a valuable nature about Baden-Baden, and the first thing I fall upon is this. Baden-Baden, no date. Lot of vociferous Americans at breakfast this morning, talking at everybody while pretending to talk among themselves. On their first travels, manifestly showing off. The usual signs, airy, easygoing references to grand distances and foreign places. Well, goodbye, old fellow. If I don't run across you in Italy, you hunt me up in London before you sail. The next item, which I find in my notebook, is this one. The fact that a band of 6,000 Indians are now murdering our frontiersmen at their impudent leisure, and that we are only able to send 200 soldiers against them, is utilized here to discourage emigration to America. The common people think the Indians are in New Jersey. This is a new and peculiar argument against keeping our army down to a ridiculous figure in the matter of numbers. It is rather a striking one, too. I have not distorted the truth in saying that the facts in the above item about the army and the Indians are made use of to discourage emigration to America, that the common people should be rather foggy in their geography, and foggy as to the location of the Indians, is a matter for amusement, maybe, but not of surprise. There is an interesting old cemetery in Baden-Baden, and we spent several pleasant hours in wandering through it and spelling out the inscriptions on the aged tombstones. Apparently, after a man has lain there a century or two and has had a good many people buried on top of him, it is considered that his tombstone is not needed by him any longer. I judge so from the fact that hundreds of old gravestones have been removed from the graves and placed against the inner walls of the cemetery. What artists they had in the old times! They chiseled angels and cherubs and devils and skeletons on the tombstones in the most lavish and generous way as to supply, but curiously grotesque and outlandish as to form. It is not always easy to tell which of the figures belong among the blessed and which of them among the opposite party, but there was an inscription in French on one of those old stones, which was quaint and pretty and was plainly not the work of any other than a poet. It was to this effect: "Here reposes in God Caroline de Clery, a religieuse of St. Denis, age years, and blind. The light was restored to her in Baden the 5th of January, 1839. We made several excursions on foot to the neighboring villages, over winding and beautiful roads, and through enchanting woodland scenery. The woods and roads were similar to those at Heidelberg, but not so bewitching. I suppose that roads and woods which are up to the Heidelberg mark are rare in the world. Once we wandered clear away to La Favorita Palace, which is several miles from Baden-Baden. The grounds about the palace were fine. The palace was a curiosity. It was built by a Margravine in 1725 and remains as she left it at her death. We wandered through a great many of its rooms, and they all had striking peculiarities of decoration. For instance, the walls of one room were pretty completely covered with small pictures of the Margravine in all conceivable varieties of fanciful costumes, some of them male. The walls of another room were covered with grotesquely and elaborately figured hand-wrought tapestry. The musty ancient beds remained in the chambers, and their quilts and curtains and canopies were decorated with curious handwork, and the walls and ceilings frescoed with historical and mythological scenes in glaring colors. There was enough crazy and rotten rubbish in the building to make a true bric-a-bracer green with envy. A painting in the dining hall verged upon the indelicate, but then the Margravine was herself a trifle indelicate. It is in every way a wildly and picturesquely decorated house, and brimful of interest as a reflection of the character and tastes of that rude bygone time. In the grounds, a few rods from the palace, stands the Margravine's chapel, just as she left it, a coarse wooden structure, wholly barren of ornament. It is said that the Margravine would give herself up to debauchery and exceedingly fast living for several months at a time, and then retire to this miserable wooden den and spend a few months in repenting and getting ready for another good time. She was a devoted Catholic, and was perhaps quite a model sort of a Christian, as Christians went then, in high life. Tradition says she spent the last 2 years of her life in the strange den I have been speaking of, after having indulged herself in one final, triumphant, and satisfying spree. She shut herself up there, without company, and without even a servant, and so abjured and forsook the world. In her little bit of a kitchen, she did her own cooking. She wore a hair shirt next the skin, and castigated herself with whips. These aids to grace are exhibited there yet. She prayed and told her beads in another little room before a waxen Virgin niched in a little box against the wall. She bedded herself like a slave. In another small room is an unpainted wooden table, and behind it sit half-life-size waxen figures of the Holy Family, made by the very worst artist that ever lived, perhaps, and clothed in gaudy, flimsy drapery. The Margravine used to bring her meals to this table and dine with the Holy Family. What an idea that was! What a grisly spectacle it must have been! Imagine it, those rigid shock-headed figures, with corpsey complexions and fish-glass eyes, occupying one side of the table in the constrained attitudes and dead fixedness that distinguish all men that are born of wax, and this wrinkled, smoldering old fire-eater occupying the other side, mumbling her prayers and munching her sausages in the ghostly stillness and shadowy indistinctness of a winter twilight. It makes one feel crawly even to think of it. Years of age, this figure had lost one eye. In this sordid place, and clothed, bedded, and fed like a pauper, this strange princess lived and worshipped during 2 years, and in it she died. 200 or 300 years ago, this would have made the poor den holy ground, and the church would have set up a miracle factory there and made plenty of money out of it. The den could be moved into some portions of France and made a good property even now. Chapter 22. The Black Forest and its Treasures. From Baden-Baden we made the customary trip into the Black Forest. We were on foot most of the time. One cannot describe those noble woods, nor the feeling with which they inspire him. A feature of the feeling, however, is a deep sense of contentment. Another feature of it is a buoyant, boyish gladness, and a third and very conspicuous feature of it is one's sense of the remoteness of the workday world and his entire emancipation from it and its affairs. Those woods stretch unbroken over a vast region, and everywhere they are such dense woods, and so still, and so piney and fragrant. The stems of the trees are trim and straight, and in many places all the ground is hidden for miles under a thick cushion of moss of a vivid green color, with not a decayed or ragged spot in its surface, and not a fallen leaf or twig to mar its immaculate tidiness. A rich cathedral gloom pervades the pillared aisles, so the stray flecks of sunlight that strike a trunk here and a bough yonder are strongly accented, and when they strike the moss, they fairly seem to burn. But the weirdest effect, and the most enchanting, is that produced by the diffused light of the low afternoon sun. No single ray is able to pierce its way in then, but the diffused light takes color from moss and foliage, and pervades the place like a faint, green-tinted mist, the theatrical fire of fairyland. The suggestion of mystery and the supernatural which haunts the forest at all times is intensified by this unearthly glow. We found the Black Forest farmhouses and villages all that the Black Forest stories have pictured them. The first genuine specimen which we came upon was the mansion of a rich farmer and member of the common council of the parish or district. He was an important personage in the land, and so was his wife also, of course. His daughter was the catch of the region, and she may be already entering into immortality as the heroine of one of Auerbach's novels, for all I know. We shall see, for if he puts her in I shall recognize her by her Black Forest clothes, and her burned complexion, her plump figure, her fat hands, her dull expression, her gentle spirit, her generous feet, her bonnetless head, and the plaited tails of hemp-colored hair hanging down her back. The house was big enough for a hotel. It was 100 feet long and 50 wide, and 10 feet high from ground to eaves, but from the eaves to the comb of the mighty roof was as much as 40 feet, or maybe even more. This roof was of ancient mud-colored straw thatch a foot thick, and was covered all over, except in a few trifling spots, with a thriving and luxurious growth of green vegetation, mainly moss. The mossless spots were places where repairs had been made by the insertion of bright new masses of yellow straw. The eaves projected far down, like sheltering, hospitable wings. Across the gable that fronted the road, and about 10 feet above the ground, ran a narrow porch, with a wooden railing. A row of small windows filled with very small panes looked upon the porch. Above were 2 or 3 other little windows, one clear up under the sharp apex of the roof. Before the ground floor door was a huge pile of manure. The door of the second-story room on the side of the house was open and occupied by the rear elevation of a cow. Was this probably the drawing room? All of the front half of the house from the ground up seemed to be occupied by the people, the cows, and the chickens, and all the rear half by draft animals and hay. But the chief feature, all around this house, was the big heaps of manure. We became very familiar with the fertilizer in the forest. We fell unconsciously into the habit of judging of a man's station in life by this outward and eloquent sign. Sometimes we said, "Here is a poor devil, this is manifest." When we saw a stately accumulation, we said, "Here is a banker." When we encountered a country seat surrounded by an alpine pomp of manure, We said, "Doubtless a duke lives here." The importance of this feature has not been properly magnified in the Black Forest stories. Manure is evidently the Black Forester's main treasure, his coin, his jewel, his pride, his old master, his ceramics, his bric-a-brac, his darling, his title to public consideration, envy, veneration, and his first solicitude when he gets ready to make his will. The true Black Forest novel, if it is ever written, will be skeletoned somewhat in this way. Skeleton for a Black Forest novel.